In a world where justice is as murky as the shadows, Subai finds himself at the crossroads of law and crime. After being dismissed from the police force under dubious circumstances, he is unexpectedly thrust into the underbelly of society, where he must navigate a dangerous double life as an undercover agent for the infamous Black Dragon Society. Armed with a unique double-sided sign-in system that grants him unimaginable powers and influence, he transforms from a disgraced officer into a formidable force in both the political arena and the criminal underworld. As he balances his roles, the lines between right and wrong blur, and he must confront powerful adversaries, including former colleagues and ruthless gang leaders, all while keeping his true identity a secret. With the stakes rising and danger lurking at every corner, Subai is determined to reclaim his honor and rise to the top. But at what cost? No female protagonist. There may be hints of ambiguity with certain women, but rest assured, the protagonist remains clear-headed. The protagonist is not one to be rendered immobile upon encountering women. He knows when to discard and when to utilize others as mere pawns, decisive in actions. Those with timid hearts or weak dispositions are advised to proceed with caution. Subai, in light of your serious violations during the 411 case, including the embezzlement of evidence, the Bureau's party committee has decided you are hereby dismissed from your position as a police officer, effective immediately. In the Grand Hall of the Linjiang Public Security Bureau, the atmosphere was heavy with tension as hundreds of eyes fixated on the young man standing under the spotlight. Deputy Director Wang Zhenghua's voice boomed through the microphone, reverberating with a chilling metallic tone in the spacious hall. Crack! Wang Zhenghua's hand landed on Subai's shoulder epaulette, yanking it off without hesitation. Crack! Wang Zhenghua's hand landed on Subai's shoulder epaulette, yanking it off without hesitation. The sound of the thread snapping was palpable, accompanied by a slight tear in the fabric of his uniform. Subai, the shining star of Linjiang's police force? Wang Zhenghua discarded the epaulette onto the ground, grinding it beneath his shoe, leaning forward to whisper in a tone only the two could hear. In Linjiang, a dragon must coil, a tiger must lie low. Challenge me. Learn to be wiser in your next life. Subai's hand, hanging at his side, clenched tightly, veins bulging. The hall was silent, as everyone presumed he was enduring humiliation, unaware that he was desperately suppressing the impulse to strike this old fool, especially since this shirt was freshly purchased. The hall was silent, as everyone presumed he was enduring humiliation, unaware that he was desperately suppressing the impulse to strike this old fool, especially since this shirt was freshly purchased. I refuse to believe it, a female voice shattered the silence. Detective Lin Qingxua burst forth from the ranks, her eyes red, chest heaving with emotion. Director Wang, Subai shielded me during an arrest operation, sacrificing 2 pairs of shoes in pursuit of a suspect. Would someone like him covet a mere 50,000 yuan? There must be a misunderstanding. Lin Qingxua, mind your position. If you continue to disrupt the proceedings, you will face consequences as well, Wang Zhenghua barked sternly. Subai inhaled deeply, turning to the foolish girl poised to rush the stage. Stop shouting. He bent down to retrieve the soiled epaulette, meticulously cleaning it with his sleeve before gently placing it on the podium. Detective Lin, save your strength for catching criminals. His silhouette was one of determination and pride. His silhouette was one of determination and pride. As he stepped out the door, the midday sun forced him to squint. Ding. Extreme injustice detected against the host. Emotional state meets threshold. Dual-sided divine sign-in system activated successfully. Current location, Linjiang Public Security Bureau. A place of integrity remains. Would you like to sign in? Subai did not pause his steps, nor did his expression shift. A system? A golden finger? Just in time. Sign in. He silently commanded in his mind. Ding. Linjiang Bureau sign-in successful. It felt as though a veil of fog had been instantaneously lifted from the depths of his mind. It felt as though a veil of fog had been instantaneously lifted from the depths of his mind. The world before Subai transformed. The license plates of police cars parked by the roadside, the tea stains on the thermos of the security guard, the trajectory of leaves falling in the distance. A torrent of information surged into his consciousness, promptly categorized and archived. He could even vividly recall the slight tremor of Wang Zhenghua's left ring finger as he tore the epaulette, now clear as if played back in slow motion. It was not a forceful tremor. It was an early sign of Parkinson's disease. As for that so-called authority, Subai adjusted his collar, the previously dispirited aura evaporating, replaced by a composure and gravitas befitting someone accustomed to high office. Two auxiliary officers instinctively stood at attention, saluting, only to freeze in awkwardness upon realizing Su Bai had been dismissed. Unfazed, Su Bai strode across the road and turned into a labyrinthine alley. After ensuring he was not being followed, he slipped into a black Santana parked at the dead end of the alley, lowering the window slightly, smoke swirling around him. Quite the performance, Zhang Guodong remarked without turning, his voice hoarse. Quite the performance, Zhang Guodong remarked without turning, his voice hoarse. Wang Zhenghua bought it. He was laughing heartily in the office just now. Will the clothing be reimbursed? Su Bai fastened his seatbelt. Over 300, just bought it. Zhang Guodong paused, then chuckled ruefully. If we can secure funds from the Black Dragon Society, don't worry about clothing. I'll even gift you this car. Joking aside, the atmosphere in the car quickly turned somber. Zhang Guodong handed over a brown paper bag. This is your new dossier. From today on, Su Bai is a disgraced officer dismissed for corruption, a gambler in debt to loan sharks, desperate to take a risk. The Black Dragon Society's A Bao is recruiting. This is your only chance to Su Bai did not take the dossier. Remember, this is a one-way ticket. Zhang Guodong extinguished the cigarette, his expression grave. Remember, this is a one-way ticket. Zhang Guodong extinguished the cigarette, his expression grave. Once exposed, you are a rogue officer, and dying will only etch your name in infamy. No one will erect a monument for you. Perfect, that saves me from having to endure fake tributes on Qingming Festival. Su Bai opened the car door, one foot stepping out, glancing back at the grizzled director. Director Zhang, when I come to collect, ensure Wang Zhenghua personally lights a cigarette for me. Get lost, stay safe. In the old city, beneath a tenement building, Su Bai had just purchased a pack of cheap cigarettes. As he tore open the packaging, a sinister voice emerged from the shadows. Officer Su, or should I say, Brother Su now. The man wore a gold chain thick as a finger around his neck, swaying with each step, dizzying to behold. The man wore a gold chain thick as a finger around his neck, swaying with each step, dizzying to behold. I heard you've been stripped of your badge? TSK, Wang Zhenghua is quite ruthless. The man grinned, revealing a set of teeth yellowed from smoke. So how about it? Interested in a new way of life? Our brother Bao appreciates those who have been wronged by the LAW to SU by held the cigarette, yet did not ignite it. The instant recognition was activated, and the facial feature comparison was completed. Lu Chang, a low-level thug from the Heilong Hui, had been imprisoned 3 years ago for intentional injury and was released 6 months prior. He had sustained an injury to his left leg, causing him to shift his weight to the right while walking. The commanding presence was silently unleashed. The commanding presence was silently unleashed. The once mocking smile on Lu Chang's face abruptly froze. He felt as though he were not confronting a fallen young ex-police officer, but rather a ferocious tiger that had just awakened, or perhaps the formidable leader who instilled fear in the underworld. The gaze was indifferent, elevated, regarding him as one might regard an ant easily crushed at any moment. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Chang's temples. Fire, Su Bai uttered calmly. Lu Chang fumbled in his pocket for a lighter, producing it with a snap and offering it to Su Bai with both hands. After lighting the cigarette, Lu Chang finally realized, wait a minute, I am the one here to recruit a subordinate, not to serve him. Lead the way. Do not keep Brother Bao waiting. Lu Chang instinctively bowed his head and nodded. Ah yes. This way please. Lead the way. Do not keep Brother Bao waiting. Lu Chang instinctively bowed his head and nodded. Ah yes. This way please. After taking a couple of steps, Lu Chang pinched his thigh hard. This is bizarre. Just a moment ago, why did he feel as if he were under the glare of an interrogation room spotlight? What exactly is Su Bai now, dismissed or evolved? Chapter 2. The emergence of Bai Yi at the Jinbao Entertainment Club. In the bustling area of Linjiang's lower town lies the Jinbao Entertainment Club, a veritable den of vice operated by the Baihu Hall of the Heilong Club. The neon lights buzz ominously, akin to a dying gasp. As Su Bai stepped over the threshold, the acrid scent of low-quality tobacco mingled with the stale odor of alcohol, assaulting his senses. Amidst the cacophony of deafening heavy metal music, countless men and women writhed on the dance floor, resembling a pack of lustful beasts. A notification chimed in his mind, indicating his arrival at the Jinbao Entertainment Club with an extraordinarily high environmental compatibility rating. The prompt inquired if he wished to check in. He consented. Another chime signaled his successful check-in, conferring upon him a reward of enhanced gambling prowess and a base-level violent physique. His heart raced violently. Pumping blood with fervor, Su Bai felt a series of sharp cracks emanating from his spine, and while his physique remained unchanged, the density of his muscles surged instantaneously. It was akin to steel rods being infused into concrete, imbuing each movement with a palpable explosive force. His mind flooded with an array of intricate techniques, shuffling strategies, and even insights into psychological micro-expressions. In that moment, he surveyed the frenzied gamblers before him as if they were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. "What are you standing there for? Brother Bao is on the second floor." Lu Chong nudged the bartender ahead of him and turned to Su Bai with a grin. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Brother Bao lost a fortune tonight and is quite irritable." Upon reaching the second floor, the soundproof door closed, and the world outside became a distant echo. A bald man lounged on a leather sofa, swirling a half-full glass of whiskey with ice. He was accompanied by a heavily made-up woman, while his other hand anxiously flipped through the ledger on the table. "By who hall a Bao?" "Brother Bao, I've brought the person." The manic dog bowed and nodded. A Bao barely glanced up, pushing the woman away, who promptly gathered her clothing and scurried out. "Su Bai?" A Bao sipped his drink, his gaze sharp. "I heard you were once the rising star of the criminal investigation team. What happened? Did that old fool Wang Jinhua mistake you for a worthless stone?" Su Bai remained silent, calmly taking a seat across from the sofa and crossing his legs. "I prefer not to stand when I speak." The manic dog gasped. This was a Bao's territory. A Bao paused, setting down his glass and leaning forward. "You've got guts. But I don't entertain big shots here. I hear you're deep in debt. If you want to roll with me, you'll need to show some loyalty." Su Bai's gaze swept over the chaotic ledger on the table, activating his photographic memory. The numbers quickly reorganized in his mind. In 3 seconds, he reached out and tapped one of the ledgers. "This account is poorly managed." In the corner, an elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses, engrossed in calculations, trembled and miscounted a bead on his abacus. "What did you say?" A Bao narrowed his eyes. "The cash flow has increased by 20% over the past 3 months, yet the net profit has plummeted by 15%. Su Bai lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, obscuring his expression. "The procurement costs are inflated, the loss rate is unusual, and even the basic fees don't add up." He flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone grave. "Brother Bao, there are rats in your house, and they're right here." A Bao turned sharply, fixing his gaze on the elderly man in the corner. That was his loyal accountant of 10 years, Lao Gui. "Shut your mouth." Lao Gui slammed the abacus down, his face flushed. "Su Bai, you're just a recently dismissed cop who knows nothing about accounts. I've been diligent in Bai Hu Hall for a decade. How dare you slander me?" A Bao's suspicion grew, his eyes flickering between the two. Lao Gui was an elder, while Su Bai was new. Logically, he should not trust Su Bai, yet the accounts of the past 3 months had indeed troubled him. "Where's the evidence?" A Bao fixed his gaze on Su Bai. "Without evidence, I'll have you turned into dog food." Su Bai smiled, rising from his seat and casually grabbing a deck of cards from the table, fanning them out with a swift motion. "Let us make a wager. In 3 minutes, I will expose the rat, and if I succeed, I want your deputy position. If I fail, you can take my life." The manic dog listened, cold sweat trickling down his back. Was Su Bai out of his mind? A Bao's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Deal." Su Bai turned to Lao Gui, who instinctively stepped back, adjusting his glasses. "What are you planning to do?" "Brother Bao is watching." "Lao Gui, I've reviewed your profile. You were a gambler once, weren't you?" Su Bai pressed closer, his voice low. "Every afternoon at 4, you sneak off to smoke in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. You claim it's due to a nicotine addiction, but I suspect it's a craving for money." "You're talking nonsense." Lao Gui protested, his bravado wavering. "Let us find out if it's nonsense. Take off your shoes, and we'll see." Before he finished speaking, Su Bai moved. The violent physique activated. No one could discern his motions, only a gust of wind followed by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Bang! Lao Gui was sent sprawling, and before he could scream, Su Bai had already pinned him down, yanking off his right shoe. With a powerful twist, he broke the specially designed thick sole. With a crash, brightly colored high-denomination chips spilled out like entrails from the shoe's hidden compartment, covering the ground. The room fell into an eerie silence. The manic dog stood agape, while a Bao's muscles twitched uncontrollably. This wasn't just a shoe. It was a mobile vault. The scattered chips amounted to no less than 100,000. Lao Gui. A Bao's voice emerged through gritted teeth, laced with murderous intent. "I've treated you well." Ignoring the pain in his chest, Lao Gui desperately bowed, his forehead hitting the floor with a thud. "Brother Bao, spare me. I was deluded. I don't want to die." Su Bai disdainfully tossed the broken shoe aside, brushing off the dust from his hands, and returned to the sofa, crossing his legs once more. Brother Bao, I've caught the rat. I can also help you balance the accounts. Not only that, but I can double the profits of Jin Bao in the future. Bao took a deep breath, the murderous intent in his eyes dissipating, replaced by the ecstasy of discovering a money-making opportunity. He kicked Lao Gui aside, striding over to Su Bai and clapping him on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Excellent. What a remarkable Su Bai. Bao laughed heartily, pouring a drink for Su Bai. You're ruthless and clever. From this day forth, the position of the deputy in the Bai Hu Tang shall belong to you. Lao Lu, from now on, when you see Su Bai, address him as Bai Gu. Lu Chong promptly lowered his head and uttered, Bai Gu. Ding. Host status elevated. Reward acquired. Killing intent pressure, beginner. An invisible aura emanated from Su Bai, leaving Bao feeling that this young man had become even more unfathomable. At that moment, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. Police. Routine inspection. Everyone, cover your heads and crouch down. A clear and commanding voice echoed as several fully armed detectives stormed in, their dark gun barrels aimed at the crowd within the room. The leading female officer, clad in uniform, exuded a striking presence. She was Lin Qingxue, the captain of the criminal investigation team. Seated in the shadows, Su Bai toyed with the red chip that had fallen from Lao Gui's shoe. Lin Qingxue's gaze swept over the room before finally landing on Su Bai, who sat beside Bao. In that instant, the vigilance in her eyes transformed into astonishment, followed by disappointment and heartache. The once promising brother from the police academy, who had once sworn under the banner of justice, was now casually lounging with a gang leader, radiating an unpleasant mix of smoke and alcohol. Su Bai. Lin Qingxue's voice trembled. How could you be here? A smirk played at the corners of Su Bai's mouth as he slowly rose to his feet. Instead of covering his head, he deliberately approached Lin Qingxue. The surrounding detectives, poised to reprimand him, were momentarily stunned by the terrifying killing intent pressure emanating from Su Bai, forgetting their actions. Standing before Lin Qingxue, he was close enough to catch the faint scent of soap on her skin. He reached out, playfully lifting her chin with a casual air, his gaze roving over her, as if appraising a mere hostess. Oh, isn't this Captain Lin? Su Bai exhaled a plume of smoke directly into Lin Qingxue's face. Here to check my ID? So diligent. Should I strip to allow you a thorough inspection in the little black room? You scoundrel. Lin Qingxue, filled with a mixture of anger and embarrassment, felt her eyes welling with tears as she raised her hand to deliver a slap. Smack. Her wrist was firmly grasped by a hand as strong as a vice. Leaning close to her ear, Su Bai spoke in a chilling tone, audible only to the two of them. Officer Lin, do temper your fury. I am a model citizen now. Physical assault could lead to detainment. With that, he abruptly released Lin Qingxue's hand and turned to Bao, laughing heartily, saying, Bao Gu, it seems tonight's drinking plans have been thwarted. The officers are such a dampener. Witnessing this scene, any lingering doubts Bao had about Su Bai's identity completely dissipated. To dare to humiliate even former colleagues like this, Su Bai was indeed steeped in darkness. Chapter 3, Civilized Resolution, Astonishing the Master. Lin Qingxue led the withdrawal. The flickering lights of the red and blue police cars gradually faded into the distance. The private room returned to its previous clamor, yet the air still held a tinge of tension. Bao opened another bottle of fine wine, pouring a full glass for Su Bai, his gaze unwavering from Su Bai's face. Bai, that Captain Lin just now. There's a story in the way he looked at you, he remarked casually, as if discussing trivial matters. Old acquaintance? Su Bai lifted his glass, not rushing to drink. Leaning back against the sofa, he stared at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling and let out a self-deprecating laugh. Back in police academy, he pursued me. Later, he deemed my family too poor, my future too bleak, and turned to a wealthy second generation who drove sports cars. He came just now to gloat over my current state. Upon finishing, he downed the strong liquor in one gulp, slamming the glass on the table and cursing, such a woman only sees money and power. This statement, half true and half false, coupled with his fierce determination and unwillingness, was seamless. Bao stared at Su Bai for a few seconds before bursting into hearty laughter, patting Su Bai on the back with vigor. Damn it. These officers appear glamorous, but behind the scenes, they're even more snobbish than us. Stop thinking about it. Follow me, and one day, you'll have the money to crush her, making her kneel and sing your praises. In the following days, Su Bai remained industrious. Not only was he capable in combat, but his intellect was also sharper. Utilizing his mastery of divine gambling techniques, he swiftly discerned the tricks of several cheaters in the establishment, managing to resolve the situation without resorting to violence, merely inviting them into his office for a 10-minute chat. After their exit, these individuals became technical consultants for the casino. Next, he employed his ability of eidetic memory to meticulously sort through the disheveled financial records. In just 3 days, the daily revenue of Jean Bao Entertainment Club doubled. Bao, counting the money until his fingers ached, began to look at Su Bai not as a subordinate, but as a deity of wealth. On the 4th day, early in the morning, Bao personally drove Su Bai to a tea house in the western part of the city. There, they would meet the true leader of the Baihu Hall, one of the 4 masters of the Heilong Association, known as Xiao Mianhu. The tea house was devoid of music. Only the sound of water boiling for tea filled the air. Xiao Mianhu, clad in traditional Tang attire and deftly manipulating 2 polished walnuts, resembled a retired university professor. Master Hu, this is Su Bai, Bao said respectfully. The rat was uncovered by him, and the establishment's performance has also improved due to his efforts. Xiao Mianhu lifted his eyelids, casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Bai, his gaze resembling that of an appraiser evaluating a piece of merchandise. The young man is commendable, displaying courage. His voice was languid, betraying no hint of approval or discontent. Just so happens, there is a troublesome matter. On Binjiang Road, there is a stubborn resident by the name of Li. That fool from the Huangshe gang has sent people to stir trouble several times, splattering paint and releasing snakes. As a result, the old man has taken to sleeping at the entrance, nearly causing a fatal incident. The authorities are investigating closely, making this situation quite delicate. He paused, setting aside the walnuts and pouring Su Bai a cup of tea. I want that piece of land, and it must be clean. Can you manage it? This was a test, as well as a rite of passage. Only by resolving this matter would Su Bai truly enter the inner circle of the Heilong Association. No problem. Su Bai accepted the tea, not drinking it, but placing it directly on the table. Ding. System task triggered. Civilized resolution of the stubborn resident. Option 1. Violent demolition. Reward. Level up in combat mastery. Option 2. Civilized resolution. Reward. Environmental insight ability. Beginner. Su Bai smirked inwardly. Violence? If brute force could resolve issues, that fool from Huangshe would have settled it long ago. Without hesitation, he selected the second option. Half an hour later, in the old residential area of Binjiang Road, most of the surrounding houses had been demolished, leaving only a solitary 2-story building standing defiantly, like a stubborn island. At the entrance sat an elderly man with graying hair, clutching a polished hoe, with 2 gas canisters at his feet. Get lost. Anyone who dares approach will feel my fire. Old Li shouted, his voice hoarse and bloodshot eyes glaring. Lu Chong stood behind Su Bai, spitting on the ground. Damn, this old man is truly reckless. Brother Bai, how about I take my brothers tonight to sneak in, throw a sack over him, and cool him off in the river? Put away your tricks. Su Bai lit a cigarette, taking a puff. Master who desires cleanliness. Your approach would only invite disaster. He rapidly sifted through his memories in his mind. In the police archive, he had perused countless old case files. Binjiang Road, the Li family. Su Bai exhaled a cloud of smoke, stepping toward Old Li. Stop. If you come any closer, I will truly ignite. Old Li raised a lighter, his hands trembling. Su Bai halted 5 meters away, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, his tone unnaturally calm. Li Dequan, it's been 13 years. You are guarding this dilapidated house, not for the sake of compensation, I presume? Old Li froze for a moment, eyeing him warily. What is it to you? Your son, Li Hao, went missing 13 years ago at Dreamland Amusement Park. That day, he wore a blue striped shirt and held a transformer. Su Bai spoke deliberately, each word striking directly at Old Li's heart. You fear that once the house is demolished, he will return to find no home. The lighter slipped from Old Li's grasp, clattering to the ground. His mouth opened, and murky tears streamed down his weathered cheeks, the fierce demeanor collapsing instantaneously. Why you? How do you know? Are you a police officer? I am not an officer. Su Bai approached him, squatting down to meet the old man's gaze. I am here to help you. This house cannot be held onto, but we can still find the person. Lu Chong stood behind, astonished. Brother Bai can even tell fortunes? Su Bai retrieved a check from his pocket, a sum of 1 million just given to him by a Bao. He placed the check into Old Li's calloused hands. This is a deposit. Take your family to a hotel for a few days, don't wander about. I have connections that can help you uncover leads from that year. 3 days. Give me 3 days. If I deceive you, this money is yours, and you can report me to the authorities. Old Lee stared at the check in his hands, then back at Subai. The depth of this young man's gaze was unlike that of mere thugs. It resembled an unfathomable abyss. The despair of clinging to the last straw rendered Old Lee utterly unable to refuse. All right, I believe you. As long as I can locate How High, I shall forfeit both the money and the house. Old Lee trembled, on the verge of kneeling before Subai. Subai swiftly supported him and turned to the dazed Phone Go, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Assist the esteemed elder in relocating, and secure the finest hotel accommodations. Should a single hair be harmed, I will hold you accountable." Phone Go jolted back to attention and urgently called to his subordinates. Yes, yes. Rest assured, Brother Bai. Come, esteemed elder, hand me the hoe, and take care of your back. In less than half an hour, the stubborn resident who had caused the Hailong Hui considerable headaches departed with immense gratitude. Gazing at the now desolate old residence, Phone Go approached Subai, his face alight with admiration. Brother Bai, you are remarkable. Are we truly going to help this old man find his son? That was a matter from 13 years ago. Subai paid him no mind. His gaze traversed the ruins, landing on the long-abandoned Dream Kingdom amusement park in the distance. The Ferris wheel, rusted and creaking ominously in the wind, stood as a haunting reminder. I will find him. Subai discarded his cigarette, but, crushing it with the tip of his shoe, not only intending to search, but to turn everything upside down. Chapter for the detective's curiosity. Subai found a public telephone booth by the street and dialed a number he knew by heart. On the other end was Lao Wang from the Municipal Archives, an aging archivist on the brink of retirement, whom Subai had often assisted with computer repairs and moving tasks. Hello, who is this? Lao Wang's languid voice came through. Uncle Wang, it's me, Xiao Zhang from the criminal investigation team. Subai suppressed his voice, mimicking the accent of a detective he was acquainted with. I have a favor to ask. I'm verifying information on an old case and need to check a missing persons file from over a decade ago. Sure. What is the name and any distinguishing features? Lao Wang did not express any suspicion. Li Hao, male, missing at around 15 or 16 years old, last seen near the old amusement park in the west of the city. The sound of keys tapping on a keyboard could be heard, and after a few minutes, Lao Wang's voice returned. Found it. Li Hao, 15 years old, reported missing 13 years ago at the Dream Kingdom amusement park in the west of the city. His whereabouts remain unknown. That is all. Great. Thanks, Uncle Wang. I'll treat you to a drink sometime. After hanging up, Subai's gaze sharpened. The west of the city. Dream Kingdom amusement park. He keenly sensed that this location was now the territory of the Qinglong Hall, another faction of the Black Dragon Society. Coincidence? Subai was skeptical. He resolved to investigate personally. The following day, Subai took a taxi to the long-abandoned Dream Kingdom amusement park. The area was overgrown with weeds, and the carousel was rusted and exuded an eerie desolation. At the entrance of the amusement park, Subai silently recited, "System, check-in." Ding. New check-in location detected. Qing Shitang territory, abandoned amusement park. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful at Qing Shitang territory. Congratulations, the host has acquired the passive skill, Environmental Insight, God level, capable of swiftly identifying discordant and altered traces in the environment. This skill was timely. Subai entered the amusement park and activated his environmental insight ability. Instantly, the details of the world around him were magnified infinitely in his eyes. The freshness of footprints on the ground, the layers of graffiti on the walls, and even the distribution of dust in the air became traceable. He resembled a sophisticated human scanning device, leaving no corner unchecked. Meanwhile, in the municipal police office, Lin Qingxue was organizing recent security reports. Upon seeing the case file of the stubborn resident from the Binjiang Road construction site, she furrowed her brows. She was well aware of the complexities of this case and knew that the land was tied to the Black Dragon Society. Just as she contemplated how the society would employ their usual brutal tactics, her phone suddenly rang. It was a colleague from the local police station. Captain Lin, I have something strange to report. The stubborn resident from the Li family came to the station today to sign the relocation agreement. What? Lin Qingxue was taken aback. What is going on? Weren't they adamant about not moving? We aren't sure of the details either. It seems a security manager named Su from the Black Dragon Society negotiated with them. We don't know what methods he used, but he not only got the elderly couple to agree to move, but they were also quite happy about it. Oh, and that manager Sue even personally provided a generous compensation for them, claiming it was for emotional distress. The gang, doing charity? Even dipping into their own pockets for compensation? Lin Qingxue felt her worldview shaken. More importantly, the name of that Mr. Sue stirred something deep within her. What is that Mr. Sue's full name? She asked urgently. I believe it's Su Bai? Su Bai? Lin Qingxue's breath caught in her throat. She immediately pulled up the surveillance footage from the police station that had been recorded when the paperwork was completed. The video was blurry, showing only a man in casual attire with his back to the camera, conversing with the elderly couple. Although his face was obscured, the figure, the manner of walking, and the occasionally visible jawline were all too familiar. A bizarre yet powerful intuition surged within her. She inexplicably recalled the dismissed Su Bai, the most upright and exceptional officer in her heart. She could not believe Su Bai would descend into the criminal underworld, yet the appearance of this enigmatic Mr. Su was impossible for her to overlook. Curiosity and suspicion entwined her heart like creeping vines. Lin Qingxue made a decision. She would bypass the cumbersome procedures of the police department and privately conduct a thorough investigation into this mysterious Mr. Su. Meanwhile, within the abandoned amusement park, Su Bai halted before a well sealed with concrete. Under his environmental insight ability, he clearly discerned the cement sealing the well's opening. There were signs of secondary repairs around the edges, and the formula of the cement differed slightly from that of the surrounding ground. There was something amiss here. Su Bai retrieved a rebar and a hammer, and with a few strikes, he shattered the cement seal. A foul stench, mingled with the smell of decay and earth, wafted up from the well. Using his phone's flashlight, he peered inside. The well was not deep, and the bottom was filled with sludge. He found a long pole and began stirring the muck. Soon, the pole struck something solid. Enduring the stench, Su Bai carefully hooked the object up. It was a human skeleton tightly wrapped in lime. At the neck of the skeleton hung a tarnished silver pendant. Su Bai cautiously wiped away the mud, revealing two blurred, yet recognizable characters. Li Hao. Su Bai's heart sank. He quickly retreated from the amusement park and used the anonymous SIM card he had acquired to send an anonymous message to the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. At the abandoned amusement park in the west of the city, beneath a dry well, there is a corpse. It is suspected to be connected to the disappearance of Li Hao 13 years ago. Qing Shitang may be the perpetrator. After completing this, he steadied his emotions and prepared to deliver a heavy message along with a substantial sum of emotional compensation he had just withdrawn from the money he earned from Lao Gui to meet with the Li couple. He did not directly inform them that Li Hao had died. Instead, he told them that he had found Li Hao's whereabouts. But he had become entangled in some troubles and would be unable to return for the time being. This money was a gift he entrusted to deliver on his behalf. Facing the complex expressions of the elderly couple, filled with sorrow yet seemingly fulfilling a long-held wish, he felt a weight in his heart. Su Bai experienced a profound sense of inner conflict stemming from his dual identity for the first time. As a police officer, he uncovered the truth. Yet, as a member of the underworld, he fulfilled the elderly man's final wish. The intertwining of these two sentiments profoundly stirred his soul. Shortly after Su Bai departed from the Li family, a call from the enigmatic Xiao Mian, who reached Abao's mobile phone. Abao, your little brother has performed admirably, remarked Xiao Mian, who, his voice tinged with genuine astonishment for the first time. The issue of the stubborn resident was resolved flawlessly, without the need for any force, and even garnered a commendable reputation. His assessment of Su Bai had quietly transformed from that of a mere hothead to someone of unfathomable depth. Chapter 5 The Rage of the Mad Lion. Su Bai adeptly resolved the issue with the obstinate Li family without bloodshed, an act that stirred considerable excitement within the Baihu Tang. Some of the more simplistic, violence-admiring subordinates criticized him for his apparent softness, claiming he lacked the essence of a true gangster. However, the more astute members, notably a few of the hall's managers, recognized the brilliance of this newcomer, Bai Ge. To conquer without battle is indeed a far superior tactic to mere violence. The ever-approving Xiao Mian, who increasingly valued Su Bai, not only publicly commending him, but also making an exception to involve him in critical meetings concerning the core business of the hall. Su Bai's rapid ascent within the Baihu Tang was akin to a dazzling new star, yet it also became a sharp thorn in the eye of another, the Mad Lion. The leader of the Xian Wu Tang of the Heilong Hui. True to his name, the Mad Lion was a brute who glorified violence and had a fiery temper. He oversaw a majority of the gang's underground operations, including smuggling, underground boxing matches, and various unsavory gray industries. His Xin Wu Tang, in stark contrast to Xiao Mian Hu's by Hu Tang, represented the darker side of their business, leading to ongoing friction and a long-standing rivalry between the two. The Mad Lion despised Xiao Mian Hu's pretentious merchant demeanor and held contempt for Su Bai's cerebral approach. In his view, the underworld should embody its own brutal essence, fighting, seizing territory, and speaking with one's fists. The emergence of someone like Su Bai threatened to alter the very rules of the Heilong Hui. What troubled him further was that Xiao Mian, who had gained such a formidable ally in Su Bai, significantly enhancing his power and posing an imminent threat to his territory and interests. This budding menace must be nipped in the bud. During a monthly high-level meeting of the Heilong Hui, the Four Hall Masters convened alongside the confidant of the Supreme Dragon Head. As the discussion veered towards recent territorial disputes with another gang, the Mad Lion suddenly directed his ire towards Su Bai, who was attending this type of meeting for the first time. I've heard that the Bai Hu Tang has produced quite a formidable figure recently. The Mad Lion grinned, his smile devoid of warmth. But I wonder, is this Bai Gu more adept with words or with his fists? Let us not have him prattling like a scholar while we lose our grip on the streets. At his words, all eyes in the room turned towards Su Bai. A Bao's face flushed crimson, ready to leap to Su Bai's defense, but a mere glance from Su Bai restrained him. Su Bai understood that the Mad Lion was deliberately provoking him, attempting to induce a public humiliation. He remained unfazed, not even raising an eyelid. Internally, he silently invoked, System, sign in. Ding. New sign-in location detected. Heilong Hui high-level meeting room. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful at Heilong Hui high-level meeting room. Congratulations. Host has acquired the passive skill, Supreme Killing Intent. A chilling and sanguine aura, as if forged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, instantly enveloped Su Bai's presence. He slowly raised his gaze, casting a detached glance at the Mad Lion. That single glance. It bore no anger, no killing intent, only an unfathomable indifference, as if gazing upon a lifeless corpse. The terrifying killing aura, akin to tangible ice spikes, swiftly pierced through the Mad Lion's psychological defenses. The Mad Lion felt as if he were under the scrutiny of a primeval beast, every hair on his body standing on end, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. All the scornful remarks he had prepared vanished like a choked duck, leaving him utterly speechless. The temperature in the meeting room seemed to plummet several degrees. All present were individuals accustomed to the razor's edge of danger. None failed to sense the terrifying aura that Su Bai had just unleashed. Even the Supreme Dragon Head's confidant, who had been meditating with eyes closed, abruptly opened them, casting a deep look at Su Bai. Though Xiao Mian, who maintained his usual smile, the hand holding his teacup had turned slightly pale from the pressure. This single moment transformed the perception of all the powerful figures present regarding the young man. The Mad Lion, publicly humiliated, had his face turn the color of a pig's liver. Once the aura dissipated, feelings of humiliation and fury surged within him, his gaze directed at Su Bai now brimming with resentment and murderous intent. He resolved that this Su fellow must be eliminated. On another front, Lin Qingshue's investigation had made significant progress. Based on the anonymous tip provided by Su Bai, the police indeed unearthed the remains of Li Hao in a dry well at an abandoned amusement park. Following DNA analysis, the identity of the deceased was confirmed. This case, dormant for 13 years, had abruptly transformed from a missing persons case into a murder investigation, drawing widespread media attention and immense pressure on the municipal police department, which swiftly established a task force. Lin Qingxue proactively requested to join this task force. Her investigative direction was crystal clear. She did not believe that the anonymous text was a mere coincidence. She was determined to uncover the connection between the enigmatic Mr. Su and the discovered remains. Why was it that he had just persuaded the Li family, only for the body to be found shortly thereafter? The Mad Lion's retaliation was swift and ruthless. He lavishly bribed a discontented lower-ranking member within the Bai Hu Tang, who begrudged Su Bai's rapid rise. A sinister plan began to unfold quietly. That night, Su Bai received a phone call from this insider. Bai Gu, this is bad. The Qingzhou gang is causing trouble at the Royal One nightclub, and they brought a lot of people. We can barely hold them off. The voice on the other end was fraught with urgency and panic. Stay calm. Do not engage them. I'll be there shortly, Su Bai replied coolly. After hanging up, he was about to leave when suddenly, A blaring alarm echoed in his mind, akin to an air raid siren. Warning! Warning! Detected a life-threatening crisis. The ahead situation is a guaranteed death trap. Should the host enter the trap's radius, the survival rate is 0. Immediate action is required from the host. Subai's pupils constricted sharply. A guaranteed death trap? A survival rate of 0? He instantly understood that this was no mere gang disturbance, but a meticulously orchestrated assassination attempt against him. The Mad Lion had finally made his move. Chapter 6. The God of Parking Lots. The Birth of Bai Yi. Upon hearing the system's jarring alarm, Subai felt a chilling wave wash over him. A situation with a survival rate of 0? The Mad Lion truly holds me in high regard. Maintaining a facade of calm, he picked up his coat and said to his companion Bao, "Brother Bao, there seems to be a minor issue at Royal Number 1. I shall attend to it. Do you wish to bring some brothers along?" Bao, currently embracing a beautiful woman while drinking, inquired at the mention. "No need, merely a trivial matter." Subai waved his hand and turned to leave. However, once he exited the office and confirmed that no one could overhear, he immediately dialed Bao's number using a different phone. "Brother Bao, the plan has changed." Subai's tone turned extraordinarily serious. "You must gather all the trusted brothers immediately and seal off every exit of Royal Number 1, including the back door and fire escape. Remember, no one is to enter or exit." "Brother, what exactly is happening?" Bao was bewildered. "There is a mole among us, colluding with outsiders, trying to eliminate me. Do not enter the parking lot. Wait for my news outside." Subai replied succinctly. After hanging up, a cold glint flashed in Subai's eyes. He did not drive through the main entrance to the underground parking lot of Royal Number 1, but instead circled to a ventilation shaft at the side of the parking area. Prizing open the grate, he stealthily slipped inside. The moment he entered the ventilation duct, he silently intoned to the system, "Sign in." Ding. Detected host has arrived at a new sign-in location. Death Trap, underground parking lot. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful at Death Trap. Reward, special skill, thermal imaging vision, limited time of 10 minutes. A searing sensation surged into his eyes, and in the next moment, the entire world transformed before Subai's gaze. The dark parking lot morphed into a thermal world outlined in varying colors. The cold concrete pillars appeared deep blue, while the hoods of parked cars radiated an orange warmth. Vivid crimson outlines, representing human forms, materialized clearly in his field of vision. Instantly, a comprehensive three-dimensional map of enemy positions in the parking lot formed in his mind. He could clearly see that behind several supporting pillars in Area B of the parking lot, at least 40 red figures were lying in ambush, their weapons, steel knives, appearing as eerie black shapes due to the absence of heat. These individuals created a gigantic encirclement, their pockets facing the entrance of the parking lot. As soon as his vehicle entered, he would be immediately engulfed in a deadly onslaught from all sides, with no chance of escape. 40 knife wielders, quite a grand undertaking. Subai sneered coldly. To charge and head first? That would be the act of a fool. He chose not to enter the battlefield directly through the ventilation duct, but instead quietly made his way to the fire control room located in a corner of the parking lot. Observing the row of red switches on the wall, Subai smiled. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled down the main power switch for the entire parking lot. With a crack, the underground parking lot was plunged into utter darkness, where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Following this, he smashed the fire alarm and activated the automatic sprinkler system for the entire area. The ceiling erupted with cascades of icy water, and the parking lot was suddenly drenched in a torrential downpour. Darkness, water, and the shrill sound of alarms. The once prepared knife wielders were thrown into disarray, their startled cries, curses, and the sounds of collisions creating a cacophony. What happened? Did the power go out? Damn, where is this water coming from? Brother, I can't see. What do we do? Amidst this chaos, Subai stepped out from the fire control room. He donned the night vision goggles that were part of the reward from the system upon signing in, transforming into a reaper in the shadows. He activated the Berserk Fiend physique, a surge of explosive power coursing through his limbs. Like a phantom, he silently melded into the darkness and the curtain of water. One knife wielder, groping forward, suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him. Before he could turn around, a numbing sensation gripped his neck, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed. Another knife wielder, in a panic, shouted as a hand suddenly emerged from the shadows, expertly gripping his wrist and twisting violently. Crack! The agonizing pain of a dislocated joint forced a scream from him, and his steel knife fell into the water. He was subsequently struck on the back of the head and lost consciousness. Su Bai, when he took action, employed the most efficient means of incapacitating his foes: dislocating joints, striking nerve clusters, rendering them unconscious in an instant. He traversed the darkness using master-level combat skills, each strike ensuring that an enemy would silently fall. He did not kill, but his methods instilled a dread far greater than death itself. For those knife wielders, the brief, sharp cries of their companions were often the last sounds they heard before silence engulfed them, as if devoured by a monster lurking in the shadows. The terror of the unknown proved far more horrifying than the blade itself. After several minutes, the parking lot gradually fell silent, leaving only the sound of rushing water and the groans of the defeated. Over 40 knife wielders lay sprawled on the ground, none dead but all incapacitated, their bones broken and unable to continue fighting. The last remaining conscious knife wielder, leaning against a pillar, gazed in terror at the drenched figure, resembling a hellish demon, as it approached him step by step from the darkness. Frightened, he tossed his knife aside and knelt in the water, fervently bowing his head. "Please, spare me. I beg for mercy. It was the Mad Lion. It was the Mad Lion who sent us." Su Bai approached him, crouched down, and dipped his finger into the puddle at his feet, wiping it across his hand. He spoke softly, "Go back and tell your boss. Next time you wish to kill me, bring more men." With that, he turned and departed. When a bow burst through the parking lot door with a large group of brothers, resetting the power and turned on the lights, everyone was left in stunned silence at the scene before them. The entire parking lot was in disarray, water streaming everywhere. Dozens of ferocious knife wielders lay on the ground like dead dogs, writhing and groaning, amidst a scene of severed limbs. And in the center of this chaos stood Su Bai, soaked to the bone, droplets cascading from his hair, his white shirt clinging to his body, accentuating his perfectly sculpted musculature. He was methodically wiping his fingers with a handkerchief, as if he had just completed a trivial pre-meal exercise. Not a single hair harmed. Abao and his subordinates gazed at Su Bai, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. One person incapacitated dozens of armed thugs? Is this even human? This news swept through the entire Hei Long Club like a tempest. Su Bai's reputation within the gang transformed overnight from the astute Mr. Su to the cunning and ruthless Lord Bai. When the news reached the ears of the smiling tiger, who was savoring tea from his cherished purple clay teapot, his usually steady hand trembled for the first time upon hearing the report. Meanwhile, within the territory of Xuanwu Hall, the fierce lion, upon receiving his subordinate's report, smashed his favorite antique vase in a fit of rage. In his eyes, alongside the frenzied anger, there was a deeper, more profound terror. Chapter 7. A shocking revelation. The Viper is he. The confrontation in the parking lot propelled the reputation of Bai Yi to unprecedented heights within the Hei Long Hui. Su Bai firmly established his position within the Bai Hu Tang, with his prestige even subtly surpassing that of a Bao. Meanwhile, the head of the Xin Wu Tang, the Mad Lion, suffered a significant setback. After losing over 40 capable individuals, his morale was severely depleted, and he lost face in front of the higher-ups, rendering him hesitant to engage in any further underhanded schemes for the foreseeable future. The smiling tiger, on the other hand, regarded Su Bai as his trusted confidant and right-hand man. He made a decision that astonished everyone, transferring the management rights of several profitable entertainment establishments under Bai Hu Tang, including the prestigious Royal No. 1, entirely to Su Bai. This gesture was undoubtedly a monumental display of trust and reliance. Su Bai did not disappoint him. Upon assuming his new role, he refrained from making grandiose gestures typical of new officials. Instead, he applied the corporate management knowledge and meticulous investigative skills he had acquired during his time as a police officer to implement sweeping reforms in the accounting, personnel, and procurement processes of the entertainment venues. He introduced modern financial software to seal all potential avenues for corruption and revamped the reward and punishment system, significantly boosting employee morale. Remarkably, within just 1 month, the profits of these establishments doubled. Consequently, no one within Bai Hu Tang dared to utter a word against Su Bai. The smiling tiger, upon reviewing the astonishing figures on the report, beamed with delight, his eyes narrowing into slits. During the profit sharing at the end of the month, he presented Su Bai with an astonishingly generous red envelope worth 8 figures. Through his prowess, Su Bai had firmly entrenched himself within the Hei Long Hui. On this particular day, He feigned a visit to his hometown and discreetly arrived at the municipal police headquarters. Gazing at the familiar structure, he was filled with nostalgia. System, sign in. Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at the Justice Landmark. Municipal Police Headquarters. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Successfully signed in at the Municipal Police Headquarters. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the supreme skill, mastery in financial crime analysis. Once again, this skill was unrelated to violence and conflict, yet it was even more sophisticated. Subai keenly recognized that the rewards provided by the system were evolving in tandem with his rising status, subtly shifting towards higher-level confrontations. Just as he believed he could comfortably navigate his role as Bai Yi while gathering evidence against the He Long Hui, he received an urgent summons from Director Zhang Guodong via encrypted communication. It was still the abandoned dock, still the black sedan. Zhang Guodong's expression was unusually grave. Something had gone awry. He got straight to the point. Recently, a new type of drug had emerged on the market, highly deceptive in nature and extremely harmful. Several young individuals had ended up in the ICU due to overdoses. Subai's heart sank. Have we traced its origin? The source remains unknown. Zhang Guodong shook his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Subai. However, the few downstream drug dealers we apprehended have all pointed towards the He Long Hui. Impossible. Subai almost blurted out. According to the intelligence he currently possessed, the reclusive leader of the He Long Hui adhered to 3 strict rules: no involvement in arms, no engagement in politics, and no dealings in drugs. These principles were the foundation of the He Long Hui's enduring presence in the city for decades. I know you do not believe me, Zhang Guodong continued. We have investigated as well. Within the He Long Hui, only the Mad Lion engages in small-scale drug dealings behind the scenes. However, his channels and volume could not possibly support such a large-scale operation involving sophisticated new drugs. Zhang Guodong took a deep breath and assigned Subai a new task. Xiaobai, your current position is higher than any of our undercover agents. I need you to uncover the true source of this new drug at all costs. Determine who within the He Long Hui is the puppet master behind this situation. This matter transcends mere crime fighting. It pertains to the safety of our entire city. Subai felt an immense pressure. The higher he ascended within the He Long Hui, the more core matters he encountered, rendering him increasingly trapped and perilous. He began to leverage his authority in managing the entertainment venues to secretly investigate the Mad Lion's business networks and financial flows. However, after several days, the outcome mirrored Zhang Guodong's findings. While the Mad Lion was indeed unsavory, his petty dealings paled in comparison to the current new drug case. The clues seemed to have come to an impasse. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxiu's investigation unexpectedly reached a breakthrough. Through connections established by her father within the banking system, she exerted considerable effort and finally traced the bank account that had facilitated compensation for the Li family. She was shocked to discover that the source of those funds was a shell company registered in an overseas tax haven. Why would a gang's security manager utilize an offshore shell company for transactions? Lin Qingxiu's instincts as a police officer told her that something was amiss. Following the lead of this shell company, she unearthed that it not only had frequent financial interactions with several seemingly clean real estate and investment firms under the He Long Hui, but also alarmingly, had a trivial monetary connection to the account of a recently apprehended drug dealer involved in the burgeoning new drug case. Although it was merely a few $1,000s, this connection struck Lin Qingxiu's thought process like a lightning bolt. Her investigation, alongside Subai's, began to converge on the same unfathomable direction, pointing to a presence far deeper and more terrifying than the Mad Lion or the superficial operations of the entire He Long Hui. In the stillness of the night, Subai was in his luxurious apartment, sorting through the financial reports of all the enterprises under Bai Tang that the Smiling Tiger had entrusted to him. Initially, he merely intended to feign diligence while looking for any illicit dealings by the Mad Lion. Yet, as he employed his skill and mastery of financial crime analysis to scan and reorganize the vast data, he captured an exceedingly covert financial model. It represented a colossal sum amounting to tens of millions, transacted through the accounts of numerous subsidiaries over the past 6 months. The funds were meticulously fragmented into thousands of minuscule transactions under the guise of overseas investments and consulting fees. Concealed with great care and layered in deception, they ultimately flowed into the coffers of a single shell company registered abroad. The very name of that corporation sent a chill coursing through Subai's veins. It was the same entity that Lin Qingxue was currently investigating. Without hesitation, Su Bai summoned the approval records for these myriad transactions. In the column for the final approver of each transfer, he encountered the same flourish of a signature. The smiling tiger. That ever-grinning, seemingly avaricious scholar merchant. He might indeed be the most venomous and cunning serpent of them all. Chapter 8 The True Face of the Smiling Tiger. This astonishing revelation plunged Su Bai into a profound state of despair, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had always perceived the Smiling Tiger as a shrewd businessman, albeit ruthless, whose only pursuit was wealth and who adhered to the principle of not engaging in drugs. However, it now appeared that he had been utterly mistaken. The depth of this man's cunning and ambition surpassed all expectations. He might very well be the mastermind behind the new wave of narcotics. Su Bai forced himself to regain his composure. He understood that he could not afford to alert the tiger. Individuals like the Smiling Tiger were meticulous in their scheming. Should he sense suspicion, Su Bai would certainly not see the dawn of the next day. He needed to uncover more direct and irrefutable evidence. The system announced, ding. Core confidential information accessed. High-risk mission issued. Unmask the facade. Mission objective. Obtain direct evidence of Smiling Tiger's involvement in drug trafficking, witnesses, physical evidence, or audiovisual materials. Mission reward. Private armed satellite control. Basic. Limited to 24 hours. Private armed satellite. Su Bai's heart raced with exhilaration. The system had offered such a high-level reward. This signified that the adversary he was about to confront far exceeded the realm of ordinary gangs. It might even involve international crime syndicates, or even more terrifying forces. The situation was graver than he had anticipated, and he had to expedite his actions. The following day, Su Bai presented a polished performance report and sought out the Smiling Tiger to report. During their discussion about future developments, Su Bai casually remarked, "Brother Hu, with our cash flow so robust, I believe we should consider investing in some high-yield overseas projects. I recently heard about a foreign company called Chinching Zibin, which is embarking on a promising biopharmaceutical project." Chinching Zibin was indeed the name of the shell company. As Smiling Tiger brewed tea, his hand momentarily froze. Although his smile remained unchanged, Su Bai, through micro-expression psychology, precisely detected a fleeting glimmer of icy malice in the depths of his eyes. Despite lasting only a fraction of a second, Su Bai comprehended that he had aroused suspicion. The probing had concluded, the bait had been cast, and now it was merely a matter of when the fish would bite. Su Bai realized he had to secure evidence before the Smiling Tiger could take action. Utilizing his position as the general manager of the entertainment city, he soon uncovered the private club that the Smiling Tiger frequented, as well as his exclusive, never-before-opened luxury suite. He spent a considerable sum to easily bribe a cleaner responsible for maintaining that suite. One fateful night, he infiltrated the club and set up pinhole cameras and listening devices in several discreet corners of the lavish suite. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshue's investigation had also firmly locked onto the Smiling Tiger. Through technological reconnaissance, she discovered that on a fixed day each month, the Smiling Tiger met with an unidentified overseas businessman in the same suite at the private club. This timeline coincided precisely with the emergence of drugs in the market. Lin Qingxue concluded that they must be engaged in drug transactions. She immediately applied for a search warrant to conduct a surprise inspection of the club. However, her request was rejected outright by her superior, Deputy Director Wang, citing insufficient evidence and the risk of alerting the target, as well as the significant influence of the club's background. Lin Qingshue's heart sank. She sensed an invisible net protecting the Smiling Tiger from the shadows. Unwilling to concede defeat, she resolved to take risks. Since a formal search was impossible, she would personally lead a team to monitor the situation. Capturing footage of the transaction would serve as irrefutable evidence. Under the cover of a moonless, windy night, the long-awaited evening for the Smiling Tiger's next transaction with the enigmatic overseas businessman finally arrived. Su Bai sat in an inconspicuous fin not far from the club. His laptop displayed real-time surveillance footage from the suite. To his astonishment, he recognized the so-called overseas businessman. The man was the chief secretary of a prominent local financial conglomerate. Their transaction exceeded Su Bai's expectations. They were not exchanging drugs themselves, but rather an unremarkable hard drive. Through the listening device, Su Bai gleaned crucial details from their conversation. The hard drive contained the complete chemical formula for the new drugs, the production process, and a nationwide secret distribution network. The Smiling Tiger's ambition extended far beyond merely controlling the territory of the Heilong Hui. He aimed to leverage the power of the financial conglomerate to monopolize the entire city's drug market, aspiring to become the new underground drug lord and subsequently utilize the conglomerate's resources to cleanse his reputation and emerge legitimate. Such insatiable greed. Just as the transaction concluded and the financial representative handed the hard drive to the smiling tiger, Subai prepared to secure the evidence and withdraw when he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure in the surveillance footage that made his heart race. Lin Qingxue. She, accompanied by two plainclothes colleagues, was stealthily surrounding the club from 3 directions under the cover of darkness, like a leopard on the prowl. What was her intention? A frontal assault? Subai's scalp prickled with alarm. This reckless woman had no idea who was inside. The smiling tiger was always flanked by 2 elite bodyguards, and the financial representative was undoubtedly not an innocent party either. If she charged in like this, not only would she fail to secure any evidence, but she would also risk her life. Moreover, if a gunfight erupted and the police surrounded the area, he, the one monitoring the situation, would certainly not escape, and his undercover identity would be exposed on the spot. What to do? Subai found himself trapped in a precarious dilemma. He had mere minutes to navigate through the perilous chase from both sides, preserve Lin Qingxue's life, safeguard the evidence, and protect himself. Chapter 9. A dual rescue in a moment of dire urgency. Subai's mind operated at an unprecedented speed. A direct assault was futile, alerting the authorities was not an option, and notifying Lin Qingxue to retreat would only reveal his own position. In an instant, he activated the preordained Plan B. Rather than risk retrieving the installed equipment, he swiftly produced a voice modulator. Utilizing the club's internal emergency phone, he dialed the front desk. Hello. The 3rd floor. The VIP area is on fire. There's a tremendous amount of smoke. Quickly, call the fire department. Evacuate the guests. He shouted in a tone laced with sheer panic, nearly losing his voice. After hanging up, he shut his notebook and darted out of the van. However, instead of heading towards the exit, he surged against the tide of people, making his way into the club. The shrill sound of the fire alarm reverberated throughout the building. Fire! Run! Chaos erupted within the club as numerous elegantly dressed patrons screamed and jostled towards the exits. Inside the suite, both the smiling tiger and the representative of the conglomerate were taken aback. What is happening? Brother Hu, it might be an accident. We should withdraw. Their conversation came to an abrupt halt as the representative of the conglomerate hastily shoved the crucial hard drive into his pocket, preparing to escape through a secret passage with the smiling tiger. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue, who was poised to infiltrate with her team, found her plans disrupted by this sudden turn of events. Observing the throng of people spilling out like a tidal wave, she realized that the opportunity for a surprise attack had slipped away. Gritting her teeth, she commanded her subordinates to maintain order and assist in the evacuation. At that moment, Subai had reached the 3rd floor. Without any hesitation, he kicked open the door to the smiling tiger's suite. Brother Hu, Subai exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency and loyalty, shouting at the astonished smiling tiger, something's wrong. It seems the police are outside. I don't know if they're coming for us. You need to come with me. This outburst dispelled any lingering doubts the smiling tiger had about Subai. In such a critical moment, rather than seeking his own escape, he had rushed in to protect him, displaying unwavering loyalty. I'll buy. Good brother. The smiling tiger had no time to ponder further as Subai grasped his arm. Brother Hu, this way. Subai shielded the smiling tiger, deliberately steering him away from the familiar secret passage and toward an alternate fire escape. As they navigated the chaotic and congested corridor, they collided with the representative of the conglomerate, who was hastily trying to leave. Ouch! The 3 of them crashed into one another, creating a scene of utter disarray. In that fleeting moment of collision, Subai's hand moved with uncanny swiftness. Employing the pinnacle of the master-level combat technique and the lightning-fast skills honed in gambling expertise, he stealthily slipped his hand into the representative's suit pocket. In a swift motion, he extracted the hard drive containing all incriminating evidence and replaced it with an ordinary USB drive that he had prepared in advance, indistinguishable in appearance, weight, and feel. The entire operation took less than a fraction of a second. My apologies. The representative adjusted his glasses, completely oblivious to the swap, hurriedly straightening his attire as he vanished into the throng. Brother Hu, let us go? Subai urged, no longer hesitating, guiding the smiling tiger through a secluded back exit to safely evacuate the club. Once in the car, the smiling tiger, still shaken from the near escape, clapped Subai on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with gratitude and trust. "I'll buy today, you saved my life. From now on, you are my most trusted brother." While Su Bai internally scoffed, his face remained a mask of loyalty and relief. "I'm just glad you're okay, brother Hu." On the other side, Lin Qingxue watched in dismay as Su Bai recklessly shielded the smiling tiger, departing through the back door. That silhouette was unmistakable. In that moment, her heart sank entirely. To her, this was irrefutable evidence of Su Bai's descent into moral decay. Not only had he joined the gang, but he had also become a trusted confidant of the core leader, even risking his life to rescue him amidst the looming threat of the police. When the police and firefighters arrived and regained control, Lin Qingxue rushed into the suite. However, it was already deserted, leaving nothing but a toppled teacup and no useful evidence behind. A profound sense of helplessness and disappointment washed over her. A disappointment not only in her failed actions, but also in the man she had once admired, now wallowing in corruption. Upon returning to his safe house, Su Bai locked the door behind him and exhaled deeply. What a thrilling night it had been. He retrieved the scalding hard drive from his pocket, fully aware that it was both a death knell for the smiling tiger and the conglomerate behind him, as well as the most powerful stepping stone for his ascent. He connected the hard drive to a physically isolated computer, and the contents within sent shivers down his spine. Without hesitation, he made a complete copy of the core data, including transaction recordings, drug formulas, and distribution network lists, and sent it anonymously via the highest level of encryption to Director Zhang Qiudong's secret email. After completing this task, he gazed at the backup in his hand, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He intended to present this evidence in the most shocking and unique manner to the elusive leader of the Black Dragon Society. Not only did he aim to topple the smiling tiger, but he also aspired to take his place. Chapter 10. Ascending to great heights before the dragon head at the break of dawn the following day, Su Bai made an unexpected move that took everyone by surprise. He bypassed both Xiao Mianhu and Abao, opting instead to seek out Sin Shu, a lean old man and the confidant of the dragon head of the He Long Hui. He uttered a single sentence. "I possess information potent enough to overturn the entire He Long Hui and wish to meet with the dragon head." San Shu scrutinized him deeply, refraining from further inquiries, simply instructing him to wait. Half an hour later, a black Hongqi sedan whisked Su Bai away to a heavily guarded traditional Chinese mansion in the outskirts. This locale was the fabled power core of the He Long Hui, known as the Dragon Head Mansion. Within the antiquated study, Su Bai finally encountered the legendary Dragon Head, a man appearing to be over 70, clad in a Tang suit, who was resting with his eyes closed. Despite his advanced age, he exuded an aura of authority that surpassed even that of the combined might of both Kuang Shi and Xiao Mianhu. "Speak. What matter could possibly threaten the He Long Hui?" The dragon head's eyes remained shut, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable gravitas. Without hesitation, Su Bai connected a USB drive to the study's computer and hit play. "This formula can reduce our costs by half, while tripling the addictive nature of our products. The financial consortium will facilitate all connections. We need only focus on production and distribution. Once we dominate the southern market, that old fool, the Dragon Head, will have to step aside for new leadership." The edited audio of conversations between Xiao Mianhu and the financial consortium representatives resonated clearly within the tranquil study. Each statement struck like thunder. Upon hearing the last remark about the old fool, the Dragon Head's murky eyes flung open, radiating a terrifying glare. The temperature in the room plummeted to a chilling low. Colluding with outsiders, engaging in narcotics, plotting rebellion. All three cardinal prohibitions that formed the foundation of the He Long Hui had been violated by Xiao Mianhu alone, each offense carrying the death penalty. Well done, Xiao Mianhu." The dragon head's voice dripped with murderous intent, causing the air to grow thick with tension. He immediately commanded Sen Shu to issue the dragon head's decree, summoning all hall masters to an urgent assembly. An hour later, within the main hall of the He Long Hui, all high-ranking officials had gathered, including the recently arrived Xiao Mianhu, who was oblivious to the unfolding drama, and Kuang Shi, who wore a smug expression, anticipating discussions on how to deal with Su Bai. The dragon head sat stoically in the central grand chair, his countenance unreadable. "Before we commence, let us listen to something," he said, gesturing to San Shu to replay the incriminating audio in front of everyone. As his own voice emanated from the speakers, Xiao Mianhu's smile froze, morphing from shock to disbelief, and finally to a ghastly pallor. He glared intensely at Su Bai, who stood behind the dragon head, filled with venomous resentment and confusion. He could not fathom how his meticulously concealed actions had been uncovered by Su Bai, nor how the recordings had come to light. Conversely, Huang Shi, initially taken aback, was swept away by elation. He had never imagined that his greatest rival, Xiao Mianhu, would self-destruct to such a degree. With Xiao Mianhu's downfall, the territory and business of the Bai Hu Tang would surely come under his control. This is slander. This is a frame-up. Xiao Mianhu attempted a final defiance. That recording must be fabricated. It is Su Bai attempting to ruin me. Is it? Su Bai retorted with a cold smirk, stepping forward to toss a folder onto the table. Here are the complete transaction records of funds you funneled to the overseas Morningstar Capital through 17 companies under the Bai Hu Tang. These are your call logs with the financial consortium representative over the past 6 months. Additionally, here is testimony from your personal suites cleaner, confirming your monthly clandestine meetings with that representative. Each piece of evidence landed like a hammer upon Xiao Mianhu's face. These documents were the result of Su Bai's expertise in financial crime analysis and his adept tracking techniques gleaned from police records, meticulously compiled overnight into an unassailable case. The evidence was irrefutable. He could not muster a defense. Xiao Mianhu slumped in his chair, his complexion ashen. "Remove him," the dragon head coldly commanded. "Dispose of him according to the gang's regulations." Immediately, 2 burly enforcers from the law enforcement hall approached, dragging Xiao Mianhu away like a lifeless dog. Soon, a horrifying scream echoed from outside, abruptly silenced. According to the gang's rules, betraying the dragon head and engaging in narcotics resulted only in a fate of severed limbs, a severed tongue, and being cast into the river to feed the fish. The entire Heilong Hui hierarchy was left in a state of shock. All hall masters and leaders regarded the calm young man with a mixture of fear and reverence. Su Bai, who had joined the organization less than half a year ago, had toppled the powerful and entrenched Bai Hu Tang master with a thunderous force. Such tactics, such cunning, were utterly terrifying. Huang Shi stood up, unable to suppress his glee, clearing his throat, and preparing to offer his services to the dragon head, proposing to temporarily take over the Bai Hu Tang. However, the dragon head slowly spoke, his gaze sweeping across the room before finally resting on Su Bai. "A nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day, nor can a hall be leaderless for a moment. From this day forth, Su Bai, you shall be the new master of the Bai Hu Tang." Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Huang Shi's smile froze instantly, replaced by an expression of resentment, jealousy, and deep-seated apprehension. No one had anticipated that the dragon head would make such an unprecedented decision. Su Bai had ascended to great heights. He had transformed from a mere newcomer into one of the youngest, swiftly rising masters of the Heilong Hui, standing shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Huang Shi and the others. Amidst the complex gazes of all present, Su Bai calmly approached. Accepting the pure gold tiger head ring from Sanshu, a symbol of his new identity as master of the Bai Hu Tang, he slipped it onto his finger. At that very moment, his pocket vibrated subtly, an encrypted message from Director Zhang Qiudong. "Well done. But proceed with caution. We have just intercepted intelligence indicating that the financial conglomerate behind the Smiling Tiger has commenced their operations. They have dispatched an internationally renowned assassin into the country, with the objective of eliminating all those in the know. The first name on the list for silencing is none other than yours. Simultaneously, the supreme leader is not one to be trifled with. Appointing you as a hall master is merely a strategy to wield you as his sharpest blade against the raging lion and other disobedient factions. Exercise caution, for you now exist in both the realms of light and darkness, becoming the focal point of all scrutiny." Su Bai perused the information and discreetly deleted it. He clenched his fist, feeling the cold metallic texture of the tiger head ring. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. A top-tier assassin? The edge of the underworld? Intriguing. The true game has only just begun. Chapter 11. The new official takes office, establishing authority. When Su Bai returned to Jinbao Yulcheng, it was already deep into the night. Although it was nominally still under Abao's management, everyone was aware that from this day forth, this establishment, along with the entirety of Bai Hu Tang, would be under the dominion of Su. The news had spread faster than he could arrive. As he stepped into the familiar manager's office on the 3rd floor, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The vast desk, once occupied by Abao, was now devoid of any presence. Abao, the once formidable figure with a face full of flesh, stood there like a schoolboy, rigidly at the side of the desk, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. In the office, 7 or 8 individuals stood, all managers from various establishments within Baihu Tang, the true wielders of power in the organization. They all bowed their heads, none daring to meet Su Bai's gaze or utter a word. The atmosphere was stiflingly oppressive. Su Bai remained silent as he sauntered over to the leather executive chair that symbolized authority and settled into it. The chair was soft and comfortable. Leaning back, he calmly surveyed each person before him. He perceived a Bao's anxiety, the fear of a casino manager, the resentment of a nightclub boss, and glimpses of restlessness in the eyes of several individuals. The human heart is indeed a complex entity. What are you all standing around for? Afraid I might devour you? Su Bai finally spoke, his voice quiet yet resonant, striking every heart like a hammer. Bah! Bai Yi. A Bao was the quickest to react, hurriedly bowing, his voice trembling as he continued. We are here to congratulate Bai Yi on his ascension to the position of Tang Master. Congratulate. Su Bai chuckled softly. It seems you are here to probe how I, the new Tang Master, intend to deal with you relics of the past. His words struck a chord with everyone present, causing the managers to bow their heads even lower. Su Bai picked up a document from the desk, the financial ledger that had been sent by his third uncle after the fall of the Smiling Tiger. He did not scrutinize the complicated figures, but casually flipped through the pages. Wang Jingli, he suddenly called out. A middle-aged man, donned in gold-rimmed glasses and appearing quite genteel, jolted and stood up. Bai Yi, you called for me? The Jinbi Huiwang nightclub under your supervision. I have reviewed the beverage procurement records from last month, Su Bai remarked as he lightly tossed the ledger onto the desk. A bottle of whiskey priced at 800 in the market, yet your procurement price is 1,005. Just for beverages alone. You inflated the accounts by 300,000 in 1 month. Wang Jingli, your business acumen far surpasses mine. Wang Jingli's face turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his temples as his legs weakened, nearly buckling under him. He had not anticipated that the new Tang Master would delve into the accounts so swiftly and accurately right from the outset. Bai Yi, I am wronged. The supplier raised the prices. Wronged. Su Bai interrupted him, his tone remaining calm. And what of your little nephew, who just purchased a house in the southern part of the city with cash last month? Was that money also a gift from the supplier? Wang Jingli was utterly dumbfounded, collapsing to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Yi, spare me. I was momentarily foolish. I promise, I will never do it again. The office was enveloped in a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on Su Bai with terror. They understood well that every individual present had engaged in similar underhanded dealings. When the Smiling Tiger was in charge, as long as they did not overstep, he would turn a blind eye. But this new Bai Yi was different. He intended to set an example. Su Bai disregarded the kneeling Wang Jingli and turned his gaze to another individual. Li Gu, regarding the demolition team you manage. There seems to be a problem with last quarter's project funds. The man known as Li Gu instantly paled, his expression mirroring that of Wang Jingli. Su Bai systematically called out names, exposing misdeeds they believed were hidden from the world. Without shouting or slamming the table, he calmly stripped away their facades one by one, revealing their deepest secrets. The atmosphere shifted from oppressive to chillingly fearful. These individuals finally realized that this young man before them was not someone they could deceive. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, able to pierce through the hearts of all present. By the time Su Bai concluded his revelations, apart from himself and a Bao, every manager was kneeling on the ground. Bai Yi, we were wrong. Please grant us another chance. We will serve Bai Yi wholeheartedly from now on. The pleas for mercy echoed throughout the room. This was precisely the effect Su Bai sought. He required not their loyalty, but their fear. Rise, he gestured with his hand. The individuals, as if granted a reprieve, rose cautiously to their feet. I can overlook past transgressions, Su Bai stated slowly, but from today onward, I have 2 new rules. All ears perked up in anticipation. First, the monthly profits must increase by 20% from the previous figures. I care not how you achieve this. 1 month from now, I will review the reports. Those who fail to comply may leave. Second, Su Bai's gaze turned icy. Anyone who dares to manipulate the accounts henceforth will find that mere dismissal is the least of their concerns. He pointed outside at the flowing river. I will personally escort them down to keep company with the Smiling Tiger. A chill ran down the spines of all present, and they understood the gravity of his words. Do you all comprehend? Yes, we understand. They nodded vigorously, fear etched on their faces. Very well, You may disperse. Attend to your duties. Su Bai waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away flies. The managers scurried out of the suffocating office, each fleeing in haste. Soon, only Su Bai and Abao remained in the room. Abao stood there, at a loss, uncertain whether to leave or stay. He had witnessed Su Bai assert control over the unruly old guard in a mere 10 minutes, and his respect for Su Bai had reached new heights. Bao Gu, please take a seat. Su Bai gestured toward the sofa opposite him. I cannot decline, Bai Yi. You may simply call me Abao. Abao hastily waved his hand. Su Bai chuckled softly, stood up, and approached him to personally pour him a cup of tea. Brother Bao, you were my leader in the past, and from now on, you shall remain my right-hand man. Su Bai handed him the teacup. With such a vast establishment as Bai Hu Tang, I cannot manage it alone. Henceforth, I will need your assistance with the matters that transpire above board. Abao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Bai would not only refrain from suppressing him, but would instead hold him in such high regard. Trembling, he accepted the teacup with both hands, his eyes slightly reddening. Bai Di, no Bai Yi. Rest assured, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. Whoever dares to oppose you, I shall be the first to eliminate them. Abao gulped down the scalding tea in one go, speaking with fervor. Su Bai patted his shoulder, knowing that Abao was now firmly established as a valuable piece in his game. After sending Abao away, Su Bai sat alone in the spacious office, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a grave expression. Establishing authority was merely the first step. He understood well that the Zone Long Tu had placed him in the position of Tang Zhu, effectively pushing him to the brink of a volcano. The mad dog from Guangshi would undoubtedly not relent. Furthermore, that top assassin lurking in the shadows was like a venomous snake, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Not to mention, the seemingly supportive Zone Long Tu, who was, in reality, a cunning strategist. To him, Su Bai was likely nothing more than a useful blade, one that could be discarded at any time. Damn it, this life is far more thrilling than being in the police station. Su Bai cursed inwardly, and then silently recited, System, check-in. Ding. Detected that the host has arrived at the new check-in location, Bai Hui Tangzhu's office. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in. Ding. Successful check-in at Bai Hui Tangzhu's office. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the passive skill, Danger Perception Advanced. You can foresee physical dangers directed towards you in advance, with the warning time increasing as the danger level rises. A splendid acquisition. Su Bai's eyes sparkled. With the skill, that so-called top assassin would seem as transparent as if he were wielding X-ray vision, leaving no secrets hidden. He rose and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the brilliantly illuminated city below. From this day forth, he was not merely a police officer lurking in the shadows, but rather a rising figure of power within this darkness. His aim was to use this darkness to consume an even deeper abyss. Chapter 12: The Provocation of the Mad Lion. Concealed malice. The Mad Lion was seething with rage. In the territory of Xuanwu Tang, within a ruggedly decorated underground boxing gym, he kicked over a table, shattering beer bottles and fruit platters across the floor. Damn it! Why is that pretty boy allowed to be the hall master? He roared at his subordinates like an enraged lion. What is he? A newcomer who has only been here for half a year. A scheming little man who climbed the ranks through backstabbing. Inside the gym, a dozen core subordinates of Xuanwu Tang were rendered speechless, each breath taken with utmost caution. The dragon head has truly lost his senses. How could he let such a person preside over Baihu Tang? Our Black Dragon Society's reputation is in tatters because of him. The Mad Lion's fury escalated as he seized a dumbbell and smashed it against the wall, creating a large dent. A strategist with a goatee, who appeared to be more cerebral, cautiously approached. Lion brother, please calm down. Since the dragon head has made his decision, there is little we can do. However, that Su Bai, though he has become hall master, lacks a solid foundation. The elders of Baihu Tang may not necessarily follow him. Panting heavily, the Mad Lion paused and looked at his strategist. What do you mean? Lion brother, Baihu Tang is like a succulent piece of meat right now. With the smiling tiger out of the way, everyone wants a bite. That young lad, Su Bai, is too inexperienced, too naive. He has no idea how deep the waters of this underworld run. A glint of malice flashed in the strategist's eyes. We need not confront him directly. That lad is quite cunning. However, we can make things uncomfortable for him, cause him some inconvenience, and test his mettle. The Mad Lion's interest was piqued. How do we do that? The most profitable venue under Bai Hu Tang is the Royal No. 1 nightclub, which Su Bai now manages directly. The strategist lowered his voice. We could send a few brothers over, without causing a scene, just to spend money. Order the most expensive drinks, call for the most ladies, and then skip out on the bill. Skip out on the bill? Yes. Claim the drinks were counterfeit or that the service was subpar. If Su Bai sends his men to confront us, we can conveniently state that his people assaulted us, escalating the matter to the Dragon Head, claiming he, as a new hall master, cannot even manage minor issues. If he swallows his pride and does not retaliate, his authority as hall master will be utterly diminished. Who will listen to him in Bai Hu Tang after that? The Mad Lion's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He slapped his thigh. Let it be done. Arrange it immediately, and find a few clever ones. They must not engage in a brawl right away. They should learn to play dirty and claim the moral high ground. Rest assured, Lion Brother, this is my specialty. The strategist retreated with a sinister grin. That evening, at the Royal No. 1 nightclub, business continued to thrive. Su Bai did not personally oversee the operations, having entrusted the venue to a Bao. Meanwhile, he was in his office on the top floor, strategically analyzing the industrial layout of Bai Hu Tang. He was well aware that the Mad Lion would come looking for trouble, but he did not anticipate the swift arrival or the underhanded tactics employed. At 11 o'clock that night, there was a knock at the office door. A Bao stormed in, visibly furious. Boss Bai, those bastards from Xuanwu Tang are causing a ruckus in our establishment. Su Bai did not lift his gaze from the documents, calmly inquiring, how many did they bring? Did they engage in violence? Not many, just 5 or 6, and they haven't resorted to violence. A Bao huffed with indignation. But these guys are more infuriating than if they had fought. They ordered tens of thousands worth of drinks in the largest private room, and now that they're finished, they refuse to pay, claiming our drinks are counterfeit and demanding compensation. Upon hearing this, a faint smile curled at the corners of Su Bai's mouth. Indeed, this was characteristic of the Mad Lion, straightforward, brutish, and lacking in intellect. Where are our men? They're waiting outside. Brothers are itching for a fight. Just say the word, and I'll lead them in to break their legs. A Bao growled fiercely. Break their legs? Su Bai shook his head, setting down the documents. And then what? Let that mad dog, the Mad Lion, bring hundreds of men to clash with us? In the end, the Dragon Head would intervene, and we would be punished equally. The precarious balance we have just stabilized would be thrown into chaos. No matter how you calculate it, we would be at a loss. A Bao was taken aback. Then, what should we do? Just let them get away with this? Certainly not. Su Bai stood, picked up his phone from the desk, and scrolled for a number. Hello? Is this the hall master of the Mad Lion? When the call connected, Su Bai's voice was as polite as if he were chatting with an old friend. On the other end, the Mad Lion was drinking with 2 beautiful women when he received Su Bai's call. Initially taken aback, his face soon broke into a smug grin. He intentionally switched to speakerphone so his subordinates could hear. Isn't this the new hall master of Bai Hu Tang, Bai Yi? What brings you to call me? The Mad Lion's tone dripped with sarcasm. Hall Master Mad Lion. It seems a few of your brothers have had a bit too much to drink and lost their way in my establishment. They ordered quite a bit, but now they refuse to settle the bill, which is affecting my business. Su Bai's voice remained calm. The Mad Lion burst into laughter. Is that so? Impossible. My Xuanwu Tang brothers never leave debts unpaid. Perhaps your drinks were subpar, or the service displeased them. Here we go. The games of deceit begin. Su Bai thought with a silent scoff, yet he replied, I cannot say. However, they are costing me a minute of business for every minute they remain here. You are aware that I have just taken over Bai Hu Tang, and the Dragon Head is closely monitoring my performance. If this month's report does not look good, I will have a hard time explaining myself to the Dragon Head. Su Bai deliberately emphasized the words Dragon Head. The laughter from the Mad Lion abruptly ceased. Damn it, this kid is using the Dragon Head to pressure me. He understood well that Su Bai was currently favored by the Dragon Head due to his role in exposing the Smiling Tiger. If this minor incident were to impact Su Bai's performance and displease the Dragon Head, it would be a significant miscalculation for him. The Mad Lion's expression shifted between darkness and light. He had intended to vex Su Bai and instill a sense of intimidation, but he had not expected this young man to play the game so differently, avoiding confrontation and escalating the issue directly to the Dragon Head. This made him feel as if he had struck a fist against cotton, an indescribable discomfort enveloping him. Bai Yi, what do you mean by that? The tone of Guangshi turned frigid. It means nothing, Su Bai replied, his voice equally frosty. I merely wish to remind the leader of Guangxi to manage his dogs properly. Should they be allowed to bark indiscriminately and one day find themselves with broken legs, it would not reflect well on you as their master, would it? You. Quangshi suddenly stood up, trembling with rage. Su Bai's words were a blatant threat, equating his men to dogs. Su Bai did not allow him another moment to speak, abruptly severing the call. In the boxing gym, the subordinates of Xuanwu Hall regarded their leader's ashen face, fearful of even a whisper. Damn it! Quangshi smashed his phone onto the ground, shattering it into pieces. Su Bai? I curse you! He bellowed, yet felt utterly helpless. Fighting back. Su Bai would not engage. Causing a ruckus? Su Bai had decisively brought out the big guns. He felt like a fool, manipulated by that pretty boy. Get those useless fools back here. Quangshi shouted at his strategist. 5 minutes later, in the private room of Royal No. 1, the brash thugs of Xuanwu Hall received a call from their leader. On the other end was Quangshi's furious roar. Once the call ended, the group exchanged glances, their arrogance dissipating into thin air. They rose, tails between their legs, not daring to utter a word, and departed under the disdainful gazes of the White Tiger Hall members. A storm had vanished without a trace. A Bao stood beside Su Bai, dumbfounded. He finally understood the disparity between himself and Su Bai. While he was fixated on violence and resolving issues with brute force, Su Bai had, with a mere phone call and without a single soldier engaged, rendered Quangshi utterly humiliated. The difference in tactics was stark. Bai Yi, you are truly formidable. A Bao expressed his admiration sincerely. Su Bai returned to his seat, his gaze deepening. This is merely an appetizer, he murmured. A person like Quangshi, upon failing one scheme, will undoubtedly devise another. He is a madman, and we must remain vigilant against him. He understood that Quangshi's probing would not end here, and the unseen assassin was the true sword hanging overhead. He needed to swiftly transform the White Tiger Hall into his impregnable fortress. Only then would he possess the means to face the impending tempest. Chapter 13. The confusion and desperation of the policewoman's pursuit in the precinct of the Municipal Police Department. Within the confines of the Criminal Investigation Division's office, Lin Qingxue had been laboring for 3 consecutive days. Her desk was a chaotic mountain of case files. Yet, her gaze remained fixated upon a particular dossier. The photograph within the file depicted a young man clad in police uniform, his smile radiating warmth, Su Bai. The final page of the document bore a stark conclusion, printed in bold black letters: disregarding discipline, defying superiors, causing adverse effects, hence, dismissal from the police force. Dismissal. Lin Qingxue's fingertips lightly brushed over those 2 chilling words. However, her mind uncontrollably conjured a different image, a scene depicting Su Bai at the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society, calmly accepting the tiger head ring that symbolized his status as the representative of the White Tiger Hall. Amidst the presence of various formidable leaders, one was a righteous police officer, and the other, a powerful gang lord. How could such diametrically opposed identities coexist within a single individual? Lin Qingxue's heart was in turmoil. She could not fathom that the Su Bai, who had once sprinted barefoot for 3 streets to apprehend a petty thief during their time at the police academy, would willingly descend into depravity. Yet, the stark reality lay before her. He had joined the Black Dragon Society, becoming a trusted confidant of the Smiling Tiger. He had rescued the Smiling Tiger under the very circumstances where the police might have surrounded them. Now, he had ascended to become the new hall leader, stepping atop the corpse of the Smiling Tiger. Each revelation pierced Lin Qingxue's heart like a thorn. Qingxue still at work? A voice interrupted her reverie. It was her colleague, Zhang Hao, who had accompanied her on assignments. Yes, just reviewing some files, Lin Qingxue replied, forcing a smile as she closed Su Bai's dossier. Still thinking about Su Bai? Zhang Hao sighed as he took a seat across from her. Let it go. Everyone has their own aspirations. The path he chose is irreversible. We are police officers. He is part of the underworld. Since the day he was dismissed, we have become inhabitants of 2 separate worlds. 2 separate worlds. Lin Qingxue felt another sharp pang in her heart. But don't you find it strange? She could not help but interject. On the night the Smiling Tiger fell, the fire was too suspicious. It ignited neither too early nor too late, but precisely when we were preparing to act. Moreover, Su Bai rushed in to save him, appearing utterly loyal. Yet why was it that immediately after he rescued the Smiling Tiger, the latter was disposed of by the dragon head? All of this seemed to suggest. What does it suggest? It suggests a meticulously orchestrated play. Lin Qingxue articulated her suspicions. A grand performance that ensnared us, the Smiling Tiger, and indeed everyone within the Black Dragon Society. And the director of this play is none other than Su Bai. Zhang Hao was taken aback, looking at Lin Qingxue, pondering whether her extended hours at work had clouded her judgment. Qingxue, your theory is rather audacious. Su Bai? Does he possess such capabilities? How long has he been with the Black Dragon Society? Even if he were exceptionally clever, it would be implausible for him to topple a cunning fox like the Smiling Tiger in such a brief period. Moreover, where would he procure the evidence? The case against the Smiling Tiger is founded on his possession of illicit drugs and intentions of rebellion. Evidence. Lin Qingxue murmured to herself. Indeed, evidence. How did Su Bai obtain that damning evidence? Suddenly, she recalled another case, the remains discovered in the abandoned amusement park's dry well. The mysterious anonymous message had accurately pinpointed the body's location and hinted at possible connections to the Qingxi Hall. Prior to that, it was Su Bai who had resolved the issue with the Li family using a civilized approach. Could there truly be no correlation between these two incidents? One enigma after another wove a grand web, ensnaring Su Bai at its center, leaving Lin Qingxue bewildered and in the dark. No, something is definitely amiss. Lin Qingxue abruptly stood up. I must reopen the investigation, starting with the Smiling Tiger case. I will ascertain the origin of the recording and financial evidence that led to his downfall. She refused to believe that such evidence had manifested from thin air. If she could trace back to the source, perhaps she could unveil all the secrets surrounding Su Bai. Qingxue, calm down. Zhang Hao grasped her arm. The Smiling Tiger case has been resolved. It's an internal purge within the Black Dragon Society. Our police force had no involvement. If you pursue this now, it would be unjustified, and Deputy Director Wang will not approve. At the mention of Deputy Director Wang, Lin Qingxue's expression darkened. She was acutely aware of Wang's long-standing bias against Su Bai. He had presided over the hearing that led to Su Bai's dismissal. Now that Su Bai had fallen, it was likely that Wang relished in it. To seek a retrial would be akin to chasing a fool's dream. If the formal procedures are unfeasible, I shall investigate independently. Lin Qingxue's stubbornness flared. I refused to believe he could orchestrate everything flawlessly. In the ensuing days, Lin Qingxue embarked on her clandestine investigation. She leveraged her position to access all surveillance footage from the vicinity of the club on the night of the incident involving the Smiling Tiger. Frame by frame, she scrutinized every suspicious figure, leaving no stone unturned. She even visited the club under the pretense of a fire safety inspection to re-examine the scene. Additionally, she tracked down the bank that had processed the compensation for the Li family, attempting to trace the source of those funds. Yet, her efforts yielded nothing. Su Bai had executed his plans with meticulous precision. In the surveillance footage, he appeared merely as a loyal aide. At the club, aside from the remnants of the fire, nothing else remained. The funds originated from an offshore shell company, rendering them utterly untraceable. The investigation had reached an impasse. Lin Qingxue felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. That evening, utterly exhausted, she returned home and opened a drawer in search of pain relief medication. Instead, her fingers brushed against a cold, hard object. It was a small photo frame. Inside was a picture of her and Su Bai at their police academy graduation ceremony. In the photograph, she donned her police uniform, exuding confidence with a proud smile. Beside her, Su Bai, equally attired, stood tall and straight, his smile brighter than the midday sun. At that moment, both were filled with hopes for the future. They believed they would become the finest police officers, fighting side by side for the light and justice of this city for the rest of their lives. Yet now, Lin Qingxue gazed at the photograph depicting Su Bai, whose radiant smile once lit up the image. In stark contrast stood the present-day underworld lord, shrouded in darkness, his eyes cold and unfamiliar. The immense disparity gripped her heart, as if ensnared by an invisible hand, rendering her breathless with pain. Tears could no longer be contained, cascading down her cheeks and splattering onto the glass of the frame, obscuring the once familiar visage. Su Bai, who exactly are you? She covered her face, crouching on the ground, for the first time harboring profound doubts about her own resolve, questioning the stark duality of this world. Unbeknownst to her, while she grappled with anguish and confusion in her quest for the truth, the very person she sought was also traversing the abyss, utterly alone. Chapter 14: The Director's Chess Game. Undercurrents. Surging City Public Security Bureau, Director's Office. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and the entire building was illuminated only by this solitary window. Zhang Guodong stood before the window, holding a cigarette that had burned halfway down. The ash had accumulated significantly, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze was directed towards the distant area, enveloped in neon lights, which was the territory of Bai Hu Tang. There lay the most crucial and perilous chess piece he had personally set in motion. The computer screen on the desk still glowed, displaying a recently received document that had undergone triple encryption. The document was small, yet its contents had the potential to unleash a seismic upheaval throughout the city. The complete chemical formula of a new type of drug, the production process, and a list of a clandestine distribution network spread across the nation. It even contained partial evidence implicating the financial conglomerate behind the Smiling Tiger. These elements were akin to powerful explosives, causing even the seasoned veteran Zhang Guodong to feel his heart race with trepidation. He understood that this was the answer sheet submitted by Su Bai, a flawless, exceeding expectations answer sheet. Su Bai not only uncovered the source of the drugs, but also dismantled a gang leader in the process, ascending to a position of unprecedented height. Zhang Guodong felt a sense of pride, yet more heavily, a weighty concern. He was acutely aware of the perilous position Su Bai occupied at this moment. The taller the tree, the harder it falls. Su Bai was now that conspicuous tree, with countless eyes from both the underworld and the law fixed upon him. He walked like a tightrope walker on the edge of a precipice, with an abyss below. A moment's misstep could lead to his demise. "You've gone too far, kid." Zhang Guodong extinguished the cigarette and murmured to himself. He picked up the internal phone on the desk and dialed a number. "Laoli, come to my office." A few minutes later, a man in his 50s, with graying hair and an unremarkable appearance, entered. He was the veteran head of the Technical Investigation Department at the Bureau and one of Zhang Guodong's most trusted confidants. "Director, you called me at this late hour? Is there an urgent matter?" "A matter of utmost importance." Zhang Guodong gestured towards the computer. "You will personally take a team to verify the information contained within this. Utilize our highest level of authority and the most reliable personnel. Remember, only verify its authenticity, do not trace its origin. Externally, state that it is intelligence disseminated through special channels from higher authorities. This matter must remain between you and me, without a third party knowing." Laoli, seeing Zhang Guodong's serious demeanor, nodded gravely. Understanding the severity of the situation, "I comprehend." Furthermore, Zhang Guodong added, "Keep a close watch on all recent incoming personnel, particularly those with ambiguous identities or backgrounds as mercenaries or assassins. Should any suspicious targets arise, monitor them 24 hours a day, but do not alert them." "Assassins?" Laoli was taken aback. "Indeed." Zhang Guodong offered no further explanation. "Go and act swiftly." After dismissing Laoli, Zhang Guodong wearily rubbed his temples. There was little more he could do for Su Bai than this. He could only assist in managing these earth-shattering pieces of evidence, transforming them into ammunition against their foes. Simultaneously, he would discreetly watch over the potential threat that could strike from abroad. The remaining path was one Su Bai must navigate alone. The following morning, during the routine meeting at the Bureau, Deputy Director Wang Jinhua, who had previously advocated for Su Bai's dismissal, wore a beaming smile. "Comrades, I have heard something quite intriguing." Wang Jinhua cleared his throat and remarked with a sardonic tone, "Our former genius in the police force, Su Bai. Do you all remember him? He has now become the leader of the Bai Hu Tang of the Hailonghui. Truly a prodigy, with a bright future ahead." Many in the meeting room displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Wang Jinhua's gaze was intentionally directed towards Zhang Guodong, seated at the head of the table. "Director Zhang, look, you once expressed regret over his dismissal. It now appears that our decision to expel him was indeed correct. Such a troublemaker should have been removed from our ranks sooner. Otherwise, who knows if he might have turned into a termite within our police force." His remarks were laced with barbs, clearly aimed at Zhang Guodong. Everyone was aware that Su Bai was Zhang Guodong's protege, the young man he held in high regard. Now that Su Bai had fallen, the one most delighted was undoubtedly Wang Jinhua, Zhang Guodong's longtime rival. He sought to publicly humiliate Zhang Guodong. However, there was no expression on Zhang Guodong's face. He appeared to have not heard Wang Jinhua's words, leisurely lifting his thermos. Unscrewing the lid, he blew gently on the goji berries floating atop. Taking a delicate sip, "Has Director Wang finished speaking?" Zhang Guodong placed the cup down and inquired calmly. Wang Jinhua felt as though he had struck a blow into cotton, caught in an uncomfortable position. "I have concluded. I merely wish to remind everyone to be vigilant in future recruitment. We must not allow just anyone into our police force." "Indeed, Director Wang speaks truthfully." Zhang Guodong nodded, indicating that future personnel matters would require more of Wang Jinhua's attention. He paused, then shifted the topic. Now, let us discuss the recent cases of new types of drug offenses. We have obtained reliable intelligence revealing a colossal drug manufacturing and trafficking network linked to overseas financial conglomerates that has surfaced. I have decided to establish a special task force, which I will personally lead, to eradicate this malignant tumor in the shortest time possible. Upon this declaration, the room fell into stunned silence. The triumphant smile on Wang Jinhua's face instantly froze. He had not anticipated that Zhang Guodong held such a trump card. If this major case were to be solved, it would be an immense achievement. At that point, Zhang Guodong's position in the city would be even more solidified, leaving Wang Jinhua with nothing to counter him. As Wang Jinhua observed Zhang Guodong's calm demeanor, as if everything were within his grasp, a chill crept into his heart for the first time. He felt as if he had overlooked something significant. The downfall of Su Bai, the collapse of the Smiling Tiger, the breakthrough in the new drug case. These seemingly unrelated events appear to be orchestrated by an invisible hand, subtly maneuvering the pieces on the chessboard. But who is the player behind this game? Wang Jinhua's gaze once again settled upon the tranquil face of Zhang Guodong. Little did he know that the true chess master was, at this very moment, confronting a genuine life-and-death match in a shadowy realm. Chapter 15: The Death List. The assassin emerges after Su Bai ascended to the position of the Lord of the Baihu Tang. He did not indulge in the ostentation and exhilaration of power as the Mad Lion had envisioned. Instead, he adopted an even more subdued demeanor. Apart from essential meetings, he seldom made public appearances. Most of his time was spent in the office atop Royal One or in his luxurious apartment in the city center. Fortified like a military stronghold, he was consolidating the power of the Baihu Tang while waiting for the Mad Lion's next move and, more importantly, for the specter from abroad. He instructed Bao to utilize all the connections and informants of the Baihu Tang to gather information on all suspicious individuals who had recently entered the city. 3 days later, a thin dossier was placed on Su Bai's desk. The document contained no photographs or names. Only a code name, Guiying. Male, nationality unknown, age between 30 and 40. It was rumored that he had served in the most elite mercenary unit in the Middle East and, upon retiring, became a professional assassin. His record: in 5 years, he had taken on 23 contracts, with no target surviving. His assassination methods were clean and efficient, leaving no traces, like a specter, coming without a sound and departing without a trace. At the end of the dossier was a succinct evaluation: S-class dangerous individual, extremely lethal. Guiying. Su Bai contemplated the code name, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. He understood that this was the individual sent by the conglomerate to take his life. In the past, facing such a level of professional killer, Su Bai would have been utterly unaware of how he might perish. But now he possessed danger sense advanced. This skill was his greatest trump card against Guiying. He feared not the assassin's approach, but rather the silence of an unseen enemy. An invisible foe is far more terrifying than one that can be seen. He had to lure this hidden serpent out of the shadows. Thus, Su Bai made a decision that baffled Bao and the others. He began to alter his previously monotonous routine, becoming more conspicuous. Each day at 5 in the afternoon, he would drive his ostentatious red Ferrari to a bustling outdoor cafe in the city center. He would always occupy the same window-side seat, order the most ordinary latte, and then pull out a financial newspaper, reading it for a whole hour. This act was akin to transforming himself into a live target, clearly signaling to all, "I am here, come and kill me." Bao was in a state of frantic distress, urging him repeatedly, "Master Bai, what are you doing? This is far too dangerous. It's a crowded place. What if someone takes a shot at you?" "Fear not. He will not use a gun," Su Bai replied confidently. A top-tier assassin has his pride. He would choose the method he deemed most artistic, most elegant, and least likely to fail. For instance, poisoning my coffee, or using an invisible poison needle. Su Bai was wagering on the assassin's arrogance. He envisioned himself as bait, with the entire cafe serving as his fishing ground. The first day passed uneventfully. The second day was similarly calm. On the third day, at 5 in the afternoon, Su Bai appeared at the cafe as usual. He had just settled in and ordered his coffee when the danger sense skill finally reacted. A faint yet distinctly sharp sensation pricked at the back of his neck, akin to being lightly bitten by a cold ant. He has arrived. Su Bai's heart quickened, though his expression remained unchanged. He leisurely unfolded the newspaper, concealing most of his face. His eyes, however, darted through the gaps in the newspaper, scanning every individual around him like a hawk. The waiter? No, too steady in his breathing. The couple at the next table? No, their affectionate gazes betrayed no pretense. At that moment, a man entered through the cafe door. He wore an utterly ordinary gray jacket of average height and had an unremarkable appearance, one that would vanish into a crowd without a trace. He walked directly to an empty table near Su Bai and sat down, ordering an Americano. Throughout the encounter, he did not cast a glance at Su Bai. Yet, in that instant, the prickling sensation at Su Bai's neck intensified several-fold. It was him, Guiying. Su Bai's heart raced involuntarily. This man's aura was concealed remarkably well. Had it not been for the system's skill, he would have been utterly oblivious to the fact that he was face-to-face with a battle-hardened elite assassin. He exuded no murderous intent, appearing just like an ordinary office worker enjoying afternoon tea. Su Bai forced himself to remain calm, his mind racing. How would he make his move? Poison? Impossible. He had already ensured that no one could touch his cup. A poison needle? Possible. Utilizing the crowd as cover. In the brief moment of passing, with a fine needle laced with deadly toxins. While pretending to read the newspaper, Su Bai keenly observed every subtle movement of Guiying from the corner of his eye. He noted the assassin's hand lifting the coffee cup, steady as a rock, without a trace of tremor. His fingers were long, and his nails well-groomed. But the areas around his knuckles bore invisible calluses, marks left from years of wielding daggers and firearms. Time ticked by. The cafe grew increasingly crowded and noisy. Guiying remained motionless, quietly savoring his coffee as if he were merely an ordinary patron. The more he remained that way, the higher Su Bai's vigilance soared. He awaited an opportunity, a perfect, lethal chance. As Su Bai finished his latte and glanced at his watch, he realized the moment was nearing. He understood that today, he would not be attacked here. The crowd was too dense, and the variables too numerous, inconsistent with the modus operandi of a top-tier assassin. His presence today was merely for observation, to confirm his target. Su Bai stood, placed a 100 yuan bill under his cup, and then picked up the newspaper, preparing to leave. He did not choose to take a detour, but instead walked straight towards the entrance. His path inevitably leading him past the table of Guiying. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He drew ever closer to that table. The prickling sensation at the back of his neck intensified, morphing into a burning feeling. He could sense that seemingly casual gaze scanning him from head to toe, akin to infrared rays. Just as Su Bai brushed past him, their distance shrinking to less than half a meter, Su Bai halted his steps. Without turning back, he spoke in a tone only the two could hear, softly remarking, "The coffee here is rather mediocre. A new cafe has opened across the street, reputed to offer a taste that transports one to paradise. Perhaps you should give it a try when you have the chance." With that, he made no further delay and exited the cafe through the grand door. Behind him, Guiying's hand, which had been stirring coffee with a spoon, abruptly froze midair. The dark liquid in the cup rippled in concentric circles. For the first time, a look of shock and disbelief crossed his face. He had been discovered. His carefully crafted disguise had been effortlessly penetrated by his target. Moreover, the other party had audaciously issued a challenge in such a manner. Guiying slowly set down the coffee cup, a glimmer of cold, furious light flashing in his eyes. He raised his head gradually, gazing out at Su Bai's departing silhouette, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc intriguing. This mission was beginning to take on an intriguing turn. Chapter 16. Confrontation at the Cafe, a silent game of strategy the following afternoon. At the same time, and in the same location, Su Bai once again occupied the window seat at the outdoor cafe. He resembled a compulsive office worker, unwaveringly replicating his actions from the previous day. Sunlight streamed through the expansive glass windows, bathing him in warmth and rendering him seemingly harmless. He was acutely aware that his words from yesterday had thoroughly infuriated Guiying. For a top-tier assassin, the greatest asset lay in the aura of mystery cloaked in darkness. However, Su Bai had audaciously torn away that veil, dragging him into the glaring light. This was an immense humiliation for Guiying. He would undoubtedly arrive today, and he would respond to Su Bai's provocation with an even more oppressive demeanor. Su Bai unfolded his newspaper, yet his gaze subtly traversed the edges of the paper, silently observing his surroundings. He was in a state of anticipation. 5 minutes later, the cafe door swung open. Guiying stepped inside, still clad in his inconspicuous gray jacket. However, today he chose not to sit at a distance. Instead, he approached Su Bai directly, pulling out the chair across from him and taking a seat. A raw confrontation ensued. The surrounding patrons and servers merely cast curious glances at the two unfamiliar men sharing a table, finding nothing amiss. Yet, in Subai's perception, the very air of the cafe seemed to crystallize at that moment. He could distinctly sense a chilling, concentrated aura of murderous intent emanating from the man across from him, enveloping him like an invisible net. The sensation of danger at the nape of his neck had transformed from a prickling discomfort to an incessant burning feeling. The system was frantically alerting him. "Waiter, an Americano, please." Gue Ying's voice remained flat, devoid of any emotion, as though he were ordering the most mundane beverage. Subai did not lift his gaze, continuing to scrutinize his newspaper, as if the figure seated across from him were merely a wisp of air. He understood that the psychological duel had commenced. The one to reveal a crack first would forfeit their momentum. The waiter promptly delivered the coffee. Gue Ying took a small spoon, leisurely stirring the dark liquid in his cup, methodically, round after round. The clinking of the spoon against the porcelain cup produced a crisp, rhythmic sound. In the bustling cafe, this noise should not have drawn attention. Yet, at that moment, to Subai's ears, it resembled the countdown of the Grim Reaper's stopwatch, each chime striking at his nerves. Subai turned a page of the newspaper, producing a soft rustle. He responded to the pressure with this subtle act. Time seemed to slow. Subai could even discern the minutest pores on the man's face across from him, could hear his unnaturally steady breathing. He was analyzing, scrutinizing every movement, every glance, attempting to uncover his method of attack. Under the table? Impossible. The proximity was too close. Should a mishap occur, they would instantly be embroiled in a struggle, which contradicted the assassin's code. Utilizing the waiter? Unlikely. He would not entrust his assassination to any uncontrollable third party. Thus, only one possibility remained, a means so unfathomable that even Subai could not fully comprehend it. At this moment, Gue Ying ceased stirring. He lifted the cup to his lips, took a sip, and then fixed his gaze upon Subai, finally uttering his first words. "Is the newspaper interesting?" Subai finally raised his head, neatly folding the newspaper and setting it aside. He met Gue Ying's gaze, which held no emotions, resembling the depths of an abyss. "It's all right," Subai replied with a smile. "Today's headline is rather dull." "Oh." The corners of Gue Ying's mouth curled slightly. What sort of headline would be considered intriguing? For instance, Subai leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. "An internationally renowned assassin meeting an untimely demise due to a cup of coffee while on a mission. Do you think that news would be explosive enough?" Gue Ying's pupils constricted sharply. The hand gripping the coffee cup turned slightly pale from the force of his grip. What was Subai implying? How could he possibly know? A profound smile spread across Subai's face. He extended a finger, pointing at the Americano before Gue Ying. "Aren't you curious why today's coffee is a tad more bitter than yesterday's?" Gue Ying's heart plummeted. He abruptly lowered his gaze to his cup of coffee. The dark liquid appeared entirely unremarkable. However, an unprecedented wave of terror engulfed him like a rising tide. Impossible. He had monitored the coffee's preparation from start to finish. No one had the opportunity to poison it. He himself would never consider such an act. Could it be? A thought so absurd, even he found it hard to believe surfaced in his mind. Could Subai, right under his nose, have poisoned this cup of coffee in a manner he could not possibly comprehend? How could that be possible? "You." Gue Ying's voice quivered for the first time, betraying a hint of fear. "Don't be anxious." Subai reclined against the back of his chair, hands interlaced, exuding an air of calm. "The toxin is not potent. It acts slowly. I would estimate you have about 10 minutes left. Enough time for you to deliver your last words or inform me of your employer's identity. 10 minutes. Gue Ying felt as though his heart was gripped by an icy hand. He began to sense that his breathing was genuinely becoming labored, and a faint cramp coursed through his abdomen. Was the poison taking effect? Or was it merely a psychological reaction? He could not discern. As an assassin, he had never felt death so close at hand. And the harbinger of his demise was not a blade or a bullet, but a cup of coffee he had ordered and watched being served to him. This uncertainty, this strangeness, utterly dismantled the pride and confidence he had as a premier assassin. He stared at the young man across from him, who wore a smile as if everything was within his control, and for the first time, genuine fear flickered in his eyes. Chapter 17. The Intricacies of the Game. Who is the prey? Fear is an emotion that can be contagious, especially in life and death situations. The expression on Gue Ying's perpetually stoic face finally showed signs of cracking. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. He attempted to rise, yet his limbs felt weak. The cramping pain in his abdomen seemed to intensify. "What is your decision?" Su Bai's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in his ear. "Will you tell me the name of your employer, and I shall provide you with the antidote? Or will you succumb to an ambiguous death here, becoming mere fodder for tomorrow's headlines?" Gu Ying fixed his gaze on Su Bai, desperately searching for even the slightest hint of vulnerability in his demeanor. Yet there was none. Su Bai's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, his eyes glimmering with the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse, infused with absolute confidence. With each passing moment, Gu Ying's heart sank deeper. He could not afford to gamble. He did not wish to die, and certainly not in such a suffocating and bizarre manner. "It is the board of directors of Qinxing Zibin." He finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse, as if forced from his throat. "They contacted me through an intermediary at a Swiss bank, tasking me with eliminating anyone aware of the dealings behind the Smiling Tiger. You are the first on the list." Qinxing Zibin. It was indeed them. A cold smirk crept across Su Bai's mind, precisely as he had anticipated. "Excellent." He nodded, clearly satisfied with the response. "The antidote." The glimmer of survival filled Gu Ying's eyes. "Antidote?" Su Bai chuckled, his laughter tinged with cruelty. "When did I ever say there was an antidote? You." Gu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with rage and despair. "Oh, and one more thing I forgot to mention." Su Bai rose, looking down at him from his elevated position, speaking languidly. "There is no poison in your coffee." With that, Su Bai turned and departed, leaving Gu Ying sitting there, bewildered. No poison. Gu Ying was stunned. The cramping in his abdomen, his rapid breathing, his weakening limbs. Could it all be a psychological trick? He had been deceived. This young man had utterly dismantled him, using the simplest, yet most unfathomable psychological warfare. His once proud killer instinct felt as fragile as paper before this man. Humiliation, an unprecedented sense of disgrace shattered Gu Ying's rationality in an instant. He leaped to his feet, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied, murderous intent. He would kill Su Bai, no matter the cost. However, as he burst out of the cafe, where was Su Bai on the street? Su Bai had not strayed far. He had anticipated that Gu Ying, upon realizing the truth, would be consumed by rage and lose his composure. A deranged assassin is no different from a headless fly. Su Bai slipped into a narrow alleyway around the corner, quickly donning a pre-prepared hoodie. With a mask and baseball cap, he transformed his appearance completely. Then, he entered the bustling city's largest shopping center across the street. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he strolled leisurely through the mall like an ordinary visitor. He knew Gu Ying would undoubtedly pursue him. The roles had shifted. He was now the hunter, while Gu Ying had become the prey. Ascending the escalator to the 5th floor of the shopping center, Su Bai found himself in the dining area, teeming with patrons searching for seats and bustling waitstaff. He chose a corner with a clear view, ordered a glass of juice, and sat quietly. Environmental insight activated. The dynamics of the entire shopping center transformed in his eyes into a three-dimensional map composed of countless streams of data. The movement trajectories of each individual, the angles of every surveillance camera, were vividly clear in his mind. Moments later, a gray figure appeared at the entrance of the first-floor lobby. Gu Ying. He moved through the crowd like an agitated beast, his hawk-like eyes scanning every corner frantically, attempting to catch a glimpse of Su Bai. Yet disappointment awaited him. Watching the frantic figure below, Su Bai's lips curled into a cold smile. He picked up his phone and dialed a number that was not stored in his contacts. "Brother Bao, is everything ready as you prepared?" "Rest assured, Bai Yi. Everything has been arranged just as you instructed," came the excited voice of a Bao from the other end of the line. "Excellent. Let him begin." Hanging up the phone, Su Bai leisurely sipped his juice. The show was about to commence. Meanwhile, at the city police station, Lin Qingxue was frowning over a chaotic array of clues. Her secret investigation had yielded no progress. Su Bai was akin to a specter. No matter from which direction she pursued him, she would invariably hit an invisible wall. She felt trapped in a vast maze, with Su Bai at its center, mocking her helplessness. Suddenly, the phone on her desk rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Qingxue hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hello, who is this?" A processed voice, indistinguishable in gender, emerged from the other end. "Do you wish to uncover Su Bai's secret?" Her heart raced. She immediately straightened her posture. "Who are you?" "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that I know you have been investigating him." The electronic voice continued. "At 4 o'clock this afternoon, in the Times Shopping Center, 5th floor, locker A17, there lies the answer you seek." Beep, beep, Beep. The call ended. Lin Qingxue remained frozen, clutching her phone. Was it a trap? Or perhaps, an opportunity? Who was this mysterious individual? Why were they assisting her? Countless questions swirled in her mind. Yet ultimately, her thirst for the truth triumphed over all doubt. She glanced at the clock on the wall. It was now 3:30. Grabbing her coat, she dashed out of her office. Regardless of whether it was a trap, she had to take a look. She remained oblivious to the fact that she was about to step onto a stage meticulously set by Su Bai, crafted not only for her, but also for the assassin. In this grand performance, she would play the most pivotal and unforeseen role. As Lin Qingxue drove towards the shopping center, the Spectre, frantically searching for Su Bai within the mall, received a phone call. The number was unfamiliar, and the voice was processed electronically. Your target is at locker A17 on the 5th floor. Something has been placed there. He will arrive to retrieve it at 4 o'clock. The Spectre's eyes gleamed with excitement. He immediately dashed towards the elevator. At last, the prey had revealed a hint of its presence. He intended to lay a trap there, creating an unforgettable surprise for Su Bai. On the 5th floor, in the bustling dining area, Su Bai observed the surveillance footage showing Lin Qingxue and the Spectre approaching the same location from different directions. A sly smile gradually crept across his lips. The actors were all in position. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting for the curtain to rise. Chapter 18: An Unexpected Assistance. The policewoman's decision at 3:55 in the afternoon. Inside the Times shopping center on the 5th floor, Lin Qingxue stood before a row of lockers, her emotions in turmoil. Her gaze fell upon locker A17, its door securely locked, revealing no signs of irregularity. Who had made that mysterious phone call? What could the answer be? She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure. As a criminal police officer, she needed to remain vigilant at all times. Instead of approaching immediately, she stepped back a few paces, leaning against a pillar. Pretending to be engrossed in her phone, she discreetly observed her surroundings. The crowd was overwhelming. The area was filled with bustling diners, their chatter and laughter deafening. In such an environment, if danger were to arise, it would be difficult to detect it promptly. At that moment, a man's figure caught her attention. He wore a gray jacket and had an unremarkable appearance. Yet, he stood in a corner not far from the lockers, his body tense and his sharp eyes scanning the vicinity. He did not seem to be waiting for a friend. Rather, he resembled a poised leopard, awaiting its prey. Lin Qingxue's professional instincts triggered a sense of unease within her. This man was suspicious. Almost simultaneously, she spotted another familiar figure, Su Bai. He had changed into a casual hoodie, wearing a baseball cap, and was slowly making his way toward the lockers, head bowed. Lin Qingxue's heart raced, her pulse quickening. Suddenly, all the clues connected in her mind. The mysterious call, the locker, the suspicious man in gray, and Su Bai, who was unknowingly walking into a trap. This was not merely a personal answer. It was a lethal ambush directed at Su Bai. The man in gray was an assassin, and the person who had called her, their intent was not to assist her, but to ensure she witnessed Su Bai's murder. Realizing this, Lin Qingxue felt a cold sweat drench her back. She had no time to ponder. Instinct drove her to rush forward and warn Su Bai. However, reason intervened at the last moment, holding her back. No, if she rushed out now, she would not only expose herself, but might also provoke the assassin into acting prematurely. What to do? Call the police? It was too late. By the time her colleagues arrived, it would be too late. Lin Qingxue's mind raced as she watched Su Bai, oblivious to the danger, draw closer to the locker. The assassin had already stealthily slipped his hand into his pocket. Lin Qingxue's pupils dilated. There was no time to hesitate. She made a bold, albeit reckless, decision. She burst forth from behind the pillar. But instead of charging towards Su Bai, she collided with the gray-clad man like a clumsy shopper. To enhance the illusion, she even splashed her freshly purchased cup of ice-cold cola all over him. The cola cascaded down, soaking the man from head to toe. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Lin Qingxue exclaimed dramatically, her face a mask of panic and apology. This unexpected scene drew the attention of everyone around. The assassin was momentarily stunned. He had just locked onto Su Bai, calculating the optimal moment and angle for his strike. He was confident he could deliver a fatal blow with the poison dart concealed in his sleeve during a fleeting encounter. But now, everything was ruined. He had been unexpectedly tackled by an unknown woman, drenched in sticky beverage. His meticulously planned assassination had devolved into a farcical spectacle. Rage surged within him, threatening to consume his rationality. Yet, He could not afford to lose control. He could only watch helplessly as his target approached the lockers, oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Subai halted. Instead of examining the locker, he turned around to face the commotion. His gaze, cutting through Lin Qingshua's frantic apologies, landed on the disheveled assassin with a look of contempt. A smile crept across Subai's face as he silently mouthed the words, "Fool." The assassin's eyes blazed with fury. He understood now. The woman was part of Subai's scheme. Everything had been orchestrated by Subai. He was being toyed with. Enraged and blinded by fury, the assassin could no longer maintain his disguise. He shoved Lin Qingxue aside and charged towards Subai like a rampaging bull. "Watch out!" Lin Qingxue cried out in alarm. However, Subai seemed to have anticipated this, moving forward instead of retreating. Just as the assassin lunged at him, Subai suddenly slipped, lowering his body at an awkward angle and diving into the assassin's embrace. Simultaneously, his elbow struck the assassin's ribs with the force of a cannonball. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The assassin's momentum halted abruptly, pain causing him to emit a muffled groan as his face paled instantly. Yet, being a top-tier assassin, he endured the agony and swung his other hand like a blade towards Subai's neck. Subai deftly tilted his head, effortlessly dodging, while his knee shot up like lightning, connecting with the assassin's abdomen. The impact sent the man arching backward, expelling a mouthful of bile. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Onlookers witnessed two figures flash past, and the once menacing gray-clad man now lay crumpled on the ground, curled up and convulsing. Meanwhile, Subai remained standing, his attire untouched, as he casually dusted off his hands. As if he had merely completed a trivial task, Lin Qingxue stood in stunned silence, her mind blank as she gazed at the familiar yet foreign figure before her. She was aware of Subai's formidable combat skills, yet she had never fathomed the extent of his prowess. The recent exchange of blows was executed with precision and agility, each strike lethal in its intent. This was not merely the police's grappling techniques. It was a true art of assassination. At that juncture, the security personnel of the mall finally reacted, blowing their whistles and brandishing their nightsticks as they rushed forward. "Freeze! Everyone, stay still." Subai paid them no heed. Approaching Lin Qingxue, he gazed upon her face, which was etched with astonishment and confusion, his brows slightly furrowed. "Who sent you here?" His voice bore an icy undertone of inquiry. Lin Qingxue regained her composure, looking at Subai, her lips parted. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. "Come with me." Subai offered her no chance for explanation, seizing her wrist with determination. He led her away, swiftly maneuvering through the throng before the security and crowd could encircle them, vanishing at the entrance of the fire escape. Chapter 19 Confrontation. The unspoken truth in the dimly lit fire escape. The air was thick with the scent of dust. The piercing sound of alarms and the clamor from the corridor outside were effectively sealed off by the heavy fire door. This place felt like an entirely different realm. Subai released his grip, leaving a faint red mark on Lin Qingxue's wrist. "Subai? What on earth are you doing?" Lin Qingxue rubbed her wrist, unable to contain her outburst. "Who was that person? Why did he want to kill you? And that phone call just now, was it you who made it? Did you summon me here just to witness you commit murder?" A barrage of questions, like a rapid-fire cannon, bombarded Subai. Her voice was filled with anger, confusion, and a hint of fear that she herself had yet to recognize. Subai did not respond immediately, leaning against the cold wall. He fished a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. The taste of nicotine eased his taut nerves, if only slightly. He gazed at the woman before him, fraught with frustration and urgency, her eyes slightly reddened. A complex emotion surged within him. He had not anticipated that Lin Qingxue would choose such a method to rescue him, although it had completely derailed his plans. His original scheme was to have the specter lie in wait by the lockers, while a Bao impersonated him to retrieve something. Then, the skilled fighters from Baihutang disguised as a couple would assist the security in subduing the specter on the spot. This way, he could capture the assassin alive while keeping the matter confined to the realm of gang rivalry, avoiding police involvement. However, Lin Qingxue's appearance was like a stone thrown into his calm lake, creating tremendous ripples. How could he explain it to her? Should he reveal that he was an undercover agent? Should he confess that he was executing a top-secret mission that even she had no right to know? No, he could not divulge that. Once he did, not only would he endanger himself, but he would also plunge Lin Qingxue into an abyss from which there would be no return. The power behind Qinxing Zibin was beyond imagination. If they could send a top assassin like the Spectre, they could easily send another, or even a third. He could not involve her. The only solution was to instill complete disillusionment in her, to push her far away from him. With this thought, Subai exhaled a ring of smoke, his gaze gradually turning colder. He lifted his head and regarded Lin Qingxue with the eyes of a stranger. "Officer Lin, are you perhaps overstepping your bounds?" The address Officer Lin made Lin Qingxue's heart leap. He had never called her that before. He usually referred to her as Qingxue or playfully as Officer Lin, the flower of law. Overstepping? Lin Qingxue laughed in anger. "Subai, do not forget that I am a police officer. A case of armed assault, even intent to murder, has occurred in my jurisdiction. Why should I not intervene? Is that so?" Subai scoffed, extinguishing his cigarette and advancing toward Lin Qingxue. "Then what identity do you assume in questioning me? As a police officer? Or as my old classmate?" The cold, violent aura that emanated from Subai, steeped in the underworld, was unleashed without reservation, pressing upon Lin Qingxue. Forced to retreat until her back pressed against the icy wall, she found herself with no room to escape. She gazed at the face so close yet utterly unfamiliar. And for the first time, a flicker of fear arose within her. What do you intend to do?" "I do not intend to do anything." Subai extended his hand, bracing himself against the wall beside Lin Qingxue, trapping her between himself and the wall. He lowered his head, nearly brushing against her ear, and spoke in a voice as cold and sharp as ice. "Lin Qingxue, suppress your pathetic sense of justice and compassion. We are no longer in the same world. The evil you perceive is merely the business I face every day. The darkness you find intolerable is the very air I breathe. That person just now was merely a business rival. We had a minor dispute, nothing more. You should not have intervened today. Do you realize that you almost doomed me and nearly brought ruin upon yourself?" Subai's words struck Lin Qingxue's heart like icy daggers. She looked at him, her lips trembling, rendered speechless. "So, Officer Lin." Subai straightened up, creating distance between them, and a smirk, both cynical and indifferent, returned to his face. "From now on, mind your own business. Be content to be the police flower and solve your petty cases. Let us not disturb each other's waters. If you persist in this reckless pursuit, I cannot guarantee that someone will not mistake you for my accomplice and deal with you accordingly." With that, he turned away, pushed open the fire door, and strode out without looking back. The cacophony outside surged into the space, only to be sealed off once more as the fire door slowly closed. The fire escape fell back into a profound silence. Lin Qingxue stood alone, frozen like a statue. She leaned against the wall, her body gradually sliding down until she was squatting on the ground. "Let us not disturb each other's waters." Reckless. Subai's cold, ruthless words echoed repeatedly in her mind. She finally understood. There were no extenuating circumstances, no lack of agency. He had simply changed, completely transformed into someone else. A person she did not recognize, cold, cruel, and indifferent to human life. A gang lord. All her insistence, all her doubts, all her inquiries, at that moment, turned into a farce. She had thought she was saving a fallen hero. In reality, she was merely a bothersome, reckless fool. Tears could no longer be contained, bursting forth uncontrollably. She hugged her knees, burying her head deep within them, emitting suppressed, anguished sobs in that dim, cold corner. Her world had, at that moment, utterly collapsed. Chapter 20. The Night of Counterattack. The end of the Phantom. As Subai emerged from the fire escape, the icy resolve etched on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by an impenetrable gloom. Each word he had uttered felt like a knife, carving into his very flesh. Witnessing Lin Qingxue's eyes transition from shock to heartbreak and finally to despair caused his heart to ache more than a blade from the Phantom could inflict. Yet, he knew this was a necessary course of action. Only by shattering Lin Qingxue's hopes could he extricate her from this perilous vortex. "Damn it," Subai muttered under his breath, channeling all his emotions into a boundless fury directed at Qingqing Capital and the affluent tycoon behind it. He retrieved his phone and dialed the Bao's number. "Where is he?" "Master Bai, as per your instructions, we took advantage of the chaos to escort that assassin away. He is currently in your apartment's underground garage. Keep a close watch. Ensure he doesn't die, and equally, do not let him escape. Rest assured, I personally brought 20 brothers to oversee this. Not even a fly can slip out." After hanging up, a glint of cold light flickered in Subai's eyes. The game was about to conclude. In the dead of night, within the city's most luxurious penthouse, darkness enveloped Subai's top-floor duplex. adorned with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Alone on the couch, he refrained from turning on the lights, holding a glass of red wine as he gazed silently at the city's nocturnal panorama. He had instructed Abao and all his subordinates to withdraw, leaving the entire apartment devoid of company. He was awaiting an improbable guest. The figure that had collapsed in the mall that afternoon was far from the true phantom. It was merely a skilled substitute he had procured with money. The genuine phantom had sensed the shift in circumstances the moment Lin Qingxue appeared and had silently vanished into the crowd. Su Bai understood that an elite assassin like the phantom would not surrender easily, especially after experiencing humiliation at his hands on 2 separate occasions. He would come, and he would do so in the boldest and most direct manner to redeem his honor, by launching a frontal assault on Su Bai's stronghold. Employing his professional prowess, he would infiltrate this heavily fortified building, reaching the penthouse he presumed to be the safest. Like a true phantom, he would silently claim Su Bai's life. Su Bai gently swirled his wine glass, the crimson liquid tracing lines against the glass, reminiscent of dried blood. "System, sign in," he silently intoned. Ding. Detected host has arrived at a special sign-in location. Counterattack trap, private apartment. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful at the counterattack trap. Congratulations, host has received a one-time item. High-voltage electromagnetic pulse net. Automatically deployed in the apartment. High-voltage electromagnetic pulse net. Instantly releases a non-lethal high-voltage current of up to 100,000 volts, incapacitating the target and disabling all electronic devices on their person. Effective range, current indoor space. A cold smile curved Su Bai's lips. This reward was tailor-made for the phantom. He downed the wine in one gulp, then placed a pre-prepared human model on the sofa, draping his coat over it and adjusting its pose to give the impression that he was seated there, observing the nightscape. Having completed these preparations, he retreated into the shadows of the corner and pressed a button on a miniature remote control. The apartment plunged into a deeper darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. Time slipped away, second by second. At 2 a.m, silence reigned. A shadow, akin to a gecko, stealthily climbed up the exterior wall of the apartment building, evading all surveillance cameras and infrared sensors with the grace of a feather. It was the phantom, suspended over 100 meters high, with specialized tools. He silently cut a circular opening in the massive floor-to-ceiling window, just large enough for a person to pass through without making a sound. Like a wisp of smoke, he glided into the darkened apartment. Equipped with advanced night vision goggles, every detail of the furnishings appeared vividly before him. He saw it, the figure seated on the sofa, turned away, seemingly unguarded. A cruel and triumphant smile crept across the phantom's face. "Fool, do you believe that hiding in your shell ensures your safety?" Drawing a silenced pistol from his waist, he aimed at the back of the figure's head. He could almost visualize the exquisite moment when the bullet would penetrate the skull, scattering red and white matter in a splendid display. He intended for this man, who had repeatedly humiliated him, to die in silence and utter disgrace. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a chilling voice abruptly resonated in the vastness of the living room. "You have finally arrived." The phantom's body stiffened. The voice did not emanate from the sofa, but rather from the shadows behind him. "Oh no, it's a trap." Without a moment's thought, he spun around to shoot. Yet, it was too late. Su Bai pressed the button on his remote. A harsh crackle of electricity erupted. An invisible net composed of countless arcs of blue lightning instantaneously filled the entire living room. The phantom felt as though he had collided head-on with a speeding train. A wave of terrifying currents surged through his body. He convulsed violently, the gun clattering to the floor. The night vision goggles exploded in a shower of sparks from the overwhelming electromagnetic pulse, rendered completely useless. A piercing scream shattered the night silence. The phantom, charred and smoking, crumpled to the ground, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. The lights in the living room flickered on with a sharp snap, illuminating the space like midday. Su Bai emerged from the shadows, stepping forward, one deliberate pace at a time. He looked down upon the top assassin, who lay motionless like a dead dog, his face devoid of any expression. "Welcome." Su Bai approached him, crouching down, and retrieved a specially crafted hidden blade from his person, along with several throwing knives and a poison needle concealed within his teeth. One by one, he laid these lethal instruments before the ghostly figure. "Now, we can have a proper conversation." Su Bai's voice was soft and gentle, yet to the ears of the ghostly figure, it was more terrifying than the roar of the devil. "Tell me, apart from myself, Whom does the board of Qinxing Zibin wish for you to eliminate? Where is their stronghold? You will not. The ghostly figure struggled, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. Is that so? Su Bai chuckled softly, picking up the poisoned needle from the ground and waving it before the ghost's eyes. I have heard that this neurotoxin does not cause immediate death. It will cause your muscles to atrophy inch by inch, allowing you to be acutely aware of your body's decay. This process will likely last for 72 hours. I am quite curious, how long can the willpower of a top assassin endure? As he gazed upon Su Bai's devilish grin, the eyes of the ghostly figure, which had witnessed countless life and death moments, finally revealed a profound sense of utter despair. Chapter 21: The Art of Interrogation. Clues from the Tycoon. When Su Bai returned to his apartment, the dawn was just breaking. He did not immediately head to the underground garage. Instead, he first took a hot shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes. The man in the mirror appeared weary, yet within him burned two flames. One was a chilling intent to kill, while the other was an ineffable guilt. He splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to banish Lin Qingshue's face, etched with despair, from his mind. This was not the time for sentimental reflections. In the corner of the underground garage, several vehicles surrounded a designated area, tightly encircled by a Bao and his men. As Su Bai approached, the few White Tiger Hall members on guard immediately bowed, respectfully exclaiming, "Master Bai." A Bao swung open a car door, leaping out from a business vehicle, and hurried over, his face alight with excitement and admiration. "Master Bai, you have finally arrived. This guy is incredibly stubborn. No matter how we questioned him, he remained as silent as a corpse." Su Bai glanced inside the vehicle. Gue Ying was bound to a chair, his mouth stuffed with cloth, and his body charred from electric shocks. His hair had curled up, emitting the acrid scent of burnt protein. Bowing his head, he remained motionless. If it were not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might think he had already perished. "Everyone, step outside and guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter without my command," Su Bai instructed a Bao. "Understood, Master Bai." A Bao waved his hand, leading all the men back to the entrance of the garage, completely clearing the area. Su Bai opened the car door, slid inside, and then shut the door. In the enclosed space, only he and Gue Ying remained. Su Bai did not rush to speak. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the compartment, twisted off the cap, and leisurely took several sips. He then held up the slender poison needle, extracted from Gue Ying's teeth, scrutinizing it beneath the reading light on the ceiling. "I am quite curious how such an instrument can kill so covertly," Su Bai mused softly, as if speaking to himself. Gue Ying's body trembled slightly. "I have researched this. This neurotoxin, derived from a certain poison frog found in the South American rainforest, is one of the most lethal substances in the world today. A mere fraction of a milligram can cause a full-grown elephant to experience cardiac arrest within 3 minutes." Su Bai brought the poison needle closer to Gue Ying's eyes, allowing him to discern the faint blue glint at its tip. "But the most terrifying aspect is not its lethal potency." Su Bai paused, his tone deepening. "Rather, if the dosage is precisely controlled, it will not kill you immediately. Instead, it will first damage your peripheral nerves, causing you to gradually lose sensation, beginning from your toes, then your calves, thighs. This process resembles watching your own body being methodically erased, piece by piece, as if with an eraser. Your mind will remain vividly aware. You will feel your life ebbing away, your muscles atrophying, and your organs failing. You will yearn to scream, yet no sound will emerge. You will wish to move, yet be unable to lift a single finger. You will exist like a living corpse encased in cement, helplessly awaiting your own decay and odor." With every word Su Bai uttered, Gue Ying's breaths quickened. Although he was a top assassin who had taken countless lives, he had never contemplated that death could be depicted with such vividness and terror. This ordeal may last for 72 hours, 3 days and nights, ample time for a person to contemplate every aspect of their life clearly. Upon finishing, Su Bai slowly moved the poison needle towards Gue Ying's thigh. "Woo, woo." Gue Ying finally broke down, struggling violently. His throat emitted a panicked whimper, his eyes filled with pleading. Su Bai halted his motion, reaching out to remove the cloth from Gue Ying's mouth. "I will speak. I will divulge everything." Gue Ying grasped at his last thread of hope, shouting hoarsely, "Please, do not use that. Had you revealed this sooner, it would have been better." Su Bai smiled, retracting the poison needle. "There was no need for me to educate you on biological knowledge." The following hour devolved into a monologue of interrogation by Su Bai. Gue Ying's psychological defenses had been utterly dismantled. Like a spilling jar of beans, he divulged every piece of information he possessed. The employer is the board of directors of Qinxing Zibin. This so-called board is, in fact, a loose alliance composed of representatives from several domestic and foreign tycoons. They do not have a fixed headquarters and operate with extreme secrecy. Gue Ying only received assignments through an intermediary known as Mr. Ying. Who is Mr. Ying? Where can he be found? Su Bai inquired. I do not know. I truly do not know. Gue Ying shook his head in terror. Our communications have always been one-dimensional. I only know he is a wealthy and influential Chinese individual. Every quarter, he hosts a private auction at the Yunding Club, inviting people like me or affluent individuals with special needs to participate. It serves as both a transaction and a venue for scouting new partners. Yunding Club? Su Bai noted this name. Aside from myself, who else is on that list? I do not know the complete roster, Gue Ying panted. My task was solely to eliminate you. If successful, the next target would be the head of the Hailong Hui, and thereafter, it could be a senior official from the municipal bureau. They intend to silence everyone who knows of the dealings behind the smiling tiger and has the capability to pursue them. Such audacity. Su Bai's heart sank. This group aimed not only to kill him, but also the dragon head, and even high-ranking officials within the police system. Their power and madness far exceeded that of ordinary gangs. When is the next auction? Next Saturday. After posing all the questions he wished to ask, Su Bai regarded the now utterly incapacitated top assassin on the ground, lost in contemplation. Should he kill him? That would be too merciful. Turn him over to the police? No, that would expose him, and with Qinxing Zibin's influence, it was likely they would silence him in prison. Su Bai conceived a better idea. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Biao Gu, are you acquainted with the snakeheads over in Southeast Asia? I wish to send someone to the mines in Mianbei to experience life there. On the other end of the line. A Biao paused momentarily before comprehending Su Bai's intention, followed by a sinister chuckle. Rest assured, Bai Yi, I am well versed in this matter. I guarantee to arrange everything meticulously, ensuring he sees a different sun every day for the rest of his life. Make it clean, leave no traces behind. After hanging up, Su Bai gazed at the face of Gue Ying, which was etched with despair and terror, and calmly remarked, Do not look at me like that. Death is far too easy. I merely wish for you to live, albeit in a different manner. With that, he opened the car door and stepped outside, never glancing back. The sky outside was already bright with daylight. Su Bai drove through the morning rush hour of the city, observing the hurried office workers and the ordinary individuals toiling for their livelihoods. The violent rage that had brewed within him during the interrogation gradually subsided. He realized that his earlier demeanor resembled that of a true cold-blooded gangster leader. The lines separating him from that identity seemed increasingly blurred. He took out his phone and scrolled to Lin Qingshue's number, hesitating for an extended moment. Ultimately, he refrained from dialing. He composed a text containing merely 3 words, I'm sorry. After a moment's contemplation, he deleted each word, one by one. What purpose would such expressions serve now? They would only inflict further pain and danger upon her. Su Bai tossed the phone onto the passenger seat and pressed the accelerator, merging into the vast stream of traffic. He knew that a greater storm was imminent, and he must stand firm and grow stronger amidst it. Chapter 22. The Struggle of the Policewoman. The embers of despair at the First People's Hospital of the city, in the psychological counseling department, Lin Qingxue sat expressionless on a soft sofa. She held a stress ball in her hand, her gaze hollow as it drifted outside the window. Opposite her sat the psychologist, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, who had gently posed several questions, yet Lin Qingxue remained silent, uttering not a single word. She had been placed on compulsory leave. Ever since returning from the mall that day, she had confined herself to her room, abstaining from food and drink, refusing to speak to anyone. Her colleague, Zhang Hao, concerned for her well-being, forced his way through the door and found her sitting lifelessly on the floor, her eyes unblinking for 2 days and nights. The team suspected that the pressure of her case had taken a toll on her mental health, necessitating her attendance for psychological intervention. Officer Lin, have you encountered something perplexing or painful of late? The doctor attempted to guide her. Lin Qingshue's lips trembled, and within her mind, unbidden, the cold and unfeeling visage of Su Bai emerged. Officer Lin, are you perhaps meddling too much? We have long since dwelled in different worlds. If you persist in following me so recklessly, I cannot guarantee that next time someone might not consider you an accomplice and deal with you accordingly. Those words echoed in her ears like a haunting spell. Pain surged like a tide, once more engulfing her. She abruptly stood up, muttering an apology to the doctor, and fled the consultation room, yearning for solitude. In the ensuing days, Lin Qingxue drifted through the city like a wraith, aimlessly wandering. She visited the police academy's training grounds where they had once trained together, gazing at the youthful faces drenched in sweat, as if she could glimpse her past self alongside Su Bai. She returned to the street corner of their first call, the very spot where Su Bai had lost his shoes while chasing a thief. She ventured to the abandoned amusement park, standing before the dried well, now sealed with cement, and remained there for an entire afternoon. She traversed every location tied to Su Bai, striving to unearth any evidence from the fragments of memory that he had remained unchanged. Yet, there was nothing. All recollections mocked her naivety and sorrow in this moment. That evening, she found herself once more at the shopping center, standing on the 5th floor, the site of Su Bai's confrontation with the assassin. The surroundings bustled with life, as if nothing had ever occurred. Again and again, she replayed the events of that day in her mind. She had collided with the assassin while Su Bai calmly approached the lockers. The scornful expression, the lethal counterattack executed in a heartbeat, and finally, the undeniable force with which he had pulled her into the fire escape. Wait a moment, a flash of insight struck Lin Qingxue's mind like a bolt of lightning. She suddenly recalled a detail she had previously overlooked. At that time, Su Bai had clearly subdued the assassin, and the security personnel were converging. He could have easily handed the assassin over to them and departed with ease. Why did he insist on dragging her along? If he truly was the cold-hearted gangster he claimed to be, he had no reason to care for her well-being, leaving a troublesome police officer at the scene to explain herself to the security and arriving colleagues. Wouldn't that align more with his assertion of keeping to his own affairs? Did he pull her with him out of fear she might be implicated? Or was he concerned that her police identity could bring him unnecessary trouble? Or perhaps he feared that the assassin's accomplices might retaliate against her, the one who had disrupted their plans? One question after another sprouted from Lin Qingxue's heart, which had nearly succumbed to silence. She began to compel herself to reassess the entire situation through the lens of a detective's logic rather than the sentiments of a discarded friend. When did Su Bai's descent into darkness commence? Was his dismissal from the police department merely due to his insubordination? She recalled Su Bai's unervingly calm demeanor at the hearing and the straight-backed figure he presented upon exiting the police station. That did not resemble the reaction of someone who had been humiliated and dismissed, but rather a release. The downfall of the smiling tiger surfaced in her thoughts. How had Su Bai managed to acquire such damning evidence in such a short span of time? Those recordings and accounts were not accessible to a mere newcomer. Unless he had someone backing him, someone capable with the means to access those core secrets. Who could that person be? And what of the skeletal remains in the dry well? Why was the anonymous message sent precisely after Su Bai resolved the Li family's issues, and not before or after? All these coincidences were too fortuitous, resembling a meticulously orchestrated drama. And Su Bai was the central actor in this performance. What if all this was merely a facade? What if his dismissal was a ruse, his affiliation with the gang an illusion, and his ruthless demeanor a mere act? What if he was still that Su Bai? Once this notion took root, it could not be contained. Lin Qingxue felt her heart begin to pound vigorously once more. Her previous despair stemmed from her belief in the role Su Bai had portrayed. Now, her task was to tear away the mask of that character and uncover the truth behind it. But how should she proceed? Should she confront Su Bai directly? No, he would not admit anything, only retreating with even more hurtful words as he had done before. Should she seek out Director Zhang Guodong? Lin Qingxue recalled Deputy Director Wang's unabashed hostility towards Su Bai, as well as Director Zhang's ambiguous stance during the meeting. She could not be certain who among the upper echelons of the police department was trustworthy. She suddenly realized she had fallen into a state of isolation and helplessness. She could trust no one. She could only rely on herself. She silently made a decision. No longer would she pursue Su Bai directly, as that would only heighten his vigilance. Instead, she would change her approach. She intended to investigate the cunning figure who had compelled Su Bai to take risks and seek his downfall. She would uncover the individual behind the hard drive that Su Bai was willing to risk offending an entire financial conglomerate to obtain. She aimed to delve into the enigmatic entity known only by a code name, Chenxing Ziban, which even assassins merely referred to in whispers. She was convinced that if she followed this lead, she would inevitably uncover the source of all secrets. In due time, the true nature of Su Bai, whether he dwelled in the light or the shadows, would come to light. Lin Qingxue exited the shopping center and gazed up at the sky, shrouded in the cloak of night. Her eyes, once filled with confusion and anguish, now radiated an unprecedented determination. Even if the path ahead led to an abyss, she was resolute in her decision to leap into the unknown and discover the truth. She returned to the police station, voluntarily rescinding her previous resignation. Her colleagues looked at her with surprise. "Qingxue, you've adjusted so quickly?" Zhang Hao inquired with concern. "Indeed," Lin Qingxue nodded, her face regaining its former vigor. "I've come to realize that rather than wallowing in self-pity, it would be more productive to solve a few cases." To outward appearances, she seemed to have let go entirely. Yet, only she knew that the fire within her had not extinguished. Rather, it burned more fiercely than before. A new, more clandestine investigation was about to commence. Chapter 23. The cunning scheme of the Mad Lion. Smuggling storms erupt. The territory of Xuanwu-Tang remained the same, a subterranean boxing arena infused with the pungent odors of sweat and testosterone. The countenance of Guangshi was even more grim than it had been in recent days. Not only had he failed to discuss Su Bai, but he had also become the subject of ridicule, left humiliated by a single phone call from Su Bai. Each time he closed his eyes, the image of Su Bai's faintly smiling face and his admonition to mind your own dogs haunted him. Damn it! Guangshi struck the sandbag with a fierce blow, causing it to sway violently. He was determined to eliminate this pretty boy. The strategist, sporting a goatee, cautiously approached once more. "Brother Lion, a direct confrontation is not in our favor. That kid is currently favored by the Dragon Head, and he himself is quite formidable. We lost many brothers the last time we clashed in the parking lot. We cannot let that loss go unavenged. What do you suggest we do?" Guangshi glared with bloodshot eyes, resembling an enraged beast. Should he just stand by and watch as Su Bai trampled over him? Certainly not. A glint of malice flickered in the strategist's eyes. "Brother Lion, to strike a snake, one must target its 7 inches. What does Su Bai care about most at this moment? What? It's money. It's performance." The strategist continued. "He has just ascended to the position of Tang Lord, and his foundation is shaky. The Dragon Head is scrutinizing his monthly reports closely. If he fails to deliver results or makes a significant blunder, the Dragon Head will not hesitate to take action against him. The old fox, the smiling tiger, has left the most substantial piece of meat for the Baihu Tang, not the nightclubs and casinos, but the overseas logistics company under his name. This company, ostensibly engaged in legitimate import and export trade, contributes nearly half of Baihu Tang's profits each year. And now, this company is also under Su Bai's management." Guangshi's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting we target this company?" "Precisely." The strategist smirked menacingly. "Brother Lion, we have a batch of goods that recently came from the Golden Triangle, which was initially intended for distribution to smaller venues." Guangshi frowned. "You mean the smuggled ivory and rhino horns? Those are under strict scrutiny. They are difficult to sell." "Exactly because they are under strict scrutiny. That is what makes it feasible." The strategist lowered his voice, revealing his nefarious scheme. "We shall find a way to surreptitiously insert this batch of goods into a shipment of export containers from the overseas logistics company. Then, we will anonymously report it to the customs authorities. Just think, if customs discovers products made from nationally protected species in a container from Baihu Tang, what repercussions would ensue? The overseas logistics company could be shut down, fined into bankruptcy, or even have its license revoked. Su Bai, as the person in charge, would bear the brunt of the blame. Not only would he have to pay a substantial sum, but his reputation with the Dragon Head would also be obliterated. The Dragon Head would see him as a failure, incapable of managing even a single company. At that point, we can stoke the flames from the sidelines. Who knows, the Dragon Head might be so enraged that he decides to strip him of his title as Tang Lord. Guangshi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Truly brilliant! This idea is excellent. Let us proceed." Guangshi, brimming with impatience, commanded, "You will personally handle this matter. It must be executed flawlessly, without leaving any traces. I want Su Bai to find no place to weep." "Rest assured, Brother Lion," the strategist replied coldly, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "I have already bribed a supervisor at the overseas logistics dock. He will help us execute everything. When the time comes, with both the goods and the evidence in hand, Su Bai will be unable to clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River." A more sinister plot against Su Bai was quietly unfolding. At Baihu Tang, in the office of the Tang Lord, Su Bai sat behind a massive desk, listening to a Bao report on the revenue from various venues for the month. The new policies he implemented after taking charge had yielded immediate results. They had plugged all corruption loopholes, coupled with a clear incentive system for rewards and penalties. The profits from all enterprises under Bai Hu Tang had shown a visibly remarkable increase, especially the core entertainment venues, which had performed astonishingly well. "White Lord, you truly are remarkable," a Bao exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he held the report. "At this rate, our total profit this month will at least double compared to when the Smiling Tiger was in charge. When we present the report to the Dragon Head, who would dare to utter a single word against you?" Su Bai merely nodded calmly, showing little reaction. This was all within his expectations. Managing a gang's operations with the principles of modern enterprise management was akin to a significant advantage. Just then, an inconspicuous black phone on his desk vibrated gently. This phone was his secret line, known only to his most trusted informants embedded within various factions. Glancing at the caller ID, Su Bai recognized it as a number belonging to one of his well-placed insiders in Xuanwu Tang. He gestured for about a pause and answered the call. "Hello." A deliberately lowered voice on the other end hurriedly reported something. Su Bai's expression gradually morphed into one of intrigue. He was neither surprised nor angry. Instead, a playful smile crept onto his lips. "I understand. Continue monitoring and report any new developments to me immediately." After hanging up, Bao couldn't contain his curiosity. "White Lord, what happened?" "Nothing much," Su Bai replied, tossing the phone onto the desk and leaning back in his chair. "Just a mad dog who refuses to learn his lesson, trying to bite again." "Is it that bastard Quansher?" Bao immediately grasped the situation, his face contorted with fury. "What scheme is he concocting now? Does he intend to mix something illicit into our goods and use customs to undermine us?" Su Bai casually remarked, "What? That son of a gun is too cunning. White Lord, we must hurry to the dock and intercept that batch of goods." "Intercept?" Su Bai shook his head. "Why should we intercept it? They have gone to great lengths to prepare a grand gift for us. How could we refuse to accept it?" Biao was taken aback. "Master Bai, do you mean?" Su Bai offered no reply. Instead, he rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the bustling street below, a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. The Mad Lion presumed he was on the third floor, while I occupy the second. Little did he know, I have long awaited him in the atmosphere. If he intends to play dirty, I shall indulge him in his game. "Brother Biao, I need you to assist me with a few tasks." Su Bai turned and began issuing commands. "First, ascertain the identity of the traitor within our overseas logistics at the dock warehouse. However, do not take any action against him. Keep him alive, for I still have use for him. Second, venture into the territory of Sunyu Hall and recruit a few reliable thugs to disseminate some rumors, suggesting that the Mad Lion is currently in a financial bind and is desperately offloading his unsightly collectibles from his warehouse. Third, and most crucially, Su Bai's gaze sharpened, prepare a grand gift for me, one that will leave the Mad Lion irreparably wounded, a retribution he shall never forget." Although Biao did not fully grasp Su Bai's elaborate scheme, he discerned one truth from Su Bai's frigid expression. Master Bai was genuinely enraged this time. The foolish pig, the Mad Lion, was destined for calamity. "Understood, Master Bai. I shall attend to it immediately." Biao responded eagerly before turning to depart. In the office, only Su Bai remained. He picked up his phone and dialed another number, one he had not contacted in quite some time, yet was profoundly familiar with. "Uncle Wang, it's me, Xiao Su. I would like to request a small favor." Chapter 24. The Director's Forethought. Thunder action begins in the conference room of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. A high-level special task meeting was underway, focused on a new narcotics project codenamed Thunder. Director Zhang Guodong presided over the meeting, a substantial stack of documents containing alarming names and locations laid before him. These were intelligence reports that Su Bai had risked his life to extract from a hard drive. Under the meticulous verification of Old Li and his dedicated team from the technical department, the authenticity of most of the intelligence had been confirmed. A vast drug empire, centered around Qinxing Zibin, spanning both domestic and international borders, encompassing production, transportation, and distribution, had revealed just the tip of the iceberg. "Comrades, I need not elaborate on the severity of the situation." Zhang Guodong's voice resonated with undeniable authority in the quiet room. "According to the intelligence we currently possess, this new type of drug has begun to spread on a large scale in our city and several neighboring provinces. Its addictive properties and dangers far exceed those of any previous narcotics. I hereby declare that the Thunder action has formally entered the phase of netting. The first step is to strike with overwhelming force and dismantle all downstream points of this drug trafficking network within our city. None shall be spared. Zhang Guodong's gaze swept across each branch director and squad leader present. Attention, all units. This operation will be directly commanded and coordinated by the Municipal Bureau. All personnel involved must strictly adhere to confidentiality protocols. No one is permitted to disclose any details of the operation for any reason prior to its commencement. He emphasized the phrase confidentiality protocols, casting a fleeting glance at Deputy Director Wang Jinhua, who appeared visibly perturbed. Zhang Guodong's actions had created an uproar. He had bypassed Wang entirely, forming a special task force and requesting the highest level of operational authority from the provincial department. In recent days, nearly all elite law enforcement personnel had been reassigned under his command, leaving Wang, who oversaw criminal investigations, feeling sidelined and entirely in the dark regarding the specifics of the operation. This sense of alienation and loss of control unsettled him deeply. Director Zhang, I agree on the need for a stringent crackdown on drug-related crimes. Wang Jinhua cleared his throat and spoke. However, given the magnitude of this operation, shouldn't we proceed with greater caution? Can we trust the source of this intelligence? If we make a mistake and alert the enemy, the repercussions could be severe. He sought to leverage the concern over the intelligence source. You need not worry about the intelligence source, Director Wang, Zhang Guodong replied calmly. This information was disseminated through special channels by higher authorities and has been repeatedly verified. Our task now is not to doubt, but to execute. With that, he effectively silenced Wang Jinhua. The phrase higher authorities served as an insurmountable red line. After the meeting concluded, the entire municipal bureau operated like a finely tuned war machine, swiftly mobilizing. Armed special police units and vehicles disguised as ordinary cars departed silently from various exits of the police station, vanishing into the city's traffic. A sweeping anti-drug storm was poised to unfold in the darkness. Standing at his office window, Zhang Guodong watched the departing police vehicles, his face betraying no hint of ease. He understood that this operation was merely a show of force. While dismantling these downstream points would significantly curb the adversary's arrogance, it would not touch the roots of Qinqing Zibin. His true intention was to create chaos through this large-scale operation, applying pressure to force the mysterious Mr. Yin, who lurked behind the scenes, and the mole within the police force, to reveal themselves. This was a high-stakes game. Every move required utmost caution. At that moment, the secretary knocked and entered. Director, Comrade Lin Qingxue is outside and wishes to report something important to you. Lin Qingxue? Zhang Guodong furrowed his brow. He recognized her tenacity and potential, aware that she had been secretly investigating Su Bai, and had recently been placed on forced leave due to her declining mental state. What could she want now? Let her in. Moments later, Lin Qingxue entered, clad in a crisp police uniform, her hair pulled back into a neat ponytail. The weariness that once marked her features had vanished, her eyes now brimming with determination and clarity. Report, Director. I wish to apply to join the Thunder Task Force. Lin Qingxue stood at attention, her intention clear. Zhang Guodong was taken aback. Observing Lin Qingxue, he sensed something distinctly different in her demeanor. No longer clouded by personal emotions, there was now a pure yearning for truth in her gaze. Your reason? Zhang Guodong inquired succinctly. I have been investigating a case, and all clues lead to a company called Qinqing Zibin. I suspect this company is directly linked to the new drug operation we are targeting. Lin Qingxue asserted firmly. Zhang Guodong's pupils imperceptibly constricted. He had not anticipated that she would uncover such a connection through her own efforts. Her acuity and persistence exceeded his expectations, presenting him with a dilemma. Allowing her to join the task force was out of the question. The core secrets of the task force were intertwined with Su Bai. Her proximity to the truth would inevitably disrupt the entire plan. Conversely, denying her participation would only fuel her determination to continue her investigation. An uncontrollable investigator amidst such a high-stakes game posed an exceedingly perilous variable. Zhang Guodong's mind raced as he sought a solution that would both deter her from probing the core areas and harness her capabilities to benefit the overall strategy. An idea began to form. He regarded Lin Qingxue, his expression contemplative. Qingxue, you are truly exceptional. This is something I have always known. He adopted a tone imbued with sincerity. However, the primary objective of the Thunder Project team is apprehension and interrogation, tasks that are designated to specific individuals. I now have a more crucial and fitting assignment that I wish to entrust to you. What task? Lin Qingshue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Zhang Guodong rose and approached a large city map, pointing to a particular area. The Heilonghui, Suim Yutang's master, Guangxi. We have intelligence suggesting he has been engaged in smuggling activities for an extended period, yet we have been unable to secure concrete evidence against him. I require you to establish a peripheral investigation team, discreetly, with only you and a few trusted individuals. Keep a close watch on Guangxi. Investigate all his enterprises, connections, and financial flows thoroughly. I want you to transform him into a bomb that we can detonate at any moment. Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the director would suddenly assign her such a task. Investigating Guangxi? This seemed to diverge entirely from her intention to investigate Qinxin capital. She felt a twinge of reluctance. However, gazing into Zhang Guodong's profound and trusting eyes, the words of refusal eluded her lips. Moreover, she considered that as one of the four masters of the Heilonghui, Guangxi might indeed have undisclosed connections with Qinxin capital. Approaching him could potentially provide an indirect route to uncovering the truth. Yes, I assure you I will complete the task. Lin Qingxue resolved firmly, responding with conviction. Observing Lin Qingxue's retreating figure, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile akin to that of a cunning fox appeared at the corners of Zhang Guodong's mouth. This maneuver was his version of luring the tiger away from its mountain. He skillfully diverted the inquisitive little tiger, Lin Qingxiu, from the core battlefield of Subai, sending her to confront the foolish beast, Guangxi. This not only allowed her to engage her talents, but also prevented her direct interaction with Subai. Furthermore, Guangxi and Subai were indeed arch-nemesis. Lin Qingxue's investigation of Guangxi, in essence, equated to assisting Subai in eliminating a significant threat from his vicinity. It was a threefold benefit. Zhang Guodong returned to his seat, picking up his thermos. He gazed at the floating goji berries within, letting out a gentle sigh. Subai, oh Subai. As the director, I have truly fretted over you. Chapter 25. The profound significance of the meeting. A silent warning as Lin Qingxue stepped out of the director's office. Her mind was still in a daze. She felt akin to a soldier who had gathered all his strength to assault Huashan, only to be abruptly instructed by the commander to capture a nearby hillock instead. The immense psychological disparity left her momentarily disoriented. The name Chao Si, meaning Raging Lion, was not unfamiliar to her. He was the leader of the Xuanwu Hall of the Black Dragon Society, a simple-minded brute with brawn, but lacking in intellect. The dossier on him primarily contained records of brawls and public disturbances, with some rumors of smuggling. When compared to the colossal entity that was Qinxin capital, he seemed a mere nuisance. Why had the director suddenly tasked her with investigating him? And why claim it was a more significant mission? As she walked, her thoughts churned. She sensed something amiss. Director Zhang's demeanor was unervingly calm. When she mentioned Qinxin capital, his expression bore no hint of surprise, as if he had been aware all along. He neither encouraged her to pursue the investigation nor explicitly opposed it, instead diverting her with a seemingly more important, yet entirely unrelated task. Was this a form of protection or a warning? Lin Qingxue recalled the director's final words. Turn him into a bomb we can detonate at any moment. This statement did not sound like a command to a subordinate. Rather, it resembled a transaction or perhaps a suggestion. Was it insinuating that the Raging Lion case held deeper implications worth exploring? Lin Qingxue halted at the entrance of the criminal investigation team. She turned back to glance at the illuminated window of the director's office on the top floor, her expression growing increasingly complex. She felt as though she had fallen into a much larger web, one that ensnared not only gangsters and tycoons, but also high-ranking officials within the police. Each person was playing a game of chess, and she seemed to be merely a pawn, ensnared against her will. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. Qingxue, you're back. What did the director say? Her colleague Zhang Hao approached her. Nothing much, Lin Qingxue replied, shaking her head, reluctant to elaborate. The director assigned me a new task. She returned to her desk, powered on her computer, and began to review all available files on the Raging Lion. She had resolved to undertake this task wholeheartedly. Since it was a directive from the director himself, she aimed to execute it well. She sought to demonstrate her capabilities through her actions. She wanted Director Zhang to recognize that she was not a mere novice to be easily dismissed. Moreover, she harbored a bolder speculation. Could it be that, in the end, the investigation into the Raging Lion would converge with Qinxin capital, or even with Subai? After all, they were all high-ranking members of the Black Dragon Society, and it was implausible that their paths had never crossed. With this thought, Lin Qingshue's fighting spirit reignited. She immediately summoned her two most trusted team members to form a covert investigative unit. From this day forth, the three of us will focus solely on one target, Raging Lion. I want to know everything about him, where he goes each day, whom he meets, the origins and destinations of his finances. Investigate all his companies, all his accounts, and even every woman related to him. Remember, our actions must remain absolutely confidential. Aside from the three of us, no fourth person must be privy to this. Lin Qingshue's gaze sharpened to an unprecedented degree. She was no longer the girl who would lose control over her emotions due to Su Bai. The series of setbacks had catalyzed her rapid growth. She had learned to conceal her emotions and to analyze problems from a more rational and ruthless perspective. She aimed to transform herself into the sharpest of blades, piercing through all mists to reach the core of the truth. Meanwhile, in Zhang Guodong's office, he had just ended an encrypted phone call. The call had come from Lao Li of the technical department. Director, the assassin you asked me to monitor has surfaced. Go on. His name is Gue Ying, and through our connection with Interpol, we obtained some of his information. He is classified as an S-level threat and has never failed a mission. However, just last night, he vanished. Vanished? Zhang Guodong furrowed his brow. Yes, the last known location was the Times shopping center in the city center, and then there has been no trace of him since. Our team has checked all surveillance footage and immigration records, but there is no sign of him. It is as if he has evaporated into thin air. Zhang Guodong fell silent, leaning back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. An S-level assassin disappearing without a trace, especially from the territory of Su Bai, was a matter of grave concern. He knew Su Bai was formidable, yet he had not anticipated such a display of power. Gue Ying, a top-tier assassin feared by global leaders, had silently succumbed to Su Bai's hands. What other strengths was this young man concealing? Director? Director? Lao Li's voice broke through his thoughts. I understand, Zhang Guodong replied. Continue the investigation. We need to see him alive or dead. Additionally, elevate the surveillance level on Qinqing capital to the highest. I suspect they will soon make new moves. Understood. After hanging up, Zhang Guodong felt a profound sense of helplessness wash over him. He realized that Su Bai, once a mere pawn in his game, had entirely exceeded his control. He was no longer a blade that could be wielded at will. Instead, he had transformed into a fierce tiger, one that even he found terrifying. Zhang Guodong did not know whether this was a boon or a bane for the entire plan. He could only pray that this tiger would not be entirely consumed by darkness. He opened a drawer and retrieved an old picture frame, within which lay a black and white photograph of a young man in police uniform. The young man in the photograph, with a radiant smile and clear eyes, bears a striking resemblance to Su Bai during his graduation from the police academy. This marks Zhang Guodong's first undercover assignment, as well as a profound source of anguish throughout his life. He sacrificed himself 2 decades ago during a citywide crackdown on organized crime. At the time of his demise, he was unjustly branded as a traitor and a corrupt officer. It was only many years later that Zhang Guodong managed to restore his reputation. Yet, what significance does that hold? Shao Jia, Zhang Guodong gently caressed the cold frame with his rough fingers. Do you think, this time, I have acted rightly? The night outside grew even darker. A tempest, poised to engulf the entire city, was brewing. However, the eye of the storm remained eerily tranquil. No one realized that the true mastermind had already devised an even more perilous game. Chapter 26. The New System Check-In. The trap at the dock Binjianggong, the Sea District warehouse of Yuanyang Wulyo, is one of the most significant and bustling industries under the auspices of Baihutong. Each day, hundreds of thousands of containers flow in and out, destined for various corners of the globe. The colossal gantry crane glides slowly above the dock, emitting a dull rumble. A sleek black Mercedes silently comes to a halt at the entrance of the warehouse. Su Bai steps out of the vehicle, clad in a sharply tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he resembles an executive surveying the operations. A Bao follows closely behind, clutching a hefty folder. Baiya, what prompted you to inspect the dock today? A Bao inquired, puzzled. Given Su Bai's usual demeanor, it is rare for him to engage directly in such operational matters. Just coming to check on the financial health of Baihutong, Su Bai replied nonchalantly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to a few workers chatting and smoking at the warehouse entrance. His danger perception skill registered no alerts, indicating that the forces of Guangshi had yet to make their move. And to see if there are any holes in this financial purse, he added, stepping into the vast warehouse. Inside, an array of containers loomed like mini steel mountains, the air thick with the scent of machine oil and a hint of salty seawater. Standing at the center of the warehouse, Subai surveyed his surroundings and silently uttered, "System, check-in." Ding. New check-in location detected. By Hutong Logistics Warehouse, Dock. Would you like to proceed with the check-in? Check-in, he affirmed. Ding. Check-in at By Hutong Logistics Warehouse successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the divine skill. All things scan. All things scan. Allows non-contact internal structure scanning of any enclosed object within a specified range, presenting a three-dimensional image in the host's mind. Subai's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a remarkable boon, perfectly tailored for the day's scenario. With this skill, he could easily discern if Guangshi had concealed ivory within the containers. Even if a live elephant were hidden, he would see through it instantly. Yeah. This is our shipping manifest for the quarter. Would you like to review it? Bao offered the folder. No need, Subai waved him off. Just lead me on a casual tour. He feigned boredom as he meandered through the warehouse, yet his mind raced. Activating the all things scan skill, he focused on the cold, hard containers. Before his eyes, they became transparent. He could discern whether the cargo was neatly stacked, if there were any abnormal compartments, or if suspicious objects were present. All this information manifested as vivid three-dimensional images in his mind, akin to a human X-ray machine, operating with alarming efficiency. Who was that? Subai suddenly halted, pointing at a shifty-eyed middle-aged man directing workers unloading cargo in the distance. Bao glanced in the indicated direction and replied, "Oh, that's Ma Lao-san, one of the warehouse managers responsible for coordinating export shipments. He has been with the company for 5 or 6 years, a veteran. Is that so?" Subai maintained an impassive demeanor as he directed the all-things skin focus toward Ma Lao-san. He distinctly observed an envelope tucked into the man's trouser pocket, containing a thick wad of fresh renminbi. Additionally, a recording pen was concealed within his inner jacket pocket. Subai's heart raced with understanding. This man was the insider bribed by Guangshi. Having accepted the money, he intended to keep a recording as leverage against Guangshi in the future. What a greedy fool. Without raising an alarm, Subai continued forward, soon arriving at a batch of export goods ready for loading. This shipment consisted of textiles bound for Europe, totaling 10 containers. Subai's gaze swept over the containers, and upon reaching the 7th one, a smirk crept across his lips. Just as I suspected, deep within that container, cleverly concealed beneath a pile of cotton fabric, lay several boxes wrapped tightly in black waterproof material. Through the scan, Subai could clearly see that the boxes contained a variety of ivory and rhino horns, the quantity substantial enough to warrant multiple life sentences. "Baoga, when will this batch be loaded?" Subai inquired, gesturing toward the 10 containers. "This afternoon at 3, Bao replied. "Very well," Subai nodded, glancing at his watch. It was currently 10 in the morning. There was ample time. He turned to Bao, lowering his voice to issue a few instructions. Upon hearing them, Bao appeared momentarily stunned before his face lit up with realization and excitement. "Yeah, your plan is ruthless. I'll take care of it right away." Bao stifled a laugh as he hurried off. Subai, appearing nonchalant, continued to wander around the warehouse before eventually departing. Shortly after his exit, Ma Lao-san stealthily slipped into a secluded corner. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Junshi, the task has been completed. The goods have been loaded and will set sail at 3 this afternoon. You may prepare to notify customs." "Well done," came the cold voice of Junshi from the other end. "Did you receive the payment?" Yes, thank you, Junshi. After successful completion, there will be another payment. Remember to keep your mouth shut. Rest assured." Ma Lao-san hung up, a smug smile spreading across his face as he felt the thick stack of cash in his pocket and the recording pen in his possession. He believed he had played his hand brilliantly, securing both payment and leverage. In the future, the Jingwu Tong strategist would become his personal ATM. He fantasized about a life of luxury and ease, oblivious to the fact that 2 cold eyes had already fixated on him from a short distance away. A dramatic play of predator and prey was about to unfold, while the true hunter had long since set the trap, waiting for all prey to willingly leap into its snare. Chapter 27. Playing into the trap, the Mad Lion suffers a great loss at 2:30 in the afternoon. Within the confines of the Anti-Smuggling Department office at Binjiang Port Customs, The telephone rang abruptly. "Hello, this is the customs tip-off hotline." An electronically synthesized voice, gender indistinguishable, emanated from the other end. "I wish to report. The Yuanyang Logistics Company has a cargo ship bound for Europe at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The 7th container on board conceals a significant quantity of smuggled ivory and rhino horns." This is absolutely true. After delivering the alarming news, the caller abruptly hung up. The chief of the department, upon receiving the tip-off, wasted no time and promptly escalated the situation. Smuggling ivory and rhino horns is indeed a grave matter. The customs authorities swiftly mobilized, dispatching a task force comprised of anti-smuggling officers to the Sea District dock of Binjiang Port. Meanwhile, not far from the dock, atop a towering building, the strategist of Zuan Wutang observed the unfolding events through a high-powered telescope, a smug smile adorning his face. "Master, your foresight is truly remarkable. The customs officials have indeed arrived." One of his loyal subordinates exclaimed with excitement. "Humph, that pretty boy, Subai, is doomed this time." The strategist lowered the telescope, unable to suppress his grin. He could already envision Subai's panicked, disbelieving expression upon learning that his company was implicated in smuggling. "Once the customs officials uncover the contraband, we shall immediately disseminate the news. Let everyone in the Hailonghui know that Subai is nothing more than a waste who cannot even clean up his own mess," the strategist declared coldly. At the dock, the atmosphere turned tense in an instant. Several customs enforcement vehicles screeched to a halt, sealing off the cargo ship poised to depart. Bao, the head of Yuanyang Logistics, was summoned. "We have received a tip-off and suspect that your cargo contains prohibited items. Please cooperate with our investigation," a stern anti-smuggling officer declared, presenting a search warrant. "Officer, this must be a misunderstanding. Our company has always operated legally. How could there be any contraband?" Bao feigned panic, his demeanor one of desperation. "Whether or not there is any, is not for you to decide. Open the 7th container. We must conduct an inspection." In full view of the gathered crowd, the 7th container was hoisted down from the ship by a crane and placed on the ground. With a resounding clank, the container's doors swung open. From the distant high-rise, the strategist immediately raised his telescope, holding his breath in anticipation. He yearned to witness the moment Subai was nailed to the pillar of shame. However, what transpired next nearly caused his eyes to bulge in disbelief. The container was devoid of textiles. Instead, it was filled to the brim with boxes wrapped in black waterproof tarpaulin, identical to those they had inserted previously. An anti-smuggling officer stepped forward and sliced open one of the packages. With a clatter, a multitude of ivory pieces of varying sizes tumbled forth. They had caught him red-handed. Bao's complexion drained of color, and he collapsed onto the ground. "It's over. It's all over," he moaned, cradling his head in despair. High above, the strategist observed this scene, momentarily stunned, before erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Ha! Fool! That imbecile Subai has completely swapped out the entire shipment. Was he so afraid of being exposed that he sought to dispose of the evidence? Utterly hopelessly foolish. Now he is beyond redemption." His subordinates joined in the raucous laughter. "Master is indeed wise. This will surely bleed the Bai Tang dry." However, their laughter abruptly ceased as they witnessed the leading customs officer, after seizing the contraband, not immediately sealing the company or apprehending Bao. Instead, he picked up his radio, coldly stating, "Plan 1 successful. Initiating Plan 2. No sooner had the words left his lips than sirens blared from another direction at the dock. A dozen customs enforcement vehicles, akin to ferocious tigers descending from the mountains, surged toward another area of the dock, the Hailonghui-S Heishui Logistics Warehouse. The strategist's smile froze instantly. "What is happening? Why are the customs officials on our territory?" He bellowed in terror, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. At that moment, his phone rang frantically. It was a subordinate stationed at the Heishui Logistics Warehouse. "Master, this is bad. The customs officers have stormed in. They seem to know where we've hidden the goods and are heading straight for Warehouse B3. We can hardly hold them off." The phone call was filled with chaos and the sounds of doors being smashed. The strategist's mind buzzed, plunging into a void of realization. He understood it all. This was a trap, a scheme meticulously crafted for him and Zuan Wutang. The items they had placed in the Bai Tang's container were not ivory at all, but rather a collection of ordinary stones that had been swapped out long ago. The 7th container, filled to the brim with ivory, had been prepared by Subai from the very beginning. It was never the Bai Tang's cargo. It was their own goods from Zuan Wutang. Subai had employed a cunning and stealthy method to substitute their smuggled goods, brazenly using the Bai Hu Tong's vessel to transport them right under the customs officials' noses. Then, under the guise of capturing a significant smuggling ring, the customs would naturally proceed to raid their Xuan Wutang stronghold, playing into the trap, taking the initiative. This maneuver was truly ruthless. The strategist felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. He was incensed, his heart aflame with fury. "Su, Bai," he stammered, pointing toward the dock, his finger trembling violently. His vision blurred, and he collapsed backward. What began as a conspiracy against Subai ultimately transformed into a catastrophic disaster for Xuan Wutang. The Mad Lion not only lost all its smuggled inventory, valued at tens of millions, but also faced utter ruin. The customs have set their sights firmly upon them, leading to the confiscation of several significant warehouses and the immediate capture of numerous trusted subordinates. This has dealt a severe blow to their vitality. As the news reached the Heilong Hui, the entire organization was shaken to its core. Everyone spoke of the young man known as Bai Ye with the same gaze one might reserve for a monster. This newly appointed leader of the Bai Hu Tong not only possesses ruthless methods, but also harbors thoughts as intricate as those of a cunning spirit. To offend him is far more terrifying than crossing paths with the King of Hell. Chapter 28. The discontent of the leader and the balance of power in the ancient yet oppressive atmosphere of the conference hall of the Black Dragon Society. The air was heavier than ever before. The supreme leader sat in the central grand chair, his hands deftly manipulating two glossy, polished walnuts, his expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger. Beside him stood Subai, his demeanor calm and collected. In the center of the hall, the ferocious lion knelt like a toothless tiger, trembling uncontrollably. His once arrogant face was now etched with resentment. Next to him knelt his strategist, pale and bloodied at the corners of his mouth. "Speak. What transpired?" The supreme leader finally broke the silence, his voice low yet as heavy as a boulder pressing on each heart. "Leader, it was Subai. He has framed me," the ferocious lion exclaimed, suddenly raising his head and pointing an accusatory finger at Subai, his voice hoarse with desperation. "He used some underhanded trick to switch my goods, and even brought the customs authorities upon us. My Xuanwu Hall has suffered a significant loss. You must seek justice for me." He could only hope that the leader would vindicate him. The supreme leader's gaze slowly shifted to Subai. "Is what he says true?" Subai stepped forward, slightly bowing to the supreme leader, a hint of perfectly measured grievance adorning his face. "Leader, I am unaware of what the ferocious Lion Hall Master speaks. I only know that I conduct my business honestly, yet someone seeks to undermine me, wishing to use me as a pawn in their scheme. Fortunately, I received a tip-off in advance and was cautious enough to seize that batch of goods before disaster struck. As for why the ferocious Lion Hall Master's goods were inspected by customs, I am at a loss. Perhaps he has offended too many people and was reported?" Subai's words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for doubt. He acknowledged his awareness of the conspiracy while carefully omitting any mention of switching and reporting the goods. "You claim that I have framed you? Where is your evidence?" "Without evidence, it is mere slander. You are spouting nonsense." The ferocious lion was nearly beside himself with rage. "How could my goods appear on your ship without reason?" "Oh," Subai feigned surprise. "So that batch of goods truly belongs to the ferocious Lion Hall Master. I had thought someone was attempting to frame me. Since they are indeed your goods, why should I be concerned about their seizure by customs?" The strategist kneeling beside the ferocious lion, upon hearing this, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Such shamelessness was unprecedented. It was as if Subai were rubbing the ferocious lion's face in the dirt while asking if he submitted. You. The ferocious lion stammered, pointing at Subai, his body trembling with indignation, rendered speechless. He finally realized that he and Subai were not of the same caliber. While he was still contemplating resolving the issue with fists and schemes, Subai had already begun to manipulate hearts and rules. Enough. The supreme leader slammed the table, the two walnuts thudding heavily against the surface. The hall fell into an immediate silence. The ferocious lion shuddered and hastily lowered his head. The supreme leader's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the faces of both the ferocious lion and Subai. Anger finally surfaced on his face, but it was not directed at who was right or wrong, nor at the losses suffered by the Xuanwu Hall. His fury stemmed from the fact that their internal strife had attracted the attention of the authorities. "I have long stated that our Black Dragon Society seeks wealth, not discord. Harmony breeds prosperity. One must act with discretion," Have you all treated my words as mere whispers in the wind? For the sake of your petty grievances, you have summoned the customs authorities. Do you not think we are drawing enough attention already? Ferocious lion, the supreme leader barked. Why yes, the ferocious lion, terrified, could hardly gather his wits. As a hall master, you act recklessly, disregarding the bigger picture and bringing such great trouble to the society. From today onward, those 3 streets in the west of the city will be allocated to the Baihu Hall. As for your subordinates who have been captured, you shall find a way to rescue them. The society will not spend a single penny on your behalf. Do you have any objections? This punishment was undeniably severe. Those 3 streets were among the most lucrative territories of the Xuanwu Hall. Coupled with the costs of rescue and compensation, the ferocious lion had effectively been dealt a crippling blow. His heart bled, but he dared not utter a word. And no objections. He managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. The supreme leader then turned his attention to Su Bai. Su Bai? Here, he replied. A flicker of hope crossed the ferocious lion's eyes. He wished the leader would also impose a harsh penalty on Su Bai, the true instigator. However, the supreme leader's subsequent words dashed all his hopes. You are quite clever and capable, he said, gazing at Su Bai with a complex expression. The Baihu Hall has thrived under your management, achieving in 1 month what would typically take 3. This is your merit. His tone shifted, growing colder. However, young man, do not let your ambition cloud your judgment. Methods can be employed, but if taken too far, you may find yourself with no retreat. As for this incident, I will not concern myself with the methods you employed. I only wish to remind you that this shall not occur again. I do not wish to see any official forces meddling in our society's internal affairs. Do you understand? This admonition, while seemingly a warning, was, in essence, a form of acknowledgement. The supreme leader cared not whether Su Bai had framed the ferocious lion. He was more concerned with Su Bai's abilities and whether his blade was sharp enough. Su Bai understood fully. He respectfully lowered his head. Yes, leader. He had grasped the meaning behind the leader's words. Good. The supreme leader nodded and waved his hand. You may leave. The ferocious lion was dragged out like a dead dog, while Su Bai turned to depart as well. Su Bai, stay? The supreme leader suddenly called out. Su Bai halted, turning back. Only the 2 of them remained in the hall. Sit. The supreme leader gestured to the chair opposite him. Su Bai complied and took a seat. How has the investigation into the goods orchestrated by the smiling tiger progressed? The supreme leader inquired casually. Su Bai's heart sank. The true test has finally commenced. I have instructed my subordinates to cease all operations related to the Xiao Mian Hu. Everything he left behind has been thoroughly dealt with. Su Bai's response was impeccable. Thoroughly dealt with? The Zone Long Tu chuckled, a smile that sent a chill down Su Bai's spine. That venture was immensely profitable. Is it not a waste to simply discard it? Su Bai's heart raced. He lifted his gaze to meet the Zone Long Tu's eyes. Zone Long Tu, what do you mean by that? The Zone Long Tu did not respond directly. Instead, he spoke languidly. I am aging, and the Hei Long Hui will inevitably belong to your generation. The Kuang Shi is a brute, incapable of achieving greatness. The others are too content with preservation and lack ambition. Only you have shown me something extraordinary. As he regarded Su Bai, his expression grew profoundly significant. Su Bai, in this world, the distinction between black and white is not always so clear-cut. Clarity breeds emptiness. As long as it is done discreetly and without attracting trouble, why not pursue wealth? Su Bai's heart sank completely. He finally comprehended the underlying truth. The Zone Long Tu was not oblivious to the perils of drugs. Rather, he was merely weighing the pros and cons. The error of Xiao Mian Hu did not lie in his involvement with narcotics, but in his collusion with outsiders to seize power, which resulted in chaos. The Zone Long Tu, an elder who seemingly adhered to the 3 unbreakable principles, harbored a deep-seated greed within. He was subtly indicating that he could permit himself to take over the business left by Xiao Mian Hu, provided that he received a share of the profits and remained the sharpest and most obedient tool in his arsenal. In that moment, Su Bai's last vestige of hope regarding this so-called underworld patriarch was irrevocably shattered. Chapter 29. The appearance of Mr. Yin, a dangerous invitation exiting the main hall. Su Bai settled into his vehicle and lit a cigarette. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, yet he felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. The final remarks of the dragon had weighed heavily on his heart, akin to a massive stone pressing down upon him. He had initially perceived the dragon head as an old-school figure in the underworld, governed by his own principles and codes. However, it now appeared that he had been naively mistaken. In the face of immense profit, all codes could be shattered. The dragon head did not shy away from drugs. He was merely awaiting someone who could both enrich him and take the fall. And that individual was none other than Su Bai, the flawless choice. Damn it, a bunch of old foxes. Not one of them is trustworthy, Su Bai muttered under his breath. Extinguishing the cigarette, but with force in the ashtray, he realized that his current position had become far more perilous. Ahead loomed the predatory Morningstar capital, intent on wholly consuming him. Behind him stood the dragon head, eager to use him as a mere tool for profit, ready to sacrifice him at any moment. Beside him was a wounded lion, still ferociously ready to strike back like a rabid dog. He felt as though he were walking a tightrope between three powerful factions, where each step required meticulous calculation. Upon returning to the Bai Hu Tang office, a Bao eagerly approached him. Bai Yi, you're back. What did the dragon head say? Did he take care of that lunatic lion? In a Bao's eyes, Su Bai had accomplished something monumental, and the dragon head must surely reward him handsomely. He fined them 3 streets, and they paid a bit of money. It's nothing significant, Su Bai replied nonchalantly. What? Just like that? A Bao exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Bai Yi, that is so unfair. Clearly where's the fairness in this world? Su Bai interrupted. What the dragon head desires is balance, not fairness. He wants a dog that can bite but is obedient, not a lion that could devour him whole. A Bao nodded, albeit with a vague understanding. While he may not grasp the intricacies of high-stakes power plays, he understood one thing. One must not rejoice too soon. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. A subordinate, dressed in a suit, entered respectfully, cradling a delicate black velvet box. Bai Yi, the front desk just received this downstairs. Someone specifically requested to hand it to you in person. Su Bai furrowed his brow. Bring it here. Upon taking the box, he opened it to reveal a card nestled within. The card, crafted from pure silver, felt cold to the touch and was exquisitely made. On its front, in elegant script, was inscribed, "We cordially invite Mr. Su Bai to attend the Yun Ding private collection auction." Beneath it were the time and location. Next Saturday at 8 o'clock in the evening at the Yun Ding Club. Su Bai's heart raced. Mr. Yin, he has finally made his move. Following the failure of the Ghost Shadow mission, the new drug network being severely crippled by the police, and the smuggling routes he had severed, the people of Morningstar Capital could no longer sit idly by. Instead of sending new assassins, they had chosen to extend an invitation. What was truly afoot? A Bao leaned in for a closer look and immediately tensed. Bai Yi, this is a Hongmin banquet. The Yun Ding Club is Mr. Yin's territory. You absolutely must not go. Clearly, a Bao had heard whispers about Mr. Yin and the Yun Ding Club. Hongmin banquet? Su Bai chuckled, toying with the cold silver card between his fingers. Whether it is a Hongmin banquet or a matrimonial selection feast remains to be seen. He recognized that this was a test from the other party. They might suspect his involvement in the downfall of the Smiling Tiger and could also believe that the hard drive containing all incriminating evidence was in his possession. Simultaneously, they might have acknowledged his capabilities, seeking to cultivate him as their new partner following the loss of the Smiling Tiger. To attend would be to venture into a den of lions, fraught with peril. To abstain would be tantamount to confessing his fear and guilt. Bai Yi, think carefully. A Bao urged, perspiration beading on his forehead. If you truly wish to go, I'll bring every capable brother from the Tang to fight with you. Bring people? Su Bai shook his head. That was the method of street gangs. To engage with these individuals, one must adhere to their rules. He scrutinized the icy silver card, his gaze sharpening and deepening. He understood that he had to attend. This was not merely a challenge. It was an opportunity, a singular chance to truly penetrate the core of Morningstar Capital and unveil all their secrets. He needed to discern the true nature of this so-called Mr. Yin, and to gauge the extent of the power wielded by this financial consortium. Bao Gu, I need you to accomplish a few tasks. Su Bai began issuing commands. First, summon all our top security experts from Bai Hu Tang. In 3 days, I want my apartment transformed into a military fortress. Second, investigate the background of the Yun Ding Club, including blueprints, security systems, and even the staff within. Third, Su Bai paused, his tone turning grave. If by midnight next Saturday I have not emerged from the club nor contacted you, execute Plan B immediately. Plan B? A Bao was taken aback. Yes, Su Bi. Chapter 30. The dark lines of the police station, unexpected intelligence. As the night deepened, the lights in the office of the municipal police chief remained ablaze. Zhang Guodong sat behind his desk, wearily rubbing his temples. The ashtray before him was overflowing with cigarette butts. the first phase of Operation Thunder had achieved monumental success. In a single night, they had dismantled numerous drug distribution dens scattered throughout the city, apprehending over 100 individuals involved in the illicit trade. The underground drug market of the entire city had suffered an unprecedented blow. The media brimmed with accolades for the police force, and city officials personally called to commend Zhang Guodong's efforts. Yet, a sense of joy eluded him. He understood that these were mere superficial accolades. Those apprehended were but small fry. The true masterminds lurked in the unfathomable depths beneath the surface. His greater concern was for Su Bai. The disappearance of Gui Ying and the internal strife within Xuanwu Tang were news he had already received. He was aware that Su Bai was stirring the murky waters of the Hailonghui in his own way. He had delved too deep, too quickly, eliciting a twinge of fear and loss of control within Zhang Guodong. At that moment, the red encrypted phone on his desk rang abruptly. This was his direct line of communication with Old Li from the technical department. Zhang Guodong immediately answered the call. "Chief, we have new developments." Old Li's voice came through, urgent and grave. "We have been monitoring all encrypted communication channels related to Qinqing capital around the clock, and just now, we intercepted an extremely brief fragment of information that had undergone quantum encryption. Get to the point." Zhang Guodong's heart raced. The content of the message mentioned a location and a code name. Old Li's breath quickened. The location is Yunding Club, and the code name is Mr. Yin. It seems they are planning to hold some private auction there. Yunding Club, Mr. Yin. This aligned perfectly with the intelligence Su Bai had previously relayed through special channels. "We have also decrypted another fragment of information." Old Li's voice grew even more peculiar. The message stated, "The internal guests have been arranged." Internal guests? Zhang Guodong furrowed his brow tightly, questioning the implication. "Are you referring to individuals within their consortium?" "No, it's not that." Old Li's voice dropped to a near whisper, wary of being overheard. "Chief, based on our contextual semantic analysis and tracing the source of the communication, the term internal likely refers to possibly our own police force." "What did you say?" Zhang Guodong leaped from his chair, the thermos in his hand clattering to the floor, shattering into pieces. "We have insiders among us, and they are deemed guests by Mr. Yin?" His voice trembled with disbelief. "Yes, Chief," Old Li affirmed with unwavering certainty. "Although this is merely fragmentary information, we are 90% certain. There is a deeply hidden mole within the upper echelons of the police force. Their rank may be beyond our imagination. Furthermore, they will also attend this auction." This revelation struck Zhang Guodong like a thunderclap in his mind. He had long suspected the presence of corrupt elements within the police force, individuals acting as protectors for the Hailonghui, such as Wang Jinhua. However, he never imagined that someone could collude directly with an international criminal organization like Qinqing Capital. Moreover, they had the audacity to be a guest at their table. This was no mere corruption. This was an utter betrayal. A chilling sensation surged from his feet to the crown of his head. His thoughts immediately turned to Su Bai. Su Bai would also attend this auction. He would not only face the vicious criminal mastermind Mr. Yin and a cadre of ruthless consortium agents, but also a traitor lurking within his own ranks. This traitor understood all of the police's operational procedures and was aware of every facet of the undercover plan. They might even have begun to suspect Su Bai's true identity. Su Bai's involvement in this was akin to stepping into the gates of hell. No, he must inform him immediately. Cancel the operation. Zhang Guodong instinctively reached for his phone to send an urgent withdrawal signal to Su Bai. Yet, at the very moment his finger hovered over the button, it froze. He could not act so rashly. If he contacted Su Bai now and the mole intercepted any trace of their communication, Su Bai would be exposed instantly, facing imminent death. Besides, given Su Bai's character, would he retreat upon learning of the mole? Absolutely not. He would undoubtedly confront the challenge head-on. Zhang Guodong's hand trembled slightly. He realized he was ensnared in a dilemma. To advance meant risking annihilation. To retreat meant losing everything he had worked for. This game had reached a critical and perilous juncture. For the first time, he, as the strategist orchestrating from behind the scenes, felt a profound sense of helplessness. All he could do was place his faith in the pawn he had personally chosen, one who had already crossed the river of death and boldly challenged the dragon's lair. Zhang Guodong slowly set down his phone. He approached the window, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. As he gazed out at the city cloaked in darkness, his expression grew resolute. Since retreat was not an option, he would have to turn the tables. He intended to use Su Bai as bait to unearth the greatest malignancy hidden within the ranks of the police. Even if the cost was. Zhang Guodong dared not dwell further on this thought. He picked up another phone and dialed a number. Hello, Kingxiu? It's me. On the other end, Lin Qingxue's voice was tinged with surprise. Chief, what can I do for you at this late hour? How much do you know about Yunding Club? Zhang Guodong inquired directly. Chapter 31. The final arrangements before the banquet. As the night deepened, the most unassuming tea house under the Bai Hu Tang had already closed its doors. In a dimly lit private room on the third floor, the glow of the city's neon lights outside cast mottled shadows, outlining the figures of two men. A haze of smoke lingered in the air. Abao took a deep drag from his cigarette, irritably extinguishing the butt in the ashtray. This was already his fifth in half an hour. Bai Yi, is this really necessary? Abao's voice was somewhat hoarse as he observed the composed Su Bai lounging on the opposite sofa, his heart racing. Just a glance at the pure silver invitation had sent a chill through him. Yunding Club, Mr. Yin. He knew all too well what those words meant in their world. It was a genuine forbidden territory. One that even the ultimate leader would hesitate to provoke. Su Bai chuckled softly, pouring himself a glass of cool tea and leisurely sipping it. What's wrong, afraid? I'm not afraid. Abao straightened his back, the veins on his neck bulging. I'm worried about you. Bai Yi, that place isn't our turf. The people from Qinxing capital are all wolves that devour without leaving bones. Those S-class assassins from Guiying can be dispatched at will. Inviting you there is clearly a trap. I know it's a trap. Su Bai set down his teacup, his tone as calm as if he were merely commenting on the pleasant weather. But sometimes, regardless of the danger, one must partake in the feast. If we don't go, how will we know what they intend to serve? But, Abao, Su Bai interrupted him, his gaze piercing through the dimness. How long have you been with me? Abao hesitated for a moment before instinctively replying, since Jinbao Entertainment, almost half a year. Half a year, that is not a short time. Su Bai nodded. So, do you think I am the type to seek death willingly? Abao fell silent. His mind raced through every incident Su Bai had faced, from parachuting into a casino to expose a mole, to retaliating against an old foe in a warehouse. From achieving fame in the parking lot battle to cunningly outwitting the mad lion, and then quietly toppling the smiling tiger. Each event had been a dance on the edge of a blade, each seemingly a brush with death. Yet what was the outcome? Su Bai not only survived but thrived, his status rising and his methods becoming increasingly inscrutable. He seemed to always possess a backup plan, always able to find an escape route where others saw none. With this thought, Abao's anxiety eased slightly, yet his concern remained. Bai Yi, I trust you. But this time is different. The opponent is a financial magnate, a true power that can command wealth and influence. Our meager resources are insignificant in their eyes. Precisely why we must sit at the same table with them. Su Bai rose, moving to the window to gaze at the bustling night scene below. Abao, the Heilong Association is too small and too dilapidated. You should now understand what kind of person the ultimate leader is. He doesn't seek rules, he seeks balance. Whoever can provide him with greater benefits becomes his favored ally. The mad lion was, I am, and the former smiling tiger was as well. Su Bai's voice was soft, yet it struck Abao's heart with considerable weight. We may appear to be thriving now, but in reality, we are merely caged beasts. Today, I defeated the mad lion, and the leader tossed me a few bones. Tomorrow, if I grow old or a stronger beast emerges, do you believe the leader would hesitate to have me slaughtered for his feast? Abao fell silent, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had never contemplated these truths, or rather, dared not to think of them. Yet, articulated by Su Bai, they sounded so self-evident, so brutally real. So, what do you mean, Bai Yi? Break free from the cage. Su Bai turned, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. Or eliminate the master who raises the beasts and become the master yourself. Abao gasped, utterly taken aback by Su Bai's words. Eliminate the ultimate leader? Become the master? This is madness. Thus, I must go to Yunding Club. He paused before adding, by the way, how is the information I asked you to gather about Yunding Club? Abao quickly retrieved a document from another pocket. Here it is, Bai Yi. This club is rather sinister. We couldn't trace its background, only that it operates on a membership basis, with security handled by a top-tier overseas company. Every server inside possesses exceptional skills. Without an invitation, not even a fly could enter. Understood. Su Bai accepted the document and casually flipped through it. All right. You may return now. In the coming days, instruct the brothers to keep a low profile, especially with the mad lion. No conflicts until I return to deal with him. Yes, Bai Yi. Abao stood, bowing deeply to Su Bai before stepping heavily out of the private room. As the door closed, Su Bai's smile vanished. He leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Hard life? Nonsense. If it weren't for the system, I would have perished countless times by now. This time, his adversary was Chunxing Capital, a group that lurked in the shadows, treating human lives as mere fodder. Guo Ying was merely a pawn they sent out. Now that the pawn was disposed of, they had entered the fray themselves. Mr. Yin, Su Bai murmured, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He understood that this would undoubtedly be the most perilous encounter of his undercover career. Yet, he had to go, not only to fulfill Zhang Guodong's mission, but to unearth deeper truths about the world and the clues surrounding the murder of his biological parents. He had a premonition that this Mr. Yin, along with the so-called auction, would serve as a critical breakthrough. Su Bai extinguished the cigarette and opened the documents Abao had provided, meticulously studying each page under the dim light. His mind raced, replaying every detail and potential twist in his thoughts. He abhorred surprises. Therefore, he intended to eradicate all unforeseen events in their infancy. At the same time, in the office of the city bureau chief, Zhang Guodong was also awake, poring over a top-secret dossier regarding Yun Ding Club and Mr. Yin. This document is far more detailed than the one provided by Abao to Su Bai. Mr. Yin, whose nationality remains undisclosed, age unknown, and true identity concealed, is a core member of the board of directors at Chunxing Capital, tasked with managing all illicit assets and affairs. Zhang Guodong scrutinized the descriptions within the materials, his brow furrowing in distress. 2 decades prior, he had personally sent his brother undercover, only to never see him return. Now, 20 years later, he has once again thrust Su Bai, the most promising talent, into a deeper quagmire. He picked up the lighter from the table, repeatedly pressing it, the flickering flame casting shadows on his troubled face. Su Bai, oh Su Bai, please, do not let me down. And above all, do not make me a sinner once more. As the flame extinguished, the office was engulfed in darkness. A tempest, poised to engulf the entire city, is quietly brewing. At the heart of this storm lies the enigmatic Yunding Club. Chapter 32. The new direction of the investigation in the brightly lit office of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Lin Qingxue tossed the final dossier concerning Guangshi onto the table, wearily massaging her temples. Any discoveries? She inquired of her colleague, Zhang Hao, who sat across from her. Zhang Hao yawned, shook his head, and gestured towards the towering stack of files, his expression one of utter disillusionment. Sister Qingxue, aside from knowing this guy enjoys soaking in baths, singing, and playing mahjong, his accounts are as clean as if washed with water. All his assets balance perfectly, with no unusual large transactions. Another young officer chimed in. Indeed, we have scrutinized all of Guangshi's core subordinates. Their bank accounts reveal nothing but mundane expenditures. There's no interaction with any suspicious companies or individuals. The investigation had reached a stalemate. Ever since Director Zhang Guodong had diverted her to investigate Guangshi, Lin Qingxue had been filled with an indefatigable resolve. She formed a clandestine trio tasked with unearthing Guangshi's secrets, laboring day and night in pursuit of clues that might lead to deeper mysteries surrounding the Hailonghui. She even sought traces related to Su Bai. Yet, the results were utterly barren. Guangshi resembled a quintessential mafia boss, his enterprises limited to petty vices and extortion, a paltry operation by any measure. How could such a figure be connected to the far-reaching ambitions of Chunxing Capital? Leaning back in her chair, Lin Qingxue gazed out at the night sky, her heart heavy with frustration and doubt. She increasingly suspected that Director Zhang's directive to investigate Guangshi was merely a facade, transforming him into a potential bomb waiting to detonate. The echoes of Director Zhang's words reverberated in her mind. Did he intend for her to gather incriminating evidence against Guangshi, only to seize the opportunity to apprehend him and thereby intimidate the Hailonghui? But what purpose would that serve? Capturing one Guangshi would only lead to the emergence of another ferocious lion or tiger, a superficial remedy at best. Moreover, what connection did this have with Chunxing Capital and Su Bai? Was it possible that Director Zhang's true objective was to divert her attention from the very nexus of Chunxing Capital? What was he concealing? A barrage of questions loomed over Lin Qingxue like a dense fog. She refused to believe that Su Bai had truly succumbed to depravity. The reckless collision in the business world and his actions after dispatching the Spectre, where he could have easily fled but chose to pull her away from danger, were rife with contradiction against the image of the ruthless Bai Yi. He must have compelling reasons, perhaps even secrets unknown to director Zhang Guodong. Or, perhaps, director Zhang himself was entwined in this very predicament. Suddenly, Lin Qingxue sat upright, a revelation striking her like lightning. Our investigative direction may have been misguided from the outset. Zhang Hao and the other officer looked at her in confusion. Sister Qingxue, what do you mean? Without immediate response, Lin Qingxue extracted a financial correlation chart from the mass of documents. This was a visual representation they had painstakingly crafted over several sleepless nights, detailing the flow of funds among all of Quangshi's enterprises. Her finger traced swiftly across the chart, pausing on the name of an inconspicuous small company, Yuanyang Logistics. Zhang Hao leaned in for a closer look. Oh, I know this one. It belongs to Bai Hudatong. Previously, Quangshi attempted to frame Su Bai, but ended up ensnared himself when customs seized smuggled goods hidden in Quangshi's warehouse from this very Yuanyang Logistics dock. Exactly, that's where the issue lies. Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Observe, after the seizure of Quangshi's Heishui Logistics, many of his overseas operations had to be halted or redirected. She pointed to a slender line on the chart indicating a monetary transfer of 300,000 from an overseas account of Heishui Logistics to a company named Qihong Trading just last month. This week, Qihong Trading signed a transportation contract with Bai Hudatong's Yuanyang Logistics. Zhang Hao scratched his head. Isn't that quite normal? A business partner's logistics firm failing, so they switched to another one. Seems reasonable, right? Plus, Yuanyang Logistics is now Su Bai's territory. Quangshi's clients seeking collaboration with Su Bai indicates his business acumen. No, it's not normal. Lin Qingxue shook her head. I've investigated Qihong Trading. It is a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands, primarily engaged in re-export trade. Its largest shareholder is a fund company named Qingxing Investment. Qingxing Investment? Zhang Hao murmured, suddenly realizing. Wait, is that related to Qingxing Capital? Lin Qingxue's breath quickened. I suspect it's more than mere coincidence. Perhaps it's not coincidence at all. A revelation unfolded before her. Someone of Quangshi's stature could not possibly access the core of Qingxing Capital. However, his clientele was engaging with a company bearing such a similar name. What did this imply? It suggested that the tendrils of Qingxing Capital might have infiltrated every corner of our city through means we could scarcely imagine. Even the internal power struggles within the Hailonghui could be linked to them. As Lin Qingxue spoke with increasing fervor, she felt she had grasped a key lead. Director Zhang had tasked her with investigating Quangshi as a stratagem. He likely recognized that Quangshi himself held little value. Yet, he wished to see if there was gold to be unearthed amidst the debris. And now, it seemed she had indeed stumbled upon it. Zhang Hao, immediately investigate Qihong Trading and its parent company Qingxing Investment. Gather every detail possible. Xiao Li, please secure me the earliest ticket to Binjiang Port tomorrow. I must personally visit the dock of Yuanyang Logistics. But Sister Qingxue, that is Su Bai's territory. Zhang Hao hesitated. Precisely, we must go to his territory. Lin Qingxue asserted with unwavering conviction. I intend to uncover what he is truly hiding. An intense intuition surged within her. The conflict between Su Bai and Quangshi at the dock was far more intricate than a mere gang rivalry. Su Bai must have uncovered something, which is why he played along with the scheme. What he knows is likely related to Qingxing Zibin. Just as she was poised to issue an order, her phone vibrated with a message from an unknown number. The message was succinct, containing only a few words. Do you wish to know Su Bai's secret? Saturday night, Yunding Club. Lin Qingxue's pupils constricted suddenly. Yunding Club? That name resonated with her. It was the most enigmatic and prestigious private club in the city. It was said that even officials of the vice mayor rank could not obtain its membership card. Who was the sender? Friend or foe? Why lead her there? What connection did it have with Su Bai? Countless thoughts exploded in her mind. Instinctively, she reached to report this message to Zhang Guodong. However, her hand halted midair. No, it could not be reported. She could trust no one entirely at this moment, not even Zhang Guodong. If this were a trap, her presence could spell danger. Yet, what if this were the singular opportunity to approach the truth? Lin Qingxue stared at her phone screen, embroiled in a fierce internal conflict. After a long while, she deleted the message, lifted her gaze, and her expression regained its resoluteness. The plan had changed. She instructed Zhang Hao and Xiao Li to investigate Yunding Club. She demanded to know what would transpire there on Saturday night. She resolved to rely on herself. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, she would venture forth. She needed to witness firsthand the Su-bai who was once so familiar, yet now felt utterly alien, to unveil the role he was playing. She was determined to uncover all the secrets that shrouded him. Chapter 33, Yunding Club, a den of dragons and tigers on Saturday evening. Precisely at 8 o'clock, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt in front of a magnificent manor nestled halfway up a mountain. This was the Yunding Club. The entrance featured only two heavy pure copper doors, devoid of ostentatious neon signs. Standing at the entrance were four burly men clad in black suits, each wearing a wireless earpiece. Their expressions were impassive and their gazes sharp. Su-bai stepped out of the car, dressed impeccably in an Italian-tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, and a perfect smile adorning his face. He appeared as a privileged young heir, entirely devoid of any fierce demeanor associated with a crime lord. "Sir, may I see your invitation?" One of the security guards approached, slightly bowing, his tone courteous yet firm. Su-bai retrieved the silver invitation from his inner pocket. The guard accepted it and scanned the corner with a portable device. A soft beep resonated, and a green light illuminated. "Welcome, Mr. Bai. Please follow me." The guard stepped aside, while another opened the heavy copper door for Su-bai. Beyond the door lay an entirely different world. The first impression was one of opulence. The floor was a polished marble, and a dazzling crystal chandelier hung above. The air was filled with a blend of cigar smoke and expensive perfume. Every detail exuded an aura of wealth and power. However, Su-bai was more focused on the security measures in place. In the brief distance of 50 meters from the entrance, he sensed no fewer than 10 concealed gazes scrutinizing him from various directions. Cameras could be hidden behind decorative plants in the corners, within the chandelier, or even behind the oil paintings on the walls. The waitstaff moved with confidence, their temples slightly bulging, a clear indication of their training. This was not merely a club, it resembled a military fortress. What an exaggeration, Su-bai silently mused. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of host arrival at special check-in location, Yunding Club. This place is a nexus of chaos and order, a breeding ground for sin and wealth. Would you like to check in? Check in. Su-bai mentally affirmed. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special skill, Aura Disguise. Aura Disguise, a passive skill that allows the host to freely simulate and switch their aura according to their will. The host can mimic a wealthy young master with no fighting prowess or a menacing crime lord, or even an inconspicuous passerby. Under the disguise effect, no one can see through it, except for individuals whose strength far exceeds that of the host. What a remarkable ability. Su-bai felt a surge of delight. This skill was perfectly timed, especially in a den of dragons and tigers where everyone was probing one another. Concealing his true strength and intentions would undoubtedly serve as a crucial trump card. He adjusted his aura, transforming into a somewhat arrogant newcomer to the martial world. In an instant, his entire demeanor shifted. The previously restrained sharpness became more pronounced, and there was a glint of youthful curiosity and defiance in his eyes. Combined with his attire and youthful visage, he was effortlessly in character. Guided by the attendant, Su-bai traversed a long corridor and arrived at a more spacious and grand banquet hall. The room was already filled with a number of guests, gathered in small clusters, holding wine glasses and engaging in hushed conversations. As he scanned the room, a slight heaviness settled in his heart. He recognized few faces, but a handful were local magnates frequently featured in financial magazines. The real estate tycoon from the East District, the logistics mogul from the South District, and several owners of emerging tech companies. Each of these individuals possessed fortunes in the billions, if not hundreds of billions. They were the true power brokers of the city. Compared to them, the petty squabbles of the Highland Club seemed like a child's play. And today, these individuals were all guests of Mr. Ian. The influence of Qinxing capital was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Su-bai did not rush to socialize. Instead, he found a discreet corner and picked up a glass of champagne, quietly observing everyone present. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar yet unexpected figure, the leader of Xuanwu Tong, Kuang Shi, dressed sharply in a suit. Kuang Shi's explosive muscles seemed ready to burst from the fabric. He stood in a corner, clutching a wine glass, his expression dark and brooding, casting glances at Su-bai filled with malice. Clearly, the incident at the dock had left him significantly wounded, and today he had been summoned by Mr. Ian for a reprimand. Su-bai raised his glass in a mocking salute, offering a provocative smile. Kuang Shi, furious enough to crush his wine glass, glanced at the surrounding guests and managed to suppress his rage. What a fool, Subai thought dismissively, choosing to ignore him. Such a simple-minded individual was no longer worthy of being his adversary. He began to search the crowd for the main character of the day, Mr. Ian. Strangely, despite his thorough examination of the entire venue, he could not locate anyone who fit the image of a shadowy figure pulling the strings. The attendees were either impeccably dressed business elites or imposing figures like Kwang Shi. While he pondered this, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Isn't it a bit dull to drink alone?" by Tangzhu. The voice was warm and laced with a hint of humor, reminiscent of a genial neighbor. Subai's heart skipped a beat, though he maintained a facade of calm. He had sensed someone approaching through his heightened danger perception, yet he had not anticipated that the individual would directly address his identity. Turning around, he was met with an unexpected sight. A man in his 50s, of average height and slightly overweight, donned in plain gray casual wear and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, looked at him with a warm smile. This man appeared exceedingly ordinary, like a retired gentleman taking a stroll in the neighborhood, utterly unnoticeable in a crowd. Had he not taken the initiative to speak, Subai would have never associated him with the enigmatic Mr. Ian. "Who are you?" Subai inquired, feigning perplexity, while fully embodying the persona of a rising star in the martial world. My identity is of little consequence," the man replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. What is truly remarkable is that the esteemed Bai Tangzhu, at such a tender age, has ascended to the helm of the Baihu Tang. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Too kind. "It is merely the elevation by my brothers and a stroke of fortune," Subai humbly responded. "Fortune?" The man's smile deepened. To have toppled the smiling tiger within a month, commandeered the Baihu Tang, and even outmaneuvered the mad lion. If that is solely due to luck, then Bai Tangzhu, your fortune rivals that of the gambling god. Subai's expression subtly shifted. The other party seemed to possess an intimate knowledge of his affairs. It appeared that from the moment he had joined the Heilong Hui, he had likely been under the watchful eye of Chengxing capital. "It seems you are quite well informed about me." Subai ceased his pretense, placing his cup down and gazing directly at the man. "Not so much informed as merely curious," the man replied, the smile fading from his face, a glint of sharpness flashing behind his glasses. "I am intrigued as to why a talent such as Bai Tangzhu would willingly confine himself to a small pond like the Heilong Hui." The true test had commenced. Subai's mind was as clear as day. Small pond. He feigned disdainful laughter. Though the pond may be diminutive, it offers freedom. Unlike certain places that, while appearing to be vast seas, are merely larger fish tanks overseen by a feeder who, on a whim, may decide to pluck you out and serve you up. His words held an implicit meaning. The man's gaze flickered momentarily, clearly taken aback by Subai's directness. "Bai Tangzhu, your words are ever so captivating." He reattached his smile, as if their previous exchange had never transpired. "Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. My name is Chen Ian. You may call me Mr. Ian." He finally revealed his identity. "The purpose of inviting you tonight is primarily to forge a friendship. Additionally, I wish to gauge your interest in some of the artifacts we are set to auction." He deliberately emphasized the word artifacts. Subai understood that the main event was about to unfold. Chapter 34. Confrontation at the auction. Oh, an auction? Subai feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow, perfectly embodying the persona of an inexperienced newcomer to the martial world. What treasures could possibly captivate the likes of a rough fellow such as myself? Mr. Chunin chuckled, clapping his hands. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall illuminated the stage. A charming auctioneer, clad in a chi pao, gracefully ascended the platform. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the private collection auction at Yunding Club." As the sweet voice of the auctioneer resonated, the previously chattering guests fell silent, hastily finding their seats. Subai chose an inconspicuous spot in the back row. Not far from him sat the fierce lion, whose piercing gaze resembled a knife, fixated on Subai. Indifferent to lion's presence, Subai concentrated entirely on the stage. The first item for bid this evening was a painting entitled Shan Lu Song Xing Tu, attributed to the Ming Dynasty artist Tang Bohu, with a starting price of 8 million. As the red cloth was unveiled, an ancient and elegant landscape painting appeared before the audience. A murmur of quiet discussions erupted amongst the attendees. Is this really an authentic piece by Tang Bohu? Can it be true? Surely, Yunding Club would not present a forgery. 8 million isn't too steep. Before long, bids began to rise. 9 million, 10 million, 12 million. The price soared, ultimately being secured by a property magnate in the front row for 23 million. Subai observed with a detached demeanor. Although he possessed little knowledge of antiques, his photographic memory served him well. He distinctly recalled that the so-called Shan Lu Song Sheng Tu was actually housed in the Palace Museum. The piece on stage, no matter how exquisitely crafted, was merely a counterfeit. Utilizing a forgery to whet the appetites of these pretentious local tycoons aligned perfectly with the operational style of Morningstar Capital. The subsequent items were similarly renowned calligraphy and paintings, as well as antique jade artifacts, each fetching impressive prices. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly fervent. Yet, Subai knew these were merely appetizers. The real main course had yet to be served. Indeed, after 5 consecutive antique auctions, the auctioneer's smile turned even more enigmatic. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is exceptionally special. She paused, heightening everyone's anticipation before continuing. It is neither an antique nor a painting, but an opportunity. An opportunity to establish yourself firmly in the underground world of the West District. At this declaration, the hall erupted in commotion. The West District? Wasn't that previously Lion's territory, which had recently been ceded to Subai by the Supreme Leader? All eyes swiftly shifted to Subai and Lion. Lion's complexion darkened, his fists clenched tightly. This was a public slap in the face. The territory he had lost was now being auctioned off openly. Subai, however, maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed by the auction of the territory. He even watched the auctioneer with keen interest. His composure elicited quiet nods of approval from several influential figures observing him discreetly. This item is the management rights of Royal No. 1 nightclub in the West District for the upcoming year, along with the rights to the venues on the 3 surrounding streets. The auctioneer announced loudly, starting bid, 10 million. I'll bid 100 million. Lion shouted, springing to his feet, his eyes ablaze. He could no longer care about decorum. He simply wanted to reclaim what he had lost. 100 million for a year's management rights? Everyone thought Lion had gone mad. Clearly, this was a losing proposition. But Subai perceived the truth. It was not merely a matter of money, but of face. Mr. Ian was forcing him and Lion to compete publicly, purely with their wallets. Ah, Lion, you remain as extravagant as ever. Subai leisurely rose, surveying the crowd before declaring, 100 million for the West District's territory? Do you underestimate my Baihu Tang? He extended 2 fingers. I bid 20 million. The room fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on Subai with expressions akin to disbelief. Lion had bid 100 million, and Subai was offering just 20 million? Was he jesting? Lion, momentarily taken aback, erupted into thunderous laughter. Ha! Subai, have you lost your mind? 20 million? Are you attempting to dismiss a beggar? The auctioneer, slightly awkward, interjected, Mr. Bai, Lion has already bid 100 million. Your bid is invalid. Who says my bid is invalid? Subai smiled, approaching the stage to take the microphone from the auctioneer. Clearing his throat, he spoke into the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, my previous bid of 20 million is not in RMB, but in USD. 20 million, in USD? Gasps of astonishment filled the hall. Based on the current exchange rate, 20 million USD equated to approximately 140 million RMB. This surpassed Lion's 100 million by a staggering 40 million. Everyone was taken aback by Subai's grand gesture. Lion's laughter abruptly ceased, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple as he glared at Subai, as if wishing to devour him whole. He had not anticipated Subai to possess such wealth. The total revenue of his Xuanwu Hall for an entire year might not even reach 140 million. Where did you acquire such wealth? Lion shouted in frustration. That is of no concern to you, Lion. Subai shrugged, appearing utterly relaxed. I have no particular hobbies, merely a penchant for earning a little extra. Unlike some individuals who squander their earnings to fill the void of customs duties. A few attendees could not contain their laughter. Lion, struck at his sore spot, trembled with rage, nearly spitting blood. What indeed? Subai shot him a dispassionate glance. If you lack funds, take a seat. If you have money, continue bidding. An auction revolves around money, not volume. With that, he returned the microphone to the auctioneer and sauntered back to his seat. The entire process flowed seamlessly, exuding an air of dominance. The gazes of all the influential figures in attendance shifted, now viewing Subai through a different lens. Previously, they regarded him merely as a resourceful up-and-coming contender. At present, it becomes apparent that this individual possesses not only intellect and cunning, but also financial resources beyond their wildest imagination. The fierce Lion stands frozen in place, his complexion alternating between shades of ashen and pallid, ultimately succumbing to despair as he sinks into his seat. He is financially depleted. All his liquid assets have been expended in efforts to extricate individuals and navigate complex relationships. The prospect of producing 100 million is akin to selling off everything he owns. He has been utterly defeated. Chun-In occupies the front row, having not turned his gaze once throughout the proceedings, yet a faint smile lingers at the corners of his mouth. This is precisely the effect he desired. He wishes to ascertain just how formidable Su Bai, this dragon crossing the river, truly is. As it stands, the reality exceeds his expectations. $20 million, once. $20 million, twice. Is there no higher bid? The auctioneer surveys the audience, and ultimately, the gavel comes down with a resounding thud. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Bai on securing the operational rights for the upcoming year in the Chinsi district. Amidst a myriad of complex gazes, Su Bai nods with a smile, as if he has merely acquired a trivial trinket. Yet, he is acutely aware that this is merely the first round. Mr. In has used the fierce lion as a stepping stone to gauge his own financial prowess. What lies ahead is the true test. Chapter 35. The lethal temptation indeed. The atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre during the subsequent auction. The items on sale were no longer tangible possessions. The next lot was a detailed map of the customs anti-smuggling patrol routes for the next 3 months, along with a list of key targets. The starting bid was set at $5 million. A sample of the latest, improved variety of South American cocoa plantations, along with cultivation techniques, was offered with a starting price of $30 million. A channel for establishing anonymous bank accounts in a certain European country, guaranteed to be untraceable, had a starting bid of $10 million. One by one, items that teetered on the edge of legality and morality, some blatantly illegal, were brazenly presented for auction. The guests in attendance revealed their true natures. The previous veneer of civility vanished, replaced by unabashed greed and desire. Bids rose and fell, each gavel strike marking the completion of a sordid transaction. Su Bai sat in a corner, observing the scene with a detached gaze. He resembled a mere spectator intruding upon a den of iniquity, watching a group of impeccably dressed individuals feasting upon a bloody cake. This was the underground world constructed by Chinching Capital. They did not directly partake in the wickedness. Rather, they had erected a platform that facilitated the free exchange of vice, profiting handsomely in the process. They were the architects of the rules and the greatest beneficiaries of the game. Su Bai refrained from placing any bids. These items held no significance for him. What he sought were not these trifling gains, but the deeper secrets concealed beneath the surface. His silence seemed to attract Chun-In's attention. After another lot was sold, Chun-In glanced back at him, his eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and confusion, as if to inquire, "Why have you refrained from bidding? Do these items not pique your interest?" Su Bai responded with a polite smile, opting for silence. He understood that Chun-In was still testing him. Should he exhibit too much greed, he could easily be classified as a mere pawn, a laughing tiger or a raging lion, cultivated for exploitation. Conversely, if he appeared indifferent, it might raise suspicions about his intentions. Thus, he awaited the opportune moment to reveal his worth, an essence distinct from the boldness of a raging lion and the treachery of a laughing tiger. Finally, the moment arrived. "Ladies and gentlemen, the piece de resistance of tonight's auction is about to be unveiled," announced the auctioneer, his voice tinged with unprecedented excitement. Staff wheeled out a platform covered with a velvet cloth. The audience held their breath, aware that the final lot would undoubtedly be the most sensational item of the evening. As many of you are aware, one of our esteemed acquaintances, Mr. Laughing Tiger, recently encountered an unfortunate incident. At this utterance, Su Bai's gaze sharpened. Here it comes. Although Mr. Laughing Tiger was no longer present, some of his assets required a successor. The climactic lot of the evening was the Southeast Asian distribution rights for the new Heaven Series products previously controlled by Mr. Laughing Tiger. A thunderous uproar erupted in the hall. New drugs, and the distribution rights for the entire Southeast Asian region. This was no mere transaction. It was akin to an inexhaustible gold mine. All eyes glistened with avarice, breaths grew heavy. Even the tycoons worth billions displayed unmistakable greed, no matter how grand their enterprises. None could rival the swift profits of drug trafficking. The starting bid was set at 100 million US dollars. The auctioneer announced a jaw-dropping figure. Yet, this price did not deter anyone. 110 million. 120 million. I bid 150 million. The figures soared, quickly surpassing the $200 million threshold. This surpassed the financial capacity of most present. Ultimately, only two competitors remained. One was the logistics magnate from the Southern District, Mr. Wang. The other was a middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor whom Su Bai did not recognize. 230 million. Mr. Wang gritted his teeth, announcing his bid. 250 million. The sinister man expressionlessly raised his paddle, as if he were discussing a trivial sum rather than millions of dollars. Mr. Wang's expression changed. After a moment's hesitation, he dejectedly lowered his paddle. He conceded. Just as the auctioneer prepared to bring the gavel down, a soft voice resonated throughout the hall. Wait a moment. Everyone turned to see the speaker, Su Bai, the young man who had remained silent until now. He leisurely stood, a playful smile adorning his face. How could I miss out on such an intriguing item? The crowd fell into stunned silence. Had he truly lost his mind? Did he wish to enter the fray? That was a staggering price of $250 million. The sinister man also turned, casting Su Bai a cold glance filled with warning. Chun Yin remained seated in the front row, not turning around, yet his ears twitched slightly. Master Bai, do you wish to place a bid? The auctioneer inquired uncertainly. A bid? No. Su Bai shook his head, smiling as he replied, I merely believe there is an issue with this item. An issue? The auctioneer was taken aback. Indeed. Su Bai approached the stage, casually flipping through the documents regarding the distribution rights. As far as I know, while Mr. Laughing Tiger's Heaven series has shown promise, it harbors a fatal flaw. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, clearly noting the moment he uttered the words fatal flaw. Chen Yin's back stiffened for a fleeting instant. The addiction potential is excessively high, and the side effects are severe. Users will experience significant organ failure within 3 months. To put it plainly, it is a disposable product, quick profits at the expense of long-term sustainability. Su Bai's revelations plunged the room into an eerie silence. Many present were unaware of these insider details. The recently withdrawn Mr. Wang broke into a cold sweat, grateful he had not placed a bid. Otherwise, he would have been left holding a hot potato. The sinister man furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with skepticism. You are talking nonsense. This is confidential business information. How could you possibly know? The auctioneer's expression shifted dramatically as he sternly rebuked. How I came to know this is of no consequence. Su Bai smiled and tossed the document back onto the tray, emphasizing that not only was he aware of its flaws, but he also possessed the means to enhance it. What? Enhance? This time, even Chen Yin, who had remained composed until now, abruptly turned his head, the light behind his glasses gleaming with an alarming intensity, fixating intently on Su Bai. I can reduce its addictive properties by half, with side effects that are nearly non-existent, while enhancing the pleasure threefold. Su Bai's voice was soft, yet it detonated like a bomb in the hearts of all present. Most importantly, the cost of the improved product would only be half of the original. Now, do you all believe, Su Bai surveyed the crowd, a devilish smile gracing his lips, that this general agency right is still worth $250 million? Or perhaps, is the improved formula in my possession even more valuable? A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone regarded Su Bai with the gaze one might reserve for a monster. If what he said were true, then what he held was not merely a formula. It was a machine capable of ceaselessly printing out dollars, a super money-making machine. The allure was utterly irresistible. Chapter 36. An invitation from Mr. Yin. What evidence do you have to prove your claims? The sinister man broke the silence first, his voice raspy, akin to two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Su Bai cast a sidelong glance at him, but remained silent, directing his gaze toward Chen Yin in the front row. He was acutely aware that the true authority in this room rested solely with that individual. Chen Yin adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, gradually rising from his seat to approach Su Bai. He did not meet Su Bai's eyes. Instead, he picked up the agency document, glanced at it briefly, and then casually tossed it to a bodyguard behind him. The auction concludes here, he announced calmly. All successful bids can be settled in the finance room after the event. The remaining guests may proceed to the side hall to enjoy the refreshments and entertainment we have prepared. As soon as his words fell, the lights in the venue flickered back to life, accompanied by soft, soothing music. The guests exchanged glances, their dissatisfaction and confusion palpable, yet none dared to question Chun Yin's decision openly. One by one, they rose and made their way toward the side hall, casting complex and wary glances at Su Bai as they passed by. Before long, the grand banquet hall was left with only Su Bai, Chen Yin, and a few motionless bodyguards clad in black. Oh, and one who had not departed, king of beasts. He stood a short distance away, his expression tumultuous as he gazed at Su Bai, his eyes brimming with envy. Today, he finally comprehended the harsh reality. He and Su Bai were not even in the same league. In terms of financial prowess, cunning, and means, he was utterly crushed by Su Bai. This man was no mere new money from the underworld. He was a prehistoric behemoth disguised in sheep's clothing. "You may leave," Chen Yin said, casting a cursory glance at the king of beasts, his tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable command. The king of beasts trembled slightly, akin to a schoolboy chastised by a teacher, too intimidated to utter a word as he turned and departed in disgrace. Now, only the true insiders remained. "By Tangzhu, may we speak privately?" Chen Yin's face once again donned a benevolent smile as he gestured for Su Bai to precede him. Of course, Su Bai shrugged and followed Chen Yin through a corridor into a study adorned in an antique style. Inside, fine agarwood burned, releasing a calming fragrance that enveloped the room. Chen Yin personally brewed a pot of exquisite Da Hong Pao tea for Su Bai. "Try this. It comes from the mother tree of Wui Mountain, and only a few grams are harvested each year." Su Bai lifted the teacup, inhaling its aroma, yet refrained from drinking. Instead, he cut straight to the chase. "Mr. Yin, let's speak frankly. You did not invite me here merely for tea, did you?" "Haha." Bai Tangzhu remains as forthright as ever. Chen Yin chuckled, savoring a sip of tea before leisurely replying. "I am merely curious. Does that improved formula you mentioned truly exist? What do you think?" Su Bai countered. "I do not know." Chen Yin shook his head, his gaze behind the lenses growing profound. "However, I am aware that the Smiling Tiger was indeed troubled by a technological bottleneck before the incident. He invested over $10 million to hire a top-tier foreign team, yet they could not resolve it. Yet you claim you have a solution." He leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze on Su Bai's eyes. "Su Bai, who exactly are you?" This question had been posed for the second time, but this time, it was laced with scrutiny and an air of pressure. Su Bai chuckled coldly within. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. Leaning back against the sofa in a comfortable position, he spoke languidly. "Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters is what I can offer you in Chinching Capital." "Oh, pray tell." Chen Yin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "I can assist you in transforming the Tiantang series into a genuine commercial empire." Su Bai's voice was laced with seduction. "Currently, Tiantang is merely a low-end consumable, catering to a clientele of bottom-tier addicts, lacking any prestige. However, once improved, it could evolve into a high-end luxury item, a social tool that graces the soirees of the elite. Its price could multiply tenfold, yet it would still attract throngs of eager customers. For its side effects are minimal, not impacting normal work and life, merely offering a fleeting escape to paradise during moments of fatigue. Imagine the Wall Street elites, the Silicon Valley geniuses, the Hollywood stars. When they become reliant on your Tiantang, what you gain transcends mere wealth." Su Bai fixed his gaze on Chen Yin, articulating each word with precision. "What you acquire is control, power, and dominion over the entire world." The study fell into a deep silence, broken only by the faint crackling of burning agarwood. Chen Yin's breathing grew slightly labored, utterly taken aback by the blueprint Su Bai had painted for him. He had long believed himself to be at the pinnacle of the underground world, treating drugs as a mere business. Yet now he recognized that, when compared to Su Bai's vision, he resembled a fledgling street vendor just learning the trade. This young man, his ambition and vision far exceeded his imagination. After a prolonged moment, Chen Yin exhaled deeply, leaning back against the chair. The way he regarded Su Bai had completely transformed, from scrutiny and testing to admiration, akin to discovering a rare treasure. "What do you desire?" he rasped, fully aware that Su Bai's proposition was not one of charity. "What I seek is quite simple." Su Bai extended a single finger. "First, I demand the agency rights for the Southeast Asia region. Furthermore, I do not wish for nominal agency. I require actual control, with my personnel managing every aspect from production to sales. Second, I refuse to serve as anyone's subordinate. I wish to engage directly with the board of Chinching Capital, becoming your equal partner." Su Bai's demands caused Chen Yin's eyes to narrow sharply. "Your appetite is quite substantial," he remarked slowly. "Not at all." Su Bai shook his head. "The benefits I bring far outweigh my requests. Moreover," he smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. "You have no alternative, for this formula is known only to me." A blatant threat, yet profoundly effective. Chen Yin fell silent. He gazed at the young man before him, for the first time sensing that the situation seemed to be slipping beyond his control. He had initially believed himself to be the hunter, with Su Bai as the most promising prey. Yet, at this moment, it was difficult to discern who truly occupied the role of hunter and who that of prey. This matter necessitates a report to the board. Chenine finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Very well, Su Bai nodded. I shall grant you 3 days to deliberate. After 3 days, I expect to witness your sincerity. With that, he rose, preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Chenine called out to him. Is there something else? On a personal note, I hold you in high regard, Chenine replied, standing and approaching Su Bai with a genuine smile. I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. He extended his hand. Su Bai looked at the outstretched hand and smiled in return, grasping it firmly. To a pleasant collaboration. Their hands clasped together, appearing amicable on the surface. Yet, only they understood the myriad of schemes and latent dangers concealed behind this handshake. A lethal game, centered around immense profits and power, had now officially commenced. Chapter 37. Eyes in the shadows. As Su Bai and Chun Yin engaged in a clandestine discussion about their future in the study, a shadowy figure flitted through the trees in the forest surrounding the Yunding Club. It was Lin Qingxue, clad in a form-fitting black athletic outfit that accentuated her lithe and well-toned physique. The enigmatic message had lingered in her mind, and after much internal conflict, she resolved to take a risk. She refrained from informing anyone, including her most trusted team member, Zhang Hao, fully aware of the dangers of this venture and wishing to spare her innocent colleagues from harm. The security at the Yunding Club proved to be even more stringent than she had anticipated. She had no opportunity to approach the front entrance before being warned off by a lookout. Consequently, she circled to the back mountain, seeking an alternative entry point. An exemplary graduate of the police academy, outdoor climbing and stealth maneuvers posed no challenge for her. Like a nimble leopard, she deftly evaded hidden infrared sensors and cameras, gradually approaching the main structure of the club. Taking a deep breath, she concealed herself behind a dense thicket, regulating her breathing while observing the building through a miniature night vision binocular. Before her stood a 3-story logistics building, likely housing the kitchen and employee quarters. A window on the 3rd floor was slightly ajar, emitting a faint glow. That was her target. Lin Qingxue drew a specialized grappling rope from her waist, an item she had borrowed from the police equipment department. After gauging its weight, she aimed for the air conditioning unit below the window and swiftly launched the grappling hook. With a soft clang, the hook latched onto the air conditioning support. Lin Qingxue tugged to ensure its stability. Then, using both hands and feet, she ascended silently like a gecko towards the 3rd floor window. The entire process was executed with precision, devoid of any unnecessary noise. Soon, she reached the edge of the window. Peering inside, she observed a deserted corridor illuminated by the warm glow of wall sconces. After confirming her safety, she gently pushed the window open and, with a nimble flip, slipped inside without a sound. Success and infiltration brought a surge of joy to Lin Qingxue, yet she remained vigilant. She pressed against the wall, stealthily making her way toward the end of the corridor. According to the architectural blueprints she had previously acquired, the corridor's end should lead to a fire escape, granting access to the main building of the club. Just as she approached the corner, muffled voices from the adjacent room reached her ears. Damn it, that kid is too arrogant. I just want to put a bullet in him. A coarse voice erupted, laced with fury. Enough with the chatter. You dare to meddle in Mr. Yin's affairs? Countered a calmer voice. I just can't stand it. Why should he, a mere rookie, come in and try to take our business? He even audaciously claims he will improve the formula. Who does he think he is? Einstein. Regardless of who he is currently favored by Mr. Yin. To strike at him is to oppose Mr. Yin. What are we to do? Just watch him take our share? Patience. You know Mr. Yin's character. He relishes watching dogs fight. The more glorious Su Bai's rise, the harder he will fall. We merely need to be spectators. Wait. I cannot wait. That kid has severed our vital revenue stream. This debt must be settled. What do you propose? Attack here? Are you mad? Of course not here. Wait until he leaves, then on the way I'll make him understand why the flowers bloom red. Don't act recklessly. Mr. Yin has instructed us not to move against him for now. Rest assured, I will not act personally. I'll pay a few desperados to create an accident. By then, there will be no evidence, and Mr. Yin cannot blame us. Is that settled? Help me contact the head of Blackwater. I need the most ruthless and reckless ones. The ensuing conversation dwindled in volume, and Lin Qingxue could no longer discern the words. Yet, Those few utterances had drenched her in cold sweat. Su-bai? They were discussing Su-bai. The coarse voice belonged to the sinister man who had bid against Su-bai at the auction. They intended to orchestrate an accident to eliminate him on his way out. This was unacceptable. She had to find a way to warn Su-bai. Lin Qingshui's heart raced. Yet she knew she could not act impulsively. She was in a den of danger, and if she were to be discovered, her own life would be forfeit. She forced herself to remain calm, her mind racing to devise a plan. What to do? Call the police? No. Everything happening here was shrouded in secrecy. Law enforcement's involvement would only raise alarms, and she could not explain her presence here. Bursting out to save him directly? That would be tantamount to suicide. The opposition was numerous and comprised of ruthless individuals. Glancing at her multifunctional tactical watch, she noted the emergency signal transmitter. However, this signal directly connected to the city's command center. Activating it would escalate matters beyond her control, and she would be unable to justify her actions to Director Zhang Qiudong. In the midst of her anxiety and indecision, footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Startled, Lin Qingshui swiftly pushed open a nearby door and slipped inside. It was a storage room filled with various cleaning supplies. She held her breath and peered through the crack in the door. Two men clad in server uniforms wheeled a dining cart past her in the corridor. Did you hear? Earlier at the auction, that new head of Baihu Tang, named Su-bai, managed to bruise the face of the wild lion. Not merely the fierce lion. Even Mr. Yin has been subdued by him. That young man is truly a prodigy. Indeed, at such a tender age, he possesses ruthless tactics and abundant wealth, and now he has aligned himself with the enigmatic Mr. Yin. It seems that the tides will soon shift in this realm. Who could argue otherwise? As the two strolled along, they whispered softly, quickly disappearing from sight. Lin Qingshui leaned against the door, her back drenched in cold sweat. She heard everything clearly. Su-bai not only arrived, but also made a striking impression, even associating with the most mysterious Mr. Yin. What could his intentions be? Has he truly fallen, seeking to sink deeper into the mire of the underworld? No, that cannot be right. Lin Qingshui shook her head vigorously. She recalled Su-bai's ruthless yet precise killing techniques in the marketplace. Furthermore, why was he expelled? Why did it happen right after the 411 case? How could he so accurately bring down the smiling tiger? How did he possess knowledge of secrets that even the police could not grasp? Each question, like shards of glass, rapidly pieced together in Lin Qingshui's mind. A bold hypothesis, startling enough to make her heart race, began to take shape. An undercover agent. Could it be that Su-bai is an undercover agent? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be contained. It grew like wild grass, wildly flourishing in Lin Qingshui's heart. If Su-bai were indeed an undercover agent, everything would fall into place. His expulsion was a ploy to infiltrate the Hailonghui. His downfall of the smiling tiger was a step towards ascension, gaining access to even more critical secrets. His presence here today, alongside Mr. Yin, was a means to trace the roots and unearth the greater malignancy of Qinqing capital, and his prior coldness and resoluteness were to protect himself. At this realization, Lin Qingshui's heart raced uncontrollably. Excitement, concern, and heartache, an array of complex emotions surged within her. If he truly is an undercover agent, how perilous must his current situation be? He dances on the edge of a blade daily, surrounded by wolves, with not a single person to trust. Yet here she was, still misunderstanding and doubting him. Tears welled in Lin Qingshui's eyes. No, she could not allow him to fight alone any longer. Taking a deep breath, her gaze regained an unwavering determination. Regardless of whether he is an undercover agent, today she must assist him. She must thwart the assassination plot against him. Quietly, she pushed open the storage room door, ensuring no one was outside before swiftly slipping out, retracing her steps. She needed to find a way to alert Su-bai without exposing herself before he departed. Chapter 38. The kill in the parking lot as Su-bai emerged from Chun-yin's study. A victor's smile graced his face. Yet, within his heart, a chilling dread lingered. Cooperation? Nonsense. He and Chun-yin were akin to two entwined venomous serpents, each seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal strike to the other. Chun-yin intended to exploit his formula to solidify and expand his commercial empire, while Su-bai aimed to use this collaboration to unearth the secrets of the Qinqing Capital Board and, ultimately, discover clues surrounding his parents' demise. This was a gamble, with their very lives at stake. "Mr. Bai, this way, please. I shall escort you out," a black-clad bodyguard said respectfully. Su-bai nodded and followed him toward the elevator. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, his phone in his pocket vibrated faintly. It was neither a call nor a text. Rather, it was a specific frequency vibration. Su Bai's gaze sharpened, yet his countenance remained impassive. This was the highest-level emergency signal agreed upon with a bow, activated only when Plan B was initiated or when Bai Hu Tang faced devastating blows. Something had gone awry, and it was serious. Su Bai's heart sank immediately, but he could not display any signs of alarm. The elevator was under surveillance, and the bodyguard beside him was keenly observing him from the corner of his eye. He had to remain composed. Upon reaching the first floor, the bodyguard escorted him to the entrance, where a black Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited silently. "Mr. Bai, until we meet again," the bodyguard bowed slightly. "Until we meet again," Su Bai replied with a smile as he opened the car door and entered. Once the door closed, sealing off the outside world, the smile vanished, replaced by a cold intensity. He immediately took out his phone, where a single, incessantly blinking red dot appeared on the screen. The location of the red dot was the underground parking lot of Yunding Club. A Bao had arrived here? No, Su Bai quickly dismissed that thought. The signal they had agreed upon was transmitted through a specific base station, requiring no proximity from a Bao himself. This signal was not sent by a Bao. Who could it be? Su Bai's mind raced. Besides him and a Bao, only one person knew the frequency of this emergency signal, Zhang Guodong. Was it Zhang Guodong's men? What were they doing here? Had they been discovered? A flurry of questions surged through Su Bai's mind. "Sir, shall we return to the city?" The driver inquired respectfully. This driver had been arranged by Chen Yin. Su Bai glanced outside. The car had already left the main building and was heading toward the mountain's exit. The route to the underground parking lot lay in another direction. If he requested a U-turn now, it would surely raise suspicion. What to do? At that critical moment, the string of danger perception in Su Bai's mind was suddenly plucked. A strong sense of crisis emanated from the direction of the mountain below. It did not originate from the parking lot, but from the descent he was about to traverse. An ambush. Su Bai instantly comprehended. The conversation he overheard in the club. That sinister man had indeed sought to orchestrate an accident. Zhang Guodong's men were likely protecting him in the shadows and had discovered the ambush but could not contact him directly, thus resorting to this form of warning. He was caught in a pincer attack. An ambush ahead and surveillance behind. It was a deadlock. A bead of cold sweat formed on Su Bai's forehead. He had to make a decision within seconds, one that could extricate him from his current predicament. "Stop the car," Su Bai suddenly commanded. The driver was taken aback, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. "Sir, we cannot stop here." "I said stop." Su Bai's tone turned cold and violent, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupting forth. It was the peak intimidation he had acquired from signing in at the gang's headquarters. The driver felt as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. His blood ran cold, and his hands gripping the steering wheel trembled uncontrollably. Almost instinctively, he slammed on the brakes. The Rolls-Royce screeched on the winding road. "Wah, what do you want?" The driver stammered in terror. "Nothing." Su Bai retracted his menacing presence, reverting to the courteous Mr. Bai. He gestured toward his abdomen, smiling apologetically. "I apologize. I overindulged in seafood at the club and my stomach is a bit unsettled. I would like to step out for a moment." This explanation was rather flimsy, yet in conjunction with the terrifying aura he had just unleashed, it seemed entirely plausible. It was reasonable for a volatile underworld boss to erupt in anger due to an upset stomach. The driver dared not utter a word of dissent, nodding repeatedly. "You. Please, go ahead." Su Bai opened the car door and stepped out. He feigned searching for a suitable spot, gradually making his way toward the hillside. Out of the corner of his eye, he remained fixated on the Rolls-Royce. The driver did not exit the vehicle. Instead, he reached for his walkie-talkie, evidently reporting the situation above. Su Bai knew he had little time left. He entered the woods, ensuring he was out of the driver's sight, and immediately activated his concealment skill to its maximum, minimizing his presence. Then, instead of continuing down the mountain, he turned and sprinted uphill, heading toward the underground parking lot. He needed to ascertain what was transpiring in the parking lot before reinforcements arrived. In the underground parking lot, Area B, Lin Qingxue concealed herself behind a load-bearing pillar, her heart pounding like a drum. She had just infiltrated the parking lot, intending to leave a warning note on Su Bai's car. However, upon reaching the Rolls-Royce, she sensed that something was amiss. Surrounding the vehicle were 7 or 8 men lurking with sharp blades. These individuals were clearly desperate criminals. She immediately realized that this was not the same incident she had overheard in the logistics building. The intent to kill Su Bai was not limited to a single group. Just as she was preparing to stealthily retreat and devise another plan, a van drove into the parking lot, halting not far away. The doors swung open, and a dozen men wielding machetes emerged. At the forefront was a man with a scarred face. Everyone, stay alert. When the target appears, disregard everything else and just go in for the kill. Whoever claims his head will be rewarded with 1 million. The scarred man declared menacingly. Lin Qingshue's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Over 20 individuals, all armed with blades. This was not merely an accident. It was a blatant intent to butcher Su Bai. She contemplated calling the police, but her phone had no signal in this location. She considered rushing out, yet all she possessed was a police-issued handgun with a mere 12 bullets. Confronted with more than 20 ruthless thugs, charging out would be tantamount to a death sentence. What to do? Su Bai, please do not come down. Lin Qingxue fervently prayed within her heart. At that moment, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the parking lot. A figure approached, gradually drawing nearer. It was none other than Su Bai. Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. It was over. He had indeed come. The hidden assailants tensed their bodies, gripping their blades tightly, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. A bloody massacre was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 39. A helping hand in desperate times attack. Scarface's eyes flashed with malice as he spotted Su Bai, letting out a low growl. Like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, more than 20 knife-wielding assailants lurking in the shadows sprang from the dark corners, brandishing gleaming blades. They closed in on Su Bai from all directions, their ferocious faces and frenzied roars merging into a suffocating wave of murderous intent that instantly engulfed the entire parking lot. It's over. Lin Qingxue, hiding behind a pillar, felt her heart plummet and her blood run cold. She watched helplessly as Su Bai was trapped in a hopeless situation, surrounded by over 20 blades with no chance of escape. Her mind went blank. Save him. I must save him. This thought overwhelmed all reason and fear. Almost instinctively, she reached for her gun, ready to charge out. Yet, just as she was about to act, a scene she would never forget unfolded before her eyes. Facing the sharp blades closing in from all sides, Su Bai, at the center of the encirclement, showed not a trace of panic. Instead, a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Is this all you have? He spoke softly, his voice clear and audible to everyone present. The next moment, he moved. Instead of retreating or dodging, he advanced toward the 3 blades charging at him head-on, stepping directly into the storm of steel. His speed was beyond comprehension. Lin Qingxue only caught a glimpse of a blur. Crack, thud, ack. 3 distinct sounds echoed almost simultaneously, the shattering of bone, the piercing of flesh, and a shrill, inhuman scream. When Lin Qingxue's vision cleared, the 3 assailants who had charged at Su Bai lay on the ground in grotesque positions. One had his wrist brutally snapped, his blade clattering to the ground. Another had a fruit knife, its origin unknown, embedded in his throat, blood gushing like a fountain. The third had somehow driven his own blade into his companion's chest. And Su Bai stood behind them, unscathed. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that no one could react. Everyone was stunned by the bloody and bizarre scene. Even the ruthless knife wielders hesitated momentarily. Useless trash. Attack. Kill him. Scarface's roar shattered the brief silence. The assailants snapped back to reality, their eyes red with fury as they brandished their blades and charged again. But Su Bai, like a god of death descended from hell, began a one-sided, bloody massacre. His movements were precise and efficient. Every dodge narrowly avoided a fatal strike, and every counterattack sent an enemy crashing to the ground. He employed no flashy techniques, only the simplest, most direct, and deadliest military and police combat skills. Eye gouges, throat locks, arm breaks, knee shatters. Each strike targeted vital points, delivering swift, fatal blows without hesitation. The parking lot echoed with agonized screams. One by one, bodies fell, staining the cold ground crimson. Severed hands and feet left the wounded writhing in pain, their lives spared. A fate more terrifying than death, as it inflicted extreme psychological terror. Lin Qingxue was utterly dumbfounded. Hidden behind the pillar, she stared at the man strolling calmly through the storm of blades, reaping lives like the grim Reaper himself. Was this still the Su Bai she knew? Such terrifying combat prowess, such bone-chilling ruthlessness. She even began to doubt her earlier suspicion that he was an undercover agent. How could a police officer possess such horrifying killing skills? Demon. He's a demon. Finally, one of the assailants broke under the pressure, shrieking in terror as he dropped his blade and fled. One led to another, and then another. So-called fearlessness was nothing but a joke in the face of absolute, overwhelming power. In moments, only 7 or 8 of the more than 20 knife-wielders remained, putting up a futile resistance. Even Scarface was terrified, as he watched his companions writhing and howling on the ground, and Subai standing there unscathed, without even a wrinkle in his clothes, a chill shot from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He knew he had kicked an iron plate today. Retreat. Now, Scarface roared, turning to flee toward the van. But after just 2 steps, he felt a cold sensation on the back of his neck. An iron-like hand clamped around his throat, lifting him off the ground. It was Subai. Somehow, he had appeared behind Scarface like a ghost. Where do you think you're going? Subai's voice whispered in his ear, like the murmur of a devil. You can't kill me. I work for Boss Kwang Shi. If you kill me, Boss Kwang Shi will never let you go. Scarface cried out in terror, trying to save himself by invoking his backer. Kwang Shi. Subai chuckled, his laughter dripping with disdain. That fool can't even save himself. How could he save you? Crack. A crisp sound echoed as Subai crushed Scarface's windpipe without hesitation. Scarface's eyes bulged wide, his body convulsing briefly before falling completely still. Subai tossed his corpse aside like trash. Then, he turned, his icy gaze sweeping over the remaining few assailants, who were paralyzed with fear. Thud, thud. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, the remaining men dropped their weapons, falling to their knees and kowtowing desperately, begging for mercy. Spare us, Lord Bai. Spare us. We were just hired to do this. We'll never dare again. Subai ignored their pleas, striding calmly to the van and pulling open the door. Inside, a trembling driver cowered in fear. Subai retrieved a phone from Scarface's corpse and tossed it to the driver. Call Kwang Shi, he commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. The driver, trembling with trepidation, picked up his mobile phone and swiftly dialed a number. The call was promptly answered. Hello? How did it go? Is that scoundrel's corpse dealt with? The voice on the other end belonged to Kwang Shi, brimming with impatience. The driver, struck with fear, was rendered speechless. Subai seized the phone and brought it to his lips. Kwang Shi. He uttered merely 2 words. Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. After a tense pause of several seconds, Kwang Shi's voice emerged, now tinged with panic. Subai, why is it you? Where are my men? Your men? Subai chuckled softly. They are all right here. However, they may need to reside in the hospital for a year or so. As for the leader, Subai glanced at the lifeless body on the ground. He might be heading below to say hello to you. You dare to kill my men. Kwang Shi's voice was a mixture of shock and fury. Kill your men? Subai's tone suddenly turned icy. Kwang Shi, I offered you a chance. Yet, you insisted on courting death. Prepare yourself, for the next one will be you. With that, he abruptly ended the call, crushing the phone into shards. After completing this act, he turned, his gaze piercing like a bolt of lightning, directed at the pillar where Lin Qingxue was concealed. Having enjoyed the spectacle for so long, are you not going to step out and greet me, Officer Lin? Chapter 40. The torn disguised Lin Qingxue's body froze completely the moment she heard that voice. Discovered. Subai's gaze seemed to pierce through the thick concrete pillar, pinning her precisely in place. An unprecedented chill crawled up from the soles of her feet along her spine, freezing her mind. Go out. Or not. How would she face him if she went out? Tell him she received a tip, worried about his safety, and came to rescue him? Don't be ridiculous. Did he need her rescue? Look at the groaning thugs on the ground. Look at the corpse with its throat crushed. He alone was a massacre. Then say she was here to investigate him? The thought had barely surfaced before she stifled it herself. That would be seeking death. Judging by his ruthless and decisive actions moments ago, Lin Qingxue had no doubt that he would crush her as easily as he had the scar-faced man. Without a moment's hesitation, trapped between a rock and a hard place, she felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. Just as her mind went blank, torn by inner conflict, tap, 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 the sound of leather shoes striking the ground, unhurried and steady, echoed terrifyingly clear in the vast, dead silence of the parking garage. Each step felt like it was trampling on Lin Qingxue's heart, nearly suffocating her. The footsteps stopped in front of the pillar. Only a cold wall separated the two of them. Lin Qingxue could even clearly smell the heavy, nauseating scent of blood wafting from him. Do I need to invite you out? Subai's voice rang out again, now tinged with an unmistakable impatience. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, knowing she could hide no longer. Clenching her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She forced her stiff legs to move and stepped out from behind the pillar. She raised her head and met Su-bai's eyes directly. What kind of eyes were these? Cold, indifferent, with suppressed violence and killing intent churning in their depths. Not a trace of the sunshine and gentleness from the past remained. The person standing before her was not the somewhat shy classmate from her memories, but a demon who had crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What do you want to do? Lin Qingshua's voice trembled with a fear she herself hadn't noticed. Instinctively, she reached toward her waist, where her service pistol was holstered. It was a police officer's reflexive response. Yet, this very action caused the already dense killing intent in Su-bai's eyes to surge instantly. Try moving a muscle. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable, chilling authority. Lin Qingshua's hand froze midair, not daring to move an inch. Her mind screamed warnings. If her hand moved even a centimeter further, the next second, her neck would be snapped by the same hand that had just crushed another's throat. Why are you here? Su-bai asked coldly. Lin Qingxue opened her mouth, but found her throat too dry to produce sound. Say she received a mysterious text? Say she suspected he was an undercover agent? No, she couldn't say that. Without clarifying his true identity and stance, any unnecessary word could doom him, or herself. I received a tip about a gang fight here, so I came to check. Lin Qingxue forced herself to calm down, offering the most standard and pale excuse. Gang fight. Su-bai suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with undisguised mockery. Officer Lin, have you watched too many Hong Kong movies? You come alone, without even a partner, empty-handed into a gang fight? Are you too confident in your skills? Or do you think I wouldn't dare kill a police officer? As he spoke, he stepped forward. The overwhelming pressure, mixed with the scent of blood, made it difficult for Lin Qingxue to breathe, forcing her to retreat step by step. Su-bai, don't do anything reckless. I'm a police officer, she warned, her voice fierce but weak. Police officer? Su-bai seemed to have heard the biggest joke. He suddenly reached out, accurately gripping Lin Qingxue's delicate chin, forcing her to look up and meet his gaze. The cold touch of his fingers against her warm skin made Lin Qingxue shudder. In my eyes, police officers are no different from the trash on the ground. Su-bai leaned close to her ear, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear, word by word. Lin Qingxue, I warned you not to interfere in my affairs again. Put away your ridiculous sense of justice. You and I are already from two different worlds. Today, I can pretend I never saw you. But if there's a next time, his voice suddenly turned icy, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. I will make you disappear from this world completely. With that, he abruptly released his grip. Lin Qingxue staggered back 2 steps, her back slamming hard against the cold pillar before she barely steadied herself. Clutching her painfully squeezed chin, she looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar man before her, her eyes for the first time filled with deep confusion and despair. Why? Why had things come to this? If he really was an undercover agent, why would he treat her this way? Didn't he know she was worried about him? Or perhaps her speculation had been wrong from the start. Had he truly completely fallen into a murderous demon who killed without blinking? Just as Lin Qingxue's mind was in turmoil, her faith on the verge of collapse, a series of hurried, chaotic footsteps approached rapidly from the entrance of the parking garage. Not just 1 or 2 people, but a large group. Su-bai's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly as his gaze swept toward the entrance. It's Chun-In's people. Su-bai glanced at the chaotic scene on the ground, then at Lin Qingxue, still in her police uniform, looking utterly lost. Trouble. If Chun-In's people saw a female police officer at the scene of a massacre, things would become complicated. Chapter 41. A forced alliance. You have no right to refuse. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth. Su-bai. Before she could finish her sentence, her vision blurred. Su-bai's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, an overwhelming force collided with her, hurling her against the wall of the fire escape. Bang! The impact of her back against the solid surface elicited a muffled groan, her mind buzzing. Before she could regain her senses, Su-bai's towering frame loomed over her, leaving no space between them. One of his hands pressed firmly on her shoulder while the other seized her right wrist, preventing her from drawing her weapon. The heat of his breath, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, enveloped her completely. What are you doing? Let me go? Lin Qingxue struggled fiercely, pushing against Su-bai's chest with her left hand. But it felt as though she were pushing against an impenetrable wall. His grip on her wrist was so powerful that it felt as if her bones might shatter. Let you go? Su-bai leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing her ear as he whispered in a chilling tone audible only to the two of them. Then you, the self-righteous Officer Len, will rush out and shout police. Don't move. At that group of professional bodyguards outside, his grip tightened, precisely pinching a pressure point on the inside of Lin Qingshue's wrist. A jolt of intense numbness surged through her right side like an electric shock. Just moments ago, she had attempted to draw her weapon, but now her arm felt weak and powerless, leaving her unable to muster any strength. If you move again, they will discover us, he stated coldly, devoid of any emotion, as if presenting an objective fact. Believe me, Chen Yin's men will not care whether you are a police officer. In their eyes, our only fate is to be shredded together and buried in the cement of the construction site nearby. Lin Qingxue was filled with shock and fury, her desire to retort stifled as she realized the truth in Su Bai's words. This was the Yunding Club, the territory of Chun Xing capital, where the law was merely a scrap of paper. To substantiate his claim, Su Bai slightly released his hold on her, allowing her to hear the commotion outside. What is going on? Why is there no activity in Area B's parking lot? A voice filled with frustration questioned. Damn it, those lunatics Haven T taken the money and run, have they? Boss, there's no response on the intercom. Should we go check it out? Soon after, Chun Yin's cold, emotionless voice echoed through the intercom, demanding a report from Area B. Silence followed, broken only by static. The bodyguards outside were clearly in a state of panic, their shouts and hurried footsteps audible. Lin Qingxue felt a chill wash over her. She had no doubt that if she exposed herself now, those bodyguards, intent on concealing the truth, would eliminate her without hesitation. She found herself caught in a tumultuous internal struggle. As a police officer, she should immediately bring this blood-stained criminal to justice. Yet, as a human, her instinct for survival urged her to recognize that the only person who could save her now was this man she yearned to apprehend. I offer you two choices, Su Bai's voice returned, a devilish whisper in her ear. 1. Trust me once, come with me, and I will ensure your safe departure. Or 2. Remain here, wait for them to discover you, and experience the fate of being surrounded and slaughtered by dozens. Lin Qingxue bit her lip until it turned pale. Humiliation, anger, resentment, and fear churned within her. Ultimately, the desire to survive overwhelmed all else. She closed her eyes, summoning every ounce of strength, and nodded in a gesture of reluctant acceptance. Excellent. Su Bai wasted no time, seizing her feeble hand and pulling her into the depths of the dark logistics corridor. The labyrinth of pipes, wires, and clutter would confound any ordinary person within mere minutes. Yet for Su Bai, it was as familiar as his own backyard. The system endowed him with extraordinary memory and spatial awareness, automatically crafting a three-dimensional map in his mind. He was acutely aware of which corners held cameras, which passages had patrolling personnel, and which rooms were traversable. Guiding Lin Qingxue, they navigated through the maze-like corridor with remarkable speed, flawlessly evading all surveillance and personnel. As they moved, Lin Qingxue finally regained her composure. Unable to suppress her questioning, why resort to such cruel methods? They do not deserve to die? Do not deserve to die? Su Bai scoffed without turning back, his voice dripping with derision. Officer Lin, are you jesting? Over 20 individuals armed with machetes merely to invite me for tea? Should I stand still and reason with them, explaining that murder is a crime? He paused, his tone growing even colder. Cast aside your absurd naivety. Officer Lin, in their world, it is a matter of life and death. Your innocence will not only endanger yourself, but also jeopardize everyone who seeks to protect you. Lin Qingxue was left speechless, her face pale from his words. Su Bai ignored her further, forcefully kicking open the door to a storage room in the back kitchen. A wave of rancid oil assaulted her senses. In a flash, he yanked a filthy chef's uniform from a hook and tossed it at Lin Qingxue without a glance. Put this on. He then grabbed a helmet emblazoned with the logo of a delivery service and placed it on his own head. He shoved a dilapidated, muddy delivery scooter from the corner, roughly pushing Lin Qingxue onto the back seat. Hold on tight. Su Bai hopped onto the scooter and twisted the throttle. The decrepit machine emitted a reluctant roar as it burst out of the alley, merging into the flow of city traffic. The cold wind howled, causing Lin Qingxue to instinctively grip Su Bai's waist. After navigating a series of twists and turns, Su Bai handed her a pre-prepared, old mobile phone. Go to this address. Once you arrive, do not call the police, do not contact anyone, and wait for my call. His voice was somewhat obscured by the wind, carrying a commanding tone. Otherwise, You and your esteemed Director Zhang will find yourselves in grave trouble. Lin Qingxue gazed at the unfamiliar address displayed on her phone screen, unable to inquire further. The electric bike came to a sudden halt at an uninhabited intersection. Su Bai dismounted and placed her by the roadside, offering her no time to react. He swiftly remounted the bike, abruptly reversing direction while donning the comically oversized delivery helmet. Heading once more towards the Yunding Club, he navigated through the traffic like a true deliveryman, charging back into the recently blood-soaked lair of danger. Moments later, Su Bai returned to the periphery of the parking lot of Yunding Club. He removed the delivery helmet, tossing it into the underbrush. Adjusting the collar of his expensive suit, he instantly reigned in the aura of a desperate outlaw. The system's skill, breath disguise, activated. In the blink of an eye, he transformed back into the rebellious, arrogant young lord of the underworld. With an air of nonchalance, he strolled towards the blood-soaked ground, now cordoned off by Chun Yin's subordinates. Chun Yin stood amidst the pile of corpses, hands clasped behind his back, his expression dark enough to drip with malice. Upon noticing Su Bai approach, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a cryptic smile. "Mr. Su," Chun Yin's voice betrayed no emotion. "It seems you have missed the most crucial part." Chapter 42: The Perfect Excuse. Stirring the waters thoroughly. Gazing at the twisted corpses and the still-drying bloodstains strewn across the ground, Su Bai composed his expression. He displayed intense shock, followed by a sense of relief for not being present earlier. Finally, his countenance shifted to one of fury as he strode towards Chun Yin. This entire transformation of emotions flowed seamlessly within a mere 2 seconds. He embodied the image of a victim who had narrowly escaped danger, filled with residual dread and seething anger, to perfection. "Damn it!" Su Bai exclaimed, his heart racing as he pounded his chest in a fit of anxiety. "I was merely dealing with an upset stomach, retreating into the nearby woods to resolve a pressing matter, and unexpectedly, it saved my life." His voice trembled, still shaken from the ordeal. "Mr. Chun." Su Bai swiftly pivoted the conversation, taking the initiative to confront Chun Yin with palpable ire. "Is this what you refer to as the impregnable Yunding Club? The security here is no better than paper. If I hadn't been indisposed earlier, would I not be lying here as well?" He positioned himself firmly as an innocent victim, speaking with conviction and authority. The bodyguards surrounding Chun Yin were taken aback, exchanging glances but daring not to speak. Chun Yin disregarded Su Bai's inquiry, his gaze scanning Su Bai's face in search of inconsistencies. "It seems Mr. Su has quite a few enemies," Chun Yin remarked in a low tone. "However, I am curious who possesses such capability to eliminate over 20 elite assassins I summoned from Heishui in just 10 minutes, and yet not a single shell casing can be found. It is astonishingly clean." He deliberately emphasized the 10 minutes and the cleanliness, probing for a reaction. He suspected Su Bai but lacked evidence. Su Bai smirked internally, feigning an analytical demeanor. The methods employed were swift and lethal, aimed solely at efficiently subduing the adversaries. He stroked his chin, reminiscent of a bumbling detective. Moreover, to resolve the conflict in such a brief period and leave no trace behind does not resemble a typical feud among the underworld. He raised his gaze to Chun Yin, insinuating, "This technique resembles that of elite operatives from the military or special police forces. Mr. Chun, do you think it possible that one of your rivals, aware of my presence today, sought to leverage my involvement to send you a warning?" With this statement, he successfully muddied the waters. Not only did he exonerate himself, but he also implied the involvement of a mysterious third party, potentially targeting Chun Yin. The color drained from Chun Yin's face. Having navigated the perilous waters of the underworld in business for many years, he had numerous enemies. It was entirely plausible that a formidable rival sought to ascend by stepping on him. At that moment, a bodyguard captain rushed over, whispering into Chun Yin's ear, "Mr. Yin, the technical department has reported that during that crucial 10 minutes, all surveillance in the parking lot was completely jammed by a strong electromagnetic pulse. Nothing was recorded." This flawless void created by the system served as Su Bai's most unassailable alibi. The malfunctioning surveillance meant there was no direct evidence to prove Su Bai's presence. Although his excuse of an upset stomach was absurd, it rendered any rebuttal impossible. Chun Yin scrutinized Su Bai for half a minute. Yet, Su Bai maintained a calm and mocking expression. Ultimately, Chun Yin could only internally accept the most logical and most frustrating conclusion. Su Bai had fortuitously escaped, unwittingly aided by an unknown and mysterious expert. "It was my oversight," Chun Yin finally spoke. re-establishing a facade of insincere politeness. For your safety, Mr. Su, I shall have someone escort you home. This was ostensibly for protection, but in truth, it was surveillance and testing. Su Bai, fully aware of the underlying motives, replied without mincing words, absolutely. After such a fright tonight, I must return to calm my nerves. Mr. Chun, we must discuss the compensation for my mental distress another day. He adopted the demeanor of a scoundrel who had gained an advantage while feigning innocence, causing the corners of Chun Yin's eyes to twitch in irritation. Upon entering the Rolls-Royce headed back to the city, the atmosphere inside was tense. Chun Yin casually lifted a glass of red wine, swirling it gently, and remarked, "There's no need for you to worry about the parking lot incident, Mr. Su. I have already notified a friend at the police station. He will handle it thoroughly, claiming it was merely a gas pipeline explosion." He paused, as if to boast, adding, "Deputy Director Wang is a very efficient person. Here it comes." Su Bai realized the true test was beginning. Deputy Director Wang, the big fish lurking within the police department. By mentioning him at this juncture, Chen Yin was observing Su Bai's reaction. If Su Bai displayed any signs of connection to the police, it would raise Chen Yin's suspicions. However, Su Bai outwardly expressed extreme disdain and contempt. Police? He scoffed, embodying the epitome of defiance. A bunch of useless fools. Aside from issuing tickets, what else can they do? I hope your friend is swift in his actions, leaving no trouble in his wake. He even cast a warning glance at Chen Yin, stating, "I certainly do not wish to see this trivial matter make the headlines tomorrow." This crude and insolent display, dismissing the police as inconsequential, was nothing short of perfect. It wholly dissipated the last fragment of doubt Chen Yin had regarding Su Bai's identity. After all, no police officer, or anyone with ties to law enforcement, would speak of their colleagues in such a manner, especially not a deputy director. The vehicle came to a smooth stop outside Su Bai's apartment building. As Su Bai opened the door to exit, Chen Yin's voice unexpectedly called out from behind. "The board will provide you with a response within 3 days." Su Bai paused momentarily. However now, Chen Yin continued, "I am more intrigued by your mysterious friend than our collaboration. You must understand, we do not favor uncontrollable pawns." A cold sweat trickled down Su Bai's back. He realized that the cunning Chen Yin had not fully placed his trust in him. Mysterious friend? Su Bai feigned impatience, waving his hand dismissively. Who knows which deity it might be? Perhaps they simply found those fools intolerable. Enough, I shall take my leave. If there is anything, contact me by phone. With that, he slammed the car door behind him and strode into the apartment building without looking back. Only upon entering the elevator did the prickling sensation of scrutiny finally dissipate. Leaning against the elevator wall, Su Bai felt the cold sweat soaking his back. Chapter 43. The Sign of Justice. The master plan takes shape. Upon returning to the apartment, Su Bai promptly locked the door behind him. Not even bothering to turn on the lights, he collapsed onto the sofa in the living room. The psychological duel with Chen Yin, that cunning old fox, had drained him far more than a brawl with 20 armed men. Every word, every expression, had to be flawless. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing in the darkness, and immediately summoned the system interface in his mind. A line of blue text hung in the air. Special event triggered. Enforcer witnessed. Lin Qingxue. New check-in location unlocked. Temporary safe house. Justice faction shelter. A faint smile crept onto Su Bai's lips. As expected, the address he provided to Lin Qingxue was a backup safe house he had prepared for a previous mission, utterly clandestine. Now, due to Lin Qingxue's presence as an enforcer, the system had designated this location as a check-in point for the Justice faction. What a delightful surprise. He fished out the old phone designated for contacting Lin Qingxue from his pocket and dialed her number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. "Su Bai? You scoundrel. What on earth do you intend to do?" The voice on the other end, Lin Qingxue, was barely containing her fury. It was easy to imagine her, alone in an unfamiliar environment, having just witnessed the gruesome scene, now forcibly abducted by Su Bai. Her mental state was undoubtedly on the brink of explosion. "Silence, and listen to me." Su Bai's voice extinguished her anger. "Firstly, you are currently safe, but only if you obey absolutely. Secondly, and most importantly," he lowered his voice, articulating each word carefully, "Chen Yin has an informant within the police station. Someone of high rank, Deputy Director Wang, whom I overheard in the car. If you contact the police or reach out to any of your colleagues, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. He will use every means at his disposal to make us both vanish without a trace. Do you understand?" A profound silence enveloped the call. Lin Qingxue was evidently taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit offices of the Jiangbei City Bureau, an emergency meeting was in progress. A suspected gas pipeline explosion at the Yunding Club had resulted in numerous casualties, causing significant public unrest. Seated at the head of the table was Deputy Director Wang Jinhua, his expression grave as he pounded the table with authority. Such a vicious incident occurring in the city center must be dealt with swiftly to mitigate its impact. Director Zhang, your focus has been on the Thunder operation, and your resources are limited. Allow me to take full command of this matter. Zhang Guodong, sitting in a corner of the conference table, wore a dark expression as he gazed at Wang Jinhua's hypocritical face. A power grab, an act of usurpation. This long-hidden shark could no longer restrain himself and had entered the fray to cleanse his master's reputation. The other officers in attendance exchanged glances, wary to speak. Ultimately, Wang Jinhua forcibly seized command of the Yunding Club incident from Zhang Guodong. He promptly convened a case analysis meeting, dismissively categorizing the event as a gang conflict. According to intelligence, it was the leader of the Black Dragon Society's Xuanwu Hall, the Mad Lion, who had set the trap to clash with Su Bai, the leader of the White Tiger Hall, over interests, ultimately fleeing in fear of punishment. Wang Jinhua's conclusion was swift and precise, effortlessly exonerating Chun Yin and Morningstar Capital. All blame was seamlessly placed upon the missing Mad Lion. Zhang Guodong sat in silence, his demeanor growing colder. He sensed that an even greater storm was on the horizon. In the safe house, Lin Qingxue clutched the phone, her mind in disarray. The deputy director was the informant? This information was so shocking that she struggled to accept it. Yet, Su Bai's tone, along with everything that had transpired at the Yunding Club, compelled her to believe him. Reason waged a fierce battle within her. Ultimately, her professional instincts as a criminal investigator instilled a sense of calm within her. In a situation where friend and foe were indistinguishable, remaining silent was the wisest course of action. Why should I trust you? She rasped. You need not trust me. You must trust your own judgment. Su Bai's voice remained icy. If you believe I am deceiving you, you may hang up now. Turn right and walk 300 meters. There is a security booth. Take a gamble and see whether it is Director Zhang or Deputy Director Wang's men who come to retrieve you. This statement proved to be the final straw that broke Lin Qingxue's resistance. What should I do? Stay there and await my call. After calming Lin Qingxue, Su Bai ended the call. Leaning back on the sofa, he silently recited, System, check in at the temporary safe house. Beep. Successfully checked in at the Justice Faction's temporary safe house. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a special item. Truth Stickers, X3. Item description, flesh-colored transparent stickers, highly discreet. When placed on the skin of the target individual, within 10 minutes, the target will, in an unconscious state, reveal their innermost thoughts to the questioner. After the effect ends, the target will have no recollection of the conversation during those 10 minutes, merely feeling as though they had been momentarily dazed. Gazing at the item description on the system interface, Su Bai smiled. This was truly a lethal tool tailor-made for Wang Jinhua. A master plan targeting the deputy director had swiftly taken shape in his mind. Just then, another encrypted phone on the coffee table began to vibrate violently. It was Zhang Guodong's exclusive number. Su Bai answered the call. Su Bai. Zhang Guodong's furious voice erupted from the other end. What on earth is happening? Wang Jinhua has taken full control of the Yunding case, and Lin Qingxue is missing. She cannot be found anywhere. How am I supposed to explain this to her family? Chapter 44. A stone to kill two birds, the frantic lion. Old Zhang, do not rush, allow me to explain. In the face of Zhang Guodong's thunderous fury, Su Bai's voice remained remarkably composed. Qingxue is safe. She is currently with me. However, she cannot appear for the time being, nor can she return to the police force. Why? Zhang Guodong's voice was laced with anxiety. Because the big fish has personally come forward to clean up the mess. Su Bai lowered his voice, his tone icy. Wang Jinhua has taken matters into his own hands, snatching the case from you. Is this not the rare opportunity we have been eagerly anticipating? There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. As an experienced investigator, Zhang Guodong quickly grasped Su Bai's implication. The more Wang Jinhua sought to cover up, the more it indicated his substantial connection to the matter. What do you intend to do? Zhang Guodong's voice grew somber. Su Bai did not withhold any details. He laid bare his plan to utilize the frantic lion, Wang Jinhua, and the truth-telling chip to achieve a dual victory. The phone line fell into an extended silence. Zhang Guodong's breathing became somewhat labored. It was evident that the audacity of Su Bai's scheme placed immense pressure upon him. Every step of this plan teetered on the edge of a knife. Any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. After a long pause, Zhang Guodong's voice finally broke the silence, uttering a single word, "Good." He paused before adding, "I will give you 24 hours. If there is no result by then, I shall employ all available resources to retrieve Qingxue. That will suffice." Upon ending the call, a glint of determination flashed in Su Bai's eyes as he promptly dialed the Bao's number. "Bao Ge, I need your assistance." "Mr. Bai, your command." A Bao's voice brimmed with reverence. "Immediately, right now, send out a message on the street." Su Bai's tone was resolute. "I, Su Bai, the leader of Baihu Tang, have been treacherously ambushed by the frenzied lion at Yunding Club. Although a mysterious expert intervened and saved me, I have sustained severe injuries and am currently recovering in a secret location, my life hanging by a thread." A Bao snapped back to attention, promptly agreeing. "Understood. I shall take care of it at once." "Should I make it more convincing?" "The more realistic, the better," Su Bai replied coldly. This message served a dual purpose: to keep Chen Yin believing in the existence of the mysterious expert, thus lowering his guard against Su Bai, and to drive the cornered stray dog to madness. In a shadowy underground stronghold in Jiangbei City, the frenzied lion paced restlessly like a beast trapped in a cage. Just half an hour ago, Su Bai's phone call, which pronounced his doom, left him in a state of agitation akin to sitting on needles. Over 20 elite knife wielders had been annihilated. The gravity of that fact filled him with dread. At that moment, a trusted subordinate hurriedly burst in. "Brother Lion, news has come in that Su Bai has been severely injured by our men and is on the brink of death." "What?" The frenzied lion abruptly halted, seizing his subordinate by the collar. "Is the information reliable?" "Absolutely. It is spreading throughout the streets. They say he was rescued by a mysterious person, but he is gravely wounded and hiding away to recover." A surge of elation ignited in the frenzied lion's eyes. He had thought he was at a dead end. Unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. Su Bai injured? This signified a chance for retaliation, perhaps even the sole opportunity for a counterattack. If he could take advantage of Su Bai's weakened state and eliminate him before he regained his strength, he could reverse his fortunes. Just as the frenzied lion was overwhelmed with excitement from this good news, a disposable phone on the table suddenly rang. This was a number encrypted through multiple layers. The frenzied lion hesitated briefly before answering. "Hello? Is this the frenzied lion?" A raspy, distorted voice emerged from the other end. "Who are you?" The frenzied lion asked warily. "My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that I know Chen Yin has cast you aside." A jolt of alarm surged through the frenzied lion. The assassination at Yunding Club was, in fact, Chen Yin utilizing his hands to test Su Bai. Now that the test was complete, Su Bai had demonstrated significant value. Consequently, to placate Su Bai, Chen Yin intended to pin all the blame for the parking lot shootout on you, compelling you to quell Su Bai's wrath. Every word spoken over the phone struck at the frenzied lion's most sensitive nerves. The more he listened, the paler his complexion became. "How do you know this?" "How I know is unimportant. What matters is that I understand where your only chance for redemption lies." "What opportunity?" The frenzied lion grasped at this last lifeline. "Tomorrow at noon, Chen Yin will meet his protector, Vice Director Wang from the City Bureau, at the Tianzi private room in Yujing Tea House. They are to exchange all the evidence necessary to frame you. Bring your men and seize them red-handed. It would be best to stream it live. This is your only chance to escalate the situation and drag Chen Yin down." Blinded by hatred and fear, the frenzied lion immediately latched onto this grand deception as his sole means of salvation. "All right, I understand." He hung up the phone, his eyes bloodshot, face contorted with a frenzied determination. "Bring in all the reliable brothers. Tomorrow at noon, we storm Yujing Tea House and fight to the death." Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Bai ended the call made with the voice changer, his expression utterly unfazed. The tea house was indeed real. Vice Director Wang would attend. That much was true. However, his purpose for attending was the trap meticulously prepared by Su Bai, and the frenzied lion was merely the one who willingly leaped into the snare. Simultaneously, within a temporary safe house in the western part of the city, Lin Qingxue paced anxiously, her mind a whirlwind of chaos. As she wandered the room, her arm inadvertently brushed against the edge of a bookshelf, producing a soft click. To her astonishment, a discreet hidden compartment sprang open in the wall beside the bookshelf. Momentarily taken aback, Lin Qingxue, curiously reached in to explore. Inside the compartment lay an old file, its corners yellowed with age. Puzzled, she withdrew the file and opened it. A photograph slipped from within, fluttering to the floor. Lin Qingxue bent down to pick up the picture. In the photograph, two young individuals clad in police uniforms stand side by side. Their smiles radiant and their spirits high. One of them is Zhang Guodong from over 2 decades ago. The other, Lin Qingxue's expression changed dramatically. The refined middle-aged man she had seen before. He occupied a prominent position on the honor wall of the police academy. A first-class model, Su Zhenhua. Beneath his name, there is a line of smaller text, Father of Su Bai. Chapter 45, An Unexpected Encounter in the Tea House, the Deputy Director's Doom. A thunderous sound reverberated. At the moment Lin Qingxue beheld the photograph, it felt as though a lightning bolt had erupted in her mind, leaving her frozen in place. Su Bai's father and Director Zhang. They were comrades in arms. This long-buried photograph, preserved for over 2 decades, acted as a key, unlocking all the mysteries. She finally comprehended why Director Zhang had always been reticent regarding Su Bai's decline, adopting an ambiguous stance. She understood why Su Bai could repeatedly secure leads that even the police struggled to reach, such as in the case of the skeletal remains found in an abandoned well. She also grasped the profound, almost inexplicable rapport that existed between Su Bai and Director Zhang, transcending the ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. It turned out that all of this was rooted in a revenge plot spanning over 20 years, a tragic legacy passed down from father to son. The man she perceived as both righteous and wicked, bordering on demonic, bore a burden far heavier than she had ever imagined. In that moment, all previous doubts evaporated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of guilt, drowning her like a tidal wave. She gazed at the photograph of the radiant, spirited Su Zhenhua. Recalling Su Bai's perpetually aloof and indifferent visage, her nose tinged with a sharp pain, and her eyes instantly reddened. The following morning, at 11 o'clock, Su Bai, utilizing the police department's insider system, effortlessly uncovered Deputy Director Wang's private itinerary for the afternoon. Yujing Tea House, the Tianzi box, for a meeting. It matched precisely with what he had conveyed to Guangshi through a voice changer. At 11:30, Su Bai arrived at the tea house ahead of schedule. He did not enter through the front door. Instead, he circled to the back alley, slipping into the employee changing room like a specter. A few minutes later, a young man clad in a white server's uniform emerged. He was tall yet unremarkable in appearance, hunched over with a somewhat vacant gaze, the type of person who would vanish into a crowd unnoticed. Su Bai retracted all traces of his brilliance and charisma, transforming entirely into an inconspicuous tea house server. At 11:50, a black Audi A6 came to a halt at the entrance of the tea house. Deputy Director Wang, sporting a prominent beer belly, strode into the Tianzi box, exuding authority amidst a throng of supporters. As soon as he entered, Su Bai followed closely behind, carrying a tray of premium Longjing tea, his head bowed, taking small, cautious steps. Deputy Director Wang, please enjoy, Su Bai said, bending slightly as he carefully placed the teacup on the table before Deputy Director Wang, adopting an extremely humble demeanor. In the fleeting moment of passing by Deputy Director Wang while setting down the teacup, he flicked his fingertip. A truth-revealing sticker, exchanged from the system, discreetly adhered to the back of Deputy Director Wang's collar, concealed by his ample sleeves. The entire act transpired with the swiftness of lightning, yet flowed seamlessly, a routine practiced countless times. Deputy Director Wang was engrossed in a phone call, entirely oblivious to the server's proximity. All right, I understand. You can leave, he waved dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly. Got it. Su Bai nodded and bowed as he exited the box, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. At the moment the heavy wooden door shut, his humble smile vanished, replaced by a surge of murderous intent. He proceeded to the end of the corridor's fire escape, ensuring no one was around. From his pocket, he retrieved a brand new phone and dialed Deputy Director Wang's number. The call was quickly connected. Hello? Who is this? How annoying. Deputy Director Wang's irate voice came through. Deputy Director, it's me, Shaoli. Su Bai immediately switched his voice, perfectly imitating Wang's trusted secretary's tone, anxiously stating, Deputy Director, regarding the Yunding case, Mr. Chun instructed to shift all blame onto Guangshi, but I fear the evidence chain might be insufficient. If Guangshi becomes desperate, under the influence of the truth-revealing sticker, Deputy Director Wang's innermost thoughts spilled forth without a second thought. He growled impatiently. Desperate? What can a thug like him do? Mr. Chun has already arranged everything. You just need to follow through. Why are you bothering me with such trivial matters? His ability to contribute to Jiangqing's stability is a stroke of luck for him. Subai expressionlessly pressed the recording button on his phone. He continued, adopting Xiao Li's tone, cautiously asking then, what about the missing police officer Lin Qingxue? It seems Director Zhang is quite concerned about her and has been inquiring persistently. Lin Qingxue? Deputy Director Wang scoffed, malice dripping from his tone. That ignorant girl is just a hindrance. Find an opportunity to let her die in the line of duty while pursuing the fugitive Guangshi. Let her have a moment of glory. Make it clean, understand? Understood. Subai's voice grew somber, his knuckles whitening. Wang Jinhua, you are doomed. At that moment, bang! A deafening crash resounded. The heavy wooden door of the box was violently kicked open from outside, splintering into pieces, with shards flying. Wang Jinhua, you treacherous rat! Guangshi roared. Is in their live streaming room. The number of online viewers began to surge exponentially, with the barrage of comments nearly obscuring the entire screen. At that moment, the local network across Jiangcheng was set ablaze. Concealed in a corner of the fire escape, Subai coldly observed the unfolding scene. He possessed a complete and clear recording that contained all the incriminating evidence against Wang Jinhua, along with the link to the most popular live stream hosted by a member of the Mad Lion Gang. He anonymously sent it to two individuals. One was the director of the municipal bureau, Zhang Guodong. The other was Jiangcheng Bai Shaoxing, the city's most followed influencer, renowned for igniting public opinion. Having accomplished this, Subai snapped his phone card in two and discarded both the card and the phone into the trash bin of the fire escape. He then turned, seamlessly blending back into the shadows of the corridor. Yet, the entire Jiangcheng was poised to be transformed by his actions. A storm, ignited by his own hand, was officially set in motion. Chapter 46. The Outburst of Public Opinion, a Cleansing of Both Sides. Oh my, a monumental revelation. My dear friends, I have just received an anonymous submission. Prepare your heart medications, lest you explode on the spot. The most prominent online influencer in Jiangqing, Jiangqing Baixiaoxing, stared at the clear recording in his inbox, along with a live stream link that had already reached unprecedented heights of popularity, trembling with excitement. This is no mere gossip. It is akin to detonating a nuclear bomb in Jiangqing. He couldn't even be bothered to refine the title and opted for the most sensational phrasing. Official confirmation. Recording exposing the deputy mayor's dealings with gangsters. Disturbing on-site footage. He unleashed the recording and live stream link upon the entire internet. The digital realm of Jiangqing erupted. In the recording, Deputy Director Wang's voice coldly shifted the blame entirely onto Guangshi. The clarity of her words, declaring that she would die in the line of duty during the pursuit, was piercing. The live footage depicted a deputy director, who should have stood for justice, grappling with a notorious gang leader, his face swollen like a pig's head, a sight to behold. The evidence was irrefutable. The entire internet of Jiangcheng was in a frenzy. Public sentiment surged like a catastrophic flood, spiraling out of control. Is this real? The deputy director intends to eliminate his own female officer? This is more thrilling than any movie. No wonder Guangshi has gone mad. I would too if I were in his shoes. With both the underworld and the law enforcement colluding against you, one would be oblivious to their impending doom. How absurd, just moments ago scheming over the phone, and now the very target has burst through the door. What a masterstroke of dark humor. The roots of corruption run deeply. Investigate. We must uncover the entire truth. The citizens were in an uproar, their emotions ignited, as the news spread virally across major social media platforms. At the municipal bureau, in the director's office, Zhang Guodong pressed the play button on his phone, having listened to the complete recording 3 times. The room was silent, save for the haunting echo of Wang Jinhua's sinister voice. Upon hearing the final phrase regarding her glorious demise, Zhang Guodong slammed his phone onto the desk. The solid wooden desk resounded with a dull thud. His chest heaved violently, not from anger, but from dread. Wang Jinhua intended to eliminate his most favored officer, the one he had personally championed. Wang Jinhua. He spat the name through clenched teeth, turning to seize the red confidential phone on his desk. Without hesitation, he bypassed the city and dialed the private cell of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission secretary. The call connected. Secretary Zhou, this is Zhang Guodong. He suppressed his fury as he spoke. I hereby formally report, with my 2 decades of policing experience and my integrity, that Deputy Director Wang Jinhua of Jiangcheng is acting as a shield for criminal elements and is attempting to harm my officer Lin Qingxue. Evidence and witnesses abound, and the whole internet is in an uproar. The provincial response was swift beyond imagination. In the wake of an already explosive public opinion, any hint of hesitation would be construed as complicity. Within an hour, a joint investigation team formed by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and the Provincial Public Security Bureau descended upon Jiangcheng like a sword from the heavens, landing overnight. Under the watchful eyes of countless netizens monitoring the live stream, several black sedans with special licenses arrived at the entrance of Yujing Tea House. Fully armed special police stormed into the private room, dragging the bloodied Wang Jinhua, who was still entangled with Guangxi, out as if he were a dead dog, handcuffing him on the spot and escorting him into a vehicle. This entire sequence unfolded live across countless mobile screens, shaking the city to its core. The police force in Jiangcheng underwent a complete transformation overnight. With Wang Jinhua's downfall, the intricate web of interests he had woven was uprooted entirely. Dozens of protectors, both large and small, were captured in a single sweep. Zhang Qiudong, rising to the occasion, harnessed this momentum to execute a thorough cleanse within the police department, firmly regaining control of power. Meanwhile, the criminal underworld was also engulfed in tumultuous waves. Guangxi's attack on senior police officers rendered him inescapably culpable. The leader of the Black Dragon Society, seeking both self-preservation and to quell the official wrath, promptly convened a grand assembly of the entire gang, publicly announcing the expulsion of the reckless Guangxi, branding him as a discarded pawn. Just moments ago, the brazen Guangxi and his core subordinates were apprehended at the tea house, and the once formidable Sun Hall was rendered a mere shadow of its former self. Subsequently, the leader made an astonishing decision that left everyone dumbfounded. He publicly commended Su Bai, the White Tiger Hall leader, who had been an innocent victim in this turmoil, acknowledging his endurance through humiliation. As a form of spiritual compensation, he allocated all of Guangxi's territory and assets to the White Tiger Hall. The news sent shockwaves through the entire underground world of Jiangcheng. Is this what they call spiritual compensation? This essentially transformed Su Bai into a 300-pound behemoth. Su Bai reclined on the sofa in his apartment, nonchalantly crossing his legs, scrolling through news on his phone while tossing grapes into his mouth. Upon reading the Black Dragon Society's compensation decision, he nearly choked on a grape. This leader is indeed a talent. Not only did he eliminate the significant threat posed by Guangxi without shedding blood, but he also cleared Zhang Guodong's political adversaries, all while expanding his own influence overnight. The White Tiger Hall has now undoubtedly ascended to be the foremost power within the Black Dragon Society and the entire underground realm of Jiangcheng. In a safe house, Lin Qingxue observed the entire sequence of events unfold through an old smartphone. From Guangxi kicking down the door in a live stream to Wang Jinhua's arrest, and finally to the Black Dragon Society reallocating Guangxi's territory to Su Bai. Every piece fell into place seamlessly. She finally comprehended the entirety of Su Bai's grand scheme. The man she had once perceived as nearly devilish had, through his own perilous dance upon the knife's edge, orchestrated an astonishingly just reckoning. He manipulated everyone like puppets, achieving the most luminous results through the darkest means. Lin Qingxue's heart was in turmoil. Just then, her old phone buzzed in her pocket. It was Su Bai. Have you finished watching the show? His tone was inscrutable. Yes. Now, you may return to the police force. Remember your cover story. You were investigating leads, lost your way, and were cut off from external communication due to magnetic interference. Trust me, no one will question you. Understood. Lin Qingxue hung up the phone, her emotions in a tumultuous state. Just as she was about to rise and leave, another call unexpectedly came through. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, she answered it. On the other end, a voice so calm it was almost chilling resonated. It was Chen Yin. His tone was icy and penetrating. Mr. Su, what a remarkable strategy you have. Lin Qingxue froze instantly, realizing that Chen Yin had mistaken this old phone for Su Bai's number. She then heard Chen Yin continue in that eerily calm manner. You have successfully eliminated my most crucial piece at the police station, and you certainly have a knack for settling accounts. However, I recall that our agreement did not include this stipulation. Chapter 47. The Birth of the Film Queen. The most painful slap on the other end of the line. Chen Yin's voice was chilling, piercing through the receiver and drilling into Lin Qingxue's mind. Su Bai, such cunning tactics. Lin Qingxue's heart seized suddenly, Her breath momentarily halted. It was over. Her mind went blank in an instant, with a singular thought frantically screaming, "Do not make a sound. Absolutely do not make a sound." If even a hint of her voice meant for the police slipped out, all of Su Bai's meticulously crafted plans would be rendered utterly futile in this moment. She could vividly picture Chun Yin's face, the eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses, waiting for his prey to stumble into the trap. Why the silence? Chun Yin's tone held a hint of probing. "Su Tongzhu, is it inconvenient at the moment?" The surroundings fell silent. Each passing second felt like a boulder pressing against her chest. Just as this suffocating stillness threatened to explode, Lin Qingxue took a sharp breath. When she spoke again, her voice was transformed. "Who is this?" The tone was soft and sticky, laced with a languid petulance as if disturbed from a beautiful dream. "How annoying. Is it impossible to let someone sleep in the middle of the night?" Su Ge just fell asleep. Chun Yin on the other end was evidently caught off guard by this unexpected scene. The prepared words he had vanished into silence. A voice he had never encountered before. Lin Qingxue left him no room for thought. At that moment, she portrayed a greedy young girl with vivid realism. She exaggeratedly rolled her eyes at the air and continued to complain in a syrupy tone. "Whatever it is, let's discuss it tomorrow. Honestly, after all that fuss, I'm practically falling apart, exhausted like a dead pig, and you call now to summon my soul?" These few sentences were laden with meaning. They not only perfectly explained why Su Bai had not answered the phone, but also vividly depicted the image of a newly ascended, pleasure-seeking young ruffian, dizzy from the whispers at his side. This was far too reasonable. Silence reigned for a full 5 seconds on the other end of the line. Then, Chun Yin's ambiguous light laughter broke through. The initial intent to kill and suspicion in his voice clearly faded, replaced by a condescending disdain. In his eyes, a young man ensnared by a woman at such a critical juncture could never rise to prominence. He possessed some cleverness, but his vision was limited. "Tell Su Bai, my favors are not so easily spent. My people will eliminate my most crucial piece in the police department. I will remember this debt. Have him provide me with an explanation by tomorrow." With that, the call was abruptly disconnected. The busy signal echoed in Lin Qingxue's ears, draining her of all strength. She slid down the wall to the floor, her back soaked with cold sweat from the police uniform. Gasping for breath, she realized that those short seconds had caused her more distress than any A-grade fugitive she had ever subdued. At that moment, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Su Bai rushed in, drenched from the downpour, and immediately spotted Lin Qingxue, slumped on the ground. He had been eavesdropping at the door for quite some time. Fear gripped him, mingled with astonishment. He had never imagined that this usually straightforward, somewhat stubborn female officer could possess such quick wit and bravery. "You played the role exceedingly well," Su Bai stated, his tone ambiguous, neither praise nor sarcasm, yet undeniably captivating and immersive. "You brought to life the character of a greedy and frivolous young girl." Lin Qingxue, do they teach this at your police academy? Each word from Su Bai sent tremors through Lin Qingxue's body. But before she could respond, he lunged forward, snatched the old phone from her hands, and with all his might, crushed it into shards before her eyes. The sound of the plastic shell and components shattering was deafening and piercing. "Who the hell gave you the right to be so clever?" Su Bai shouted, his voice low and seething with barely contained fury. "Do you have any idea that you nearly got me killed? You nearly killed yourself too." Lin Qingxue was momentarily stunned by his outburst, instinctively wanting to explain, to tell him that she already knew the truth, that she understood his predicament. She barely opened her mouth when Su Bai's cruel words struck her back like a hammer. "What do you mean I? A mere infant still on the bottle. Do you really think you are of any significance?" Su Bai leaned down, towering over her, each word stabbing like a knife into her heart. "Don't flatter yourself, thinking we are collaborating. Whatever I do, you have no right to intervene, nor to offer assistance." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her face, which was marked by humiliation and shock. "However, you did perform quite well in that little scene. How often do you practice in the precinct? Or do you behave this way with other men as well?" These words cut deeper than a slap, more venomous than any insult. Not only was it an affront to her profession, but it also trampled upon her dignity as a woman. Lin Qingxue's eyes brimmed with tears. Her lips pressed together, the metallic taste of iron flooding her mouth. She gazed at this familiar yet foreign man before her, her heart racing with pain. She wanted to retort, to hurl every harsh word back at him. Yet in the end, all words lodged in her throat, coalescing into an unbearable pang of sorrow. She said nothing, summoning all her strength to rise from the ground, forcefully pushing past Su Bai, and without a backward glance. She dashed out into the torrential rain outside, resolutely vanishing from sight. Inside the room, Su Bai remained alone, his expression still fierce and disdainful, as he slumped onto the sofa. He wished to light a cigarette, but his fingers trembled violently, and it took several attempts before he finally succeeded. Ding! S-level acting skill activated. Successfully inflicted heart-wrenching damage on ally Lin Qingxiu. Congratulations, host. Your ironclad heart has reached a new realm. Mental resistance 10. System prompt. Sometimes, pushing someone away 1,000 miles is the same as embracing them in your arms. Su Bai approached the window. The glass still bore the faint, cool imprint left by Lin Qingxiu leaning against it. The fury and artificial disdain in his eyes, akin to cheap paint washed away by the rain, began to dissolve quietly. What flowed forth was an unrecognized sense of remorse and heartache, even to himself. He turned, his gaze falling upon a heap of shattered mobile phone fragments scattered across the floor. The inexpensive device, which had recently rested in her hands, served as her means of self-defense. Now, however, it lay in ruins, crushed by his own hands. Just as he had, moments ago, obliterated her trust, and perhaps the faintest hint of an inappropriate affection that should not have existed. He bent down silently, meticulously gathering the fragments, sparing no minute peace. He was uncertain of the reason behind his actions. Perhaps he sought to make amends, or perhaps he simply wished to eliminate any evidence of the harm he had inflicted upon her from this room. Fool, he muttered softly, unable to discern whether he was cursing Lin Qingxiu or himself. Su Bai collapsed despondently onto the sofa, occupying the very spot where Lin Qingxiu had slid down against the wall. He could almost envision her despair and coldness at that moment. Alas, he knew this was far from over. Chen Yin, that cunning old fox, would never be swayed by a mere phone call from a woman to dismiss his suspicions entirely. Indeed, his phone in his pocket began to vibrate violently. It was an urgent message from Abao. Just a single line. Brother, something's gone awry. Chen Yin's men have gone to the family compound. They say they are delivering a congratulatory gift to Uncle Lu. Su Bai's expression shifted dramatically. His hometown, the family compound. There lived a mute cobbler, Uncle Lu, who had watched him grow up. After the passing of his parents, Uncle Lu was the last remnant of warmth in Su Bai's life. Chen Yin had dared to provoke his wrath. Damn it! Su Bai let out a primal roar, his fist crashing against the nearby wall with tremendous force. Bang! The plaster cracked, and blood trickled down from his knuckles. Unfazed by the pain, he dashed out of the door in a frenzy. Chapter 48. The unfinished bowl of noodles. Silent collapse. The engine emitted a tortured roar on the midnight streets. Su Bai pressed his entire being onto the accelerator. The neon lights outside the window shattered in the rain, merging into bizarre ribbons of color that rushed past in a blur. Yet, in his mind, the shoe repair stall in the old district, reeking of leather and glue, grew increasingly vivid. He recalled the time when he first arrived in this world, dazed from hunger, unable to find a single coin. The person who helped him was not Zhang Guodong, but the ever-smiling mute, Uncle Lu, who quietly placed 2 steaming meat buns on the steps of his home. He remembered the first time he struck someone until they bled, terrified and hiding in Uncle Lu's repair stall. Lu Uncle did not gesture to ask why. He simply brought him a bowl of steaming Yanchun noodles, topped with a perfectly fried egg. At that moment, the memories of the original owner and his own memories intertwined and twisted. In this cold world, only in Uncle Lu's presence could Su Bai shed all his masks and eat a bowl of noodles like an ordinary person in peace. That was the only semblance of purity he could grasp in this tainted world. The lighthouse he could see while drowning in despair. Squealing, the tires screeched on the slick road, the car nearly spinning out of control. Before the vehicle had come to a complete stop, Su Bai saw the flames shooting into the sky. The dilapidated shack that had swayed in the wind and rain for decades, the only place that had harbored his warmth, was being consumed by fire. The scorching waves of heat mixed with the acrid smell of burning flesh crashed against him. Lu Uncle, bloodshot eyes filled with dread, Su Bai flung open the car door, charging forth like a raging beast. Ignoring the horrified cries and attempts to restrain him from the neighbors, he dashed towards the inferno. Xiao Su, you can't go in. The house is going to collapse. He has lost his mind. The intense heat burned his skin and singed his hair, yet he felt no pain. All he knew was that Lu Uncle was still inside. His spatial perception ability was pushed to its limits, distorting the scene in the fire, the collapsing structure rapidly forming images in his mind. He rammed his shoulder into the warped door frame and, beneath a broken beam, found the curled figure of Lu Uncle. Lu Uncle was unrecognizable, his body scorched, pinned beneath a heavy cabinet. Upon seeing Su Bai rush in, his already clouded old eyes reflected nothing but concern and urgency for the child in danger. Trembling, he sheltered a soot-blackened iron box in his arms. Su Bai recognized the box. It contained the certificates from the original owner's childhood and a now-yellowed family portrait. Lu Uncle had always treasured it, locking it away in the cabinet. With a suppressed roar, Su Bai summoned every ounce of strength to lift the beam and pulled Lu Uncle from the wreckage. At the alley's entrance, shrouded in rain, several men in black suits held black umbrellas, coldly observing the meticulously orchestrated drama. At the forefront stood the captain of Chun Yin's bodyguard team. Upon seeing Su Bai emerge with Lu Uncle, a cruel expression crossed his face as he shouted over the sound of the rain, "Su Tangzhu, are you well? Mr. Yin has said that your status is now prestigious. Keeping such a trashy relative from the slums is merely a disgrace to you. We kindly assisted in clearing him out. No need to thank us." Cleared out, no need to thank us. Each word pierced Su Bai's mind. Cradling Lu Uncle, he collapsed to his knees in the mud, frantically attempting to administer first aid. But Lu Uncle was too old, too gravely injured. The breath of life was swiftly ebbing away in his arms. The old man struggled to raise a hand, weathered and burned, seemingly wanting to wipe the soot from Su Bai's face. The hand lifted halfway, then fell heavily. The world fell into an eerie silence at that moment. The sounds of rain, the crackling fire, the neighbors' cries, all vanished. Su Bai's mouth gaped open, his throat filled with cement, desperately trying to scream but unable to produce a sound. His heart was gripped by an invisible hand, then slowly crushed into shards. The bodyguard captain leisurely approached, presenting a mobile phone to Su Bai. The screen illuminated, revealing a video call. On the other end, Chun Yin swirled a glass of red wine in a luxurious private room. "Su Bai, does this fire look splendid?" Chun Yin's voice came through the receiver. "This is the first lesson I taught you. Remember, those who aspire to greatness cannot have weaknesses. Anything that causes you pain must be severed by your own hand, or I shall assist you in doing so." Clutching Lu Uncle's body, Su Bai's nails dug deep into his palm, blood mingling with the mud. He knew he could not cry. If he shed tears, if he revealed his pain, Chun Yin would ascertain that Lu Uncle was his weakness. Subsequently, Zhang Guodong, Lin Qingxue, and all those he cared for would become the next props in Chun Yin's lessons. He had to smile. He had to resemble the devil more than the devil himself. Su Bai lifted his head. In his bloodshot eyes, only a chilling madness remained. The corners of his mouth twisted upward, slowly. Ultimately, from the depths of his throat erupted a laugh. Manic to the extreme. "Ha ha 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 ha. What a splendid fire. This blaze is so damn magnificent. Mr. Yin, you truly are my confidant." Tears streamed down his face as he laughed, yet no one could distinguish whether they were raindrops or something else. "That old fool knew I stole from him when I was a child. I've wanted to eliminate him for ages, just waiting for the opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Yin. Thank you for helping me silence him. I graciously accept this grand gift." On the other end of the video, Chun Yin smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the surrounding neighbors, hearing Su Bai's deranged words, stood frozen in disbelief. They could hardly comprehend the sight of the young man kneeling before a corpse, laughing maniacally. "Su Bai? You beast. How did Lu Uncle treat you back then? A wolf in sheep's clothing. May you meet a terrible end." Someone picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. The stone struck his forehead, opening a gash from which blood flowed down his laughing face. Su Bai did not flinch or evade. Instead, he laughed even more wildly, more unrestrained. He had utterly become a madman abandoned by all, a villain worse than a beast. No one could see that beneath his mask of maniacal laughter, a heart was silently dying. And at this very moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Ding. Detecting that the host is undergoing extreme psychological distortion, completing the severance of humanity within the battlefield of suffering. Congratulations, host. Successful check-in at a special location, the purgatory of human hearts. Acquired passive divine skill, the clown's mask. Skill description: your face shall be the ultimate weapon to deceive the world, no matter how profound the grief, rage, or despair within. The host can flawlessly feign any required emotion, impervious to anyone's scrutiny. Su Bai paid no heed to the system. He merely laughed and laughed, until Chun Yin hung up the call. In the rain, his laughter gradually subsided, leaving only that wide, grinning visage stiffly etched upon his face. Holding Uncle Lou's lifeless body, he knelt in the mire, a statue incapable of tears or pain. Chapter 49. The Mad Dog on a Rainy Night. Blood must be paid with blood. The beam of the headlights swept across the alleyway, only to vanish moments later, as the sound of the engine faded into the distance. Chun Yin's bodyguards had departed, destined to return with a flawless answer. Su Bai was a natural-born villain, a madman devoid of any moral constraints. Within the alley, the neighbors' curses gradually subsided, ultimately replaced by the sounds of closing doors and retreating footsteps. No one desired to cast another glance at the young man kneeling before the corpse. The fire continued to burn, with rain failing to extinguish all the flickering flames. Charred wooden beams persistently collapsed, emitting explosive sounds. Thick smoke mingled with moisture filled the air, creating a stinging, suffocating atmosphere. The world fell silent, leaving only the sounds of rain, fire, and a solitary kneeling figure. Su Bai remained motionless in the muddy water, his face frozen in a maniacal grin. The streetlight at the alley's entrance was entirely obscured by the surrounding architecture, and darkness swallowed everything whole. The smile on Su Bai's face began to twitch, his muscles uncontrollably convulsing, as the corners of his mouth gradually sagged. The expression faded away, leaving only numbness. In the rainy night, Su Bai finally stirred. He bowed his head, pressing his forehead heavily against the charred and cold back of Lu Shu's hand. There were no cries, no sounds at all, only the slight rise and fall of his frail shoulders. The wound on his forehead continued to bleed, mingling with the rainwater and the liquid surging from his eyes, washing away the soot from his face. Stripes of crimson spread across his visage. At the deepest part of the alley, behind a pile of garbage, a pair of eyes observed the scene. It belonged to a small-time thug, battered and bruised, his face a mosaic of contusions, curled up in a corner. Chen Hao, known as the Mad Dog, was infamous in this area for being a scoundrel. He had intended to take advantage of the chaos to pilfer something, perhaps exchange it for a bottle of liquor, but instead, he had witnessed a performance, one that he could not fully comprehend, yet understood completely. Chen Hao was oblivious to the concepts of disguise and planning. He relied solely on instinct. He had seen the man who laughed in front of everyone, now reduced to a state of agony, as if all his bones had been extracted, curled up in pain. A jolt of electricity surged through Chen Hao's spine. Su Bai rose to his feet, water dripping from his hair, his entire body drenched. His physical warmth dissipated rapidly, yet it paled in comparison to the chilling sensation within his heart. He bent down, extending a trembling hand, attempting to lift Lu Shu's lifeless body. Exhaustion overwhelmed him, the immense sorrow rendering his body unresponsive. Su Bai swayed, teetering towards the muddy ground, when a hand grasped his arm. It was a slender hand, filthy yet firm. Chen Hao emerged from the shadows without uttering a word. He approached Su Bai and circled around to the other side, bending down. With determination, he hoisted the charred corpse onto his own frail back. The weight nearly caused him to stumble, but he steadied himself. Su Bai turned his head, his gaze landing upon Chen Hao. "Do you wish to die as well?" Chen Hao grinned, revealing blood-stained gums, with vacant spaces where his front teeth once were. Only a fierce, reckless flame burned within him. "Big brother," he said, his grin widening, the hollow space in his mouth letting in the wind, his voice hoarse and peculiar. "You laughed just now, and it was truly hideous." With that, he carelessly spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, mixing it with the mud. The numbness in Su Bai's eyes faded, replaced by an intensely dangerous scrutiny, akin to a wounded beast assessing whether this uninvited guest was prey or another predator vying for a share. Chen Hao met that gaze without flinching, leaning forward, the stench of decay and blood wafting towards Su Bai. "My name is Chen Hao, known as the Mad Dog. Everyone around here knows me. I am both wretched and insane." He gestured towards his bruised face, laughing nonchalantly. "My parents died early, leaving me without family. I've survived through petty theft, brawls, and squatting. A worthless life. If I die, so be it. There would be no one to collect my remains." Despite the disjointed nature of his words, there was a raw, straightforward vigor in his expression. He averted his gaze from Su Bai, focusing instead on the cold corpse on his back. "Lu Shu was a good man. When I was on the brink of starvation, he would always cook me a bowl of noodles, never asking for payment. I still owe him for those bowls." Chen Hao's voice softened. He lifted his head, locking eyes with Su Bai. I may not possess your clever intellect and cannot engage in your intricate schemes, but I understand that you were not laughing. You were crying. You wish to kill. These 4 words were spoken with a light yet assured tone. Take me with you. His grin widened further, resembling that of a true mad dog. Su Bai regarded Chun Hao, recognizing the flicker of defiance in his eyes. He saw another version of himself, one cornered by the world. Su Bai chose not to speak further, silently turning away and leading the way. In the rainy night, amidst desolate mountains, the 2 men walked, one behind the other, devoid of tools. They found a gentle slope on the back mountain and began to dig with their hands. The earth was slick, intermingled with stones and roots. Their nails quickly split, blood mingling with the soil. Neither paused. After more than an hour, a grave barely large enough to accommodate a single body emerged. They gently placed Lu Shu's remains into the pit and then, with their hands, began to cover it with soil, grain by grain. There was no tombstone, merely a small mound of freshly disturbed earth. Su Bai stood before the grave for a long while. He retrieved a cigarette, soaked by the rain, shook off the water, and struggled to ignite it with a lighter. The smoke filled his lungs, triggering a violent cough. He planted the half-burnt cigarette into the earth before the grave. The wisps of smoke quickly dissipated, scattered by the rain. Su Bai did not bow, nor did he speak. He turned and descended the mountain. Chun Hao followed silently behind. Upon returning to Bai Hu Tang, the dawn began to break, casting a pale light across the horizon. A Bao and several of his underlings stood guard at the entrance, having spent the night awake. Upon seeing Su Bai's return, everyone froze in astonishment. Su Bai was covered in mud, his clothes soaked with blood and rainwater, a gash on his face from a stone still oozing blood. He emanated an aura that deterred anyone from approaching him. "Brother, what happened to you?" A Bao stepped forward, his inquiry faltering before he could finish. Su Bai ignored him, striding through the crowd directly to the main seat at the entrance. He settled into the tiger skin chair that belonged to the former leader, the Mad Lion. The chair creaked under his weight. Su Bai raised his head, surveying the room. His voice was hoarse, akin to 2 stones scraping against each other. "Gather everyone." A Bao dared not ask further and nodded immediately. "Brother, what do you need to gather the brothers for? After taking down the Mad Lion, we will clear all the territories we have acquired." Su Bai's voice was not loud, yet in the stillness of the hall, each word resonated clearly. Those who have been pushed into this place by Chun Yin, regardless of their affiliations or reasons, must go. Su Bai paused, lifting his gaze to meet a Bao's. "Remove all of them. I do not care how you achieve this, by force, by smashing, or by other means. Before nightfall, I want everyone who does not belong to the Bai Hu Tang to vanish from those territories. Those who can do this may stay. Those who cannot should leave at once. This is not a consolidation. It is a purge, a cleansing by blood." A Bao's breath hitched for a moment. He understood that this meant a complete rupture with Chun Yin. Yet, as he gazed into Su Bai's eyes, he saw no room for negotiation. "Understood, brother. I will take care of it immediately." A Bao turned and departed swiftly with his men. The hall was left with only Su Bai and Chun Hao, who stood like a wooden post at the entrance. At that moment, a voice, audible only to Su Bai, echoed in his mind. "Ding. Host's mindset has undergone a qualitative change. The underworld's intimidation has surpassed its threshold. Undercover system, underworld branch, unlocking new function, Death Soldier recruitment." Description: the host can bind absolutely loyal Death Soldiers. The Death Soldiers will undergo a soul binding with the host, fearless of death and eternally loyal. Current binding quota: 1. Detected strong will from the host, automatically binding target. Chun Hao. Binding successful. Acquired binding reward: God level healing potion, X1. Su Bai observed the system interface that materialized in his mind, his expression impassive. He rose and approached the entrance, standing before Chun Hao. In his hand, a vial of softly glowing potion appeared. Su Bai tossed it into Chun Hao's arms. "Drink it." Chun Hao glanced down, harboring no doubts. He uncapped the vial and tilted his head back, consuming the liquid in one swift motion. In the next moment, a surge of searing energy erupted within Chun Hao. His bones crackled in a series of rapid bursts, realigning themselves automatically. The bruises on his skin faded at a visible pace. Torn wounds quickly sprouted fresh tissue, scabbing over before flaking away. In a mere 10 seconds, all of Chun Hao's injuries vanished. He even felt himself grow slightly taller, his previously frail body now brimming with explosive power. Chun Hao stretched his neck, producing a crisp sound. He clenched his fist, feeling the strength within, and broke into a wild grin. Subai did not look at him. He turned, pointing at a large map of Jiangcheng hanging on the wall. His finger landed on a particular area, the most chaotic yet prosperous street left behind by the Mad Lion. Tonight, Subai declared, I want that place to reverberate with only one sound, my voice. Can you accomplish this? Chen Hao's gaze fell upon the map, filled with excitement. He did not directly answer Subai's question, but instead posed one of his own. Brother, should we leave any survivors? Subai did not turn back. I only seek results. Chen Hao smiled. Rest assured, tonight, I will dismantle their bones, one by one. Chapter 50. The Mad Dog in Charge by Hu Tong. The main hall. The windows were sealed shut, allowing no light to penetrate. A musty scent of mildew lingered, mingled with the stale odor of blood. Subai sat in the center on an ornate chair, his gaze fixed upward at the crystal chandelier above. Most of the bulbs were burnt out, and the few remaining flickered feebly. The faint sound of electricity crackled, echoing in the oppressive silence of the hall. A Bao stood at the lower end, his hands desperately rubbing the seams of his trousers, palms slick with sweat. In the shadows to the left, Chen Hao sat on a broken bench, wrapping a gray cloth around his hand. He looped it once, twice, but the fabric was insufficient. Bowing his head, he bit down on the frayed end with his half-broken tooth, yanking hard with his right hand. The sound of fabric tearing into flesh echoed. A Bao flinched. This was the mad dog Subai had brought back last night. Though emaciated and skeletal, his eyes bore an unsettling gaze, akin to that of a butcher sizing up a carcass, devoid of any humanity. Suddenly, two heavy wooden doors were violently kicked open from the outside. The door slammed against the wall and rebounded, crashing back with a thud. A brilliant light flooded in, causing dust to dance in the beams. Along with it came a strong, pungent scent of betel nut. Is everyone here? Song Biao stepped over the threshold, his bald head gleaming. A thick gold chain hung around his neck, swaying with his movements. His floral shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a dark mass of hair. Behind him trailed four burly men, each wielding solid steel pipes, which screeched against the concrete floor. Song Biao chewed on betel nut, his cheeks bulging, red juice dribbling down like fresh blood. He glanced at Subai seated high above, but did not regard him. Song Biao strode to the center of the hall, yanked a chair over, and sat down with a flourish. He spat a mouthful of betel nut residue onto the recently polished floor, the bright red stain glaringly vivid. I heard last night was quite lively. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and blew the smoke toward Subai. The Mad Lion is in. According to protocol, this chair should be occupied by a big shot. Yet here you are, little pretty face, warming it up first. Subai remained motionless, still gazing at the lamp, as if it were infinitely more appealing than Song Biao's visage. The flesh on Song Biao's face twitched in irritation. He crushed the cigarette, but under his shoe until the ember extinguished. With a resounding slap, Song Biao struck the coffee table, causing the teacup to leap and crash to the ground, shattering into pieces. Subai, why are you playing mute? Where's this month's profit share? Song Biao rose, his finger nearly poking Subai's face. When the Mad Lion was around, the money was dispersed on the 3rd. Today is the 4th. The brothers below need to eat. If you can't produce the funds, how can you sit in that chair? A Bao, swallowing hard, took a tentative step forward. Biao Gu. Suyi just took over, and the accounts are still. A swift backhand caught him off guard, sending him spinning and loosening his molars, filling his mouth with the taste of iron. Who asked for your opinion here? Song Biao barked before turning back to Subai with a sinister grin. Mr. Chun has spoken. No matter who leads by Hu Tong, the rules must remain unchanged. Subai, don't think that by dispatching the Mad Lion you can monopolize everything. If you're wise, hand over the account books, and I'll manage them for you. Finally, Subai shifted his gaze from the chandelier, lowering it to Song Biao's face. His eyes were devoid of emotion, akin to one observing a green fly resting on a dining table. A Bao, Subai spoke, his voice raspy as if it hadn't been used in ages. A Bao, clutching his swollen face, bent at the waist. So yeah, who is this? His voice barely above a whisper, the hall fell into an eerie silence, save for the faint crackle of electricity. Song Biao froze for a second, then burst into laughter, his shoulders shaking, the sound erupting from his throat like a broken windbag. All right then, play the fool. Very clever. Song Biao turned his head towards the 4 muscular men. Give the new head a warm welcome. Let him know who by Hu Tong truly belongs to. The 4 burly men brandished their steel pipes and charged forward, shaking the floor. Subai remained seated, unflinching, merely raising his right hand, his index finger pointing slightly forward, beckoning. In the corner, the silent figure sprang to life. Chen Hao stood up, swift as a flash of gray lightning. Bao blinked, and in the moment of distraction, the lead thug had just raised his steel pipe when Chen Hao barreled into him. There were no dramatic flourishes, just a single punch that landed squarely on his chest. The sound of collapsing ribs echoed like the snapping of a dry twig. The 200-pound mass was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the coffee table, shards of glass flying everywhere. He fell to the ground, lifeless, not even a scream to escape his lips. Chen Hao stood in the center of the hall, the cloth around his hands soaked in dark crimson. He grinned, revealing his half-broken tooth, smiling like a ravenous specter. The remaining 3 thugs froze, exchanging fearful glances. "Kill him," they roared, summoning their courage. 3 steel pipes descended from above, aimed with lethal intent. Chen Hao did not flinch. The heavy thuds the wrist was dislocated, bent at a grotesque 90-degree angle. The steel pipe clattered to the ground. With a heavy thud, Chen Hao lifted his leg, driving his knee like a hammer into the man's abdomen. The man's eyes bulged. He dropped to his knees, mouth agape, gasping for air that would not come. The last thug turned to flee. Chen Hao casually snatched up the steel pipe from the floor. With a flick of his wrist, it spun through the air, tearing through the atmosphere. It struck squarely behind the man's knee. Thud! The man crumpled to his knees. Chen Hao strode over, grabbed him by the hair, slammed his head violently against the floor. Boom! The floor shuddered. The man lay still. 2 minutes. For burly men were all laid out flat, either arms or legs broken. Sang Biao's beetle nut fell from his mouth, landing in the dust. He stared at Chen Hao, covered in blood, wearing that chilling smile. Chen Hao advanced toward him step by step. Sang Biao's calves began to cramp, trembling uncontrollably. "Why you? Stay back. I'm Chen Yin's man." Chen Hao stopped before Sang Biao, turned to look at Su Bai, awaiting an order. Su Bai rose to his feet, deliberately straightened the hem of his suit, descended the steps. Dress shoes tapped against the wooden floor. Tap, tap, tap. The rhythm was steady, each step seeming to land directly on Sang Biao's heart. Su Bai approached Sang Biao, crouched down. Sang Biao slumped in his chair, wanting to flee, but his legs were as weak as noodles. "Bi Bai Yi. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding." Su Bai reached out, gently adjusted the collar of Sang Biao's floral shirt. His movements were light, meticulous, as if dressing a corpse for burial. Su Bai patted Sang Biao's cheek. His palm was ice cold. "Go back and tell Chen Yin." Su Bai's voice was soft, audible only to the 2 of them. "This blade is sharp now, but blades are for killing, not for slicing fruit." Su Bai paused, gazed into Sang Biao's terrified eyes. "To make a dog obey, you must give it meat. To use me as a weapon, yet withhold the ammunition, that breaks the rules." Having spoken, Su Bai stood up, took a wet wipe from his pocket, wiped the fingers that had touched Sang Biao. One by one, meticulously, crumpled the wipe and tossed it onto Sang Biao's face. Su Bai waved a hand toward Chen Hao. "See the guest out." Su Bai turned to walk back. "Since you walked in on your legs, you shall not walk out on them." Sang Biao's eyes widened, bloodshot, veins bursting. "Su Bai? How dare you?" A piercing scream tore through the roof. Chen Hao's expression remained impassive. He stomped on Sang Biao's right knee. Crack. It bent in the wrong direction. Shattered bone pierced through skin and flesh, exposed. White bone, crimson meat. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the trouser leg red. Sang Biao passed out from the pain. Chen Hao bent down, seized one of Sang Biao's legs, dragged him outward, like hauling a dead dog. A long trail of blood snaked across the floor to the entrance. The 4 thugs were also dragged out like trash and discarded on the street. The hall returned to silence. Only the broken chandelier continued to sizzle and flicker. Su Bai resumed his seat on the tiger skin armchair, continued gazing up at the chandelier. "A bow." "Yes, at your command, Bai Yi." A bow responded instantly, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. He dared not lift his head, sweat dripping onto the floor. "Clean the floor." Su Bai closed his eyes. "I dislike the smell of blood." Chapter 51. I wanted noticed the cleansing of Bai Hu Tang progressed even more swiftly than anticipated. The pungent stench of blood mingled with the acrid scent of disinfectant, pervading the entire hall. Several underlings clutched mops, diligently scrubbing the glaring bloodstains from the floor. The news of Sang Biao's downfall spread like wildfire throughout the underground world of Linjiang overnight. Everyone was aware that the fierce lion had fallen, and a madman named Su Bai had risen atop his corpse. This lunatic disregarded rules and norms. Even those loyal to Chen Yin found themselves discarded without a second thought. At that moment, the remaining 20 or so subordinates stood with arms at their sides, perfectly upright, deliberately softening their breaths. Their eyes, filled with reverence, were cast toward the young man seated in the main position. Subai held an account book, the very foundation of the fierce lion's empire. He casually flipped through a couple of pages, revealing an intricate web of illicit dealings. With a sharp clap, he closed the account book and tossed it onto the table, the sound startling everyone below. How the fierce lion managed you all is of no concern to me. Subai sank into the expansive armchair, rummaging through his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, extracting one to place between his lips. Chun Hao, standing behind him like a silent iron tower, effortlessly produced a lighter. With a crisp metallic click, a flame danced towards Subai's mouth. He inhaled deeply, the smoke swirling around him, concealing the emotions lurking in his eyes. His gaze slowly swept over each individual present. Those who met his eyes promptly lowered their heads, too intimidated to maintain eye contact. From this day forth, Bai Hu Tang shall be under my command. I shall establish 3 rules. First, drugs are strictly off limits. Whoever touches them shall face death. Subai's voice was not loud, yet each word struck the hearts of the listeners. Do not speak to me of the high profits involved. I possess a cleanliness obsession. I find them repugnant. A suppressed commotion arose from below. After all, this was the most lucrative territory of the organization. Subai's gaze turned cold, and the unrest immediately subsided. Second, the collection of protection fees is hereby terminated. Intimidating vegetable vendors at the market or blocking students at school gates for money is the work of lowly thugs. It is disgraceful. Abao's eyes sparkled with understanding. He instinctively puffed out his chest, as if he had transformed from a mere hoodlum into a polished businessman clad in a suit. Subai flicked off the ash from his cigarette. Henceforth, we shall aim high. We will target the wealthy. The casino in the west, that loan shark Wang Pengzi in the south, and the smugglers in the east, they are our clients. We assist them in resolving their troubles, and in return, they compensate us. This is called the service industry, understood? Understood. Whatever Bai Yi says goes. Abao was the first to shout, his voice resonating like thunder. Enough, you may disperse. Abao remains. The crowd, as if granted a reprieve, bowed and hurriedly exited. Once the hall was empty, the fierce demeanor on Subai's face dissipated in an instant. He wearily rubbed his temples, fatigue surging from the prolonged tension. Bai Yi, are you truly not granting Mr. Chen any face? Abao cautiously inquired, considering Sang Biao was one of Chun Yin's men. Was this approach not too harsh? Precisely because he was one of Chun Yin's men, we must act this way. Subai chuckled coldly. If I do not show my teeth, Chen Yin will perceive me as a mere lapdog he can discard at will. Only by making him believe that this dog is capable of madness and losing control will he cautiously feed me meat, instead of plotting my demise. Abao listened, somewhat bewildered, yet nodded vigorously. Bai Yi is brilliant. Go guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter before I exit. Understood. The door closed, leaving Subai alone in the hall. He retrieved a specially designed encrypted phone from his inner pocket. The screen illuminated, revealing a single contact number. Subai hesitated for a few seconds over the dial button. The image of Uncle Lu lying in a pool of blood last night pierced his mind like a needle. Yet, he had to make this call. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello. It was Zhang Qiudong's voice, tinged with a sense of despair and age. It's me. Subai's voice was calm, devoid of any ripple. A prolonged silence lingered on the other end, punctuated only by heavy, labored breaths. Abat, I'm sorry about Lu Laoch. I owe you an apology, and I apologize to the old class leader. Zhang Guodong's voice trembled, the once iron-willed police officer now filled with unmasked guilt and anguish. Director Zhang. Subai interrupted him. Now is not the time for a memorial service. I will personally avenge Uncle Lu's death, but not at this moment. What do you intend to do? Zhang Guodong inhaled deeply, forcing his voice to steady. Chen Yin is testing me. The fire from last night was merely an initiation. If I show even a hint of hesitation or weakness, the next to die could be Lin Qingxue or you. Subai gazed out the window as dark clouds began to gather once more. I need your assistance with something. Speak. Issue a wanted notice. Subai enunciated each word clearly. Declare me a B-level wanted criminal. Charges: suspected leadership of a criminal organization, intentional injury, and murder. A loud crash echoed from the other end, reminiscent of a fist striking a table. Subai? Are you out of your mind? Once the wanted notice is issued, there will be no turning back. What if? What if there is no way to clear your name in the future? Your life would be over. Zhang Guodong's voice rose sharply, filled with shock and anger. Do I have any other options? Su Bai retorted with a hint of mockery. Director Zhang, I am currently seated in the chair of a gang leader, commanding hundreds of individuals, and I have just personally crippled a man. If I do not exhibit madness, how will Chen Yin trust me? If I am not a wanted criminal, how can I explain my rapid ascent to power? One must go all in. Su Bai's voice turned as cold as ice. The tighter the police pressure me, the more at ease Chen Yin will feel. For a wanted criminal with no escape route is the perfect tool for him to employ in murder. A minute of profound silence ensued. Su Bai could hear Zhang Guodong's heavy and restrained breathing, akin to a wild beast trapped in a cage. Very well. Ultimately, Zhang Guodong forced the word from between clenched teeth. I will personally issue the order. The leader of a criminal gang, classified as an extremely dangerous individual, to be hunted throughout the city. Thank you, Director Zhang. As the call was about to end, Zhang Guodong suddenly called out to him. Regardless of how he may transform, stay alive. Return safely. Rest assured, Su Bai thought, glancing at the unfamiliar visage reflected on the table. A villain has always managed to endure. Hanging up the phone, Su Bai retrieved the SIM card. With a swift motion of his fingers, he snapped it in two and discarded it into the ashtray, igniting it with a lighter. The acrid smell of burning plastic permeated the air. A line of ethereal text materialized before his eyes. Ding. Host has completed the decision of self-exile. The mindset of a hero has begun to take shape. Reward: divine acting skills, passive skill. Description: every expression, every lie you utter shall be flawless. You are, indeed, a born actor. Su Bai touched his face. From this day forth, Su Bai is no more. What remains is the new king of the underground world of Linjiang, by Yi. Chapter 52. The bloodied meat is the most fragrant. The following morning, Linjiang was in an uproar. Major news outlets and mobile app notifications were inundated with the same alarming report. The Linjiang police had issued a B-level wanted notice. The extremely dangerous individual, Su Bai, was suspected of leading a mafia-like organization and was implicated in numerous violent crimes, including intentional injury and murder. A bounty was placed on his capture throughout the city. On the television screen, a police identification photo of Su Bai in uniform was marked with a bold red cross. Beside it was a blurry image captured from parking lot surveillance, revealing a face smeared with blood. In the Baihu Hall, a Bao was stuffing his mouth with steamed buns when the news notification popped up on his phone. His hand trembled, causing a bun to plummet to the floor, rolling in grease. Grandfather, you're on TV. A Bao stammered, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling. It's a wanted notice. This is a disaster. We've become like rats in the street. Su Bai, sitting nearby and enjoying a bowl of beef noodles, a specialty brought back by Chunhao from several streets away, with an extra helping of chili, slurped up a mouthful of noodles, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the spice. He glanced at the television. His tone is flat, as if commenting on the weather. The presentation is a bit lacking. Next time, they should use a more flattering photo. A Bao looked on the verge of tears. Grandfather, at a time like this, you're still worried about appearances? With the wanted notice out, the police will surely sweep the city. Our hideout. Calm down, Su Bai said, taking another sip of the steaming broth. The heat igniting a pleasant sensation that made him squint his eyes. The issuance of the wanted notice means we are temporarily safe. A Bao's mind was utterly boggled, his face a canvas of confusion. Just then, a vintage phone belonging to the Furious Lion vibrated on the table. Su Bai leisurely took a napkin to wipe his mouth and glanced at the caller ID, an unlisted number. Yet, he knew who it was. He answered the call without haste, chewing on the beef in his mouth, allowing the sound of his chewing to resonate clearly through the line. Mr. Su, seems like you have quite the appetite, came the refined voice of Chunin, with classical music faintly playing in the background. Have you seen the news? Congratulations on your newfound fame in Linjiang. Thanks to Mr. Chun, Su Bai replied languidly, reclining in his chair. Had it not been for clearing the way for you yesterday, I wouldn't have the honor of making the list. What, Mr. Chun, are you planning to report me and claim the bounty? Chun-in chuckled lightly, devoid of any discernible emotion. You may have gone a bit too far with the matter of Sang Biao. When dealing with dogs, one must consider who their master is. That depends on the kind of dog, Su Bai retorted, propping his feet on the table and knocking over an empty teacup. A mad dog that bites anyone in sight? Not shooting it dead would be showing enough respect to its master. Mr. Chun, I'm already living on borrowed time. The barefoot have no fear of the shot. If you find me inconvenient, feel free to send someone to collect my corpse. However, whether they can retrieve it depends on their capabilities. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Chun-In was evidently taken aback by the sharpness of a foe cornered against the wall. "Bold. I like it," he said, his tone lightening. "Su-Bai, you truly are a talent. Since that police uniform doesn't suit you, I will provide you with a larger stage. At 12 noon, at the Old City Demolition Office, I will introduce you to a few old friends." "Is there food?" Su-Bai asked bluntly. "Enough to fill you," Chun-In assured. "As long as your teeth are up to it." "All right, I'll bring someone." "Is it that madman who carried you out from the pile of corpses?" "Yes, bring him along." Such an occasion indeed requires a sufficiently fierce dog to keep order. As the call ended, the languor in Su-Bai's eyes vanished in an instant, leaving behind a depth of coldness. The Old City Demolition Office, currently the largest piece of meat in Linjiang, a battlefield for various factions. Chun-In intended to throw him into the arena to take on the formidable opponents he himself could not confront. "Chun Hao," Su-Bai called out. In the corner, Chun Hao, who was gnawing on a sauced bone with grease dripping from his mouth, abruptly looked up, mumbling, "Big brother?" "Stop eating," Su-Bai ordered, rising to straighten his collar with a smile. "Come with me, we're going to seize some meat." At precisely noon, the temporary command center of the Old City Demolition Office stood before them. Once an abandoned school, the entrance was now crowded with luxury cars, Benz, Land Rover, and even a few out-of-province Maybachs, creating an imposing spectacle. A dilapidated taxi halted awkwardly beside the fleet of luxury vehicles as Su-Bai and Chun Hao stepped out. Several bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses immediately surrounded them, their expressions unfriendly. "What are you doing here? This is not a place for you." Scram. Chun Hao, ready to retaliate, took a step forward, but Su-Bai raised his hand to stop him. With a smile plastered on his face, he addressed the lead bodyguard, his voice clear enough for all to hear. "Please inform them that Su-Bai is here to beg for food." "Su-Bai." The bodyguard's face paled. This name had spread throughout Linjiang like wildfire that morning. The madman just placed on the wanted list. As he hesitated on whether to act, a middle-aged man in gold-rimmed glasses emerged swiftly from the command center. This man was Zhao Tai, the representative of Linjiang South's largest real estate developer and a visible partner of Chun-In's Morningstar Capital. "Oh, so it's Master Bai. I've long heard of your esteemed name." Zhao Tai exclaimed with a smile, his small eyes filled with scrutiny. "Mr. Chun has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. Please, do come in." Su-Bai ignored his outstretched hand and strode confidently inside. The meeting room was shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere tense. The long table was sharply divided. On one side, Chun-In and several well-dressed capital representatives. On the other, a few burly men adorned with gold chains, the embodiment of the underworld. As Su-Bai entered, the room fell silent, all eyes turning toward him like spotlights. Chun-In, seated at the head of the table, leisurely twirled a string of star and moon beads, and upon spotting Su-Bai, nodded slightly. "You've arrived. Please, take a seat." He pointed to the first vacant seat on his left, a position second only to his own. "Damn it." A bald man to his right slammed the table, causing the teacups to rattle. "Mr. Chun, this is against the rules, isn't it? What right does a mere fledgling fugitive have to sit there? That is the lion's seat." This bald man, nicknamed Iron Head, was a local figure in the old district, commanding a gang of demolition thugs and serving as one of the principal obstacles to the current redevelopment. Su-Bai did not spare him a glance and walked straight to the indicated seat. He plopped down, comfortably leaning back in the chair and stretching languidly. "Are you deaf or something?" Iron Head abruptly stood, jabbing a finger at Su-Bai's nose and unleashing a torrent of insults. Only then did Su-Bai lazily turn his head, looking at Iron Head with a sudden smile. He ignored Iron Head and directed his attention to Chun-In, softly inquiring, "Mr. Chun, did you just say there would be plenty to eat today?" As he spoke, he gestured toward the furious Iron Head. "Is this piece of meat edible?" Chun-In lowered his gaze to his teacup, blowing gently on the floating tea leaves, remaining silent. This was tacit approval. The smile on Su-Bai's face vanished in an instant. Chun Hao, who had been standing like a shadow behind Su-Bai, stepped forward, without uttering a single word. The crowd barely registered the swift movement before Chun Hao had leaped onto the conference table like a cheetah. He kicked the still-smoking ashtray aside and twisted in the air, his knee transforming into a heavy hammer that struck Iron Head squarely in the face. The sickening crack of bone echoed through the room. Weighing over 200 pounds, Iron Head, along with his chair, toppled backward, his nasal bone collapsing on impact. blood gushing forth in a horrific spray mixed with his screams. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Ironhead's underlings had just begun to rise, but Chunhao was already crouched firmly at the center of the conference table. From his elevated position, he surveyed them with a grin that revealed his characteristic toothless smile, resembling a vulture guarding its prey. Subai remained seated, reaching forward from the table where Ironhead had fallen. He picked up a pack of unsealed soft Zhonghua cigarettes, leisurely unwrapping it and extracting one to light. He took a puff and exhaled toward the ceiling. Is there anyone else who believes my presence here is inappropriate? Subai's voice was soft, yet it plunged the temperature in the conference room to freezing levels. If anyone has an issue now, we can discuss it. Silence reigned, broken only by Ironhead's agonized groans on the floor. With a gentle clap, Chen-Yin set down his teacup. Good, very good. He scanned the room, and seeing no objections to Baiye's seat, he continued, let us discuss the matter at hand. He turned to Subai, tapping a document laid out on the table. Baiye, all the toughest bones in this old district have gathered here today. Since you are new, you must show some sincerity. Please choose one to gnaw on. Chapter 53. The outlaw zone. The windows of the conference room had long been welded shut, the air thick with cheap lemon-scented air freshener, mingling with the lingering metallic scent of blood that had not been properly cleaned from the tile seams, creating a stifling atmosphere. Two bodyguards were diligently mopping the floor, the mop saturated with dark red blood, leaving murky stains on the dark red tiles. When the unfortunate soul was dragged out moments ago, it was likely that his throat had been crushed. His final scream was stifled within his trachea, leaving behind only the ghastly sound of bubbling, which made one's teeth ache. Chen-Yin sat composedly at the head of the table, his gold-framed glasses untouched by a speck of dust, his hands casually rolling two polished walnuts. The sound of the walnuts striking the solid wood table was subtle. However, beneath it, the prominent business figures straightened their posture, eyes fixed with trepidation, fearful that those indifferent eyes might settle upon them. The secretary stepped forward, laying out 3 yellowed craft paper bags in a straight line. Chen-Yin adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping across the room. The development of Linjiang New District faced 3 formidable challenges. Whoever dared to tackle them would secure the position of second in command. Silence enveloped the room. In these times, formidable challenges often meant losing one's teeth and potentially life itself. Chen Yin's finger rested on the first file bag. Qingxi, Xianghong Elderly Home. 120 elderly individuals, with an average age of 82. More than half had undergone heart bypass surgeries, while the remainder suffered from hypertension. Chen-Yin paused, his tone as flat as if reading a menu. Last week, Lao San led a team to negotiate relocation. As soon as he revealed his tattoos, 5 elderly ladies formed a star-shaped formation and laid down on the ground, claiming secondhand smoke had caused their arrhythmia. They didn't even call an ambulance. The leading matriarch simply produced a plastic-wrapped payment code from beneath her wheelchair cushion, inquiring whether to use WeChat or Alipay. How much did they extort? Someone could not resist asking softly. Less than 10 minutes, 80,000. Chen-Yin did not even raise an eyebrow. Lao San was still at the police station writing a reflection, charged with provoking trouble and disturbing public order. This task required finesse. Should anyone inadvertently cause a fatality, the grieving family would establish a funeral parlor in your living room, forcing you to don mourning attire as a dutiful descendant. In the corner, Subai leaned back in his chair. The silver lighter in his hand flickered and danced between his fingers. The rapid clicking of the lighter became an irksome rhythm. Such tasks were meant for caregivers. For a rogue to engage in them would be beneath dignity. The second file, Dongjiao Logistics Park. Chen Yin's finger moved towards the center. The territory of the Anbang gang. Hundreds of laborers, lacking education but possessing strength and loyalty, wielding thick galvanized steel pipes and a dozen makeshift shotguns. At this point, Chen-Yin glanced at the burly man across the table. Zhao Tai, care to practice a bit more? Zhao Tai shivered involuntarily, instinctively covering his mouth. His toothless grin remained a painful reminder of past encounters. Last time, while driving his Land Rover to conduct a forced demolition, he and his vehicle were trapped inside and beaten for an entire day and night. They dismantled his Land Rover into pieces, leaving him with nothing. Not even a screw to remember it by. Please, Master Yin, spare me. Zhao Tai shook his head vigorously, his eyes glazed over. Those laborers, barefooted and unafraid of the shod, were merciless. They still held 2 of my bulldozers, claiming them as compensation for mental anguish. Returning would be tantamount to delivering vegetables. Subai yawned, not lifting his eyelids. If it were a contest of who was worse, these laborers were evidently not in the running. The third. Chen Yin's hand rested upon the final, substantial file bag. The previously murmuring conference room fell into an abrupt silence. Even the sound of the bodyguards mopping the floor ceased. The air felt as though it had solidified, with everyone seemingly grasped by an invisible hand around their throats, their breaths becoming cautious. Longiazhai. As these three characters were uttered, Zhao Tai instinctively recoiled half a meter, as though the file contained anthrax. Fearing that contact would lead to his demise. A bandit stronghold from the Ming and Qing dynasties, with its treacherous terrain and a village of a singular surname, tightly bonded by clan loyalty. Chen Yin's voice took on a hint of amusement. 5 years ago, Dafei Real Estate sent in 120 hired thugs, proclaiming their intent to demolish. That very night, all 120 lay neatly along the roadside, each suffering from shattered kneecaps, with the angles of the fractures remarkably precise. When the police investigated, the entire village unanimously claimed the ground was slippery, and they had simply fallen. Chen Yin turned to Su Bai. Su Bai, as a newcomer, why not select the least daunting task to hone your skills? Surrounding gazes were filled with schadenfreude. The elderly home meant financial loss. The logistics park implied physical punishment, while Longiazhai equated to a death sentence. No one craved a lengthy life. Except for the mad. The lighter in Su Bai's hand finally ceased its activity. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor pierced through the silence. Under the astonished gazes of all, Su Bai stood up, disregarding the first 2 files, and seized the last dossier with a fierce grip. With a violent tug, he tore through the seal. He extracted several photographs, his brow furrowing instantly. Disdainfully, he flung the photos onto the table, pointing at the blurred images. Is this what you call reconnaissance? The photographer's hands trembled like a Parkinson's patient, overexposed with noise akin to a mosaic. I can't even discern the roof tiles of that dilapidated house. How can one devise tactical plans? Are the intelligence personnel blind, or simply incompetent? Zhao Tai's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Had this madman's thought process short-circuited? Was that a matter of composition? Rather, it was about survival. Master by Zhao Tai swallowed hard, lowering his voice. That place is truly cursed. Of the brothers who went last time, 2 remain in a psychiatric hospital, still huddled in corners, claiming to see ghosts, speaking of paper figures come to life. Ghosts. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue finally breaking through the stillness of his deadpan gaze. He tucked the file bag into his embrace, and casually snatched a cigarette from Chen Yin's box, as if claiming his own possessions. This will do. Su Bai stretched, a series of cracking sounds emanating from his joints, resembling a beast awakening from slumber. The nursing home represents a moral dilemma. Though I may be flawed, I am not base enough to vie for the elderly's meager inheritance. The laborers in the logistics park are impoverished and devoid of substantial rewards. Any effort expended would be in vain. He surveyed the varied expressions of the assembled magnates. Ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chen Yin, his face contorted into an exceedingly arrogant and morbid grin as he gestured towards the dossier, cradled in his arms. Only in such a forsaken place, where even the spirits dare not tread, am I worthy of my appearance fee. Chen Yin narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, merely gesturing for him to proceed. Su Bai turned to leave, pausing momentarily at the threshold. He turned his head slightly, his voice low yet reverberating ominously in the hushed conference room. After all, I am a wanted criminal. This lawless territory, devoid of constraints, presents no threat to me. Su Bai flashed a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, his eyes devoid of trepidation, instead brimming with uncontainable exhilaration. Is it not simply a return home? Chapter 54, 80 million, not a penny less. Cough, cough, cough. Tea went down Zhao Tai's windpipe, and his face, laden with excess flesh, instantly turned the color of a pig's liver. He hurriedly grabbed a tissue to cover his mouth, his eyes fixed on Su Bai, as if he were staring at a ghost. Is it true? The hard nut that his Longiazhai had lodged in his throat for 3 years, with daily bank interest burning through the equivalent of a BMW. Zhao Tai had long dreamed of flattening those obstinate villagers along with their homes, but that was in the past. Now, with the crackdown in place, any significant stir would lead to accusations of organized crime. Who would dare act recklessly? Unexpectedly, a reckless young man appeared. A glint of cunning flashed in Zhao Tai's eyes as he quickly donned a smile, as though he were greeting his long-lost father, rubbing his hands together as he stood up. Master Bai, how refreshing. I admire someone like you who dares to put their life on the line. He pulled out a checkbook from his briefcase, his pen dancing across the page, spitting words like a fountain. Since you are so straightforward, I cannot be stingy either. As long as we can handle those troublesome villagers and finalize the demolition contract, I will offer this amount. He raised 3 fingers, waving them before Subai's eyes. 30 million. Cash check, after tax. The eyes of several seasoned figures in the room twitched. 30 million, enough to buy dozens of lives in the underworld. Furthermore, Zhao Tai tore off the check and extended it towards Subai with 2 fingers. I will pay 5 million as a startup fund right now. Use it to recruit men, procure some capable tools, and if it's insufficient, come back to me. Subai did not take the check. He removed a cigarette from behind his ear, paused briefly on the table, and pressed the tobacco firmly. Chen Hao. Without turning back, Subai remarked, 30 million, what do you think? Chen Hao, standing in the shadows, did not lift his eyelids but fixed his gaze intensely on Zhao Tai's multiple chins. Not enough to buy your life, nor mine. Did you hear that? With an unlit cigarette between his lips, Subai leaned forward, his hands braced against the table. The languor that had enveloped him just moments ago dissipated, replaced by an oppressive aura. Mr. Zhao, do you think I just emerged from prison and have never seen money? Each word dripped with venom. 300 acres at Longjiazhai, factoring in the floor area ratio. If developed into high-end riverside residences, you would earn at least 2 billion. Offering me 1.5% of that to lead my brothers into a bloody clash with hundreds of reckless clan bandits? He chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Are you trying to send me to my death, or do you believe my life is worth so little? The smile on Zhao Tai's face froze. So, master by means. Subai extended his 5 fingers and flipped them over. 80 million, not a penny less, or you can take a shovel and do the demolition yourself. Before Zhao Tai could speak, Subai pointed to a dull gray area on the map's corner. Also, I want that unfinished building west of Longjiazhai. Bang! Zhao Tai slammed his palm on the mahogany table, causing the teacups to rattle. Subai, are you testing my patience? His fleshy face quivered with rage as he pointed at Subai's nose. 80 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? That dilapidated, unfinished building, while not worth much, is a fixed asset of the company. Why should I give it to you? Who do you think you are? Just a pitiful pawn taken in by Mr. Chun. Before he could finish the insult, Zhao Tai abruptly closed his mouth. He dared not speak further. Subai simply watched him silently, his gaze steady and condescending. It was reminiscent of the cold, dismissive look a powerful leader had given him years ago during an inspection. Indifference. The kind of look one gives to ants. Ding. Detected that the host is engaged in a coercive negotiation, triggering the ultimate official aura. An intangible chill instantly enveloped the conference room. Zhao Tai's heart constricted, and the vulgarities that had been on his lips were swallowed back. He felt as though he were not seated in a conference room, but kneeling in a solemn interrogation chamber, with the national emblem looming above and a judge wielding the power of life and death before him. The primal fear coursing through him made his knees weak, instinctively wanting to bow his head in submission. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, dripping onto his expensive shirt collar. Zhao Tai opened his mouth, but no words came forth, only a series of choked sounds. What was happening? Wasn't this just a dismissed patrol officer? How could he exude such an aura? This was the kind of pressure that belonged to high-ranking officials. Mr. Zhao, why have you stopped cursing? Subai reached out and patted Zhao Tai's greasy face, the sound echoing sharply. Don't tremble, sit steady. Those unaware might think I'm bullying you. Zhao Tai's legs quivered, and he collapsed back into his chair, which creaked under his weight. The conference room fell silent. Chunin leaned back in his chair, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses becoming inscrutable. In that moment, even he had felt a pang of anxiety. This young man had concealed himself far deeper than his file indicated. Quite intriguing. Breaking the silence, Chunin's tone was devoid of emotion. Zhao Tai, grant him what he asks. Mr. Chun, this. Zhao Tai stammered, about to plead poverty. 80 million, and that unfinished building would belong to him. Chunin decisively stated, I'll notify the finance department right away. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Subai. However, Subai, there is no free money in this world. Chunin raised 3 fingers. 3 days. Within 3 days. I want to see signed demolition agreements from all the villagers of Longjiazhai. If you fail to do so. A smile of genteel elegance appeared on Chunin's face, yet it sent chills down one's spine. Then for every penny you've taken, I will have someone cut you open and retrieve it, principal and interest included. That unfinished building? You might as well keep it as your grave. Subai straightened up. the terrifying official aura receding, reverting to his previous nonchalant demeanor. He picked up the blank check from the table, spinning it between his fingers, producing a crisp sound. Deal. As he turned to leave, he paused at the door, glancing back with a grin that revealed his teeth. Mr. Chun, remember to have them dig the grave a little deeper. There are hundreds of people from Longjiazhai. If it's shallow, it won't fit. With a loud bang, the conference room door slammed shut, leaving a room full of puzzled bigwigs and a panting Zhao Tai slumped in his chair. Zhao Tai wiped the cold sweat from his face, his hands still trembling. Mr. Chun, do you think this madman can actually do it? Chun Ying gazed at the firmly closed door, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. Madman. Chun Ying let out a cold laugh, suggesting that he was merely a wolf clad in the skin of a mad dog. Whether he would succeed or fail would become evident in 3 days, when his fate would be revealed. Outside the door, Su Bai tucked the check into his pocket and ignited a cigarette, taking a deep inhale. Chen Hao, go purchase 2 portions of boxed meals, ensuring one includes braised pork, he instructed. Su Bai exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze drifting towards the window at the end of the corridor. Once satiated, he would return home to visit family. Brother, what purpose do you have for that unfinished building? Chen Hao could no longer contain his curiosity, remarking that the place was rumored to be haunted, even more so than Longjiazhai. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, observing the smoke curling around his fingertips. Haunting is delightful, he replied softly, a mysterious chuckle escaping his lips. Imbued with an elusive charm, ghosts are far more obedient than humans. Chapter 55. Fishing requires live bait. As the conference room door closed, the distant footsteps in the corridor faded away, leaving behind a stifling atmosphere that gradually dissipated. Zhao Tai leaned awkwardly, his body slumping like a rag doll in the mahogany armchair, his shirt soaked through, clinging uncomfortably to his back. Trembling, he reached for the glass of ice water on the table, yearning for a sip to calm his nerves, his wrist shaking uncontrollably. The glass clinked against his teeth, producing a sharp sound. Ice water trickled down his fleshy chin and into his collar, sending shivers through his corpulent frame. Chunyi. Zhao Tai gasped several times, his pale, round face barely regaining a tinge of color. However, the pain in his features contorted them anew. 80 million, that was cash flow. The derelict building in the western suburbs, even with its dilapidated state, could be worth 100 million in 2 years. Yet you just handed it over to that lunatic? Chen Ying stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, leisurely unfastening his cufflinks and meticulously adjusting his unwrinkled sleeves. Upon hearing Zhao Tai's words, he did not turn his head but let out a faint, disdainful chuckle through his nostrils. He returned to the table, retrieving a pristine white handkerchief from his suit pocket. With delicate motions, he wiped the surface of the table that Su Bai had just touched, carefully erasing any remnants of dirt. Gift. Chen Ying tossed the handkerchief into the wastebasket without raising his gaze. Zhao Tai, if half of your brain contained any gray matter, you wouldn't be so easily intimidated by a mere junior officer who was dismissed. Zhao Tai's face flushed with embarrassment as he attempted to offer a rebuttal, but only a few dry coughs escaped his throat. The aura Su Bai had exuded earlier was far more terrifying than that of any provincial official he had encountered. It was a primal fear. Do you think a place like Longjiazhai can be conquered with money? Chun Ying resumed his seat, his fingertips drumming softly on the mahogany table. That old man, Long San, has enough homemade firearms hidden in his home to arm an enhanced platoon. Even the city's narcotics team must tread carefully when engaging there. Do you truly believe Su Bai can walk in alone and come out unscathed? Zhao Tai's eyes darted, and he slapped his thigh. Use a knife to kill someone? The debts of the deceased do not require settling. Chun Ying raised his teacup, blowing away the foam on the surface, his tone casual as he discussed the weather. That derelict building is merely a coffin I chose for him. Its remote location and extremely inauspicious geomancy make it perfect for burying someone. If he truly possesses the ability to take down Longjiazhai, we can seize the opportunity to reap the rewards later. If he dies, Chun Ying set the teacup down, producing a crisp sound as the porcelain met the table. Then consider it an $8 million ticket to a circus show. In this day and age, there are many who perform tricks, but few are bold enough to gamble their lives for the amusement of others. Zhao Tai felt a tightness at the back of his neck, repeatedly giving a thumbs up with a sycophantic tone. Impressive. Chenyi, this strategy is truly brilliant. That mad dog is courting death. It's not our fault. Inside an old Volkswagen Santana, the air conditioning had long since broken, yet the atmosphere inside was sweltering. The cramped cabin was filled with the rich aroma of braised pork, provoking an insatiable hunger. Chunhao gripped the steering wheel, occasionally flaring his nostrils. His Adam's apple bobbed as he cast furtive glances at the passenger seat. Su Bai, holding 2 disposable food containers, devoured his meal ravenously. The composed demeanor he had displayed in the conference room was utterly absent. At this moment, he resembled a starving ghost released from its confinement. A piece of fatty braised pork entered his mouth with a resounding smack, the juices dripping down the corners of his mouth. "Brother, save me a piece? I just want to savor the aroma. This is sheer torture." Chunhao could no longer resist, swallowing hard, feeling the acid in his stomach churn. And that derelict building, though that fat man was despicable, he wasn't wrong about this matter. Previously, during construction, a snake den had been unearthed there, and several migrant workers had died in succession. It was said that one could still hear cries at night. It was indeed eerie. Why would we forego 20 million in cash to pursue that dilapidated location? You don't understand a thing. Su Bai swallowed the last morsel of fatty braised pork, relishing the taste as he licked the grease from his lips. He crumpled the empty food container into a ball and tossed it into the trash bag at his feet. Wiping his mouth with a paper towel, he pulled out a crumpled map from his pocket, pinpointing the location of the derelict building in the western suburbs. The moment his fingertip touched the map, a long dormant translucent panel flickered in his mind, visible only to him. Ding! High-risk, hidden map connection detected. Location, underground level 2 of the derelict building in the western suburbs. Related task, main sewage outlet of the Longjiazhai underground drug manufacturing network, hidden. Task reward, unlock master-level combat skills. Su Bai narrowed his eyes, his gaze glowing with excitement. Chenin, that old fox, believed he had discarded a worthless piece of land to a beggar, eager to watch him fail. Little did he know, this very land was the fulcrum that could leverage the entire Longjiazhai, and even half of the underground world of Linjiang. Longjiazhai remained an impenetrable fortress, not due to its strength, but because beneath it flowed a dark river of black gold. And that derelict building was the only sewage outlet for this river. If we seal this outlet, the stagnant waters of Longjiazhai will be difficult to contain. At that point, it will not be Su Bai who is anxious. Some things may appear as refuse, but unearthing them reveals pure gold. Su Bai lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. The acrid smoke swirled in his lungs, invigorating him. Chun-Yin wished to use me as a tool, to see me perish at the hands of Long San. Since he has set the stage, shall we not ascend to perform a grand spectacle of chaos? To do otherwise would be a disservice to this $8 million entrance fee. Chunhao listened, bewildered, scratching the back of his head. However, he had one virtue. If he didn't understand, he wouldn't dwell on it. Following his elder brother was always a safe bet. At least, despite the danger, he had never gone hungry. All right then, let us head to Longjiazhai. I want to see just how tough those rascals are, whether they can rival the delinquents I've encountered in detention. Chunhao pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the old Santana emitted a groan reminiscent of an aging bovine. The exhaust spewed a thick plume of black smoke as it surged forward, startling the stray dogs by the roadside into a frantic retreat. Half an hour later, the vehicle jolted to a stop at the end of a muddy dirt road. In the distance ahead, a village constructed against the mountains looms in the shadows. The dark and oppressive buildings rise in layers, exuding a chill. The sky is overcast, with low-hanging clouds almost within reach. The air is permeated with a faint, acrid stench, mingled with the odor of mire and some chemical concoction. At the entrance of the village, several unleashed wolfhounds are barking furiously in this direction. Their bared fangs glisten, saliva dripping, revealing a menacing demeanor. A few bare-chested youths, their backs adorned with tattoos, are squatting on stone stumps by the roadside, gripping steel pipes and baseball bats. Their eyes glare unfavorably at the unexpected visitor. Su Bai pushes open the door and steps out, his polished leather shoes sinking directly into the muck with a distinct squelch. Mud splatters onto his trousers, yet he does not even furrow his brow. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, his gaze casually sweeps over the youths clutching steel pipes, ultimately resting on a crooked wooden sign at the village's entrance. The sign, painted in blood-red letters, proclaims, "Outsiders. Please turn back. Consequences are yours to bear." The inscription, vivid and dripping, conveys a menacing intensity, imbued with silent intimidation. Upon seeing Su Bai disembark, the tattooed youths rise, the steel pipes in their hands clapping ominously against their palms. The leader spits a thick gob onto the ground, brandishing his club as he approaches, cursing, "Who is this blind dog? Unable to read the sign?" Subai does not acknowledge them. Instead, he flashes a smile that reveals his gleaming white teeth. He gestures towards Chun Hao with a subtle nod, flicking off ash from his cigarette with an air of nonchalance, as if merely instructing a subordinate to dispose of refuse. "Howsy, go. Tear down that wretched sign and chop it for firewood. Today, we are visiting family, and I shall see who dares to obstruct us." Chapter 56. The fire, Prosperity. The sun blazed fiercely, causing the dirt road leading into the mountains to emit a waft of mirage-like heat. At the entrance stood a weathered sign that had been there for 2 decades, its red paint peeling, revealing a sense of long-standing authority embedded within the cracks. In this territory, those 4 characters held more weight than the death ledger of Yin Wangyi. Typically, vehicles from the municipal bureau would halt 500 meters away, no one daring to cross that line. Today, however, was different. A dilapidated Santana laboriously ascended the slope, its exhaust sputtering black smoke. The noise from the air conditioning unit drowned out even the cicadas perched in the treetops. The vehicle came to a brazen halt, one wheel resting squarely in the shadow cast by the sign. Chun Hao stepped out, clutching a glaringly red plastic bucket. He slammed the bucket onto the ground, twisting the cap with a dexterity akin to that of someone about to refuel a tractor. The acrid scent of low-quality gasoline swiftly overpowered the earthy aroma of the soil. As he poured, he hummed an indiscernible tune. Several young men attempted to intervene, but were blocked by Su Bai's vehicle. The liquid cascaded down the sign, saturating the cracked characters of "Stop for Outsiders" until they turned dark. A flicker of blue flame danced in the wind as he casually flicked his wrist. The fiery glow traced a graceful parabolic arc, precisely landing on the damp wood of the sign. Boom! The flames erupted 2 meters high. A wave of heat accompanied by thick smoke surged towards the few young men who had rushed forward. They yelped in surprise, retreating in disarray. The eyebrow of a tattooed youth was singed away in an instant, and the air was filled with the acrid stench of burnt hair. The sign crackled and popped in the intense heat. The once imposing characters of "Stop for Outsiders" quickly reduced to charred remnants. Without even glancing at the startled gatekeepers, Chun Hao turned to the Santana, asking for validation. "Brother, how's the fire? Is it vigorous enough?" The window descended slowly, emitting an excruciatingly grating sound. Subai sat in the passenger seat, the collar of his shirt slightly open, casually toying with a glossy handheld object. He cast a brief glance at the roaring flames outside, his expression indifferent, as if he were merely observing roadside weeds. "Yes, be quick about it. Don't delay dinner," he remarked lightly, treating the burning sign as though it were simply firewood in his own stove. The tattooed youth's eyes bulged with fury. They had been marked at the entrance of Longjiajai. If word got out, they would surely be ground to bits by Long Sanyi tonight. "Kill him. Make sure he is dead. Hurry, sound the alarm." The leader of the group bellowed, brandishing a steel pipe as he swung it towards the back of Chun Hao's head. If that blow landed, it would either kill him or leave him a vegetable. Chun Hao did not dodge. He merely shifted his body slightly, and the previously innocent expression vanished, replaced by a menacing ferocity. Bang! Instead of the anticipated gruesome thud of flesh, a dull sound of bone colliding echoed. Chun Hao advanced rather than retreating, driving his shoulder into the youth's chest with formidable force. There were no flashy techniques. It was sheer strength at play. The 180-pound youth was lifted off his feet, soaring backward for 5 to 6 meters before crashing into a nearby filthy ditch. The foul sludge splashed up to half a person's height, and he collapsed, eyes rolling back, unconscious. The remaining 3 youths, initially poised to strike, faltered, gazing between the raging flames and their incapacitated leader. Their legs began to tremble, and they found themselves unable to raise their weapons. What stood before them was not merely a man, but a terrifying beast clad in human skin. Chun Hao dusted off non-existent debris from his shoulder, tilting his head towards the remaining trio with a sincere tone. "There's still room in the ditch for 3 more? Care to squeeze in?" The 3 yelped in fear and bolted towards the village, shouting, "Intruders! Someone has invaded the village. It's serious." Moments later, the resounding clang of a copper gong echoed ominously over Longjiajai, startling a flock of birds from the trees. This sound resembled a sinister summoning ritual. The previously silent village erupted into chaos. A cacophony of footsteps surged from all directions, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. From the earthen buildings nestled against the mountains, countless figures burst forth from the dark and narrow alleys. There was no uniformity in attire. Villagers donned sleeveless vests, baggy shorts, and some were even shirtless. Yet, they wielded no farming tools. Instead, they brandished gleaming machetes, rusted steel pipes, and long objects wrapped in newspaper. At the rear, several rows of individuals brandished makeshift single-barreled shotguns. The dark barrels glinted ominously, exuding an aura of death. In just 2 minutes, the entrance to the village was sealed tight, a throng of at least 300 individuals amassed. Hostility and murderous intent radiated from hundreds of eyes, fixated on the dilapidated car and Chun Hao. The oppressive atmosphere was sufficient to make an ordinary person soil themselves. This was not merely a numerical advantage. It was the primal ferocity born of deep-rooted clan power. Chun Hao's playful smile faded somewhat. He took a step back, twisting his wrist to reveal 2 gleaming military daggers that slid effortlessly into his grasp. His muscles tensed like stone, a low growl emanating from his throat, protective of Su Bai. "Brother, these peasant rebels truly dare to play with fire," he murmured, his gaze locking onto the makeshift shotguns in the back. "That's a few too many. If they all fire at once, I fear I may not be able to protect you." Su Bai chuckled, pushing open the car door. His shoes, speckled with mud, made contact with the scorching ground. He placed a hand on Chun Hao's broad shoulder, gently guiding the poised beast behind him. "Too many?" Su Bai pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, tapping it before placing it between his lips. He did not rush to light it, but instead raised his gaze. He looked past the hundreds of fierce villagers, focusing on the ancestral hall at the highest point of the village, adorned with sweeping eaves and curling corners. This was the center of power in Longjiajai and the very heart of this wicked land. 300 pigs gathered together remain pigs. They can never transform into tigers. Su Bai produced a windproof lighter, clicking it to ignite his cigarette. The acrid smoke filled his lungs, slowly exhaled, obscuring his face. Amidst the swirling smoke, he stepped forward. Under the watchful aim of several hundred blades and a dozen hunting rifles, Su Bai's leather shoes crunched upon the remnants of a wooden sign, recently reduced to ashes, emitting a crisp sound. Sparks flew and ashes danced in the air. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he strode forward, undeterred by the overwhelming aura of impending doom, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll after a satisfying meal. Chun Hao followed closely behind. Su Bai flicked the ash from his cigarette, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of all present. "Today, we shall bring fire to Longjiajai." Chapter 57. I dislike being pointed at by others. The crowd did not erupt into chaos. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Hundreds of individuals held their breath, and even the birds in the nearby forest ceased their chirping. With a rustle, the throng parted, creating a muddy path in the center. An elderly man clad in a black silk tang suit emerged. His traditional cloth shoes, pristine to the point of being glaring, stepped lightly, while in his hands he juggled 2 lionhead walnuts that clacked audibly. Following him were 4 towering men, their faces brutish and their gazes murky and fierce, as if they were staring down a sworn enemy. Long Sanyi. In the territory of Linjiang, even the lord of the underworld would not wield as much authority as these 3 characters. He halted just 5 steps away from Su Bai, his eyelids drooping as he first glanced at the pile of still warm wood ash on the ground. Slowly, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated vehicle and then resting on Su Bai. "Youngster." Long Sanya's voice was hoarse, a sound that pierced the eardrums. "That sign, my father erected it 60 years ago. You say you can burn it. Do you think that Long Sanya's old bones have softened, merely fit for making soup?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the hundreds surrounding them took a synchronized step forward. With a click, a dozen rustic hunting rifles were cocked, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Su Bai's forehead. The air was thick with the scent of rust and gunpowder. Should Long Sanya even twitch a finger, Su Bai would instantly be reduced to a sieve. Chun Hao clenched his jaw, the veins in his neck bulging. 2 military daggers gripped firmly in hand. His knees slightly bent, every muscle taut, beads of sweat trickled down his nose. In this tension-filled silence, where even a breath could be heard, a sharp sound pierced the air. A lighter flicked open, its crackle jarring. Su Bai tilted his head, the flame licking at the cigarette, taking a drag that hollowed his cheeks slightly. The acrid smoke filled his lungs, swirling around before he exhaled a plume that landed on Long Sanya's weathered face. "Your words are presumptuous, Sanyi." Su Bai pinched the cigarette, his finger gesturing toward the black ash on the ground, his tone sincere, as if addressing a relative on a home visit. "I see that the rules of Long's family village are too grand, risking self-enslavement. I intentionally offer a flame for the ancestors below, so they may see this world more clearly. Long San Yi squinted, the smoke lingering before him. What clarity are you seeking? The trace of amusement on Su Bai's face vanished in an instant. In that moment, the carefree demeanor evaporated, replaced by an oppressive weight that made one's knees weak. It was a bearing only long-time rulers possessed, an aura cultivated by holding the power of life and death. The full force of official authority was unleashed. Su Bai stepped forward, his shoes crunching on the gravel with a sound of friction. He fixed his gaze on Long San Yi, each word striking hard, resolute. Look closely at how these unworthy descendants have thrown the Long family's dignity into the mud, reveling in their filth as if it were a treasure. San Yi, if your father knew you were leading your entire clan into such life-threatening antics, he would surely rise from his grave, enraged. To personally strangle this waste of a son. The area fell silent. Those villagers holding rifles felt a chill race up their spines. Their wrists inexplicably ached, and the gun barrels began to droop. Under the weight of Su Bai's gaze, they were reminded of their childhood misdeeds caught by stern elders, and they dared not even breathe. A few young men felt their calves cramping, instinctively wanting to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Long San Yi's movements with the walnuts abruptly ceased. He had fought and clawed his way through life, encountering desperate men, rabid dogs, and treacherous smiles, but he had never encountered such an imposing presence. This was no mere thug. This was a high-ranking official, capable of determining life and death with a single word. Who exactly was this young man? Are you lecturing me? Long San Yi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to withstand the unsettling pressure. Do you know how high the grass is on the grave of the last person who dared to speak to me like that? I do not know, nor do I wish to. Su Bai flicked the ash from his cigarette, sparks landing on Long San Yi's meticulously crafted shoes, scorching small black dots into the fabric. The old man's eyes twitched, but he did not dare to move. Su Bai slightly tilted his head, extending his index finger to tap his own forehead. I stand right here. Let your men shoot at me. His face was distinctly calm, devoid of expression, a tranquility so chilling it sent shivers down spines. If I even frown, this 8 million business deal will signify my defeat. He paused, his tone suddenly softening, reminiscent of whispers shared between old friends. But I must remind you, San Yi, should that shot ring out, the fate of your 3,000 kin in the Long family village will depend on whether the Lord of the Underworld accepts offerings. This was not a threat. This was a notification. Sweat trickled down Long San Yi's furrowed temples, soaking the collar of his tang suit. The walnuts in his hands ceased their motion. This was a high-stakes gamble. The wager was that Long San Yi would not dare act under the glaring daylight against an enigmatic figure with overwhelming presence, who had the audacity to venture alone into the village with money in hand. Killing Su Bai would be easy, but could the dilapidated ship of Long family village withstand the unseen web behind him? The dozen hunting rifles still pointed, but the hands trembling. Chun Hao watched in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He knew his elder brother was formidable, but he hadn't anticipated such overwhelming might. In this throng of hundreds, his brother's posture resembled that of a provincial official inspecting work, reprimanding an ineffective village chief. He even thought that in the next moment, Su Bai might order the demolition of Long family village for illegal construction. Seconds ticked by, the air thick with tension. Finally, Long San Yi released his clenched joints. A forced smile twisted across his face, more painful than tears, as the creases on his face folded together. He raised his hand, pressing it down. The villagers, nearly at their breaking point, felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and they lowered their guns with a clatter, their backs drenched in cold sweat. The youth are indeed formidable. The youth are indeed formidable. Long San Yi turned to the side, opening a path, gesturing for them to enter, yet his expression remained cold. Since we are discussing significant business, please, come in. I am eager to see whether your 8 million is a ransom for life or merely a toll. Su Bai did not respond, merely snorted coldly. With a cigarette clenched between his lips and his hands tucked into his pockets, he strode purposefully into the depths of the village, not even casting a glance at the armed villagers. His silhouette was bold and defiant. As he passed a few burly men holding guns, Su Bai did not pause. Instead, he shouldered one of them aside, causing the man to stumble back 2 steps, utterly stunned into silence. Howsy, why are you dawdling? Keep up. Coming, brother. Chun Hao snapped back to reality, sheathing his dagger and flashing a toothy grin at the still-dazed villagers. He made a provocatively slashing gesture across his throat before eagerly following along. Inwardly, he mused, "Goodness, being with such a boss is exhilarating. Those with weak hearts should always carry a stash of fast-acting heart medicines. This is intensely thrilling." Once the figures of the two men vanished around the corner of the village, Long San Ye's smile completely faltered, his expression darkening with palpable malice. "San Yi, are we just letting them in?" A trusted aide whispered, hesitating to continue. "What do you mean?" Long San Yi lashed out, delivering a sharp slap to the aide's nape, sending him staggering. He gazed at the pile of ashes on the ground, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. "Investigate. I want to uncover every detail about this young man. Anyone who dares to act so brazenly in Long's territory is either a madman or possesses extraordinary capabilities." Rubbing the walnut in his hands, his voice grew tense. "I have a premonition that we might have truly encountered a formidable opponent this time." The path through the village was treacherous, paved with bluestone slabs, flanked by stilted buildings built into the mountainside. From the dimly lit windows, countless pairs of eyes scrutinized the two outsiders. Chun Hao closely followed Su Bai, remaining vigilant as he lowered his voice. "Brother, what if you had really angered that old man earlier? Those rustic firearms look quite real." Su Bai flicked away the cigarette, but, extinguishing it with his toe without turning back. "Anger him." He halted, casting a glance back at Chun Hao. The intimidating aura that had surrounded him dissipated, replaced by a casual demeanor. "That old fool is more afraid of death than anyone else. Such people, even with a mere 10% chance of being killed, would never gamble their lives. Remember, when dealing with such individuals, the more assertive you are, the more they must appease you, the more cowardly you appear, the more they will want to ride on your neck." Chun Hao gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, truly impressive. But brother, do we really have 80 million in our pockets?" Su Bai patted his pocket and produced a crumpled bank card, grinning widely. 80 million? Not quite, but 8,000 is definitely in the cards. Chun Hao nearly slipped, almost kneeling on the blue stone slab. "Brother, are you serious?" "Nothing fake about it. What's true cannot be false." Su Bai patted Chun Hao's stiff shoulder. He turned his gaze toward the dark ancestral hall deep within the village. "Let us go. The real show is just beginning." Chapter 58. Incense for the ancestors. The ancestral hall of Longjiazhai exuded a chilling atmosphere. The scent of sandalwood could not mask the musty odor, clinging uncomfortably to the air. A plaque bearing the words loyalty and filial piety hung in the main hall, while the ancestral tablets filled the offering table, staring intently at the intruder. Su Bai, hands clasped behind his back, strolled in like a leader inspecting a site. Before the host could utter a word, he walked directly to the grand chair that symbolized the patriarch's absolute authority. With a casual shift of his body, he plopped down onto the seat, shifting his weight with a slight wiggle. "Is this really rosewood?" Su Bai reached out and tapped the rigid armrest with disdain. "Howsy, have someone replace this with a genuine leather chair, preferably one with a massage feature. Sitting on this hard bench for too long could lead to a herniated disc." Behind him, Long San Ye's face instantly turned a shade resembling that of liver. That was his seat. In Longjiazhai, aside from him, who else dared to sit in this chair? Anyone who did would find themselves submerged in the Longjiang River to feed the turtles by nightfall. "Young man, that is the main seat," Long San Yi said, squeezing his walnut, his voice seeping through his clenched teeth. Have today's youth forgotten the importance of hospitality? Su Bai ignored the comment, crossing his legs and retrieving a pack of inexpensive cigarettes from his pocket. He did not offer one to anyone else, lighting one for himself and directing the smoke towards the ancestral tablets. The main seat? Through the haze, Su Bai assessed Long San Yi, casually gesturing towards the wall lined with ancestral tablets. "In front of all these ancestors, I must ask you, Long San, when your time comes, will your name be worthy of being displayed here? I fear your ancestral grave may emit black smoke." "Impudent." A bodyguard with a face full of excess flesh shouted, muscles taut and ready to pounce. Chun Hao did not even lift his eyelids. A movement of his sleeve revealed a glinting black military dagger, its cold gleam explosive. The sound erupted. Su Bai seized a nearby blue and white porcelain teacup and, without glancing, smashed it against the ground. Scalding tea splattered along with shattered porcelain, staining Long San Yi's meticulously crafted shoes. The bodyguard froze in place, pinned by the sheer force of Su Bai's presence. Long San Yi was also taken aback by this unexpected display of defiance. According to the rules of the underworld, one was supposed to negotiate first before discussing terms. Why start with such a violent act? Su Bai suddenly rose, the casual demeanor fading, replaced by the oppressive aura of authority. This was the top-tier intimidation granted by the system. In that moment, he resembled not a mere thug negotiating a deal, but rather a ruthless interrogator confronting a death row inmate. He advanced step by step, his polished shoes crunching on the shards of porcelain, the sound echoing ominously. You speak of rules? Long San, is your rule to build houses over a methamphetamine pit with your entire clan? Or perhaps to dump several tons of toxic waste into the Longjiang River at 3 a.m? The impact of these words struck harder than the sound of the shattered cup, leaving Long San Yi dizzy. His face turned pale, and the walnut he had been toying with for years dropped to the ground, rolling into the corner like his crumbling confidence. What did you say? Long San Yi stammered, attempting to feign ignorance, yet his voice betrayed him. Subai sneered, pulling out a neatly folded blueprint from his pocket and slapping it onto Long San Yi's wrinkled face. The unfinished building in the west, 2 underground levels, 7 reaction vessels, and 2 centrifugal production lines. I must commend you. San Yi, your ventilation system is quite impressive. Otherwise, I would have awarded you a prize for technological innovation. Leaning closer to Long San Yi's ear, his voice was as soft as the whisper of death. San Yi, this business is quite significant. No wonder you scoffed at the 80 million for demolition compensation. Are you waiting to send hundreds of villagers to the gallows as your own funeral procession? This was a fragment of the underground intelligence network that the system had previously provided, and it was also Longjiazhai's greatest vulnerability. Once exposed, this was no longer a matter of demolition disputes. It would escalate into a major drug production case overseen by the Ministry of Public Security, with the death penalty list being expedited. Long San Yi's knees buckled, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing onto a nearby chair, gasping for air. The clan power he prided himself on, the hundreds of villagers who would fight with shotguns, had become a mere joke in this moment. For this young man in front of him held his lifeline, with a slight squeeze. He could shatter him completely. You are lazy? Long San Yi gazed at Subai, filled with despair. Who I am is of little consequence. Subai returned to the grand chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Each tap echoed like a hammer striking Long San Yi's heart. What matters is whether Chen-Yin is aware of this matter. At the mention of Chen-Yin, Long San Yi paused, as if grasping at a lifeline. Subai did not allow him the luxury of contemplation, delivering a swift and incisive blow. Chen-Yin instructed me to procure this land for 80 million. Long San, have you lived long enough to become a fool? This land holds a commercial development value of at least 2 billion. Is Chen-Yin a benevolent bodhisattva, leaving you such a generous deal? Subai leaned forward. He is using me as a pawn. And you as a pig. If I die here, the police will have a reason to enter the village to investigate a murder. A thorough search would reveal all the bottles and jars hidden in the unfinished building. At that point, Longjiazhai would face extermination, and the land would revert to the government, allowing Chen-Yin to acquire it at a bargain price. If I survive, and the land is acquired, he will anonymously report Longjiazhai for drug production. The police will seal it off, and the land will still be his. And you? Subai gestured with his hand, mimicking a cutting motion across his throat. You will have to explain to all these ancestors why the lineage that has persisted for centuries has come to an end under your watch. Silence enveloped the hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, with only Long San Yi's heavy breathing breaking the stillness. Cold sweat trickled down Long San Yi's forehead, soaking the back of his tang suit. He was an old hand in the underworld, but he had spent his life engaging in ruthless battles. Never had he encountered such a meticulously crafted, bone-crushing scheme. Only now did he realize he had been standing on the edge of a precipice, one foot already dangling in the abyss. That bastard Chen-Yin was intent on driving him to his doom. What should we do? Long San Yi's voice was hoarse as if he had swallowed sand, looking up at Subai with nothing but a plea for survival. Subai smiled. He reignited the half-finished cigarette, exhaling towards the plaque of loyalty and righteousness. As the smoke swirled around, his expression remained inscrutable. This is precisely why I came here today. Subai flicked off the ash, his tone as indifferent as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. Let us strike a bargain. Give me the land, and I shall ensure your survival. Chapter 59. This play must see blood. Long San Yi fumbled with the 2 ornamental walnuts in his hands, which rolled away and came to a stop at Subai's feet. He attempted to bend down to retrieve them, but his spine felt as if it had been wrenched away, rendering him incapable of straightening up. What kind of transaction is this? These words were forced out through his clenched teeth. Subai disregarded the walnuts on the floor and lifted his hand to extract the pre-prepared contract from Chun Hao's grasp, tossing it onto the table. The paper slid smoothly, coming to a precise halt right beneath Long Sanye's eyelids. Sign it. The land belongs to me. 80 million belongs to you. As for that unfinished building, I will apply for its closure under the guise of a municipal key project awaiting inspection, erecting a sign and cordoning off the area. As long as I do not give my nod, no one in Linjiang City will dare to rummage through the garbage. Long Sanye opened the contract, his bony fingers pressing against the paper, the tips turning pale. 80 million. If this land were to be developed normally, even if only the land were sold, it would start at 2 billion. This is not a transaction. It is akin to having a knife held to his throat in an act of robbery. It is even more ruthless than robbery, for robbers would at least wear masks. Subai intends for him to announce the surrender of his assets with great fanfare. Yet, he dared not refuse. If he rejected, by this time tomorrow, Long Jiajia would no longer be as it is, but rather a battleground for the special police's tactical drills. Young man. No, Bai Yi. Long Sanye's Adam's apple bobbed, struggling to swallow, his voice exceedingly weak. The matters within that unfinished building, do you truly know them all? Chineen, that old fox, probably has an inkling, but he lacks solid proof. He has refrained from taking action, waiting for the police's blade to fall and shatter your Long Jiajia, so he can pick up the pieces at a low price. Subai leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, lowering his voice. Coincidentally, I am also registered at the city bureau. This protective umbrella, Chineen cannot sustain. I can. This is both truth and deception. He is indeed on the list of candidates for the A-level wanted list at the police station. However, this does not prevent him from waving the tiger's skin as a banner. Long Sanye, now thoroughly terrified, had his mind consumed by thoughts of death row lists. There is no time to verify whether Subai is indeed a police informant or some celestial being. Long Sanye stared at the signature line, his heart bleeding. The foundation built over generations would vanish with this single stroke. Seeing him hesitate to sign, Subai did not rush him, merely glanced at his watch and spoke casually. Sanye, do not be too greedy. 80 million is not a small sum. It is enough for you to purchase the finest Nanmo coffin in this world, with enough left over to leave a way out for your wayward grandson. If you hesitate further, tomorrow this money may be exchanged for joss paper to be burned for you. These words shattered Long Sanye's last glimmer of hope. I will sign. I will sign. Long Sanye completely broke down. Money can be earned again, but once life is lost, he would truly have to meet his ancestors underground. He seized the pen, hardly daring to look at the contract terms, and signed his name in the Party B section. He then retrieved the Long Jiajia seal hidden close to his body, exhaled a breath of warmth, and stamped it down. With a crisp sound, the dust settled. Subai retracted the contract, glanced at the vibrant red seal, flicked the paper's surface, and handed it back to Chen Hao. Put it away. This is our very life. After saying this, Subai stood up, adjusted his collar as if he had just completed an inspection and was ready to depart. All right, the formalities have been completed. Next, we need to attend to some personal matters. Long Sanye had yet to recover from the agonizing pain of evisceration, staring in confusion. What else is there? Subai pointed to Long Sanye's face, though aged, still intact, and then gestured towards the thick redwood pillar beside him. Chineen is suspicious. If I were to exit with the contract, and you accompany me, do you think he would believe it? Long Sanye was taken aback, then quickly realized, his aged face instantly turning as bitter as a gourd. Bai Yi, do you mean? To put on a complete act. The people of Long Jiajia are fierce. I cannot enter here without facing consequences. If there is no commotion, outsiders will think we are merely having tea and discussing philosophy inside. Subai turned to the quiet Chun Hao. Hao Zi, give Sanye a makeover. Remember, it must have visual impact, but do not kill him. All right, brother. Chun Hao had been bursting with enthusiasm. He chuckled, flexed his fingers, and strode toward Long Sanye. The shadow cast by his towering figure enveloped the frail Long Sanye. No, do not strike. I will do it myself. I will do it myself. Long Sanye was terrified to the point of losing his wits. The scene of the giant bulldozing through people at the village entrance still lingered in his mind. With one punch, his old bones would either shatter or he would lose half his life right there. Then hurry up. Subai glanced toward the door. I need to return in time for dinner. Long Sanye watched as Chun Hao's fist, the size of a clay pot, hung in the air. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and swung the hand that had just signed, landing a punch on his own eye socket. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Long San Yi let out a cry, clutching his eye as he staggered back. His eye area instantly turning red, though not yet bruised. Subai frowned, clicking his tongue. San Yi, that is not fighting. It is merely scratching an itch. Chen Yin is not a fool. Such injuries would be difficult to fool even a 3-year-old. Chen Hao, eager to take his turn, chimed in. Brother, how about I do it? I am a professional. No. Long San Yi was on the verge of tears. What kind of situation is this? Having his territory taken, his wealth seized, and now he must beat himself to pay off the debt? He was also a ruthless man, aware that if he could not pass this test, Subai would never leave. I see you cannot bring yourself to do it. Subai suddenly moved. He casually grabbed the supposedly Qing dynasty inherited blue and white porcelain vase from the table and smashed it against the nearby redwood pillar. Crash. Shards flew, the noise reverberating through the empty ancestral hall. Long San Yi, being clever, seized the moment to slam himself against the wall. He truly did not hold back this time, his forehead colliding heavily with the brick wall. Blood immediately flowed down from his brow, smearing his entire face. Now it was truly a matter of bloodshed. Subai nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing away the half-shattered porcelain shard. That is more like it. Remember, this injury is to save your life. Later, when we go out, if our secret is exposed, Chen Yin won't be able to harm you, but I will ensure your demise upon my return. 5 minutes later, the heavy wooden door of the ancestral hall creaked open slowly. Hundreds of villagers outside had been anxiously waiting, having just heard the sounds of smashing and the anguished cries of San Yi from within. Each man had their eyes ablaze, gripping their shotguns and machetes tightly. At the mere command of San Yi, they would rush in and reduce those two ignorant outsiders to mere pulp. However, the moment the door swung wide, all were rendered speechless. There stood Long San Yi, typically imposing and authoritative in the village, now bloodied, with one eye swollen like a rotten peach, and his tang suit torn asunder. He was bowing respectfully like a decrepit eunuch, escorting the young man out. Bai Yi, please take care. Be cautious of the steps. Long San Yi's voice trembled, indicative of genuine pain and fear. Subai wore his signature arrogant smile, brandishing the contract in his hand. Passing by Long San Yi, he patted the elder's bleeding face. Long San, you have shown wisdom. Should you dare to challenge me again, it will not be this decrepit temple that suffers, but your frail bones. With that, Subai strode through the crowd, flanked by the coldly contemplative Chen Hao, who was still relishing the earlier scene. The hundreds of villagers, armed and fierce, exchanged glances as they beheld their beaten and subservient leader, each man frozen in disbelief. Their ferocity deflated like a punctured balloon, knives unconsciously dropping to their sides, yet none dared to step forward. If Long San Yi had been so thoroughly subdued, who exactly was this young man? It was not until the dilapidated Santana roared to life, belching black smoke as it vanished down the winding mountain road, that the villagers remained motionless, the square of Long Jia enveloped in a deathly silence. Inside the vehicle, Chen Hao gripped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing through the rearview mirror at Subai in the back seat, his expression one of awe, as if meeting his elder brother for the very first time. Brother, how on earth did you manage that? Chen Hao finally burst forth, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. How could that old fool sign so easily? How did he end up in such a state? I saw you toss a piece of paper and utter a few words, and he acted as if he had seen the king of hell. I was right there, witnessing it all. You didn't even lift a finger, merely smoking and sipping tea, yet Long San Yi was quaking in fear. Subai leaned back in his seat, gazing out at the swiftly retreating mountains. Howsy, remember this. Blood from flesh carries its own allure, but it matters whose blood is spilled. Today, it is Long San's blood, a mere dose of poison to awaken him, to remind him who truly holds power in this realm. Subai turned his gaze toward the approaching urban landscape of Linjiang, his eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve. As for tomorrow, he paused, a fierce expression dawning upon his face. Tomorrow, it shall be Chun Yin's blood that flows. Chapter 60. The Malevolent Dragon in the Clouds, Yunding Mansion. A landmark of Linjiang City, its height allows for a sweeping view of the city's vibrancy. The luxurious penthouse remains unlit, save for a vintage phonograph worth 7 figures spinning idly. Wagner's Die Walküre resounds, the stirring orchestration filling the expansive living room of several hundred square meters, reverberating in a manner that unsettles the heart. Long Jun, clad in a dark red silk robe, stands barefoot upon the Persian carpet, cradling half a glass of Romanée-Conti red wine. His signature slicked-back hair retains its sheen, even his hairline betraying a meticulously curated facade. His confidant, Ahui, kneels on the floor, forehead pressed against the carpet's intricate patterns. Cold sweat drips from his nose, darkening the expensive wool beneath him. Has the money been retrieved? Long Jun's voice is soft, blending with the symphonic music. His tone indifferent as he casually inquires about the breakfast for the following morning. Ahui's jaw twitches uncontrollably. No. No money was given. Subai took the transfer contract and wiped out the 4 million debt. Moreover, he was personally escorted out by Third Master. The brothers under him were watching, and one remarked that Third Master's face was swollen like a rotten pig's head. The ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall had been shattered, yet Third Master still bowed to him at the door, bending deeply at the waist. Long Jun halts the glass of wine midair, the dark red liquid swaying slightly. Bow. Yes. Hundreds of villagers, armed with fire guns and machetes, stood frozen in place. Chun-Een sought to use a blade to strike, yet this weapon proved too wicked, instilling fear in the local tyrants of Longjia's High. Huh. Long Jun chuckled, a brief sound, somewhat grating. He approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the old town's mottled lights. Sipping his wine, the cold gleam reflects off his gold-rimmed glasses. That old fool Chun-Een has effectively cut his own wrist this time. Long Jun turns and walks to the coffee table, pinching Subai's file between two fingers. A flimsy sheet of paper, lighter than Ahui's worthless life. A bottom-tier police academy student. Repeatedly expelled for misconduct, his record blemished more than the blemishes on his own face. Too contrived. Long Jun flicks his wrist, and the file flutters into the trash bin. Such a resume, unnaturally pristine, is laughable in its deliberate construction. Only the old geezers in the province would go to such lengths to weave this clumsy tale, attempting to plunge a sharp knife into the heart of the Hei Long Hui. Ahui, summoning his courage, raises his head. His expression fierce as he gestures a throat-cutting motion. Master, since he is lazy, shall we deal with him tonight? I will arrange for a dumper truck, ensuring it is done cleanly. What is the rush? Long Jun studies the crimson liquid in his glass, gently swirling it. Murder is the most base of methods. Chun-Een is more anxious than we are. The Mad Lion has entered, and Wang Jinhua has fallen. Now even Third Master is being trampled underfoot. Chun-En's old skin is likely to be flayed off by this young man and used for drumheads. Let him bite. A dog bites another dog, both with fur in their mouths. We merely watch the spectacle. Some knives, when wielded well, can slay enemies. Wielded poorly, they harm oneself. Long Jun lightly taps his knuckles on the table in rhythm with Dai Wakir, each tap echoing like a countdown. Go. Write a note. Simply state that I, Long Jun, wish to invite this new wealthy individual from Linjiang to Yunding for tea. Remember, be polite. The more courteous, the better. Elevate him high as the heavens. Ahui is taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. Master, are you trying to recruit him? Long Jun casts a glance at him, sweeping over Ahui, who, terrified, immediately bows his head to the ground, not daring to breathe. Recruit? A mad dog cannot be tamed. Long Jun's voice is languid, yet carries an icy undertone. I merely wish to observe closely whether this blade is swift enough to sever the throat of our esteemed leader. Once he has bitten Chun-Een to death, this bloodied knife shall be rendered useless. In the old town, the tenement building, the motion-sensitive lights in the corridor have been broken for 2 months. The property management collects fees without delivering service, leaving only the garbage piled in the corner, emitting a sour odor. Subai ascends the stairs in darkness, careful not to topple the pickled vegetable jars stacked at Aunt Wang's door. Just as he retrieves his key, the neighboring couple commences their nightly performance yet again. What good is your meager salary? You can't even buy a bag. My friend's boyfriend drives a BMW, and you only know how to ride a decrepit electric scooter. Bye. Always comparing. Should I sell a kidney to buy you something? This life is unbearable. Accompanied by the sharp sound of plates shattering, the woman's shrill accusations and the man's roaring reverberate through the floor. Subai enters his room with a blank expression. He closes the door behind him, shutting out the chaos outside. The room remains dark, illuminated only by the neon lights filtering through the window. He tosses his suit jacket, reeking of smoke and blood, onto the sofa, sinking into the worn-out cushions. His mind buzzes with electrical impulses, a cacophony that makes his temples throb. Settlement complete. Event. establishing authority in Longjia's high. Rating, S level, perfect. Rewards have been granted. Strength 2, Constitution 2, Skill Book Advanced Combat Techniques has been automatically maxed out. Additional note, S-level dangerous target Long Jun has developed a heightened interest in the host. Subai pauses and unbuttoning his shirt. In the next instant, a searing heat surges down his spine, radiating throughout his body. This sensation resembles being forcibly poured a ladle of molten iron. His bones emit faint cracking noises, signaling the completion of reconstruction. The originally toned muscles do not swell into the lifeless mass typical of a gym-goer. Instead, they tighten further, melding with the bones. Subsequently, a wealth of knowledge pertaining to combat, killing, and human anatomy is forcibly crammed into his mind. No flashy techniques, only lethal moves. How to exert force most efficiently. How to break another's cervical spine with one strike. How to jab a finger into an adversary's eye. How to tear open an enemy's throat with one's teeth. These concepts transcend mere book knowledge, transforming into instincts etched in his very genes. Is this what it means to master combat? Subai rises, clenching his fist. The knuckles crackle with a series of explosive sounds, the air in his palm compressing instantaneously, the sensation of power intoxicating. He throws a punch into the air. There is no build-up, merely a casual strike. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound bursts forth in the air. If that punch were to land squarely on Long San's aged visage, it would not merely be a cosmetic alteration. It would be tantamount to incineration, with his brain matter splattered. Subai entered the washroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed cold water vigorously onto his face. Water droplets cascaded down his chin, revealing a man in the mirror whose eyes were bloodshot, yet gleamed ominously, exuding a fierce countenance, freshly acquainted with the taste of blood. Long Jun. Subai wiped his face, gazing at his reflection, and flashed a grin that showcased his pearly whites. Have you finally reached your breaking point? The leader of the Qinglong Hall of the Black Dragon Society, known as the surgical knife of Linjiang. In contrast to the brash and simplistic thugs like the Mad Lion, Long Jun, a cunning serpent lurking in the shadows, calculating and devouring without leaving a trace, is far more formidable. Interested in following me? Subai instinctively reached into his pocket for his cigarette pack, only to discover it was empty. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and crumpled the discarded pack into a ball. Without even glancing, he flicked his wrist, sending the paper ball arcing gracefully into the trash can 2 meters away. Then, let your eyes be wide open. Witness how I display your ragtag group, one by one, hanging from lampposts to dry. Outside, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. The red and blue lights flickered momentarily on the weathered walls, casting his shadow into a grotesque and exaggerated form. Subai braced himself against the sink, observing the fury-laden visage in the mirror. His smile gradually widened, morphing into a sinister grin. Tomorrow, it is time to bid farewell to that old wretch, Chinine. Chapter 61. This piece of paper is perfect for supporting the table legs at 6 in the morning. A thick haze enveloped the rooftops of the old town. The air was saturated with the pungent odors of inferior coal smoke and recycled cooking oil. At the entrance of the alley, a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared particularly ludicrous, its overly broad frame completely obstructing the already narrow passage. The low chassis scraped sharply against a speed bump, producing a crack that resonated through the morning air, the sound of an expensive carbon fiber panel shattering. Aunt Wang, who was frying youtiao, was startled, causing her to spill hot oil from the pot. As the car door swung open, a handcrafted Italian leather shoe stepped out, followed by a distinct sound as it splashed into a puddle of stagnant water that had accumulated for weeks beside the breakfast stall. The dark brown sludge crept up the gleaming shoe, ruining what was undoubtedly a 5-figure masterpiece. Ahui's face twitched in dismay as he glanced down at the ruined footwear, then looked up at the litter and grease strewn about, swallowing hard to suppress the breakfast that threatened to rise in his throat. He pulled out a pristine white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose, tiptoeing as if afraid to crush an ant. He awkwardly maneuvered around a pile of rotten vegetable leaves and approached the young man seated behind a folding stool. Mr. Su, Ahui's voice was muffled by the handkerchief yet still carried an air of arrogance befitting a steward. He extended a red invitation card edged in gold, lifting his chin slightly. Lord Long is hosting a tea gathering at Yunding Gongwan tonight and has specifically asked me to invite you. The mere mention of Yunding Gongwan silenced the surrounding clamor of patrons enjoying their tofu now, several bare-chested men staring wide-eyed, bowls in hand. In Lingjiang, Long Zhun was akin to a deity. He was not only the leader of the Qinglong gang, but also one of the wealthiest individuals in the entire Handong province, his assets rivaling those of the province's older magnates. He was a figure whose favor even the fiercest would seek to curry. As for Chen Yin, Long Zhun considered him inconsequential. However, it was those behind Chen Yin who warranted such personal attention, capable of sending a close steward in a phantom to extend an invitation. The grass on the grave was already 2 meters high, or perhaps they were seated on the podium. Su Bai remained unperturbed. He nonchalantly brought a piece of fried dough to his mouth, completely disregarding Ahui's presence. Ahui's hand hovered in the air, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Mr. Su," he emphasized, pushing the invitation forward. The golden corners nearly poked Su Bai's ear. "I am speaking to you. No one dares to be late for Lord Long's gathering. I heard you. I'm not deaf." Su Bai finally swallowed the mouthful of fried dough, took a deep sip of soup, and leisurely replied, "If Long Zhun wants to drink tea, he should find someone else. I have matters to attend to tonight. I need to kill someone." Ahui was momentarily stunned, staring at Su Bai's pale face, doubting his own hearing. Kill someone? In a place like this, in front of so many people? "Mr. Su, you truly have a penchant for jest." Ahui forced a smile, suppressing his rising anger. He slammed the invitation onto the greasy folding table before Su Bai. "Lord Long said that regarding last night's incident at Longjia's High. Your methods were quite ruthless, and he appreciates that. This cup of tea is both an acknowledgement and a rule. In Lingjiang, disrespecting Lord Long's face could jeopardize your safety, whether you walk or drive." This was a blatant threat. Su Bai finally set down his chopsticks, not glancing at Ahui or the Rolls-Royce, his gaze fixed on the luxurious invitation. "This paper." Su Bai reached out to touch it, feeling its firmness. Ahui puffed out his chest, his tone tinged with pride. "Specially made, thick copperplate paper. This alone is worth. Firmness is all that matters." Su Bai interrupted him. Under Ahui's astonished gaze, Su Bai seized the invitation, which symbolized the highest power in Lingjiang's underworld, and folded it in half. With a decisive snap, the invitation cracked sharply. He folded it again, transforming the exquisite card into a thick little square. Su Bai bent down, lifted one corner of the rickety breakfast stall table, and stuffed the square inside. Releasing it, he pressed down on the table corner. The once wobbling table now stood as stable as Mount Tai. Feeling satisfied, Su Bai clapped his hands and nodded approvingly before turning to the now dumbfounded owner, Lao Lu, and called out, "Lao Lu, another bowl of tofu now. Add extra chili, and less green onion. This table won't wobble anymore. So serve it with confidence." Lao Lu's spoon fell into the pot with a clatter. Using Lord Long's invitation to prop up a table leg, this young man must be courting disaster, dragging the entire street down with him. Silence fell over the alley. Ahui glared at the invitation, now half buried in the muddy table leg, revealing only the gilded dragon insignia. This was not merely propping up a table. It was akin to skinning Long Zhun's face and trampling it underfoot. "Su Bai?" Ahui shed any pretense of civility, throwing down the handkerchief to reveal a fierce expression. "You think you can toy with me? Do you even comprehend your actions?" Su Bai accepted the tofu now offered by the trembling Lao Lu, stirring the delicate tofu with his spoon. The red oil quickly spread throughout the bowl. "Go back and tell Long Zhun to keep the tea for himself." Su Bai blew away the floating oil, speaking calmly. "I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Tonight, I have a thorough cleansing to attend to, and my hands will get very dirty. I don't drink tea with dirty hands. That is my rule. Once I wash the blood off, I will naturally visit Yunding Gongguan to discuss matters." He merely stated a fact. Su Bai's utter disregard for life sent chills down Ahui's spine, a seasoned veteran who had seen bloodshed before. This madman was serious. Ahui stared at Su Bai for a full 5 seconds, ultimately daring not to act. This was the old town, with its intricate geography. Su Bai was a wild card who did not play by the rules. Should things escalate, Ahui might not escape unscathed. "Very well," Ahui gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. "I will relay Mr. Su's words to Lord Long verbatim. I hope your cleansing tonight does not end up with you swept away." With that, he huffed and strode away. Perhaps in a fit of rage, he stepped back into the puddle, splattering his expensive trousers with mud. The Rolls-Royce struggled to turn around in the narrow alley. Once again, the undercarriage had suffered several scrapes before I made a hasty retreat amidst the inquisitive gazes of the neighborhood. The luxury vehicle vanished, leaving behind a cloud of acrid exhaust. From the shadows of the corridor emerged a robust figure. Chun Hao toyed with the gleaming Mitsubishi dagger in his hand. "By goo, That is Long Zhun's personal steward. We have only just established our foothold, and we have already managed to offend such a formidable entity. Is it not a tad rash? Offend? Subai took a generous sip of hot tofu now, the heat igniting a fiery sensation that caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. He sighed contentedly, gesturing towards the empty bowl of tofu now. Ahow, remember this. When dealing with these ravenous wolves, the more you beg for mercy, the more they perceive you as a delectable dish. Only when you bare your teeth and stand ready to sever their throats will they invite you to the table, rather than consume you as their meal. Chun Hao silently sheathed the dagger and pulled out a chair to sit down. So tonight proceeds as usual. Subai retrieved a cheap napkin to wipe his mouth and extracted his chipped, old Nokia from his pocket. The sound of the buttons being pressed resonated distinctly in the morning air. When the call connected, only heavy breathing could be heard from the other end, no words spoken. Zhangju. Subai's voice was soft, yet sent shivers down the spine. Help me arrange several cleaning vehicles. This afternoon, at the Jinding Club, I have a major cleanup to conduct, and there might be quite a bit of refuse to transport. On the other end, Zhang Guodong remained silent for a full 5 seconds. The sound of a lighter igniting broke the stillness, followed by Zhang Guodong's hoarse and weary reply. Must it be today? Past due. And it loses its freshness. Fine. The cleaning vehicles will be on standby in half an hour. After disconnecting the call, Subai lifted his gaze toward the horizon. The Jinding Tower loomed high in the city center, its glass facade reflecting the blinding sunlight. Let us go, Ahow. Subai rose, adjusting his inexpensive street market suit as if preparing to attend a grand state banquet. Some are eager for rebirth, as those in the service industry. We must not be tardy. Chapter 62. Would you dare to spend the money? At the Jinding Club, in the banquet hall on the top floor, the crystal chandelier above swayed, creating a dizzying effect, while the Persian carpet beneath was luxuriously soft. The aroma of cigars mingled with the metallic scent of rust in the air, inducing a sense of nausea. Chun Yin occupied the main seat at the rosewood round table, his dark red tang suit accentuating his antiquated demeanor. The 2 lionhead walnuts in his hand clashed audibly. Where are they? Chun Yin squinted through his triangle-shaped eyes. In the elevator, his trusted aide lowered his voice, mentioning Subai and that foolishly large subordinate. Just the 2 of them? Chun Yin scoffed, momentarily halting his walnut play. Today's youth, having watched a few gangster films, believe themselves to be the kings of Copper Gong Bay. Have those 30 thugs hidden away? Behind the screen. He could hear the commotion of preparations. Good. Chun Yin rubbed his knee, which ached on rainy days due to old injuries. Once the contract is secured, I will shred it to pieces. Remember to leave him breathing. I intend to skin him alive and make a lantern out of his hide. Ding. The elevator door slid open. Subai walked in with poise, his inexpensive suit exuding an air of high fashion. Chun Hao followed closely behind, holding a red cloth-covered square box, heavy with an unknown contents. Chen Yi, you look well, Subai remarked as he pulled out a chair and sat down with an imposing demeanor, completely ignoring the bodyguards around them, some of whom had their hands tucked into their pockets. Did they even set up a celebratory feast? Chun Yin forced a smile, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Xiao Bai has arrived. If you can handle the hard bones of Long Jiajai, I wouldn't dare to not host a gathering. The brothers on the street would think I lack manners. Of course, Subai replied, glancing at the Australian lobster and the matai on the table without touching his chopsticks. But Chen Yi, I want to be eating. I have a picky stomach and cannot tolerate decapitated meals. The contract is here. Where's the money? A document was flung onto the table, a dark red handprint still wet and glaring. A glint of avarice flashed in Chun Yin's eyes. Billions of land rights are contained within this piece of paper. He reached for it, but a slender hand preemptively pressed down on the document. Chen Yi, do you not understand the rules? Subai leaned forward, his pitch-black eyes fixed on Chen Yin. One hand for money, the other for goods. My 80 million service fee and Uncle Lou's compensation must be settled immediately. Chun Yin's hand froze in midair, the feigned smile on his face crumbling gradually into a venomous sneer. Need money? I have it. He snapped his fingers, and his aide approached with a black box, heavily thudding it onto the table, the lock springing open. The box was filled with red bills, each imprinted with the Jade Emperor, 100 billion each. Universally accepted by the Tiandi Bank. Ha. Subai, you want money? Here are tens of trillions. Enough for you and your deceased Uncle Lou to enjoy yourselves down below. If that is not enough, I can burn you 2 more truckloads. The room erupted in laughter as bodyguards regarded the duo, as though they were corpses. Chen Hao's neck veins bulged, fists clenched in fury, his face contorted with rage. Yet Su Bai remained unperturbed, even extending 2 fingers to pinch a ghost bill, bringing it to his nose to sniff. The ink quality was subpar, producing a foul odor when burned, polluting the environment. Disdainfully, Su Bai released the bill, allowing the 100 billion note to flutter to the ground. Qinyi, you should keep this money for yourself. After all, the road to the underworld is long. One must use large bills to settle with the little devils. Laughter ceased abruptly. Chun Yin's face twitched as he suddenly seized a wine glass and smashed it against the ground. Crash! The glass shattered. How dare you be so disrespectful? Attack! Grind them into meat paste and feed them to the dogs. With a violent shove, the screen was knocked down, and 30 muscular men surged forth, wielding cleavers that glinted menacingly under the light. The blades sliced through the air, heading straight for Su Bai. Unmoved, Su Bai remained seated, merely turning his head to address Chun Hao behind him. Ahau, it's time to work. Remember what I said? Don't get my clothes dirty. Chun Hao grinned, the suppressed ferocity erupting fully. Facing the oncoming steel blades, having consumed a basic body enhancement serum, he charged into the crowd. With a swift motion, he grabbed one cleaver by the back, using all his strength to twist the wrist of the wielder until it snapped. The sound of cracking bones was painfully clear. In his other hand, the military dagger pierced through the thigh of the foremost attacker, blood spraying forth as he withdrew it. A scream echoed, abruptly cut off by a heavier thud. Seizing the cleaver, Chun Hao swung it backhandedly. The overwhelming strength of his enhanced muscles was terrifying. The cleaver struck, sending 2 attackers flying, crashing into a champagne cart laden with glasses. The sounds of shattering glass, screams, and broken bones intertwined, creating a symphony of violence. Chun Hao was at the eye of the storm, unscathed yet surrounded by chaos. Su Bai leisurely picked up a decanter, pouring himself a glass of red wine. The crimson liquid swayed in the goblet, reflecting Chun Yin's pale visage across the table. Qinyi, Su Bai raised his glass, calling out over the tumult of battle. Why are your hands trembling so violently? Has Parkinson's set in? Chun Yin clutched the table's edge, watching as his prized bodyguards fell one after another. Is this still human? That fool of a giant must have a bulletproof vest or steel plates. The cleavers clanged against him as if striking metal. Su Bai sipped his wine, frowning slightly. The wine was good, though perhaps the vintage was lacking. Next time, choose a better family for reincarnation, indulge in finer wines. Just as he finished speaking, a bloody tooth flew through the air, landing near Su Bai's feet. Chun Hao, drenched in blood, held up a semi-conscious attacker, discarding him like refuse and scanning the crowd until his gaze fixed on Chen Yin. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Su Bai set down his wine glass, his fingertips lightly tapping the table. Ahau, be quick. The cleaning crew has arrived. It's impolite to keep them waiting. Chun Yin's legs finally gave way, collapsing into the grand chair. The walnuts he had been rolling for 2 years tumbled to the floor. He attempted to scream, but his throat constricted, only managing to produce a choking sound. Su Bai gazed at him, offering a gentle smile, his tone indifferent. Oh, and Qinyi, that box hasn't been opened yet. It's a special cleaning tool prepared just for you. Don't you want to take a look? He pointed to the red cloth-covered box that Chun Hao had placed on the table. The crimson cloth slipped away, revealing its contents. A large urn, inscribed with the name Chun Yin and adorned with gold dust. I have measured its dimensions, and it is perfectly suited for you, Su Bai remarked softly. Chun Yin's face drained of color as he finally comprehended that this lunatic had no intention of discussing business today. He had come to deliver a final farewell. Su Bai? I am a man of Zhaoyi. If you dare to harm me, Zhaoyi will ensure your entire family. Hush, Su Bai interjected, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, elegantly rising to his feet and striding towards Chen Yin. Zhao Dahan, fear not. It won't be long before I send him down to join you for a game of mahjong. He casually seized a stainless steel knife from the table, twirling it artfully between his fingers. Now, it is time to clean up the main refuse. Ding. Detected that the host is engaging in a thorough cleanup, in accordance with the ethical standards of a Yakuza cleaner. Reward, 500 experience points. New skill unlocked. Outlaw's Intimidation, Beginner. The system's prompt resonated crisply in his mind as he approached the trembling Chen Yin, towering over him, the knife reflecting Chen Yin's face filled with despair. In your next life, strive to be a cleaner person, Chen Yi. With a swift motion, Su Bai brought the knife down. Splatter. Blood sprayed onto the urn, a vivid crimson. The wind howled fiercely on the top floor of the Jinding building. Yet it could not disperse the stench of blood that filled the room. Ahau, prepare the box. Subai extracted a handkerchief to wipe the droplets of blood from his wrist, turning towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Remember to mop the floor thoroughly. I have a cleanliness obsession. Yes, by Gu. Chunhao replied respectfully from behind. Subai gazed down at the flowing traffic below, sending a text message to Zhang Guodong. Trash has been sorted. Send a vehicle to collect it. 5 seconds later, his phone vibrated. Received. Subai tucked away his phone, observing his reflection in the glass, a smile gracing his lips. This world is far too filthy. Someone must cleanse it. If the law cannot purify it, then let blood be the means of purification. Chapter 63. Evil begets evil. The cycle of heaven beneath the Jinding de Xia. 3 municipal water trucks surged towards the marble steps, their powerful jets creating a torrent of water that splashed down, forming foamy white bubbles. Red, murky water streamed through the crevices into the drains, carrying a pungent odor that mingled with disinfectant, assaulting the senses. Zhang Guodong stood outside the caution tape, surrounded by cigarette butts. The rain had drenched his police uniform. Yet he showed little inclination to seek shelter. 2 forensic experts emerged, laboriously carrying a stretcher. The body bag was swollen and uneven, containing a load of shattered stones. Blood continued to seep from beneath the bag, dripping onto the freshly washed ground. Is this Chen? Zhang Guodong asked a rhetorical question, met with silence. He discarded the half-smoked cigarette into a puddle and extinguished it. Classify it as a gang conflict, stemming from unequal distribution of spoils. He stated flatly, seal off the information. We cannot allow the media to swarm like flies. Notify the financial department to freeze all accounts of Chunxing Capital within 10 minutes. Just as one of his subordinates began to take notes, he added, make it swift. Those financial types have noses keener than dogs. If we delay, there will be nothing left. On the top floor, in the mayor's office, Zhao Dahan was in a state of disarray. The television had just flashed the image of the distorted body bag, causing his hand to tremble and spill the freshly brewed tea all over his feet. The scalding liquid reddened his skin, yet he remained silent. Useless. All of them are useless. Even a dog knows how to guard the house. These people only bring me trouble. Zhao Dahan stumbled towards the safe in the corner, his palms slick with cold sweat, making it difficult to grasp the knob. After entering the wrong password 3 times, the safe's alarm blared incessantly, irritating him further. Damn it. The usually composed Mayor Zhao kicked the cabinet door, which remained unyielding, leaving his toe throbbing in pain. He steadied his shaking hand and entered the password again. It opened. Like a madman, he pulled out documents, letters, and ledgers, cramming them into the shredder. The machine buzzed ominously, threatening to jam at any moment. Even after reducing the papers to strips, he was not satisfied until he set them ablaze. Watching the secrets turn to ash, a faint color returned to Zhao Dahan's pale face. The phone on the desk rang suddenly, sounding like a death knell in the office. He picked it up to hear Secretary Xiao Li's tearful voice. Mayor Zhao, I saw the news. Chen Yin is dead. And what about our previous accounts? Shut up. Zhao Dahan's voice was icy. What are you panicking for? If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Get out of the city now and deliver that emergency plan to Old Wang. Leave tonight, avoid the highway, take the old roads. After hanging up, he immediately dialed another number that wasn't he saved. Old Wang. Xiao Li is unwell and will take a long leave tomorrow. She was delivering goods. With the heavy rain and slippery roads, an accident is quite normal. Understood. Came the curt response. Half an hour later, on the winding mountain road leading out of Linjiang, a black sedan failed to brake at a sharp turn, crashing through the guardrail and plummeting into a ravine dozens of meters deep. A flash of fire illuminated the scene briefly before being extinguished by the rain. Zhao Dahan sat in his office chair, gazing in that direction. The flicker of his lighter highlighted his face as he lit another cigarette. Only the dead are truly safe. In the old city, within a tenement building, a wooden door creaked open. The familiar musty odor mingled with the acrid smoke from the neighbors frying chili peppers. This was reality. One moment, he had been wreaking havoc at the top of Jinding de Xia, and the next, he found himself returning to this leaky, dilapidated abode. A cold voice resonated in his mind. Host has completed the extreme cleansing mission. Eliminate Chen Yin. Decisively executed. Rating, S level. Reward calculation in progress. Reward, doubled physical strength, unlocked new skill. Eye of Insight, beginner. A surge of warmth erupted along his spine, coursing through his entire being. Su Bai let out a muffled groan, his bones cracking as his muscles tightened anew. He approached the cracked mirror. The face was still his own, yet the gaze had transformed. Everything appeared strikingly clear. Even the dust floating in the air was visible. Grasping the iron frame of the bed, he applied slight pressure. The solid iron pipe crumpled like clay, leaving distinct fingerprints. This was right. Su Bai released his grip, and the pipe clattered to the floor. The power in his hands felt more substantial than money. At Yun Ding Gong Guan, in the tea room, a pot of expensive rohan pine rested on a zeton wood table. Long Zhun held pruning shears, measuring a branch against the blade. A Hui stood nearby, his head bowed low. Long Yi, Su Bai was excessively ruthless. He left Chen Yin in pieces, not even a complete corpse. Your invitation was used to prop up the table. Snip. Long Zhun flicked his wrist, severing the main branch that should have been spared. He gazed at the stark cut, suddenly laughing, the sound echoing in the empty tea room. How interesting, truly interesting. Long Zhun tossed the shears onto the table, the blade embedding itself into the wood. The waters of Linjiang were stagnant, filled with rule-abiding old foxes. What they lacked was this kind of unruly mad dog. He wiped his hands with a towel, devoid of family ties or burdens, wielding the knife with ease. But Long Yi. A Hui hesitated. This knife is too swift. It's easy to cut oneself. Cutting oneself is the fault of the one wielding the knife. Long Zhun raised his teacup and took a sip. Send 2 Cuban cigars to him. Tell Su Bai that whenever he tires of killing and wishes to drink tea, my door is always open. Additionally, carve out 2 pieces of Chen Yin's original territory and let it be known that they are coveted by Su Bai. A Huey's heart tightened. This was setting Su Bai ablaze, placing him under the watchful eyes of every wolf in the city. At the headquarters of the Bai Hu Tang, the hall was originally filled with noise and chaos, with hundreds of ruffians gathered, anxiously awaiting news. They knew that Su Bai was negotiating business with Chenin today. A pivotal moment for the expansion of Bai Hu Tang. Bang! The heavy wooden door was violently kicked open. Su Bai stepped over the threshold. An unmistakable aura of blood clung to him. He carried a square box wrapped in a crimson cloth, the fabric now soaked to a dark purple hue. The previously boastful underlings fell silent in an instant, some even instinctively rising to their feet. Bai Guo Bao approached. His gaze fixated on the box with a myriad of emotions swirling within. Su Bai strode directly to the statue of Guan Gong in the center of the hall, placing the box heavily upon the offering table. The thud resonated, echoing in the hearts of all present. The ashes of Chenin. Su Bai pulled out the chair at the head of the table and seated himself with commanding presence, his eyes gleaming with intensity. From this day forth, there shall be no more Qinxing meetings in Linjiang. He surveyed the room, and each individual whom his gaze fell upon instinctively averted their eyes. Insight activated. Ah Bao, Loyalty 85. Bald Chong, Fear 95. Li He, Greed 40. Su Bai let out a cold chuckle, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. The territory of Chun Yin now belonged entirely to the Bai Hu Tang. Who is in favor, and who stands opposed? An eerie silence enveloped the hall. Moments later, Ah Bao was the first to kneel, his voice booming. We follow by Ji's lead. Hundreds of ruffians simultaneously dropped to their knees, the roar almost threatening to lift the roof off. Meanwhile, at the Linjiang City Police Department, Lin Qingxue stared intently at the wanted notice on her computer screen. A B-level warrant for first-degree murder. The expressionless face of Su Bai in the photograph starkly contrasted with the jovial neighbor she remembered. This cannot be true. Lin Qingxue bit her lip until the metallic taste of blood surfaced. Grabbing the case file from her desk, she rushed towards the door, only to be blocked by someone. Zhang Guodong leaned against the doorframe, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, the smoke obscuring his features. Where are you going? Looking for Su Bai? I refuse to believe he is capable of murder. I must find out the truth. Lin Qingxue attempted to sidestep him. Stop. Zhang Guodong remained unmoving, his voice deepening. I have been to the crime scene. The methods were brutal, professional. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Shaolin, some individuals are not as they appear. Some paths, once taken, offer no chance of return. That is only because no one lent him a hand. Lin Qingxue abruptly turned back. Her eyes reddened with anger. You all have given up on him, but I will not. Zhang Guodong gazed at the resolute figure before him, extinguishing his cigarette with a sigh. He stepped aside, his tone weary. Go ahead. But remember to carry a firearm. He may no longer recognize you. Lin Qingxue remained silent, clutching the file tightly as she dashed down the stairs. The wail of police sirens pierced the night, and her vehicle sped away. Unbeknownst to her, in the shadows of the alley opposite the police station, an inconspicuous gray van lay in wait. A man wearing a cap focused intently on Lynn Kingshue's license plate, casually toying with a folding knife before dialing a number. The goods are on the move. It's a female officer heading towards the old city. A grim voice responded from the other end, Zhao Dahan. Follow her. If necessary, this could be Su Bai's greatest vulnerability. Ensure it is executed cleanly. Chapter 64. A beautiful disaster or a knife in the back. The night enveloped the outskirts of Linjiang City in an oppressive darkness, the wind carrying a pungent metallic scent. The silhouette of an abandoned factory loomed in the desolate wilderness. Su Bai skillfully evaded the surveillance blind spots, treading softly on the withered leaves, making not a sound. The iron door of the underground chamber creaked open, producing a dry, rasping noise. The damp air was laced with the acrid scent of cheap tobacco. Zhang Guodong sat behind a dilapidated wooden table cluttered with documents. A dim bulb overhead flickered ominously, casting distorted shadows of the two men upon the wall. 2 cups of steaming tea rested on the table, wisps of vapor rising and quickly dissipating in the gloom. Zhang Guodong lifted his gaze, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue, a stubbly chin accentuating his weariness. He remained silent, fixating on Su Bai, a cigarette dangling unlit between his fingers, its tip trembling slightly. Su Bai took a seat on the wooden stool, the legs scraping harshly against the concrete floor, a jarring sound in the stillness. He accepted the cigarette pushed toward him by Zhang Guodong, feeling the texture of the filter but refraining from igniting it. Zhao Dahan had commenced his campaign of silencing dissent. Zhang Guodong's voice was gravelly, as if he were sharpening a knife, each word laced with a gritty texture. Xiao Li, his secretary of 5 years, had perished in a car accident. Su Bai's fingers hesitated momentarily, his gaze lifting to meet Zhang Guodong's. The body had vanished, the vehicle tumbling into a ravine in the back mountains, the brake marks washed away by the rain. Zhang Guodong spoke in a hushed tone, revealing a chilling truth. He was even more ruthless than we had imagined, capable of discarding his closest associates like mere fodder for a meat grinder. Such a man, once sensing danger, would resort to any means, regardless of the cost. Su Bai brought the cigarette to his nose, inhaling the earthy aroma. If one breaks, simply replace it with another. His expression remained cold, his voice steady. He would inevitably confront this Vice Mayor Zhao. Meanwhile, within a safe house in the old city, Chunhao crouched on the ground, surrounded by an assortment of items salvaged from Chunyin's treasury. These were relics of a bygone era, copper coins, jade artifacts, and ledgers long forgotten. The dim lighting cast shadows across his brow, beads of sweat forming as he pried open a dark red wooden box sealed in wax. The wax, aged with time, exhibited a muted hue. He delicately scraped away the wax, unveiling the box's contents. Inside lay a stack of yellowed blueprints. Chunhao picked up one sheet, his fingertips gliding over the coarse paper. It was an old map of the old city, many street names still echoing those from decades past, some areas merely outlined by hand. His eyes skimmed the map rapidly before settling on a highlighted region circled in red, Longjiazhai. The crimson circle was deep and dark. Following its contour, a red line marked a pipeline that traversed half the city, its erratic path remarkably clear. Chunhao's gaze trailed along the line until it reached its terminus. He stared at that location, his heart racing. The map crinkled quietly in his grasp as he processed the significance of the endpoint, Longhu. This was the largest reservoir in Linjiang City, supplying 70% of the city's water. A drug manufacturing waste outlet leading directly to the city's drinking water source? Chunhao leapt to his feet, knocking over a nearby stool with a dull thud. Veins bulged on his forehead, his expression a mix of disbelief, anger, and revulsion. The thought of such filthy wastewater contaminating the drinking source was unfathomable. This was no mere crime. It was a plague upon the entire city. Upon returning to the tenement building, Su Bai discovered the hallway's sensor lights had long since failed. Before he even pushed the door open, a rich scent of roses invaded his nostrils, the heavy perfume starkly contrasting with the damp corridor. Su Bai grasped the doorknob, listening intently for any sounds from within. The silence was chilling, his own breath echoing unervingly in the dark. He stepped inside without turning on the lights. The remnants of neon light filtered through the tattered curtains, casting mottled shadows across the floor. A slender figure perched on the windowsill, She wore a red qipao, her long legs elegantly displayed, the dresses slit reaching high, teasingly revealing her skin with each gentle breeze. In her hand, she toyed with a rose, her fingers caressing the petals in a slow, seductive manner. Subai narrowed his eyes, the cuff of his right sleeve twitching slightly as the triangular military dagger slid into his palm. The blade glinted in the darkness, silent yet deadly. He took a step forward, his footfall soundless. The dagger's tip pressed against the woman's neck. The instant the cold metal met her skin, her fine hairs stood on end, her body tensing in response. Who? Subai's voice was frigid, devoid of emotion. The woman did not turn, merely letting out a soft laugh. The sound oozed with a syrupy quality, a blend of provocation and challenge. She extended her delicate fingers, lightly pressing against the side of the dagger, the warmth of her touch seeping through the metal into Subai's palm. White Yi's blade is indeed swift. She turned to face him, her features emerging from the shadows. Her eyes, slightly upturned, radiated allure, her crimson lips parting to release a fragrant breath. The Hung Niao from Zuk Hall, the one who managed information in Linjiang. Her voice was soft and enticing, tinged with a hint of mischief. Chun-Yin met a gruesome end. I wish to avoid a similar fate. Her gaze locked on his Subai's, devoid of fear, only an almost frenzied ambition glimmering within. Thus, I seek to negotiate a new way of living with White Yi. The Hong Yao produced a black USB drive from her bosom, flicking it with her finger. The drive arced gracefully across the windowsill, landing before Subai, reflecting faint light in the darkness. Videos of Zhao Dahan receiving payments at the club, along with some secrets best kept from prying eyes. Subai did not regard the USB drive. He abruptly seized the Hong Yao's chin, applying considerable pressure. Her brows knitted in discomfort, her breath quickening as her cheek contorted from the grip. What do you desire? Subai's gaze bore into her pupils, his expression icy. Eye of insight activated. Hong Yao, ambition 100, hatred 90, fear 20. The depths of her eyes burned with a dark flame, not born of fear, but of insatiable desire. After a moment of initial panic, the Hong Yao's expression steadied. What I desire is the position of the leader. Her voice, once soft and melodic, transformed into one of unwavering strength and power. Subai fixed his gaze upon the pulsating data for 3 seconds. She spoke the truth. Releasing his grip, he left a distinct mark upon her skin with his fingertips. Collaboration is permissible. Subai sheathed his military dagger, his tone light, yet imbued with authority. Should you resort to deceit, I shall confine you within Chen-Yin's box. The matchmaker caressed her chin, her laughter growing bolder, akin to a thorny rose swaying in the night breeze. Rising to her feet, the hem of her qipao danced in the wind. As she passed by Subai, her fingertips brushed his arm, carrying a fervent warmth. Lord Bai, you are formidable. I understand the rules, she declared. The sound of her high heels striking the floor echoed down the corridor, gradually fading into the night. The lingering scent of roses remained in the room, refusing to dissipate. Subai stood by the window, watching the crimson figure vanish at the end of the hallway. He raised his hand to touch his collar, feeling the hard texture and the protruding pinprick. A faint smile graced his lips. Rather than removing the miniature listening device, he inclined his head slightly, drawing closer to the collar. Mayor Zhao, how well do you sleep at night? Subai's voice reverberated in the empty room. Within the upscale apartment in the city center, a middle-aged man, who had been listening through headphones, abruptly tore them off, his complexion paling. The sound of electrical static pierced his eardrums. Even more terrifying was the proximity of that deathly greeting. Subai's salutation sent a chill down Zhao Dahan's spine, instantly soaking his back with cold sweat as he fixed his gaze upon the surveillance equipment on the table. Chapter 65. Beneath the Emperor's feet, the dragon rises in the heart of the city. In a luxurious mansion, the late hour was shattered by a sharp crack. Zhao Dahan forcefully yanked a minuscule listening device, no larger than a fingernail, from the inside of his collar, and hurled it violently against the marble floor. Still unsatisfied, he raised his bare foot to crush it, reducing the device to mere fragments. Yet it was futile. Subai's nonchalant greeting pierced through his mind like a dagger. Zhao Dahan gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. The dignified aura of a mayor had long since been devoured by anxiety, and his expensive silk pajamas were drenched in cold sweat, clinging uncomfortably to his back. This was no mere petty officer who only knew how to write self-criticisms. This was a malevolent spirit cloaked in human skin. He not only comprehended that he was being eavesdropped upon, but reveled in the thrill of this cat-and-mouse game. Trembling, Zhao Dahan grasped his encrypted phone, his fingers pale from exertion. Long Yi, we have a crisis. The moment the call connected, Zhao Dahan's voice shifted pitch, sharp as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Subai has gone mad. He is listening in on me. This kid is exceptionally cunning. He must possess something formidable. He has to be eliminated tonight. Silence lingered on the other end for a few seconds, followed by the sound of a lighter flicking, followed by a long exhale of smoke. Mayor Zhao, even at this late hour, your temper remains fierce. Long Zhen's voice was casual, and one could hear the crisp clattering of mahjong tiles in the background. I am a businessman, and businessmen value harmony for prosperity. Subai is barefoot while you were shot. To safeguard your position, you want my family to confront a madman who can single-handedly take on a SWAT team? This transaction bears too high a risk and too meager a profit. I would incur losses. Long Zhen, do not forget who approved that plot of land for you. We are but grasshoppers on the same string. The call was abruptly ended. Zhao Dahan gripped his phone tightly, his gaze fixed on the darkened screen. A surge of crimson fury flooding his eyes. What a treacherous Long Zhen, burning the bridge after crossing it. If the shadows would not suffice, then he would employ the light. In the game of power, Zhao Dahan had yet to be defeated. 5 minutes later, the private phone of the city's police chief rang. Zhao Dahan's voice was as dark as dripping water. Each word forced from his teeth. Raise Subai's wanted level to the highest. Class A, notify them that he is armed with heavy weaponry. Extremely dangerous. No warning is needed upon encounter. Shoot to kill on sight. Once he becomes a corpse, his mouth shall forever be sealed. Dead men do not speak. The following morning, the sky over Linjiang hung low, heavy clouds looming ominously. The municipal committee courtyard was in disarray. The originally planned inspection of the high-tech industrial park in the high-tech zone was abruptly altered by a single remark from Secretary Li Jianguo. I've heard there's a place called Longjiazai in the old city, where the demolition has lingered for years without progress. It has even become a cancer in this area as public security. Li Jianguo, holding a teacup, spoke in a flat tone. Let us go take a look. This change nearly frightened the soul out of Zhao Dahan. What was Longjiazai? It had now become Subai's stronghold, a desolate ruin, the most unsightly sore in all of Linjiang, and the burial site of Chun Yin's body. But he dared not object. The more he did, the more it would reveal his guilt. The convoy swiftly turned around, heading towards the old city with great momentum. Zhao Dahan sat in the accompanying vehicle, his palms soaked with sweat, staining his trousers. Amid the ruins of Longjiazai, among the broken walls and overgrown weeds, the wind stirred up clouds of yellow dust. Subai sat upon a collapsed segment of a concrete wall, cradling an old-fashioned enamel teacup, emblazoned with the red characters serving the people, steaming gently. He had donned a faded old police uniform today, the shoulder insignia worn and frayed, yet the fabric was impeccably pressed. The police badge on his chest gleamed brightly against the gray sky, dazzlingly conspicuous. Chun Hao squatted beside him, holding a rusted steel pipe, bemused by Subai's appearance. Brother Bai, we are now A-class fugitives wanted throughout the city, with several sniper rifles aimed at our heads. Chun Hao sniffled, scratching his head in confusion. Isn't this outfit a bit too conspicuous? Aren't we just waiting to be shot at by those snipers? This A-class wanted notice is no joke. In ancient times, it would be worth 10,000 taels of gold. Kill without mercy. Subai blew away the tea leaves, savoring a sip, its bitterness giving way to sweetness. Howsy, remember this. Subai set down the teacup, gazing at the swirling dust in the distance. Some garments are only meant to be worn at this moment. They strike at the very heart. They wish to tarnish my reputation and paint me black, yet I shall dress in purity more than anyone else. Chun Hao chuckled, wedging the steel pipe into the cracks of the ruins, brushing off the dust from his hands. All right, today I shall bask in Brother Bai's glory and witness how those high and mighty figures change their expressions. If a fight breaks out, I'll take a bullet for you. Just remember to burn some paper money for me later. Not necessary. Subai adjusted his collar. Today, no one dares to fire a shot. In the distance, several black Audis with provincial plates rolled over the bumpy dirt road, their bodies jostling as they came to a slow stop at the edge of the ruins. The car door swung open, and Zhao Dahan was the first to leap out. He disregarded the mud splattering on his polished shoes. Sprinting to open the rear door, his smile rigidly plastered on his face, more wretched than a frown. An elderly man, his hair gray yet vibrant, emerged from the vehicle. Secretary Li Jianguo, renowned for his iron-fisted demeanor, possessed a piercing gaze. Li Jianguo surveyed the surrounding desolation, his brow furrowing deeply. Ultimately, his gaze pierced through the swirling dust, fixating on the ruins above. In stark contrast to the debris, the figure clad in police attire stood out glaringly, exuding an indescribable solemnity and melancholy. Who is that? Li Jianguo pointed toward Su Bai. Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Dahan's temples into his collar. He stepped protectively in front of Li Jianguo, arms spread wide, his voice trembling. Secretary, be careful. That is the rogue I reported to you about, Su Bai, a wanted criminal involved in organized crime and murder. He is a madman, extremely dangerous. The SWAT team is on their way. You should return to the vehicle for your safety. A wanted criminal? Li Jianguo thrust aside Zhao Dahan's hand with considerable force. Instead of retreating, he advanced, taking 2 steps forward, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Su Bai, a wanted criminal who, rather than fleeing or hiding, audaciously donned a police uniform and sat here waiting for him. Did the fugitives of Linjiang possess such audacity? Hearing the commotion, Su Bai slowly rose to his feet. He neither fled nor drew his firearm. Instead, he raised his hand to adjust his uniform's disciplinary insignia, fastening each button with meticulous precision. Under the watchful gaze of numerous onlookers and the tense security personnel, who were on the verge of crushing their gun grips, Su Bai, from several meters away, offered a perfectly executed salute towards Li Jianguo. His fingers were aligned, the tips resting at the brim of his cap, his arms level with his shoulders. His posture as upright as a pine tree. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the edges of his clothing to ripple audibly. Zhao Dahan, witnessing that saluting figure, felt a lump in his throat. Su Bai had no intention of fleeing. He was determined to make a statement right here, in front of the provincial secretary. Mayor Zhao, did you just say he is a scoundrel? Li Jianguo inquired. Fixating on the saluting figure without turning his head, his tone inscrutable. Zhao Dahan's lips trembled, rendering him speechless, his legs feeling weak beneath him. Su Bai navigated through the debris, descending steadily. He still held that old tea mug in his hand, and the police badge on his chest glinted in the sunlight, piercing Zhao Dahan's eyes painfully. Chapter 66. A salute amidst the ruins. The wind had ceased. The dust that had filled the air was pressed down by some unseen force, slowly settling. Not a sound could be heard above the ruins. Zhao Dahan's facial muscles twitched, the words wanted criminal caught in his throat, unable to utter a second syllable. The seemingly mundane question posed by Secretary Li Jianguo struck the hearts of all present like a heavy stone. A wanted criminal. Not fleeing or hiding. Daring to sit here in police uniform awaiting my arrival? Is the wanted criminal from Linjiang truly so audacious? This inquiry was not directed at Su Bai, but rather at Zhao Dahan himself. It was a challenge to him, the mayor of Linjiang, regarding the dire state of the city under his governance. Zhao Dahan's lips quivered, yet not a word escaped. Su Bai rose, adjusting his faded police uniform, ensuring his insignia was meticulously fastened. He did not cast a glance at Zhao Dahan. He stepped over the debris and rebar beneath his feet, descending with deliberate, steady strides. Each step resonated with the rhythm of Zhao Dahan's heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. Several of Secretary Li's security personnel immediately advanced, muscles tensed, hands resting on their waists, forming a barrier in front of Li Jianguo. Stand down. Li Jianguo merely gestured, his voice low yet authoritative. The guards hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied. Stepping aside, Li Jianguo's gaze remained fixed on Su Bai. Su Bai halted 5 meters away from Li Jianguo, under the watchful eyes of numerous dark gun barrels and the nearly fiery glare of the mayor of Linjiang. He raised his hand and saluted towards Li Jianguo once more, a salute so precise it could be inscribed in textbooks. Report, Chief. My voice resounds, penetrating the desolation of the ruins. I, Su Bai, a probationary officer from the Linjiang Criminal Investigation Brigade, am currently purging a malignant tumor obstructing the development of Linjiang. My mission remains incomplete. Please provide your directive. Boom. Zhao Dahan's mind reeled. A probationary officer? Purging a malignant tumor? Before Secretary Li Jianguo, he had transformed his heinous acts of murder into a mission? Nonsense. You are speaking absurdities. Zhao Dahan lost his composure completely, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Bai, shouting vehemently, Secretary Li, do not be deceived by him. He murdered Chen Yin, the chairman of Morningstar Capital. The evidence is irrefutable. He is nothing but a desperate criminal, a madman. He must be shot on the spot. He frantically gestured towards the special police captain nearby, his intentions clear. Fire. Eliminate him. The captain's expression froze, gripping his weapon tighter, yet hesitating to raise it. He was weighing the gravity of the mayor's command against that of the secretary's presence. The answer was evident. He remained rooted in place, motionless. Zhao Dahan, observing his indecision, seethed with anger yet refrained from further urging. The secretary was merely 5 meters away. He was not foolish enough to openly threaten the special police to fire. Su Bai finally shifted his gaze towards Zhao Dahan. Mayor Zhao, why are you more anxious than anyone else over Qinyan's death? His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear. Was it because he knew too much, or was it because the accounts he left behind were too scalding? The mention of accounts pierced through Zhao Dahan's final psychological barrier. He shuddered violently, his complexion paling. The surrounding officials who had accompanied Zhao Dahan stiffened collectively upon hearing those words. Some had already pulled out handkerchiefs, beginning to wipe non-existent sweat from their brows. Li Jiangguo squinted. He no longer focused on the disheveled Zhao Dahan, but returned his attention to Su Bai, the wanted criminal clad in a uniform that no longer belonged to him. This uniform is no longer yours, Li Jiangguo began. By donning it, what message do you wish to convey to me? Su Bai slowly lowered his salute, gently caressing the heavily worn badge on his chest. His eyes revealed a maturity and resoluteness that transcended his years. Report, Chief. Uniforms can be shed, but the responsibility engraved in one's bones cannot be discarded. His voice deepened. Some may wear suits and ties, yet engage in actions that undermine the very foundations of our nation. I may be muddied, but at the very least, I have preserved the last remnants of purity beneath this ruin. Before his words could fully dissipate, he abruptly lifted his foot and kicked aside a piece of concrete debris. Beneath it lay a charred iron box, the very one that Uncle Liu had safeguarded until his last breath. Su Bai's voice softened, as light as a breeze. Beneath this lies an elderly man who perished in the flames, his only transgression being that he once prepared a bowl of noodles for a desperate young officer. His words plunged the scene into a chilling silence. Li Jiangguo's gaze fixated on the iron box, his facial muscles tensing, his complexion darkening completely. After 3 decades of navigating the political arena, he had witnessed all manner of depravity. Yet the notion that an elderly man, merely offering a bowl of noodles, could be burned alive in his own home represented something profoundly disturbing. He glanced at Zhao Dahan, whose complexion had further drained of color. A bowl of noodles. Li Jiangguo repeated the phrase, his tone deceptively calm. Yet everyone could discern the fury simmering beneath that calm exterior. Sweat began to roll down Zhao Dahan's forehead, which he wiped away, only to find more accumulating. His fingers trembled slightly, his wiping motion becoming increasingly frantic. Secretary Li. Zhao Dahan's voice grew sharp, tinged with desperation. You must not believe him. This boy is nothing but a lunatic, fabricating tales. The case files regarding Chen Yin are crystal clear, the evidence irrefutable. He is a murderer. Is that so? Li Jiangguo turned to face Zhao Dahan. Just that one glance rendered Zhao Dahan's voice trapped in his throat. He understood he had no path of retreat left. A surge of frenzied rage rose within him as he bellowed at the special police captain in the distance. What are you waiting for? Execute the A-level wanted order. Shoot to kill. I will bear all consequences. Several special officers instinctively raised their weapons, their dark muzzles, all aimed at Su Bai. Yet Su Bai remained unfazed. He even lit a cigarette, standing in the center of the ruins, inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of smoke. This action made Zhao Dahan's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. At this critical juncture, he shouted, "Who dares to fire?" A thunderous roar echoed, resonant as a bell. Li Jiangguo abruptly turned, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Dahan. The terrifying weight of power at its zenith extinguished Zhao Dahan's arrogance entirely. With trembling legs, he nearly collapsed onto the ground, rendered speechless. His mind had utterly malfunctioned, leaving him with a singular thought: it was over. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Several special police officers lowered their weapons, their hands trembling. The command of the provincial secretary crushed all else. The special police captain cast a furtive glance at Zhao Dahan, mentally cursing him and his ancestors for nearly leading to his demise. Zhao Dahan felt all strength drain from his body. He opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something. Yet no words emerged. His face shifted from pale to flushed, beads of sweat cascading down his chin onto the ground. Li Jiangguo turned back, directing his attention to Su Bai, speaking deliberately. You. get in the car with me. I shall see who dares to interfere with my intentions to take this person." With that, he pivoted and departed, his guards promptly following in a disciplined formation. Su Bai remained rooted in place, watching Li Jiangwo's retreating figure, a sudden smile breaking across his face, carefree and lighthearted. He flicked the ash from his cigarette, glanced at Zhao Dahan, who appeared ghostly pale, as if all his bones had been extracted, slumped on the ground. His lips moved, yet not a single word emerged. Without uttering a word, Su Bai followed in Li Jiangwo's footsteps. He traversed through a landscape of ruins, past dozens of gun barrels, and countless scrutinizing gazes. Upon reaching Li Jiangwo, he halted. "Chief, may I first retrieve Uncle Lu's ashes?" His voice was calm, yet each word struck with profound weight. Li Jiangwo paused, silent for a few moments. "Go ahead." Su Bai turned, returning to the heart of the ruins, crouching to lift the charred iron box. It felt remarkably light, almost painfully so. Cradling the box, he made his way back to Li Jiangwo's vehicle. Zhao Dahan watched his retreating figure, his lips quivering, desperate to utter something, yet finding himself utterly voiceless. It was finished, completely finished. The city officials who had accompanied him began to retreat, their faces ashen, fear coursing through them. No one dared approach the mayor on the verge of collapse. Someone pulled out their phone, glancing at the screen, hesitating for a moment before dialing a number. "Hello, is this Director Zhang? I wish to report on recent work." Meanwhile, others had already contacted the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. "Yes, I am formally reporting Mayor Zhao Dahan of Linjiang City." Gradually, more individuals began to pull out their phones, dialing. The skies over Linjiang were poised for a transformation. Chapter 67. The Chief's Vehicle. The King of Hell's Edict. The entire Longjiazhai ruins seemed frozen in time. Chun Hao stood with his mouth agape, the steel pipe clattering to the ground, striking his foot without him noticing. He rubbed his eyes, convinced he was hallucinating. Bai Gu got into the provincial party secretary's car? That is indeed the vehicle of the provincial party secretary. The nearby subordinates were equally dumbfounded, one dropping the cigarette he had been holding, oblivious even as it scorched his shoe. They had never encountered a county magistrate in their lives. Witnessing Bai Gu share a vehicle with the provincial party secretary was more exhilarating than winning 5 million. Zhao Dahan stood there, utterly lost, the color drained from his face, leaving only a ashen despair. He gazed at Su Bai, the fugitive he longed to eliminate, as he calmly approached the black Audi sporting the provincial license plate 001. Under the scrutiny of all present, Su Bai showed no signs of surprise. He even carried that shabby teacup emblazoned with "Serve the People," with a chipped edge and smeared with soot. He opened the car door and sat down with composure. The door closed, severing the gaze of onlookers. The convoy slowly commenced, rolling over the uneven dirt road, the dust swirling and enveloping Zhao Dahan. He stood frozen, allowing the gritty mixture of dirt and sand to stain his expensive suit, transforming it into a hue of grayish yellow. The golden buttons on his suit dulled in the dust. This custom-made attire was worth 6 figures, but now resembled rags pulled from a roadside heap. He understood that his fate was sealed. Not only his, but the fate of half of Linjiang City would also be intertwined with his demise. The special police captain discreetly holstered his weapon and turned back, too disinterested to glance at Zhao Dahan. He cursed Zhao 100 times in his mind, having nearly joined him in facing the King of Hell. The cadre, who had previously surrounded Zhao Dahan, now distanced themselves, wishing to sever any ties with him. Among them, one vice mayor hurried away, pulling out his phone. "Hello, dear? Let us hold off on selling our riverside property." "Yes, we'll see how it goes." Another district committee secretary was even more resolute, dialing the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. "Hello, I'm here to formally report Linjiang City Mayor Zhao Dahan for suspected embezzlement and bribery. I have evidence." As people dispersed, the warmth of camaraderie faded. Inside the car, the atmosphere was stifling. The driver kept his gaze fixed ahead, while the secretary sat upright, breathing faintly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. After years in the profession, he had never encountered such a scene. Li Jiangwo did not glance at Su Bai, his eyes locked on the rapidly retreating desolation outside. "You possess remarkable courage." After a long pause, he spoke, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Su Bai cradled the enamel teacup, the steam wafting gently against his face. "Reporting to the chief, I am merely taking a gamble." "A gamble on what?" "On the sky of Handong province, which is yet to darken." Li Jiangwo finally turned his head, his piercing gaze attempting to penetrate Su Bai's very essence. "Where's the ledger?" he asked directly. Su Bai shook his head. The ledger is of little importance. Of little importance? Li Jiangguo's brow furrowed. What matters is that something far more insidious than the ledger has already been mixed into the bowls of every citizen in Linjiang. Li Jiangguo's brow tightened instantly. Elucidate. Beneath Longjiazhai lies a vast drug manufacturing facility. Its waste outlet connects, via an abandoned military pipeline, directly to Long Lake, the only drinking water source for our Linjiang city. Su Bai's voice was calm, yet each word struck like a hammer. When I dismantled Longjiazhai, those reaction vessels were still operational. Calculating the time, those highly toxic industrial effluents should have already contaminated a significant portion of Long Lake. The shrill screech of brakes pierced the air. Startled, the driver slammed on the brakes, nearly losing control of the steering wheel, but managing to stabilize the vehicle just in time. The entire convoy came to a halt. Li Jiangguo seized Su Bai's arm with such force that it nearly crushed his bones. Is this true? Su Bai met his almost murderous glare with a calm nod. I stake my life and the honor of my uniform on it. Li Jiangguo released his grip. Leaning back in his seat, eyes closed, his chest heaving violently. For a long moment, an oppressive silence enveloped the car. The secretary trembled, fully aware of the implications. Long Lake is the lifeblood of 3 million people in Linjiang City. If the water source is indeed contaminated, this is far beyond the fall of a few corrupt officials. Lives are at stake. Moreover, it could lead to a large-scale public health crisis. Once it erupts, the entire Linjiang City would be paralyzed, and his position as provincial party secretary would be doomed as well. Li Jiangguo opened his eyes again, his expression now one of cold determination. Drive. No, head directly to the municipal party committee. Secretary Li, right now? The driver hesitated. Now. Immediately. Li Jiangguo pulled out his phone, dialing a number. Hello, this is Li Jiangguo. Immediately dispatch personnel from the Provincial Disease Control Center, Environmental Protection Department, and Health Department to Linjiang Long Lake for sampling and testing. Yes, now immediately. He hung up and called another number. Provincial Military District? This is Li Jiangguo. Deploy a battalion to stand by around Linjiang Long Lake and seal off all water source entrances. One after another, calls were made, mobilizing resources across Handong Province. Su Bai sat beside him, taking another sip from the teacup. It was scalding hot. He understood that this battle was no longer his alone to fight. Just as the convoy resumed, on the verge of disappearing at the end of the old district, a police jeep sped towards them, executing a sharp drift and halting firmly at the edge of the ruins. The tires screeched against the asphalt, releasing a pungent odor. The door swung open, and Lin Qingxue leaped from the vehicle. Ignoring Zhang Guodong's prohibitions, she had come. She sought an answer, wanting to confront Su Bai directly to ask why. However, her gaze immediately fell upon the retreating black convoy and the mayor, Zhao Dahan, standing in the dust, utterly lost. What rendered her utterly speechless was the fleeting glimpse from the corner of her eye, where she caught sight of a profile in the rear window of the leading black Audi. That profile was etched into her memory. Su Bai. How could he be? In the car of the provincial secretary? The police officer who had been dismissed, the undercover who mingled with the underworld, the man who had personally humiliated her and shattered her heart. Hadn't he fallen from grace? Wasn't he a fugitive? Why was he seated alongside the most powerful figure in Handong Province? Why had Secretary Li come to fetch him personally? A cascade of monumental questions erupted in Lin Qingxue's mind. She felt her intellect faltering. Her worldview thoroughly dismantled in that instant. She stood there, dazed, watching the departing convoy, sensing her entire perspective collapsing around her. Team Leader Lin, should we proceed inside? A police officer behind her inquired softly. Lin Qingxue remained silent, her gaze fixated on the retreating vehicle until it vanished completely from view. She recalled the words Su Bai had spoken that night at the bridge. Do you wish to know the truth? Wait for my return, and I shall reveal it to you. Now, she finally comprehended that she had never truly understood that man. Never. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, turned around, and addressed the officers behind her. Inform everyone to seal off the area. No one is permitted to enter Longjiazhai. Team leader, what about the mayor? The mayor? Lin Qingxue scoffed, casting a glance at Zhao Dahan, who was now slumped on the ground nearby. He was barely able to save himself. How could he concern himself with us? Chapter 68. The confrontation and the cleanup in the western outskirts of Linjiang City, within a military district's exclusive guest house, a crimson Audi glided silently to a halt before a secluded building. The door swung open, and Li Jiangguo emerged first, his countenance dark and foreboding. Ignoring those around him, he strode directly into the small building and seized the red, encrypted telephone resting on the table. Immediately secure Long Lake and activate the Level 1 Water Quality Safety Emergency Response Plan. Dispatch experts from the Environmental Protection Bureau and the Water Resources Bureau with all necessary equipment to conduct covert sampling and testing. I demand to see the report within 3 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Jiangguo dialed a second number. Is this the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission? I am Li Jiangguo. Mayor Zhao Dahan of Linjiang City is suspected of serious economic crimes. Immediate control measures must be enacted. Provincial Public Security Bureau, deploy elite forces to assist the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission and seal off all of Zhao Dahan's escape routes. A series of commands emanated from this small room, weaving an invisible net that swiftly enveloped Linjiang City. The colossal machinery of the state began to operate with tremendous force. Hanging up the phone, Li Jiangguo turned to Su Bai, who had followed him inside. You will stay here until everything is clarified. You are not to go anywhere. His tone left no room for negotiation. Your life is, for now, my responsibility. Su Bai nodded, understanding that he had won this gamble. He was assigned to a room on the second floor, bright and clean, yet the windows were secured with bars, and 2 armed guards stood watch at the door. His freedom was curtailed. He had become the most pivotal piece on the chessboard, carefully safeguarded until the player made their move. Closing the door shut out the outside world, and Su Bai's taut nerves finally began to relax. He approached the window and gazed at the solemn courtyard outside. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! S-Class sign-in task completed. Dragon raises its head under the Emperor's feet. Task evaluation. Perfect. As a wanted criminal. The host staged a breathtaking gamble before the provincial secretary, successfully shifting the power dynamics in Linjiang, transforming a personal crisis into a citywide predicament, and completely reversing the situation. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, the host has acquired the passive divine skill, Wang Dao Wei Yi. Wang Dao Wei Yi, an advanced version of supreme official might. When the host battles for justice, their aura will exert a powerful charisma over those with righteous intentions, while instilling double the psychological deterrence against those with ulterior motives. Congratulations, the host has obtained a clue fragment. Key to the old archive room, fragment 1-3. Wang Dao Wei Yi. Su Bai's eyes sparkled. This skill arrived just in time. As for the key fragment, there was finally a new lead on his parents' case. Standing at the window, he lightly tapped the iron railing twice with his fingers, maintaining a steady rhythm. His current situation indeed resembled a cage. However, this cage was meant to protect him, as well as to restrain him. Li Jiangguo was not foolish. Although he chose to believe Su Bai's words, this piece on the chessboard must not encounter any unforeseen events until everything was clarified. Su Bai was not anxious. He understood that the next act in this drama was no longer set on his stage. Once the water quality report for Long Lake was released, the skies over Linjiang City would change. Moreover, the parasites manipulating everything from the shadows would be thoroughly exposed to the light of day. Meanwhile, within the mayor's office, Zhao Dahan had completely lost his previous composure. He frantically dialed phone numbers. Those who had once been his allies were now either unreachable or unresponsive. He felt abandoned. A chill rose from his feet and spread throughout his body. He realized that Li Jiangguo would not let him escape. In his fear, a man may make the most foolish decisions. Zhao Dahan's eyes flashed with a final madness as he seized another phone and sent an encrypted message. The woman from the Zilonghui Zhuke Hall knows too much. Eliminate her and collect the payment at the usual place. Also, arrange for a plane ticket out of the country. Yes, the farther the better. I don't care about the destination. Just get me out. His last lifeline was to ensure that this woman, who knew too many of his secrets, would forever remain silent. Or, alternatively, to flee the country before the prosecutors arrived. A dual approach. After sending the message, Zhao Dahan slumped into his chair, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He felt like a fish trapped in a muddy swamp, desperately struggling yet finding no drop of water. He could never have imagined that the intricate web of relationships he had built over the years would collapse so completely overnight. That damned Su Bai. The former policeman he had regarded as an insignificant ant. How could he possess such power? Something was amiss. Everything felt wrong. The more Zhao Dahan contemplated, the colder his back became. He sensed himself being ensnared in a larger whirlpool. The lights in the office flickered ominously. and the ceiling fan creaked as it turned, its sound counting down the seconds for him. His breathing grew increasingly rapid, constricted by anxiety, and his right hand instinctively reached for the fast-acting heart-saving pills in the drawer. Just as his fingers brushed the bottle, a series of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside the door. Zhao Dihan abruptly lifted his head, his face pale. Knock, knock, knock. 3 heavy knocks resounded. Mayor. The comrades from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission have arrived. The secretary's voice quivered from beyond the door. The bottle of pills slipped from Zhao Dihan's grasp, scattering the white tablets across the floor. He opened his mouth to say something, but found his throat constricted, unable to produce a single word. On the other side, within the Juquet Hall, the matchmaker gazed at the text that had popped up on her phone, her face devoid of expression. She simply stared intently at the 6 words, "Eliminate her." After a few seconds, she smiled, a seductive smile. "Want to silence me? Mayor Zhao, you underestimate women." Without a hint of hesitation, she took a screenshot of the message, along with a link filled with evidence of Zhao Dihan's bribery, and sent it through a special channel. Her bet was on Su Bai. Now was the time to raise the stakes. Setting her phone down, she picked up her teacup and took a sip of warm tea. She knew that the information she held was sufficient to ensure Zhao Dihan's downfall multiple times over. Yet, she chose not to hand it directly to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, but rather to pursue an alternative path. Because she understood that Zhao Dihan was merely a pawn in the grand scheme. The true mastermind lurking in the shadows had yet to reveal themselves. The individual capable of compelling someone of Zhao Dihan's caliber to execute such a lethal act without hesitation was the one she truly intended to wager upon. "Su Bai, please do not let me down." The fragrant smoke from the sandalwood incense in the hall curled gracefully upwards, while the shadow of the matchmaker flickered in the candlelight. She raised her hand and retrieved an exquisite dagger from the drawer, its blade glimmering coldly in the firelight. Since there was an intention to kill her, she was curious to see who would meet their end first. With a snap of her fingers, 2 robust subordinates entered the room. "To the old place. Let us see what gifts Mayor Zhao has prepared for me," she said with a smile. "And inform those friends who wish for my demise that my life is not so easily taken. They would do well to consider their own worthiness." The 2 subordinates nodded and departed. The matchmaker reclined once more in her armchair, crossing her legs and leisurely peeling a grape before tossing it into her mouth. She had already prepared for the worst. Should Su Bai truly manage to turn the tables, then her vessel would have been a worthy investment. If Su Bai were to falter, the contingency plan she had concealed over the years would suffice for her to leave Linjiang City and start anew elsewhere. After all, she had danced on the edge of a blade her entire life and had long since grown accustomed to it. At the military district guest house, on the 2nd floor, Su Bai was resting with his eyes closed when suddenly his pocket vibrated. It was a brand new phone just given to him by Li Jiangwo's associates, a secure device capable of one-way communication. Upon opening it, he found a text message from an unknown number. The message was straightforward, a screenshot and a link. The screenshot displayed the assassination order issued by Zhao Dihan. Su Bai gazed at the text and smiled. He approached the window, looking toward the distant city center, his gaze deep and contemplative. "I had intended for you to survive a few more days," he murmured softly to himself. "It seems even the king of hell can no longer wait. The garbage truck has arrived to clean up." He tapped the screen twice, forwarding the message to Li Jiangwo's encrypted number. Then he shut off the phone and reclined back onto the bed. Outside, the sky had plunged into complete darkness. Yet, this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Su Bai closed his eyes, listening to the rhythmic footsteps of the guards changing shifts. He was acutely aware that Linjiang City was in utter disarray at that moment. The once mighty figures were frantically burning documents, making desperate phone calls, and attempting to flee. But it was too late. Once Li Jiangguo initiated action, no one would be spared. The power dynamics in Linjiang City were on the brink of a monumental upheaval, and those perched atop the power pyramid would soon face their day of reckoning. Su Bai turned over, and his phone vibrated once more. This time, it was a message from Li Jiangguo, 3 succinct words, received. No superfluous words were needed. He tossed the phone aside and stared at the mottled shadows cast by the light on the ceiling. He knew Zhao Dihan was finished. This former mayor, who once commanded the winds and rains in Linjiang City, could no longer safeguard his own life. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 69. 3 months. 3 million people at 11 o'clock at night. Longhu Dongan was enveloped in an air of tension. A blockade formed by several military trucks stood resolutely at the entrances, where armed soldiers with stern expressions effectively sealed off all access points. The temporary tents by the lake were ablaze with light. A few environmental protection experts, urgently summoned from the provincial capital, huddled around a sophisticated portable spectrometer, their faces etched with concern. The lake water samples were injected into the device, and the data on the screen began to fluctuate wildly. The red curve surged past the safety threshold, climbing rapidly. Finally, the numbers stabilized. An elderly expert, his hair gray, stared at the screen, swaying slightly as if about to lose his balance. His assistant quickly supported him, both of them transfixed by the glaring figure. "Professor." The old expert remained silent, trembling fingers retrieving a secure mobile phone from his pocket, dialing a number he had hoped never to call. The phone was answered almost immediately. "What is the situation?" The calm voice of Li Jianguo resonated. The old expert took a moment to compose himself, attempting to steady his voice, but ultimately failing. "Li. Secretary Li. The preliminary test results are in. Heavy metals exceed the limit by 127 times. Organophosphates, the primary residue from industrial toxins, have concentrations so high that the instrument is nearly off the charts." He paused, his voice thickening with emotion. "According to the sediment analysis, such a level of pollution has persisted for at least 3 months. A profound silence enveloped the other end of the line. The old expert could distinctly hear the sudden deepening of Li Jianguo's breath, the roar of an enraged lion echoing within his chest. 3 months. A full 3 months. This meant that the 3 million citizens of Linjiang had unknowingly consumed industrial poison for an entire quarter of a year. Such a figure was enough to shatter the heavens. In the military district's guest house, within a modest study, Li Jianguo hung up the phone, the veins in his hand, which had grasped the receiver, bulging. He did not erupt in anger or rage. He simply remained silent. However, the secretary standing behind him felt a chilling dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Having served under Li Jianguo for a decade, he had witnessed his thunderous wrath and his unwavering composure in the face of calamity, yet he had never seen the expression that now graced his face. It was neither fury nor fear, but rather a profound sorrow intertwined with a chilling intent. 5 long minutes passed without movement from Li Jianguo. Suddenly, he stood up without warning, striding purposefully towards the door and ascending the staircase. 2 guards stationed at the stairway immediately stepped forward to intercept him. "Chief." Li Jianguo did not pause, merely casting a sidelong glance at them. That single look compelled the seasoned guards to step aside, their heads bowed. With a forceful push, the door to the second floor swung open. Su Bai stood before the window, his back to the entrance, his silhouette elongated in the moonlight. He did not turn around, but spoke calmly. "Has the report come in?" Li Jianguo approached him from behind, his voice hoarse. 3 months. 3 million people. A full 3 months. Su Bai slowly turned to face him, his eyes glinting with an extraordinary brightness in the darkness. He regarded the highest authority of Handong province and asked, word by word, "So, do you now understand why I would rather bear a wanted notice than not personally dismantle Longjiazhai?" Li Jianguo studied him for a long moment before posing a question that no one would have anticipated. "How did you discover this?" A dismissed probationary officer could uncover something that even the Municipal Environmental Protection Bureau and the Provincial Water Resources Department were oblivious to? Su Bai fell silent for 3 seconds, then raised his hand to point at his mouth, followed by a gesture towards his heart. "Because I grew up drinking the water from this land. When that water began to bear an unwarranted bitterness, my body knew the answer long before any instrument could." This statement struck Li Jianguo profoundly. He looked at the young man before him, clad in a uniform that did not belong to him, employing the most audacious methods to uphold the most basic principles. Li Jianguo suddenly felt a constriction in his throat. After 3 decades in politics, he had encountered countless individuals. Some had sold their souls for power, while others had discarded their humanity for profit. But someone like Su Bai. He sighed deeply, his emotions tangled. "I rarely encounter such individuals." At that moment, another secure mobile phone in Li Jianguo's pocket rang urgently. It was a call from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. "Secretary Li, we've just interrogated Zhao Dahan's secretary, and he disclosed an urgent situation." Before Zhao Dahan was apprehended, he sent a message using a backup phone, ordering someone to eliminate a target. The target is Hong Yang, the leader of the Zhuke Hall of the Heilun Association. Li Jianguo's expression shifted dramatically. Hong Yang, the woman who provided evidence to Su Bai and had just sent a screenshot of Zhao Dahan's murder directive. Where is she now? According to the secretary's information, The meeting point was at an abandoned warehouse in the west of the city, and it was likely that they had already taken action. Damn it, Li Jiangguo growled, immediately issuing an order. Notify the city bureau to dispatch special police to that warehouse. No, it's too late. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Su Bai, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Can your people be of use? Meanwhile, in the west of Linjiang, at an abandoned canned food factory, 3 black Jinbei vans silently halted at the end of an alley. The doors swung open, and a dozen burly men wielding steel pipes and machetes leaped out. Leading them was a scar-faced man, known as Lao, the most ruthless enforcer under Zhao Dahan. Move quickly. Lao spat out the cigarette, but in his mouth, grinning menacingly. It's just a woman. Let's make quick work of this. Mayor Zhao has promised a reward of 1 million for whoever delivers. With such a lucrative incentive, the group of desperate men felt their eyes redden, brandishing their weapons as they stealthily approached the warehouse deeper in the alley. The warehouse door stood ajar. Lao kicked it open forcefully. Inside was shrouded in darkness, save for a single chair positioned in the center. On that chair rested a tablet, its screen aglow. In the video, Hong Yang, donned in a striking red chi-pao, leisurely poured herself a glass of red wine, casting a seductive smile at the camera. Brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The old man's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. They wish to take my life, perhaps in the next life. As soon as the words left the lips of Hong Yang, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as numerous high-powered searchlights illuminated the entire warehouse, blinding Lao and his subordinates. Once their eyes adjusted to the harsh glare, they were horrified to discover that the space was filled with armed individuals. These were not the usual lackeys clad in black suits, but rather a battalion of SWAT officers, donned in tactical gear, wielding submachine guns, and adorned with riot helmets. The ominous black barrels were pointed at them from every direction. On the second floor of the warehouse, a SWAT team leader brandished a megaphone and commanded, "Drop your weapons. You are surrounded." The color drained from Lao's face in an instant. He could not fathom how the police could possibly be here. Wasn't this a gang conflict? Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Zuk Tang, Hong Yang observed the surveillance footage of Lao and his men being subdued and handcuffed, a smirk curling her lips. Beside her stood a middle-aged man in a jacket, leisurely exhaling a puff of smoke. He was none other than the chief of the municipal bureau, Zhang Guodong. How do you find this performance? Zhang Guodong inquired with a chuckle. Hong Yang raised her glass and took a sip. Secretary Li personally ordered me to serve as bait to lure Zhao Dahan's assassins. Chief Zhang, does this count as serving the people? Zhang Guodong shook his head, extinguishing his cigarette. You do not owe Secretary Li a favor. However, you owe Su Bai a life. Chapter 70. Mayor, I shall teach you how to govern Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, first interrogation room. The white walls, iron chairs, and an uncomfortably low air conditioning set the scene. Zhao Dahan slumped in a specially designed interrogation chair, his exquisitely tailored Italian suit now soiled with mud. His tie hung askew, choking him. This once powerful mayor of Linjiang now resorted to a blustering roar to mask his inner turmoil. I demand to see Secretary Chun. I demand to see the provincial committee members. You are politically persecuting me. I am a provincial cadre. Who granted you the authority to detain me unlawfully? Lawyer. Where is my lawyer? I shall utter not a word until my lawyer arrives. The 2 Discipline Inspection Commission officials exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. For 3 hours, this cunning fox had epitomized the saying about a dead pig not fearing boiling water. Apart from his repetitive protests, he feigned ignorance whenever key questions were posed, even closing his eyes in pretense. Behind the one-way glass, Li Jiangguo stood with his hands clasped, observing the stubborn figure on the screen, his expression as cold as ice. Time was of the essence. The web behind Zhao Dahan was too vast. Should they be granted even a moment's reprieve, they might destroy evidence and sever leads, turning tonight's thunderous operation into a farce. Li Secretary, this old rascal has an ironclad psychological fortitude. Conventional methods may prove futile. The discipline inspection secretary wiped the sweat from his brow, hesitating to speak further. Li Jiangguo remained silent, his gaze shifting to the corner of the room. There stood a young man in plain clothes, exuding an air of unwavering resolve. Su Bai, you go. Li Jiangguo's sudden command startled the discipline inspection secretary, nearly causing his glasses to slip off. Li Secretary, this is a serious violation. Su Bai's current status is still a suspect, a wanted criminal. You wish to send a wanted criminal to interrogate a mayor? If word gets out, The Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's reputation will be tarnished. Should anything go awry, I shall bear the responsibility. Li Jiangwo's voice was low but laced with determination, a tone of desperation. Withdraw the personnel inside, turn off the audio recordings, and leave only the visuals. 10 minutes, I require results. The Discipline Inspection Secretary opened his mouth, gazing into Li Jiangwo's bloodshot eyes, and ultimately gritted his teeth, reaching for the intercom. The heavy iron door creaked as two officials gathered their documents and exited. Zhao Dahan braced himself for a new wave of interrogation, only to find a young man entering. The door closed, and the atmosphere became eerily quiet. Zhao Dahan squinted at the visitor, and upon recognizing him, his taut nerves relaxed slightly, a derisive smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Subai? He leaned back in his chair, even attempting to cross his legs, though the shackles restricted him. Has Li Jiangwo run out of competent personnel? He sends a stray dog like you to converse with me? Seeking to earn merit and atone for your sins? Hoping to step on my head to climb higher? Zhao Dahan scoffed, spitting a thick loogie on the floor. Bah! A lowly officer like you isn't worthy of even lacing my shoes. Get out, and summon Li Jiangwo himself. Subai remained silent. He didn't even spare Zhao Dahan a glance, calmly dragging a chair closer, the legs scraping against the floor with an irritating squeak. He sat down. Their proximity was so close that Zhao Dahan could see his own disheveled reflection in Subai's pupils. Mayor Zhao? Save your energy. Subai finally spoke, his voice gentle as though engaged in casual conversation with an old friend, yet it sent an inexplicable chill down Zhao Dahan's spine. I am the interrogator. I require no evidence chain nor your signature. Subai leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, lowering his voice. I am here to tell you a story. You. Shu. Subai raised a finger to his lips, urging him to listen. For instance, your secretary from 5 years ago, Shaoli. Zhao Dahan's eyelids twitched violently. The police concluded that it was a rainy day, the road slippery, and that the brakes had malfunctioned, sending both man and car tumbling off a cliff, correct? Subai's gaze remained flat, but he knew better than anyone that when Shaoli died, his left temporal bone had been crushed. 15 years ago. The devastating fire at the Linjiang City Public Security Bureau's archives obliterated all documentation pertaining to the notorious 1123 case. Was it not the work of this very instructor? Cough, cough. Zhao Dahan appeared to be grasped by an unseen hand around his throat, violently choking and turning an ashen hue akin to that of liver. 15 years. The inferno at the archives. It was a blood oath. It marked Zhao Dahan's ascent from an ordinary clerk to the pinnacle of power, a crimson staircase forged in blood. Should this matter resurface, it would not merely spell doom for him alone. The entire Handong province would tremble as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. You are a devil. Who exactly are you? Zhao Dahan was unraveling. His hands clawed desperately at the armrests of the interrogation chair, nails splintering. Blood oozing, his eyes filled with despair and terror. The young man before him was no ordinary human. He was a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. He knew everything. I am but a mere debt collector. Subai rose, looking down upon the now feeble Zhao Dahan. That instructor, who is he? Zhao Dahan convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, emitting sounds akin to a wheezing bellows. The overwhelming dread triggered a physiological shock response. Subai observed the scene with indifference as he turned to open the door of the interrogation room. Outside, Li Jiangguo and others waited anxiously. Secretary Li, Subai adjusted his collar, his tone as composed as if reporting the day's weather. The psychological defenses have crumbled, and formal interrogation can be arranged. However, I recommend calling an ambulance first. He seems to have heart issues. At that moment, from the interrogation chair, Zhao Dahan, summoning his last ounce of strength, emitted a piercing cry. Gao. It is Gao. The scream abruptly ceased, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object falling. In the monitoring room, the thermos in Li Jiangwo's hand clattered to the floor, scalding tea splattering everywhere. Gao. In all of Handong province, there exists but one family capable of instilling such profound terror in a figure of Zhao Dahan's stature that he would dare to utter merely a surname before his demise. Li Jiangguo suddenly lifted his gaze, staring at the composed Subai on the screen, his back drenched in cold sweat. This day was destined to collapse. Chapter 71. A command and a secret order at 4 o'clock in the morning. The corridor outside the intensive care unit of the First People's Hospital of Linjiang lay shrouded in an eerie silence. The air was thick with the acrid scent of tobacco mingled with disinfectant. piercing the nostrils and sending sharp pangs to the temples. The secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission hurried to the end of the corridor, his gaze falling upon a pile of cigarette butts, causing his heart to race. Li Jianguo stood by the window, his silhouette under the emergency lights appearing particularly heavy. Secretary, Zhao Dahan has awakened. The secretary of the commission spoke in a hushed tone, his words tumbling out rapidly. The entire scheme had unraveled. Embezzlement, bribery, collusion with the Hailangui, and even attempts to silence witnesses. He had confessed it all. He paused, his expression betraying some difficulty. However, whenever inquired about that teacher or the name he had shouted before losing consciousness, he would convulse as if electrified, unable to utter a single word, fear etched deep within him. Li Jianguo did not turn around. Instead, he crushed the cigarette but into the refuse with a fierce motion, extinguishing the ember. Surrounded by swirling smoke, his gaze turned profound, penetrating the hospital walls and gazing into the densest darkness before dawn. No need to ask anymore. His voice was slightly hoarse. I know who he is. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Li Jianguo abruptly pivoted and strode towards Su Bai, who awaited at the other end. In his bloodshot eyes, weary from a sleepless night, there brewed a tempest poised to unleash its fury. You come with me. In the adjacent vacant ward, the door clicked shut with a definitive lock. Li Jianguo refrained from sitting, standing with his hands clasped behind him, peering out at the inky night beyond the window. Handong Province Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, Gao Mingyuan. Each syllable he uttered felt like a heavy leaden weight, crashing into the still air. Su Bai remained composed, not even lifting his eyelids. This answer had formed the moment he had driven Zhao Dahan to madness with his words. Zhao Dahan is but a dog, yet that dog's master is formidable. Li Jianguo's voice was icy. Now that the dog has been crippled, the master ought to emerge from his lair. Gao Mingyuan had wielded power in Handong for 2 decades, his connections labyrinthine. Merely relying on Zhao Dahan's frenzied ramblings would not be enough to topple him. Furthermore, he would utilize every resource at his disposal to ensure that Zhao Dahan, along with anyone who might divulge secrets, would vanish from this world entirely. Li Jianguo spun around sharply, his piercing gaze fixed on Su Bai. Including you. In contrast, Su Bai smiled, a fierce determination radiating from him, undeterred by fear. With a life to spare, bringing down a provincial political and legal committee secretary before I die is a bargain worth making. I do not wish for you to perish alongside him, Li Jianguo countered, shaking his head, his eyes reflecting a resolute desperation. I need you to uproot him and the vast web of influence behind him, strand by strand. Su Bai raised an eyebrow, spreading his hands. Secretary Li, to be frank, I remain a wanted fugitive in the open. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be. Li Jianguo retrieved an object from his inner coat pocket, presenting it to Su Bai. It was an unexpected item, an entirely black stone seal, cool to the touch and heavy in substance. The base of the seal bore an intricately carved character for Li, resembling a dragon soaring and a phoenix taking flight. This item did not represent any official identity, yet in Handong Province, possessing it granted one the ability to mobilize any necessary resources, whether from legitimate authorities or the shadows. I cannot publicly restore your police status, for that would immediately alert Gao Mingyuan's informants, who are far more numerous than you might imagine. Li Jianguo fixed his gaze upon Su Bai, every word seeming to be forced through clenched teeth. But now, I grant you a secret order. Conduct a thorough investigation in Linjiang, from the highest echelons of power to the depths of the underworld. I require an exhaustive list of all individuals and matters associated with Gao Mingyuan, one that leaves no room for error. Execute first and report later, as is permitted by imperial decree. This is your new mission. Su Bai accepted the cool seal, weighing it in his palm. He understood that this item was more potent than any imperial sword. It was the personal authorization of a powerful official, a blade capable of severing all rules, yet one that could also turn against its wielder if mishandled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the absolute trust of the highest authority in Handong Province. Main quest under the Emperor's feet. The Dragon Rise's completion rate has soared to 150. Exceeding rewards are now being calculated. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, a fragment of the Handong Province's secret map. Congratulations, host. Your skill royal dignity has ascended to Edict of Royal Authority. Edict of Royal Authority, words become laws. When the host possesses the designated token and carries out a righteous mission, Commands issued to personnel within the system will carry an intrinsic psychological compulsion, ensuring instinctual obedience and reverence. Subai tightened his grip on the seal, feeling the newfound power bestowed by the system, a smile breaking forth. Now, he truly possessed the qualifications to overturn the table. He collected his thoughts, facing Li Jianguo, legs together, and executed a perfectly formal salute. I guarantee the completion of the task. Li Jianguo nodded gravely, turning toward the door. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, he hesitated, not looking back, his voice heavy. Subai, you once asked Zhao Dahan about the fire in the archives 15 years ago. What, precisely, did that fire consume? Subai regarded his broad back, remaining silent for a moment. What was burned were the death records of my parents. Li Jianguo's shoulders stiffened slightly. He posed no further inquiries, twisting the doorknob and striding out with purpose. As Subai exited the hospital's main entrance, the horizon began to glow with the light of dawn. A new day had begun. He inhaled the crisp morning air, feeling invigorated as strength surged through his limbs. He was now the hunter wielding the knife. He retrieved his phone and dialed Chunhao's number. The call was answered almost instantly, Chunhao's voice brimming with suppressed excitement. Brother Bai, gather all the brothers from the Baihu Hall for a meeting. Subai's tone was calm. Tell them to prepare to collect debts. The skies over Linjiang are about to brighten. After ending the call, Subai turned to approach an inconspicuous black sedan by the roadside. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes shattered the morning's tranquility as a white police jeep skidded to a halt directly in front of him. The door swung open forcefully, and Lin Qingxue jumped out. She was still clad in the duty uniform from the previous day, her hair casually tied back, with a few strands tousled by the morning breeze, adhering to her cheeks. Her eyes, typically bright and expressive, were now veined with red. Without uttering a word, she fixed her gaze upon Subai, her expression a tumultuous blend of anger, confusion, and a penetrating scrutiny that seemed capable of dissecting him entirely. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. After a brief pause of several seconds, Lin Qingxue inhaled deeply, withdrew a sheet of paper from her file bag, and with a sharp sound, slammed it onto the hood of the jeep. It was a photocopy of a disciplinary notice. Subai, you must explain yourself. Her voice trembled with barely contained emotion, her finger emphatically pointing at a date on the document. The City Bureau issued your dismissal 3 days after the failure of the 411 case. However, I investigated the attendance records from the personnel department, and I found that you had voluntarily submitted your resignation the day after the case's failure. Your file was personally ordered to be sealed by Director Zhang. You effectively terminated your own employment a day prior to the Bureau's decision to dismiss you. Lin Qingxue abruptly lifted her head, her striking eyes locking onto his, each word articulated with precision as she pressed him for answers. Tell me, from beginning to end, you were never actually dismissed. This entire scenario was merely a performance stage between you and Director Zhang, was it not? She took a step forward, her gaze unwavering as she confronted Subai. Who exactly are you? Chapter 72 The Truth is Poison. Will you drink it? At 6 a.m, the winter in Linjiang dawns late. Outside the First People's Hospital, the cold wind swirls dry leaves on the concrete ground. Lin Qingxue slammed a crumpled A4 sheet onto the hood of the jeep. The force was so great that the dust settled on the car's surface, danced into the air. It was a photocopy of Subai's dismissal notice. Do not pretend to be mute with me. Lin Qingxue's eyes were shadowed, clearly having not slept a wink all night. She fixed her gaze on the man leaning against the car door, smoking. The signature of Bureau Chief Zhang was there, yet it bore no seal from the Municipal Bureau's archives. Subai, do you truly believe I am merely an intern fresh out of the police academy? Subai held the cigarette between his fingers, the smoke dissipating in the cold wind. He did not glance at the paper, but lowered his gaze to Lin Qingxue's icy red knuckles. This casual demeanor ignited the barrel of frustration Lin Qingxue had accumulated throughout the night. Speak. Lin Qingxue stepped closer, the buttons of her police uniform straining from her heavy breaths. Yesterday afternoon, when Wang Jinhua was about to issue a wanted notice, I pounded the table in the meeting room. To protect you, I bore a disciplinary action and even prepared to shed this uniform. And what was the result? You and Bureau Chief Zhang conspired to make a fool of me? Her voice trembled, not from the cold, but from the grievance of being excluded by someone she trusted. Subai finally lifted his head. He tossed the cigarette but onto the ground and crushed it beneath his shoe. Lin, he spoke in a hoarse voice, devoid of emotion. In some performances, the fewer the audience, the more genuine the act. If you cannot deceive even you, how can you fool that old fox Zhao Dahan? Lin Qingxue was taken aback, then gritted her teeth. So you expect me to look like a fool scouring the world for evidence to exonerate you? That was your choice. Su Bai's response was almost cold, just as his current choice was. He gestured towards the city behind them, still waking from slumber. The skyscrapers appearing as solemn tombstones in the morning mist. In this bureau, the truth is not a good thing. It is a handleless knife. Whoever holds it bleeds. Once you know the hidden cards, your current worldview will shatter, and your beliefs will be ground into the mud. Stepping forward, Su Bai's gaze bore down with immense pressure. Even so, do you still wish to listen? Lin Qingxue met his eyes, her spine perfectly straight. A reflex honed from years as a frontline detective. I am a police officer. Those 4 words resonated with authority. What I seek is justice, even if that justice is unearthed from a garbage pile. Su Bai stared at her for 3 seconds before suddenly smiling. The smile was faint but bore an unprecedented recognition. Fine. You guessed correctly, it is not a dismissal. This is a painful stratagem meant to pierce a hole in Lin Jiang's sky. Though she had anticipated this, hearing Su Bai's admission still made Lin Qingxue's heart skip. Why? She asked, perplexed. Bureau Chief Zhang holds power, and you are the head of the criminal investigation team. Why resort to such extreme measures? This is against protocol. Protocol? Su Bai chuckled, as if he had heard a joke, and turned his gaze to the distance. On this tree, we are woodpeckers. However, if the roots are rotten, the woodpecker can only peck the trunk until it is riddled with holes, unable to save it. To save Lin Jiang, someone must leap from this tree, wielding an axe, and sever those decayed roots, regardless of whose flesh and blood are attached. Before he could finish, Su Bai's phone vibrated in his pocket. It was not a police device, but a black personal phone. Su Bai showed no hesitation and pressed the speakerphone button. The next moment, Chen Hao's enthusiastic voice, filled with an almost broken pitch, erupted in the quiet morning. Bai Yi. That address of Yi rang out with heartfelt sincerity. Lin Qingxue's eyelids twitched violently, her entire being frozen in place. Clearly unaware that a criminal investigation team leader was present, Chen Hao's tone was laced with uncontainable bravado and fervor. The brothers at the Baihu Hall are all gathered. Over 300 men, all armed with mountain-cutting knives, blocking the roads. At your command, we will sweep through the Black Dragon Society's establishments. In the future, who would dare to defy your orders in Linjia? The vehicle had been parked for quite some time. Its windows were as dark as the depths of night, resembling a lurking beast, greedily observing from the shadows. Su Bai ended the call, his gaze instantly sharpening to a razor's edge. The swaggering figure of Bai Yi had vanished, replaced by a true hunter. One who walked the precarious line between life and death. He turned his attention to Lin Qingxue, whose pale complexion revealed that she had clearly overheard the conversation. Captain Lin. Su Bai suddenly advanced a step, reducing the distance between them to merely a few centimeters. So close that Lin Qingxue could distinctly see her own reflection in the depths of his pupils. The dynamics had shifted. This was no longer an investigation, it was war. Su Bai slightly tilted his head, gesturing with his chin towards the ominous black car, his voice low and menacing. The poison chalice has already been presented before you. Will you turn and retreat to your mundane duties as a good police officer, waiting to collect the bodies? Or will you join me and plunge into this meat grinder to discover just how many layers of hell lie beneath? Chapter 73. In front of the Baihu Hall, Bai Yi establishes authority, the meat grinder. When these 3 words escaped Su Bai's lips, Lin Qingxue's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, turning pale. 2 hours, 3 lives. The deputy director of the Finance Bureau suffered a heart attack, the director of the construction committee met with a car accident, and the director of the Land Bureau leapt from a building. This was no mere coincidence. It was a precise surgical excision, clean and ruthless, leaving no survivors. Lin Qingxue gazed at the man in the passenger seat. Su Bai was lowering his head to light a cigarette, the flame illuminating his cold, chiseled profile. Amidst the swirling smoke, she could not discern whether the man beside her was her junior fresh from the police academy or the notorious Bai Yi who struck fear into the hearts of many. Yet he had spoken a truth. This was not about solving a case. It was about slaughter. Are you afraid? Su Bai exhaled a puff of smoke, not looking at her, his tone as flat as if discussing the weather. What a load of nonsense. Lin Qingxue clenched her teeth, her chest heaving violently. I fear for your life. If this case turns cold, no one will be left to retrieve your body. Su Bai chuckled lightly, the amusement not reaching his eyes. He produced a black seal from his pocket and tossed it into her lap. Take it. The cold touch sent a jolt through her, for it was a private seal, inscribed with the character Li in seal script. Lin Qingshua's expression shifted. This was the private seal of Li Jianguo, the deputy secretary of the provincial committee? In the realm of politics, this item sometimes held more power than an imperial edict, capable of mobilizing troops stationed in Linjiang at critical moments. From now on, you need not report to the city bureau or explain yourself to anyone. Su Bai flicked the ash from his cigarette. Your only task is to investigate those 3 deceased individuals. Do not delve into the case files. Those are meant for the living. Investigate their intimate partners, their illegitimate children, the unsavory dealings they buried, and the marginalized individuals they trampled upon. Gao Mingyuan may silence the dead, but he cannot extinguish the greed and hatred that reside in the hearts of men. Su Bai turned his head, unearthed the evidence hidden in the shadows. Lin Qingxue clutched the seal, the sharp edges digging into her palm, yet it rendered her acutely alert. And you? I will stir some life into this stagnant pool. Su Bai opened the door and stepped out, smoothly shutting it behind him. He had departed. Lin Qingxue watched his retreating figure, several times wanting to speak, but ultimately, she transformed her intent into pressing the accelerator. The white jeep roared as it sped down the street, quickly vanishing into the night. Su Bai stood by the roadside, lingering until the tail lights disappeared before leisurely turning around. He approached a long-parked black Santana in the shadows across the street. He knocked twice on the car window. Knock, knock. The window slid down a crack, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes belonging to a middle-aged man. Su Bai remained silent, simply presenting the screen of an encrypted phone against the glass, illuminating it. The eerie blue light reflected on the man's face, allowing him to recognize the special insignia on the phone. It was a direct line to the provincial authorities. Return and inform Secretary Gao. Su Bai bent slightly, his voice low. If you wish to play, I shall oblige. The man inside the car's pupils dilated, his complexion turning ashen. In the next instant, the window shot up, and the Santana bolted away like a startled wild dog, its tires screeching against the pavement in a frantic escape. Ding. Host detected a direct intimidation of provincial-level surveillance, arrogance unchecked, and lawless behavior. Daily sign-in task for the Godfather activated. Sign-in location, the headquarters of the Hailingui Baihu Hall. Sign-in reward, master-level martial arts, Hailingui industry structure chart, classified version. Su Bai tucked the phone back into his pocket, a cold smirk playing on his lips. He hailed a taxi. Driver, to Linjiang Port, the old wharf. 40 minutes later, Linjiang Port. The briny sea breeze mingled with the scent of machine oil as the once dilapidated warehouse now blazed with light, a multitude of figures clad in black suits lining the entrance. As the taxi came to a halt, before Su Bai could even retrieve his fare, over 200 men stood in 2 rows, bowing in unison at a precise 90 degrees, the sound reverberating against the car windows. Welcome back to the hall, Bai Yi. The taxi driver trembled, nearly shifting into reverse instead of neutral. He stared in terror at Su Bai through the rearview mirror, then glanced at the intimidating assembly of thuggish figures outside, turning pale. Big brother, you can keep the fare. Please, take care. Su Bai resignedly stepped out of the car, tossing a red bill as he exited. No need for change. Fix your brakes. The taxi sped away, exhaust fumes billowing into Chun Hao's face as he rushed over, wiping his brow. Boss, how was it? Look at this lineup. The brothers practiced for an entire afternoon. Su Bai surveyed the scene. Let us avoid such theatrics in the future. Yes, you're absolutely right, boss. Chun Hao nodded vigorously before turning to bark at the younger members. Are you all deaf? Bai Yi prefers tranquility. Get back to your positions. Entering the warehouse revealed an unexpected world. At the center stood a large chair draped in tiger skin, a symbol of power. Su Bai did not sit, but walked directly to the wall displaying a map of Linjiang, facing away from the crowd. Have the territories of the Qinxing Society been accounted for? All done. Chun Hao straightened his posture immediately. There are 36 establishments. The brothers have assimilated 102, with a liquidity of 8 million, all stored here. Those bastards are quite compliant now. Excellent. Su Bai turned, his gaze sweeping over the core members present. The atmosphere thickened. Relay my message. Though Su Bai's voice was low, it caused every ear to perk up. From this day forth, all establishments under Baihu Hall, gambling and illicit activities, will cease. A hush fell over the room. Moments later, chaos erupted. What? Cease operations? How will we survive? Boss, this is the lifeblood of our brothers. This is unacceptable. Ignoring the clamor, Su Bai continued. As for drugs, he paused, his tone hardening. Whoever dares to touch them, I will grind them to feed the dogs. Not only will we refrain from involvement, but anyone who dares to distribute goods on my territory in Linjiang will face death. Upon hearing this, even Chun Hao's expression shifted. Cutting off someone's means of livelihood is akin to killing their parents. This is not merely setting rules. This is a declaration of self-exile from the underworld. Bai Yi. From the crowd, a bald, burly man suddenly stood. Wang Tai, known as Iron Head, was an old-timer in Baihu Hall, accustomed to his domineering ways due to controlling several large casinos. He pushed aside the obstructing underlings and approached Su Bai. His imposing stature of nearly 2 meters exuding an overwhelming presence, his face quivering with brutish flesh. Bai Yi, you are a dragon crossing the river, and we hold you in esteem. However, is this rule not a tad tyrannical? Wang Tai, stroking his bald head, wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. My brothers follow you in pursuit of wealth, not to become monks. With a single word, you have shattered our livelihoods. It may prove difficult to gain everyone's compliance. A chorus of agreement resonated around them, many eyes flickering with discontent, clearly unwilling to yield. Su Bai regarded him, his expression inscrutable. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Wang Tai felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. Yet in front of so many underlings, he could not afford to lose face. He held his neck high and retorted, I am teaching you the rules. This underground world of Linjiang. Suddenly, without warning, a dull thud resonated like a heavy hammer striking a drum. Wang Tai's hefty 200 pounds were lifted off the ground in an instant. His body flew backwards several meters, crashing violently against a distant container. Boom. The container crumpled, creating a deep dent. Wang Tai slid to the ground, his chest caved in, unable even to scream, and succumbed to unconsciousness. The clamor of the crowd came to an abrupt halt. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. Every eye widened in disbelief, fixated on the man standing untouched, his attire unruffled. No one had witnessed how Su Bai had struck. It was too swift, too ruthless, too brutal. Su Bai leisurely adjusted his cuffs, as though he had merely swatted a fly. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Master-level combat skills have been integrated. A warm current surged through his limbs. Su Bai lifted his head, scanning the faces of everyone present. None dared to meet his gaze. Chun Hao's legs grew weak, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was no undercover agent. This was a tyrant cloaked in human skin. Su Bai seated himself in the grand tiger skin chair, crossing his legs, his voice eerily calm, sending shivers down spines. Now, I am the rule. He leaned slightly forward, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 74, A List, a mountain of gold. Who is in favor? Who is against? These 7 succinct words resonated profoundly. The warehouse was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the labored breaths of the bald man in the corner, gasping like a broken bellows. It was the sound of ribs piercing lung tissue, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, staining the concrete beneath him. This man was known as Tai Tu, the ace enforcer of Baihu Tang, who typically flaunted his formidable martial prowess, even daring to defy Chun Hao. Now, he lay incapacitated beneath a shipping container several meters away. No one witnessed how Su Bai had struck. All that could be heard was a resounding thud, followed by Tai Tu being sent flying. What more justification could be needed? A solid punch speaks volumes. A chill surged up Chun Hao's spine, reaching for the crown of his head. His mind raced, and with a softening of his knees, he collapsed to the ground. Bai Yi established the rules. My life belongs to Bai Yi. This act of submission seemed to activate some unspoken switch. A cacophony erupted. The group of seasoned veterans, who had moments ago exhibited defiance and whispered among themselves, now scrambled to kneel, terrified that a moment's delay would see them suffer Tai Tu's fate and become an example. They vowed to obey Bai Yi's commands to the death. The roar reverberated, dislodging dust from the warehouse ceiling. Su Bai brushed off non-existent dust from his clothing, his expression unperturbed. He approached the imposing tiger skin chair, a symbol of Baihu Tang's supreme authority, turned, and seated himself. There was no overwhelming aura of dominance. He merely leaned back casually, crossing his legs in a manner that compelled the kneeling outlaws to bow their heads even lower. Chun Hao. Present. Chun Hao took a couple of steps forward on his knees, sweat beading on his forehead. I require the details of all the branches of Hei Long Hui. Su Bai's fingers lightly tapped the armrest. I want everything, from Long Jin's offshore accounts to the petty misdeeds of his underlings. Particularly, I need a list of those friends who do business with us, who took money, how much, and who their protectors are. Chun Hao felt a pang of despair. This was no simple list. It was a matter of life and death. The He Long Hui had been entrenched for decades, and many accounts were so convoluted that even Long Jun might not grasp them fully. Not to mention the clandestine dealings, which were closely guarded secrets of each branch. Bai Yi, this. Chun Hao summoned the courage to raise his gaze. This task is monumental, and many core secrets are known only to a handful of branch leaders. Although Bai Hu Tang is formidable, our reach has not yet extended that far. Before he could finish, an object arced through the air, landing squarely before his knees. It was a black USB drive. Plug it in. Su Bai's tone was casual, as if pondering dinner plans. Chun Hao scrambled to pick up the USB drive, rising to insert it into a nearby laptop. The screen flickered twice before revealing a folder. As he clicked on the first document, his eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Ke Tang Money Laundering Pathways and Confidential Ledger. He clicked on another. Xian Wu Tang Leaders Correspondence with Deputy Director of the Municipal Bureau Audio Backup. Chun Hao's hands began to tremble, nearly dropping the mouse. This was not mere data. It was the death knell for the He Long Hui. He even glimpsed Long Zhan's 3 secret account passwords at a Swiss bank. Furthermore, he discovered the detailed addresses of 5 young men, claimed to be kept like treasures by the supposedly chaste matchmaker. Even more absurdly, there were high-definition images documenting the peculiar fetishes of the Qing Long Tang leader. Damn, Chun Hao could not contain his exclamation. With this information, forget about taking over territory. Even Long Zhan would kneel and call him grandpa without a moment's hesitation. If this were to be revealed, the entire political and underground landscape of Linjiang would tremble. Chun Hao abruptly turned to Su Bai, his awe now transformed into terror. Who exactly is Bai Yi? Such classified intelligence, perhaps a provincial task force could not uncover in a decade, was casually tossed aside by Bai Yi? This is the utmost confidential file from the authorities. Su Bai fabricated a lie, attributing the credit for the system's reward to the police. More than what Long Jin possesses. Is this sufficient for your needs? Absolutely. More than enough. Chun Hao exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. With this, Bai Hu Tang would have the grip on everyone's throats. Anyone who dared oppose would find their sordid dealings plastered at the city bureau's entrance. Then go and act. Su Bai closed his eyes, wringing out the excess water. I desire wealth and power, not a pile of trash. Understood. Chun Hao clutched the laptop as if it were his own father, summoning several trusted subordinates to commence their work. The warehouse regained its order, yet the air was thick with an oppressive urgency. Su Bai leaned back in his chair, feeling the surge of power within him. Master-level martial arts not only bestowed physical prowess, but also heightened all senses. At that moment, his encrypted phone vibrated in his pocket. Su Bai answered without a word. Su Bai, it's me. Lin Qing Shue's voice was urgent, the background noise chaotic, as if she were on the roadside. We've found the jumper, Lu Zhijun speak. An hour before Lu Zhijun jumped, he met someone at a secluded tea house. The driver did not see the face, but remembered the car's license plate. Lin Qingxue paused, lowering her voice. It was a cloned vehicle, but I had the tech department trace its entire route through the city. You won't believe where the car last vanished. Su Bai opened his eyes and spoke. Morningstar Capital? The voice on the other end was clearly taken aback. How did you know? Just a guess. You guessed correctly. Lin Qingxue's tone turned grave. The vehicle entered the underground garage of Morningstar Capital and has not emerged since. It is nominally a property of Bai Hu Tang, but the waters there run deep. I dared not send anyone in recklessly. Morningstar Capital. It was the treasure trove left by Chunyin and the core channel for Zhao Dahan's money laundering. Su Bai had just taken over Bai Hu Tang and had not yet had the chance to collect rent from that place. Little did he know, someone was more anxious than he. Gao Mingyuan was testing him, demonstrating his power. By parking a dead man's car on his territory, he was sending a message. In Linjiang, the skies are still dictated by Gao Mingyuan. Understood. Su Bai spoke in a calm tone, instructing, continue investigating the social connections of those 3 deceased individuals, but do not touch Qinxing Zibin. The depths of that place are treacherous beyond measure. Hey, Su Bai, do not act recklessly. We must adhere to the protocol. Beep. Su Bai abruptly terminated the call. Protocol? In this dark night, fists are the only true protocol. He rose, adjusting his collar. Outside the warehouse, the sky was overcast, brewing a tempest. Chun Hao, who had been drooling in front of the computer screen, immediately sprang to attention. Master Bai? Stop indulging in trivial gossip. Prepare the vehicle. Subai strode toward the exit, his steps steady, each one resonating with the heartbeat of those around him. Where to? Chunhao instinctively inquired. Subai halted, casting a glance at the map on the wall, his gaze fixating on the most opulent building in the city center. To Qingxingzibin. His words carried a chilling. Chapter 75. Beneath the morning star, the divine and the demonic alike. The night in Linjiang City was fragmented by the neon lights. Only the area beneath the Morning Star building was eerily quiet. At precisely 10 o'clock, 12 Buick GL8 vehicles blocked the entrance, their flawless black bodies gleaming without a speck of dust. The doors slid open in unison, followed by a series of heavy footsteps echoing on the ground. Over 100 men emerged, all clad in black suits, white gloves, and ties meticulously knotted with more precision than an insurance salesman. However, their large frames strained against the tight-fitting suits, as if they might burst at any moment. A few of them bore tattoos of scorpions and tigers, awkwardly tugging at their collars, accustomed to bare skin while barbecuing, now feeling suffocated by the fabric. This was Su Bai's rule, since taking over the Baihu Tang. And opting for a path of moral persuasion, appearances had to be impeccably maintained. These former street toughs were forced to exude an air of cultured menace. Inside the lead vehicle, Chunhao vigorously applied hair gel, styling his slicked-back hair with such precision that even a fly could perform an acrobatic feat upon it. "Sir, we have arrived at the venue," he announced. In the back seat, Subai opened his eyes and stepped out. The moment his feet touched the ground, the atmospheric pressure seemed to drop several degrees. Chunhao hurried to follow closely behind, feeling an unsettling anxiety. In the past, working for the boss meant wielding steel pipes and watermelon knives, with confrontations being direct and straightforward. Now, under Su Bai's leadership, he felt utterly unarmed, forced to project an image of reasonableness, leaving him feeling exposed and vulnerable. Inside the grand hall, the revolving door continued its relentless spin. Two heavily made-up receptionists were huddled together, engrossed in short videos, laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, they looked up to see the imposing array of dark suits at the entrance. One of the receptionists dropped her phone onto the marble countertop, shattering the screen into a spiderweb of cracks. The scene was utterly intimidating. No shouts of violence were heard. Over 100 men stood in silence, resembling black statues, leaving a clear path down the center. Subai, with his hands in his pockets, walked at a measured pace. The sound of his polished shoes striking the floor resonated throughout the vast hall, each step reverberating in the hearts of those present. The lobby manager, a man with a receding hairline, was about to grab the intercom to call for security when Chunhao stepped forward, his large hand pressing the intercom down onto the table. "The Baihu Tang is taking over the property management," he stated, presenting a contract and a transfer document. The original security team was disbanded. They were to leave promptly and not delay the cleaning. The red seal on the documents still bore a pungent scent of fresh ink. The Mediterranean manager was momentarily dazed by the glint of Chunhao's gold tooth, his legs trembling with fear, unable to utter a word. Subai reached the center of the hall and suddenly paused. In his mind, the long-awaited electronic voice finally resonated. Ding! Detected host entering the hub of illicit funds. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine skill Capital I. Capital I. Insight into all filthy nodes of financial flow, revealing financial loopholes, money laundering pathways, and beneficiaries in a data stream format. Additional reward. Hidden structural map of the Morningstar building, including underground vault passages. In an instant, the world before Subai reconfigured itself. The opulent decor faded away, replaced by a swirling storm of data. Above the receptionist's head floated a line of gray text, privately sold owner information to a renovation company, profiting 32,000. In the corner, a salesperson on the phone blared, assisted an underground money house in profit sharing, handling a flow of 800,000 today. Subai narrowed his eyes, a chill creeping to his lips. This was no provincial key enterprise office. It was clearly a den of thieves cloaked in tailored suits. The very air was tainted with the stench of copper and decay. From the second-floor railing, a sharp curse rang out. The staircase echoed with heavy footsteps as a ruddy-faced, portly middle-aged man, his shirt buttons straining against his belly, barreled down. Following closely were a dozen internal security guards wielding riot sticks, exuding an aggressive demeanor. Li Wei, the general manager of Morningstar Property, and Zhao Dahan's brother-in-law. He rushed down the stairs, his face jiggling with every step, pointing at Subai and spitting out words. Do you know whose territory this is? This is Lord Zhao's domain, a key supported unit of the province. Do you believe I can make a call and have you all locked up? Get out of here. Chun Hao furrowed his brow. Such a loudmouth fool would have been kicked 2 meters away in the past. Just as he was about to act, Su Bai raised a hand to stop him. Su Bai regarded Li Wei, not as a living person, but as a scrutinized figure on an electronic ledger filled with incriminating evidence. As his gaze focused, a waterfall of data cascaded from above Li Wei's head. Li Wei, general manager of Morningstar Property. Crimes, embezzled €7 million from the Property Maintenance Fund to purchase real estate in Paris's 8th district. Assisted Zhao Dahan in laundering bribery funds of $120 million. Current weakness: his son Liang is studying in Switzerland and recently purchased a limited edition Ferrari, with the license plate ending in 911, funded by false procurement orders from Hongfa Building Materials, a shell company under Morningstar, originally intended for Zhao Dahan. How intriguing. Using his brother-in-law's money to buy a car for his son, such audacity was beyond measure. Su Bai took a step forward. Li Wei instinctively recoiled under Su Bai's gaze. His earlier arrogance diminished, and he weakly shouted, What? What do you want? There's surveillance here. I'm calling the police. Mr. Li, please temper your anger. It may lead to a health crisis, Su Bai said, reaching out to adjust Li Wei's crooked tie, his tone unexpectedly amiable. It's quite cold in Switzerland. Remind your son to drive slowly. Li Wei was momentarily stunned, his eyelids twitching, his heart skipping a beat. What? What did you say? That Ferrari was indeed remarkable, a limited edition, with very few in Zurich. Su Bai leaned closer to his ear, speaking softly enough for only the two to hear. Especially that license plate, 911, quite auspicious. But Mr. Li, the funds for the car came from the Hongfa Building Materials account, correct? Boom. Li Wei's mind exploded. Cold sweat poured down his back, soaking it thoroughly. This matter had been kept exceedingly secretive. Even his wife remained oblivious. How did this young man know? Su Bai patted Li Wei's rigid shoulder casually and remarked, Mr. Li, this sum of money is sufficient for you to languish within these walls for an eternity. Moreover, are you not aware that Zhao Dahan has departed some time ago? This statement struck Li Wei with the ferocity of a dagger thrust into his gut, piercing directly into his deepest vulnerability. Li Wei's mouth fell agape, and a choked gasp escaped his throat, a sound born of sheer terror and the spasms of his windpipe. Are you human or a specter? Su Bai dismissed him with indifference, taking a half step back and extracting a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his hands. With a thud, Li Wei's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the floor. Almost immediately, a foul odor permeated the air. As dark gray trousers rapidly became saturated, a yellow liquid streamed down his pant leg onto the marble floor. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The security personnel, who had been poised to charge forward, froze in place, their riot shields clattering to the ground. Their superior had just been reduced to a state of incontinence by mere words. What could they possibly do now? Chun Hao's eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Was he truly kneeling? Had he actually soiled himself? Their esteemed leader had merely whispered a few words into his ear. The impact of those words was far more lethal than any blade. Chun Hao. Su Bai frowned, avoiding the puddle on the floor, the stench too pungent for his liking. Yes. Chun Hao straightened up, his voice resonating with newfound fervor, admiration shining in his eyes. Take the team to the 3rd underground level. Su Bai retrieved his phone and sent the newly acquired blueprints. Locate a black Santana, a cloned vehicle, parked in the corner of Area C. Retrieve the ledger from the trunk. It serves as Gao Mingyuan's death warrant. At this, Su Bai cast a glance at the employees around him, still in shock, and added coolly, additionally, inform the brothers to keep their hands clean. We are here to audit, not to rob. Anyone who dares to pilfer even a pen will lose a hand. Understood. Rest assured, should anyone dare to reach for something, I will deal with them. Chun Hao declared, gesturing for his team to surge towards the basement. As they passed Li Wei, he could not resist spitting disdainfully. Coward, your fear is palpable. Make sure to clean up after yourself. The hall emptied rapidly, leaving only the crumpled Li Wei and a few trembling receptionists. Su Bai lifted his gaze, penetrating the layers of floors above, fixing his sight upon the chairman's office on the top floor. Within the purview of Capital's eye, a dark aura loomed, stifling the building's financial fortune, coalescing into a monstrous presence. The true fish lies above. He approached the exclusive elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. As the doors closed, his reflection revealed Su Bai's austere visage and the faint glimmer of data in his eyes. Secretary Gao. Su Bai regarded his reflection, adjusting his cuff. I have accepted your purse. As the elevator ascended, numbers flickered. A tempest poised to rupture the tranquility of Linjiang Tian was rapidly intensifying. Chapter 76. T on the top floor, the Lord of Hell's Game. The CEO's exclusive elevator ascended without any floor indicators, devoid of the faintest sound of the cable's movement. Only a slight sensation of weightlessness hinted at the rapid ascent of this iron box. The polished stainless steel reflected Su Bai's impassive visage. He adjusted his collar in the mirror, brushing off the misfortune he had encountered on the first floor with that coward. Ding! The door slid open. Before him lay an expansive floor. The vast space, several hundred square meters, was entirely open. In the center stood a Wangwali tea table accompanied by 2 cushions. A middle-aged man dressed in a green, lapel-less garment sat cross-legged, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, intently pouring boiling water over a teapot. His movements were slow and deliberate, entirely at odds with the anticipation one might expect when awaiting a formidable adversary who had just decimated his underlings. This was Gao Mingyuan's shadow, the legendary steward. Mr. Su, please. The steward did not lift his head, deftly pouring the scalding tea into a cup, achieving precision without a single drop spilling. This year's Mingxian Longjing, even the esteemed Gao Shuju might only savor it a couple of times. Only someone of Mr. Su's caliber, a young prodigy, was deemed worthy of this exquisite brew. Meanwhile, the staff downstairs were likely still mopping up, while this old fellow was putting on a show here. Quite intriguing. Su Bai approached, not bothering to remove his shoes, and stepped directly onto the sumptuous wool carpet, pulling a cushion over and sitting down with an ease that suggested he was in his own living room, entirely unconcerned with the presence of the other man. The aroma of the tea was indeed delightful, crisp and invigorating, yet to Su Bai, it concealed a nauseating undertone of blood. The eye of capital activated automatically, revealing data above the steward's head that was remarkably dark, an ominous blend of deep shadows and glaring crimson, far surpassing the bluster of Li Weiqiang downstairs. Target, codename Steward Status, Extremely Dangerous Crime Index, off-the-charts associated events, mastermind behind the City Construction Committee Director's car accident, executor of the South City Abandoned Building Body Disposal case, planner of the Land Bureau Director's fall. Good heavens! This was no mere steward. He was clearly a living embodiment of the Lord of Hell in human guise. The weight of his accumulated crimes would suffice for him to face the firing squad repeatedly in a continuous cycle. Mr. Su is quite young, yet his methods are ruthlessly efficient. The steward pushed a cup of tea toward Su Bai, his tone languid. In a single night, consolidating the Baihu Hall. And a few words have already left Li Wei trembling. Impressive. He set down the purple clay teapot, fingers intertwined upon his knees. Finally raising his head, the lenses reflected the overhead light, obscuring the malice beneath. I am a businessman. I believe in harmonious relations to generate wealth. Today, at the behest of another, I wish to propose a significant transaction with Mr. Su. Oh, Su Bai leaned back against the chair, fingers rhythmically tapping his knee. His demeanor relaxed. How much? Enough to acquire the entire Linjiang City? While purchasing Linjiang City may be ambitious, securing a future for Mr. Su is entirely feasible. Each word from the steward bore considerable weight. From this night forth, all illicit gains of Morningstar Capital shall belong to Mr. Su. Additionally, the throne of the underground world in Linjiang City, with Gao Shuju's nod, shall be yours. An annual 9-digit sum. This money is hot to handle. Yet it also sustains people. He paused, leaning slightly forward, an aura of pressure enveloping the room. There is but one condition. The case of Zhao Dahan must be resolved. The ascent can be treacherous. Mr. Su must tread carefully to avoid a fall. A bold offer. Hundreds of millions in illicit funds, along with the hollow title of Underground Emperor, merely to silence someone. Were it anyone else, they might have already succumbed, kneeling in submission. Su Bai lifted the cup of tea. The steward's smile widened, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes unfurling. Accepting the tea meant joining forces. In this world, few could resist the allure of such a rapid ascent. If one could, it was merely due to insufficient incentive. Su Bai brought the cup to his nose, inhaling gently. Then with a flick of his wrist, he splashed the scalding tea onto the floor, much of it splattering onto the steward's handmade shoes. Steam rose, and the air fell silent. Even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. The tea was indeed fine. Subai tossed the empty cup onto the table, where it spun several times, producing a harsh screech against the Wangwali surface, finally teetering on the edge. Regrettably, the water used for brewing is tainted. I am averse to impurities, fearing the consequences of poor health. The steward's smile faltered, gradually vanishing. His foot, now reddened, remained silent, not even a brow furrowed. He simply methodically removed his glasses and retrieved a piece of deer leather cloth from his pocket, carefully wiping the condensation from the lenses. Mr. Su, youthful fervor is commendable, but excessive zeal can lead to one's downfall. Inform Gao Mingyuan accordingly. Subai stood, looking down at this genteel figure burdened with blood debts. What he offered held no allure for him. What he withheld, Subai would seize for himself. Furthermore, do not attempt to repulse me with blood-stained money. I have my standards. The steward donned his glasses once more, letting out a soft sigh as he regarded the young man before him. Such a pity. It seems I must insist that Mr. Su remains as my guest. He raised his hand and lightly clapped twice. Clap, clap. The sound resembled the activation of a switch. Suddenly, the floor beneath them trembled violently. Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, heavy alloy blast shields descended with a resounding thud, sealing the space tightly. The formerly open top floor instantly transformed into an airtight metal canister. Only a single spotlight above the tea table illuminated the space between the two, casting an eerie glow akin to that of an interrogation room. Shortly thereafter, the areas that had appeared to be walls on either side of the office silently slid open. 12 men clad in black tactical gear emerged, each wielding silenced submachine guns, their faces stoic. Their movements were synchronized, indicative of professional training. Unlike the thugs wielding kitchen knives that Chun Hao commanded, these were true professionals, accustomed to bloodshed, lethal without a flicker of hesitation. Simultaneously, Su Bai's phone in his pocket vibrated violently. Pulling it out, he saw it was a message from Chun Hao. The signal was nearly depleted. From the moment one steps into this building, it becomes apparent that a deadlock has been established. Above lies the barrel of a gun, and below, explosives await detonation. In an audacious display of ruthlessness, Gao Mingyuan has opted to eliminate both the entire building and his confidants, showcasing his merciless resolve. The steward, unperturbed, poured himself a cup of tea, savoring a sip with a demeanor as relaxed as one might possess while enjoying a theatrical performance. 12 ominous gun barrels were aligned, targeting the center of Su Bai's brow, his heart, and his knees. Even if Su Bai were a superhero, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a sieve in this moment. Mr. Su, the steward set aside his teacup, his tone reverting to that nauseatingly smooth demeanor. It matters not if that cup of tea was spilled. I am a gracious host, and would be delighted to pour you another. He gestured toward the empty cup before Su Bai, a mocking glint illuminating his eyes akin to a cat toying with its prey. Shall we resume our discussion? After all, a corpse cannot spend money, can it? In 3 minutes, the basement will erupt into a spectacle of fireworks, and this place will transform into your funeral parlor. Su Bai regarded the row of ominous gun barrels, a smile unexpectedly breaking across his face. It was a smile that invited retribution, and he even reached up to scratch his ear. He did not glance at the steward, but instead lowered his gaze to adjust the cuff of his sleeve, his tone as nonchalant as one might express annoyance at an overly cold air conditioning system. Discuss? Certainly. Su Bai lifted his head, the depths of his eyes igniting with a fervor akin to that of a hunter witnessing his prey ensnared. Let us discuss how you intend to meet your demise. The steward was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the source of this audacious confidence, when he observed Su Bai slowly raise his right hand and snap his fingers. The sharp crack of the snap resounded, more piercing than the sound of gunfire. Chapter 77, The Storm Plan, Provincial Purge. Su Bai gazed at the 12 ominous gun muzzles and suddenly posed a seemingly out-of-context question. These micro-submachine guns were procured from the black market, were they not? The wear on the safety catches is so severe. Are you certain they won't explode? The abruptness and sincerity of his inquiry were disconcerting. Human instinct can be terrifying. Even trained assassins would instinctively glance at the firearms for the briefest moment upon hearing such a query. And it was now? Su Bai sprang into action. Without uttering a word or giving any warning, he swung his right hand with force, sending the boiling teapot, along with the purple clay pot, hurtling towards the butler's face. Ah! The butler screamed, instinctively raising his hands to shield his face, scalding tea drenching him. While the expensive bespoke suit began to emit wisps of smoke, Simultaneously, Subai propelled himself like a cannonball into the cluster of assassins on his left. The mastery of his combat technique activated. He closed the distance and embraced his target. A harsh crack echoed in the silent office as bones fractured. One assassin hadn't even managed to lift his firearm before Subai twisted his wrist, breaking it in the opposite direction, exposing white bone that pierced through flesh, and the micro-submachine gun changed hands. Without a glance back, Subai wielded the weapon with one hand, relying on instinct to fire 2 shots backward. Bang! Bang! The dull thud of gunfire resonated. 2 assassins, poised to pull the trigger, suddenly found blood holes in their foreheads, their bodies slumping to the ground. The events unfolded so swiftly that the butler hadn't even wiped the tea leaves from his face before 2 corpses lay at his feet. Open fire. Kill him. Kill him now. The butler, ignoring the agony of his burns, howled hysterically, his previously refined visage twisting into that of a fiend. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, splintering the invaluable Wangwali wood tea table into fragments. Subai had already crouched behind the sturdy tea table, his expression impassive as he listened to the cacophony of impacts nearby. Under fire. These individuals were certainly not mere thugs. They understood the tactics of alternating cover fire, leaving him no opportunity to expose himself. The tremors beneath the floor grew increasingly intense. It was the countdown of C4 explosives in the basement. 2 minutes remained. Subai, aren't you quite arrogant? The butler, hiding behind a throng of assassins, taunted sharply. The blast-proof walls of this building can withstand a rocket launcher, and I've set the signal jammer to full power. This place is a coffin. No one can save you. The naivety of today's youth is astounding, believing that a bit of skill can overturn the world. The butler's maniacal laughter echoed in the closed space. From behind the tea table, Subai brushed off the wood shavings on his shoulder, an eerie calmness enveloping him. He retrieved a specially made black phone from his pocket. A signal jammer? In the face of military-grade quantum encrypted communication, civilian jammers are merely a jest. He pressed the red emergency button on the side. The screen illuminated instantly, a line of blood-red code pulsating, directly locking onto the satellite signal above. This is Subai. At that moment, Li Jianguo, who was attending a late-night meeting at the provincial committee guest house, felt his personal phone vibrate. The moment he saw the special number, his expression shifted dramatically, and he raised a hand to signal for silence in the room. I'm here. Li Jianguo's voice was steady and powerful. Coordinates: Morningstar Tower, top floor. Initiate the storm. The opposition possesses heavy firepower, and there are C4 explosives in the basement, set to detonate in 2 minutes. Subai's voice was chillingly cold. I want him alive. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Understood. Li Jianguo responded with 3 words. If you lose a single hair, I will ensure the entire Linjiang city pays the price. After hanging up, Subai let out a cold laugh. The gunfire outside ceased. The butler, sensing victory was within reach, relished the final moments of the cat-and-mouse game. Mr. Su, come out. Leave a complete corpse for me to report to Secretary Gao. The butler adjusted his disheveled collar, regaining his haughty demeanor. In this domain, certain rules are beyond someone like you to comprehend. Before he could finish, the teacups on the table began to tremble. Then the floor, followed by the entire building. A rumbling sound emanated from the depths of hell. It was the roar of powerful turbo engines ripping through the air. The butler's smile froze. This commotion, something was amiss. Boom. A deafening sound erupted as the blast-proof doors at the base of the building were violently breached, causing the entire structure to shake. Then, a tremendous sound of shattering glass echoed above. The alloy blast-proof panels cascading down were as fragile as paper against some high-penetration weapon. Crash. Blinding beams of searchlight illuminated the dim office as if it were daytime. The butler instinctively squinted, and through the shattered window, he beheld the most despairing sight of his life. 2 pitch-black armed helicopters hovered outside. Beneath their fuselage, the ominous Gatling gun coldly surveyed the interior. What terrified him further were the countless red laser dots, densely clustered on him and all the assassins. The forehead, the heart, the throat. No escape. This is the anti-terror special forces of the Linjiang Military District. Those inside the room. You are surrounded. Immediately lower your weapons and place your hands on your heads. Failure to comply will result in immediate execution. The voice from the loudspeaker was authoritative and chilling, imbued with ironclad resolve. The butler's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, his face ashen. The military. He was merely dealing with a disobedient merchant. How could this invite such violent machinery? Even Gao Mingyuan, no matter how connected, could not mobilize the regular army. Clank. The first micro-submachine gun fell from someone's hand onto the floor. Then came the second, the third. The once bloodthirsty professional assassins now raised their hands, their faces a mask of terror. Confronting the military head-on? That would be suicidal. From behind the cover, Subai rose. He brushed off the dust from his suit and stepped over the shards of glass, walking deliberately toward the crumpled butler. At this moment, the butler had lost all traces of his earlier bravado, trembling uncontrollably, and a sizable stain had formed in his trousers. Subai gazed down upon him from a lofty height, his expression devoid of emotion. You just mentioned that this place resembles an iron coffin? Subai bent slightly, reaching out to adjust the butler's crooked tie, his movements tender as though he were an old acquaintance. You speak truly. However, it is prepared for you. The butler's lips quivered, attempting to articulate something, yet only a series of stammering breaths escaped him. Subai straightened up, retrieving the dear leather cloth meant for cleaning glasses from the butler's pocket. Disdainfully, he wiped the bloodstains from his hands and casually tossed the cloth onto the butler's face. Furthermore, return and inform Gao Mingyuan that this is merely the beginning. Cleanse your neck and await the inevitable. Chapter 78 I Am the Ghost King. The whirling propeller stirred up a tempest of shattered glass, the fragments striking the walls with a sharp crackle. As the thunderous noise receded, the top-floor office fell into an oppressive silence. In this stillness, the atmosphere felt even more stifling. The 12 professional assassins were lined up against the floor-to-ceiling windows, their faces pressed against the remnants, hands bound behind their backs. The Special Forces soldiers suppressing them barely uttered a word. The dull thud of their gunstocks striking down resonated heavily. Subai stood by a window, missing a significant portion of its wall, the night breeze seeping into his shirt, a touch chilly. He fished out a crushed pack of soft Zhonghua from his pocket, withdrew a cigarette, and after several attempts with the lighter, a flame finally flickered to life. Exhaling, the smoke dispersed. A major, adorned with 2 stripes and 1 star, strode over with purpose. The major halted 3 meters in front of Subai, his boots clashing sharply as they met. With a swift motion, he executed a standard military salute, the gust from his arm raising a slight breeze. The leader of the assassins, prone on the ground, struggled to lift his eyes just in time to witness this scene. He had been contemplating how to engage a lawyer, how to report to his superiors, but at that moment, the taut string in his mind snapped. Regular army. Officer. Salute. This sequence of symbols hit him harder than the earlier stun grenades. This was no mere second-generation rich kid. This was a figure of great significance. The scene was cleared, the target of 12 individuals completely subdued. The Major's voice resonated like a low, powerful rumble from his chest. Subai flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze sweeping over the already terrified butler before returning to the major. You've worked hard. Take them away. Consider it a greeting gift for your military district. As for this old fellow, he gestured towards the butler. Leave him to me. The major's expression remained unchanged, simply replying with a single word, understood. Without further ado, the major waved his hand, and the Special Forces soldiers dragged the 12 assassins away like dead dogs. The steel cables of the elevator shaft still swayed, this group arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, the top floor was left in disarray, with only the cowering butler remaining in the corner. A few minutes later, chaotic footsteps echoed in the hallway. Master. Suyi. Chunhao burst through the fire door, wielding a machete, dust covering him, accompanied by dozens of his brothers, all panting heavily. In that instant, no one dared to utter a sound. Chunhao surveyed the room, filled with bullet holes and walls exposed by explosions, including a clear breach made by heavy weaponry. The knife in his hand clattered to the ground. He had anticipated Subai's combat prowess, but he never imagined Subai had waged a localized war here. The man standing at the center of the storm leaned against a half-collapsed desk, leisurely blowing smoke rings, untouched by dust. Master. Are you all right? Chunhao rushed over, wanting to assist but hesitating, his legs trembling. What happened? Subai cast a glance at him. Did you manage to seal off the news? I did, Chunhao gulped, pointing at the wall that appeared to have been ravaged by a missile. But with this commotion, do you think anyone will believe it was a gas explosion? Counterterrorism and fire safety joint exercise. Subai extinguished the cigarette but underfoot, his tone as casual as if discussing dinner plans. If it doesn't appear sufficiently dramatic, how can we convey the authenticity of the exercise? You handle the rest. If you can't make it convincing, Perhaps you should reconsider your role. Yes. Understood. It's too real. At this moment, Chun Hao looked at Su Bai with a reverence that transcended admiration, perceiving him as a living deity. Su Bai disregarded Chun Hao's awe-filled imagination and turned to the butler huddled in the corner. Just moments ago, the butler had exuded arrogance, representing Secretary Gao to deliver Su Bai's death sentence. Now, he was bloodied, curled up and trembling. Su Bai crouched down, extending his hand. The butler recoiled sharply, emitting a pig-like shriek. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am Secretary Gao's man. Shoo. Su Bai placed his finger to his lips, silencing him. He rummaged through the debris beside him and unearthed a surviving purple clay teapot, missing a small piece from its spout. He picked up a teacup as well, disregarding any shards that might remain inside, and poured a cup of murky tea. Drink. Su Bai offered the cup. This scene was eerily familiar, reminiscent of just 10 minutes prior when the butler had served Su Bai a cup of tea from a position of superiority. The butler stared at the cup, quaking uncontrollably. Su, sir, please spare me. I am merely a messenger. I know nothing. Know nothing? Su Bai chuckled, shadows flickering in his eyes. In that instant, the butler transformed in Su Bai's gaze from a mere individual into a deconstructed array of data. Banking transactions, call logs, hotel information, secret assets. Su Bai leaned closer to the butler's ear. His voice as soft as a lover's whisper. Know nothing? Then are you aware of your 3 secret accounts in the banks of the Cayman Islands and the Turks and Caicos Islands? The last digits 077, 421, 903. A total of $136 million. If Gao Mingyuan were to discover this, would he not flay you alive? The butler emitted a choking sound, as if grasped by the throat. Unfazed, Su Bai continued to land further blows. And what about 4789, Belmont Avenue, West Vancouver? That red-roofed villa is delightful. Your 26-year-old illegitimate son enjoys playing with his DJI drone under the maple tree in the yard, correct? Last Wednesday afternoon, he got the drone stuck in the tree, and you had someone retrieve it. Boom. The butler collapsed completely. He gazed at Su Bai in terror, his teeth chattering. You are a devil. How could you possibly? These matters he had orchestrated flawlessly. Even Gao Mingyuan was unaware. How could this young man know every detail with such precision? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I am currently not in a good mood. Su Bai stood upright, looking down upon him. Where are the account books? The butler, utterly broken, tears streaming down his face, stammered. In the old residence. Beneath the jade cabbage base in the study. That is his trump card in the province. I only know this much, I beg you. Su Bai reached into the butler's grasp and retrieved the specially designed encrypted satellite phone. The screen was pristine, with only one speed dial. Su Bai pressed the redial button. The phone connected with a muted beep, yet the other end remained silent, save for the steady, prolonged sound of breathing. Su Bai remained unperturbed, leaning against the shattered window ledge, observing the flickering police lights below. With a tone as relaxed as one might use to greet an old friend, he spoke. Good evening, Secretary Gao. The silence persisted, yet this very quietude conveyed a certain attitude. Your dog seems rather easily frightened. It has soiled itself. Su Bai let out a soft chuckle. As for your building, I have taken the liberty of acquiring it as well. I was not fond of the renovation style, so I dismantled part of it for you. No need for thanks. Oh, by the way, Su Bai paused momentarily. That several hundred million you intended to spend on my life? Consider it an advance payment for property management fees. After all, this building will bear the surname Su, not Gao. Finally, an aged voice emanated from the receiver. It bore no trace of anger, but rather a chilling composure. Infused with the coldness of someone who has long held power. Young man, your appetite is too great. It may lead to your downfall. The roads by the river are treacherous. Tread carefully during the night, lest you encounter a ghost. Su Bai's smile vanished. Gripping the phone, his voice turned icy, laced with a ferocity born from a life steeped in bloodshed. Old man, spare me your attempts to frighten me. I am the king of ghosts. As the 100 demons roam, they shall make way for me. This ledger is firmly in my grasp. Prepare your neck. With that, he offered no chance for a response, abruptly ending the call. With a flick of his wrist, the satellite phone, valued at over 100,000, elegantly arced through the air, landing precisely in a cup brimming with wood shavings and tea. The device emitted a sizzling sound as the screen flickered twice before plunging into darkness. Su Bai turned to Chun Hao and the others, straightening his collar and resuming a demeanor of relaxed nonchalance. What are you dawdling for? Package this old man and have him write his memoirs. For every punctuation mark missing, take a finger. Tonight, we shall take over Qinxing Building. Chapter 79. The King of Hell opens the ledger. The nuclear bomb at Linjiang. The mobile screen abruptly went black, the faint blue light consumed by the tea. Simultaneously, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in Su Bai's mind. Ding. Host successfully suppressed Qinxing Capital, accomplishing the extracting from the tiger's mouth achievement. Sign-in rewards are being calculated. Acquired, God-level hacking skills, proficient. The world's network is but a private garden. Acquired, 10 million in cash. The funds have been laundered through multiple offshore accounts and deposited into your anonymous Swiss bank account. Absolutely secure. Acquired special item, Gao Mingyuan's listening device, one-time use. Note, regardless of the counter-surveillance measures employed by the target, this device can attach like a ghost, broadcasting 10 minutes of high-level secrets to you. For Su Bai, 10 million in cash was merely a number. However, the hacking skills and the listening device were akin to a pillow for a sleepy person. Since Gao Mingyuan, that old fox, dared to threaten him, he should not be surprised when he came knocking at midnight. Sir, Chun Hao rushed out from the inner room, his face glistening with sweat, wielding a crowbar with an expression of frustration. There's a hidden compartment in that old fellow's lounge, containing a German-made embedded safe. The steel plate is thicker than a city wall, and even our electric drill had no effect. It nearly sent the drill bit flying. Su Bai toyed with the lighter in his hand, remaining silent as he strode towards the lounge. It was an opulent secret chamber, its walls adorned with valuable oil paintings that had been roughly torn aside, revealing a cabinet door gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The butler was being held up by two burly men, slumped on the ground like a rag doll. Upon seeing Su Bai enter, a flicker of despair crossed his gray eyes, which then shut tightly. He understood that this was his last lifeline. As long as he kept the password to himself, he still had bargaining power. The password. Su Bai glanced at him, his tone indifferent. The butler turned his head away, gritting his teeth, exuding an air of defiance. All right, you have some spirit. Su Bai chuckled, not the least bit angered, and waved his hand to signal Chun Hao and the others to step back. Sir, if we force it open, the self-destruct mechanism inside will turn everything to ash, Chun Hao urged anxiously. Who said I was going to force it open? Standing before the safe, Su Bai gently pressed his right hand against the cold metallic surface. At that moment, the newly acquired God-level hacking skills reacted intriguingly with the existing capital I. In his eyes, this indestructible alloy door transformed from an inanimate object. The complex mechanical structure was deconstructed into countless transparent lines. The flow of electricity on the circuit board was vividly visible, and even the minute whereon the keypad was laid bare. To him, the 4-digit rolling code lock resembled mere children's building blocks. Light and shadow danced wildly on his retina. Su Bai's slender fingers flew over the keypad, moving with no pauses whatsoever. The sound of his fingertips striking the keys even produced a rhythmic quality. The red light turned green. Click. A crisp sound echoed, the most melodious, unlocking sound in the world. The heavy cabinet door automatically cracked open a gap. The entire process took merely 7 seconds. The crowbar in Chun Hao's hand clattered to the ground, his eyes nearly bulging out. What the? The nearby younger brother was equally dumbfounded. Sir, did you study this before? Such skills are wasted on a locksmith. The butler suddenly opened his eyes wide, gazing at the opened cabinet door, trembling uncontrollably as his last shred of spirit crumbled. His greatest reliance had become a mere joke before this young man. Ignoring the astonished expressions of those around him, Su Bai pulled open the cabinet door. It was empty inside, devoid of gold bars or stacks of US dollars. There were only a few USB drives marked with years and a black notebook with frayed edges on its cover. Su Bai picked up the notebook. It felt heavy in his hand, exuding the musty scent characteristic of old paper. Flipping to the first page, he found the handwriting hasty and clearly recorded at different times. Liu Jijun, July 12, 2018, Chong'an demolition case, cash 3 million. Wang Liye, September 3, 2019, special loan for development zone. 2 school district houses, ungrateful, dealt with. Zhang Jianmin, November 28, 2020, standing committee adjustment, women. Each name was a landmine. Many individuals listed within were currently sipping tea and reading newspapers in the Linjiang Municipal Bureau office, even frequently discussing the construction of a clean government on television. Every symbol following a name represented leverage, a Damocles sword hanging over their heads. Chun Hao leaned in for a closer look and gasped, his face paling. Sir, this is going to create a hole in Lin Jiang's sky. Create a hole? Su Bai snapped the notebook shut with a clap, casually stuffing it into his inner pocket, pressing it against his chest. This was not merely an account book. It was a life and death ledger controlling the very veins of Lin Jiang's political landscape. With it, Su Bai had become the chess master. Just then, the encrypted phone belonging to Li Jiangguo vibrated in his pocket. Su Bai took it out for a glance and raised his hand, signaling everyone to silence. The moment he answered the call, the hostility within him dissipated entirely, his voice steady and powerful. Secretary. Li Jiangguo's breath came through the receiver, strained and heavy, the background noise chaotic, as if he were sneaking a call during a meeting. Su Bai, the commotion is too great. Li Jiangguo's voice revealed evident fatigue and anxiety. The police lights at Qinxing Building are visible even from the province. The provincial department just called me, asking if Lin Jiang is attempting armed secession. I suppressed it under the pretext of a military anti-terrorism drill, but that excuse can only be used once. I understand, Su Bai replied, his tone unchanged. You understand nothing. Li Jiangguo rarely cursed. The pressure I am under is unimaginable. If something goes wrong now, we both end up behind bars, eating porridge. What results do I want? 3 days. Su Bai gazed out at the night sky, extending 3 fingers. 3 days? Li Jiangguo paused. Within 3 days, I will provide you with a substantial gift. This gift will be significant enough to silence all those who wish to harm you. Su Bai's words brimmed with confidence. Even so, it could elevate you by another half level. A profound silence lingered on the other end of the phone for a full 5 seconds. Li Jiangguo was an astute individual. He comprehended the implication behind Su Bai's words. Very well. The authority in Li Jiangguo's voice returned. I shall grant you 3 days. If there is no progress by then, I can no longer guarantee your safety, so take heed. The call ended. Su Bai gazed at the darkened screen, his expression turning frigid. The vessel of Li Jiangguo could not capsize just yet, but it was also unreliable. In the treacherous game of power, allies could swiftly transform into those who would cast you off a precipice. The solitary solution was to render oneself stronger than all others. He turned around to face the silent assembly. Chun Hao, present. Chun Hao immediately straightened his posture. This old fool is of no use. Su Bai gestured toward the housekeeper on the ground. Take him to the abandoned cold storage at the dock area. Find 2 discreet brothers to keep watch. Apart from me, no one is permitted to see him. Remember, do not let him die, nor allow him too much comfort. Upon hearing the words cold storage, the housekeeper's eyelids fluttered, and he fainted on the spot. Understood. Chun Hao grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I have plenty of ways to make him regret ever being born. Moreover, starting tomorrow, Morningstar Capital will resume regular operations. Su Bai adjusted his collar, his tone reverting to a languid demeanor. Announced to the public that all remaining employees will receive double salaries and bonuses. The mess left by Gao Mingyuan, we can manage. This is akin to spending a fortune to acquire a horse's bones, first stabilizing the hearts of the people. However, Su Bai's tone shifted. All personnel from the finance and legal departments shall be dismissed. I will arrange for specialists to take over. Boss, where do we find such professionals? Chun Hao scratched his head. Those accountants are all exceptionally capable, and simply picking someone at random may not suffice to manage such a colossal enterprise. You need not concern yourself with that. Su Bai offered no further explanation. The so-called specialists were, of course, top-tier AI programs managed by the system. In this world, there is no accounting more loyal or precise than that devoid of emotion. Remove the individuals and erase the evidence. In half an hour, I want this floor to appear as though nothing has transpired. Understood. Chun Hao waved his hand, and several subordinates efficiently dragged the housekeeper away, akin to handling a lifeless dog. Soon, the expansive top-floor office was left with Su Bai alone. He approached the colossal floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing down at the city beneath him, the neon lights flowed through the night, resembling the golden veins of the metropolis. Yet behind this glamorous facade surged countless unspeakable filth and vice. From this night forth, the underground order of this city shall. Chapter 80 Your Merit. My vulnerability at 3 in the morning, the wind in Linjiang City carried a damp chill. Su Bai pushed open the glass door of Qinxing Building, and as the night wind swept in, the sweat trapped beneath his shirt was instantly chilled. He lowered his head to sniff his sleeve, the pungent scent of gunpowder overpowering the lingering fragrance of his cologne. The bloodstain at the entrance had been washed away by a high-pressure water gun. leaving only a dark mark. Chen Hao and his crew were adept at handling violence, and it seemed they were equally skilled at cleaning up afterward. In the shadow of a streetlight, a black Volkswagen Passat idled quietly. The windows were tinted dark, and the exhaust pipe continued to emit wisps of white smoke. Su Bai opened the passenger door, slumping into the seat, adjusting the backrest as his joints emitted a series of crisp cracks. Captain Lin, why are we in a private car instead of a police vehicle? Is this overtime or a clandestine meeting? The driver, Lin Qingxue, remained silent. The heat inside the car was stifling, causing a sense of unease. She wore an unremarkable gray sweatshirt, her usually tidy ponytail slightly disheveled, with strands of hair falling beside her ears. Her fingers, gripping the steering wheel, were pale, the nails digging deeply into the leather covering. The atmosphere was tense. Su Bai stole a glance at her, instinctively reaching for a cigarette in his pocket. Just as his fingers brushed the pack, a piercing gaze shot towards him. Lost your tongue? He felt compelled to retract his hand, raising it above his head in a gesture of surrender. Su Bai, Lin Qingxue finally spoke, her voice dry and gravelly, as if she were swallowing sand. Do you think I have too much free time on my hands? Or perhaps a peculiar penchant for collecting corpses? Not at all, Captain Lin. You are a public servant, dedicated to serving the people. Cut the banter. Lin Qingxue snapped, turning her head sharply, her eyes red with suppressed emotions, the culmination of extreme tension. Armed helicopters? Precision detonations? Do you think this is a Hollywood blockbuster? If that aircraft had deviated even half a meter, or if that detonator had exploded a second earlier, I would be shoveling your remains into a bag right now. Do you even realize what you are doing? She had stood guard for a full 40 minutes. Watching the flames erupt from the top floor left her mind blank, even forgetting to breathe. The feeling of helplessly watching him walk into a dead end was more painful than a knife wound. Su Bai regarded her. This woman, usually assertive while apprehending thieves, was now visibly shaken. He concealed his nonchalant smile and produced a still-warm USB drive from his pocket, flicking his wrist. The USB traced an arc before landing on the center console, bouncing twice before resting beside Lin Qingxue. What is this? She glanced at it without moving. Black accounts of Qingxing Capital over the past 3 years, along with the recorded confession from the housekeeper earlier. Su Bai reclined, resting his hands behind his head, eyes closed in relaxation. This evidence could imprison Li Wei and his executives for a long time. With a stroke of luck, we might be able to dig deeper and expose that old scoundrel Zhao Dahan. The cabin was filled only with the soft hum of the engine. Lin Qingxue stared at the small black device, her breath hitching slightly. This was something the seasoned officers in the Economic Crime Division couldn't even procure after years of toil. Su Bai strolled in, caused an explosion, and casually tossed it out like this. This stirred the city's murky waters. Lin Qingxue's voice tightened as her fingertips brushed against the cold exterior of the USB drive. What does this mean? A division of spoils? This is called police-civilian cooperation, Su Bai replied languidly, with a hint of mischief in his tone. You take the credit, you arrest the suspects, you solve the case. I have just one request. Make a bigger noise. The louder the better. Only with the police's thunderous sweep can we eradicate the cancerous elements within Qingxing Capital, clearing the way for my system's AI to take over legitimately. We must wield the knife of opportunity, while ensuring the blade believes it has profited. Lin Qingxue clenched the USB drive, its edges digging painfully into her palm. She looked at the man beside her. Just hours ago, he was a disgraced officer. Half an hour ago, a lunatic orchestrating armed helicopters. Now, he transformed into a figure offering up grand merit. Su Bai, Lin Qingxue observed his profile. I know there are circumstances surrounding your dismissal from the team, and I understand you are undercover. But an undercover agent cannot mobilize that level of firepower or acquire such critical black accounts. Whose side are you really on? Does it matter? Su Bai turned to gaze at the streetlights receding outside, their light and shadow slicing across his face. Some rotten tree roots cannot be severed by an axe. They require a chainsaw. Regardless of whether I am a deity or a demon, at least our guns are currently pointed in the same direction. Lin Qingxue fell silent. In this city where even justice must tread carefully, Su Bai's crude and direct chainsaw proved far more effective than any convoluted protocols. Yet, this chainsaw was exceedingly sharp and without careful handling. It could easily injure oneself. She shifted gears and released the handbrake. Where to? Home, Su Bai replied. Lin Qingxue pressed the accelerator. The sensation of being pushed back into her seat was immediate. I want to see a detailed report in the office by 8 tomorrow morning. Don't think you can gloss over this with some half-hearted excuse. Subai chuckled, fastening his seatbelt. As you command, Captain Lin. The Volkswagen merged into traffic, its red taillights swiftly disappearing into the depths of the night. At the top floor of Qinxing Building, before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Chunhao watched the departing vehicle below and retrieved his phone to dial a number. The old man has left. Those officers were a path left for us, but they are also pushing us towards the right track. He paused, his tone suddenly turning severe as he roared into the phone. Relay the message, starting tomorrow. Everyone is to wear suits and ties. Get rid of those flamboyant shirts and gaudy gold chains. Anyone caught flaunting tattoos or vulgarity will find themselves skinned alive. On the other end, a subordinate's voice came through weakly, tinged with a hint of grievance. Brother Hao, can I still wear my tight pants and loafers? I just bought a Gucci pair. Forget your Gucci. Chunhao's forehead throbbed with anger. Black leather shoes. The kind you can use as a mirror. And wear loose-fitting trousers. Damn it, from now on, we are legitimate businessmen and must exhibit class. Do you understand what class means? If anyone dares to wear loafers to work tomorrow, I will personally chop off their feet and boil them in their shoes. After hanging up, Chunhao rubbed his bald head, gazing at the reflection in the glass, a visage marred by excess flesh. I endeavored to muster a semblance of a benevolent smile. My lips twitched, resembling a recently released convict poised to exact revenge upon society. Alas, my scant education has proven inadequate to cultivate the refinement of a genteel rogue. Meanwhile, at a clandestine villa on the opposite end of the city, Li Jiangguo set down his wine glass, listening to his subordinate's report, his expression darker than the liquid within the glass. What did you say? You cannot locate the identification number? Indeed, Secretary Li, the voice on the other end trembled. The armed helicopter had no flight clearance, and the air traffic control was equally bewildered. The radar had only captured a fleeting signal for mere minutes before it vanished into thin air, akin to a specter. Furthermore, the remnants of explosive materials at the scene had been analyzed, revealing military-grade, high-purity C4, with a startlingly high level of purity. Li Jiangguo tightened his grip on the stem of the glass. The inability to trace it was the most terrifying aspect. If it could be traced back to a specific military district or security firm, regardless of their rank, there would at least be a trail to follow. However, the absence of any lead suggested that Su Bai's backing might lie beyond the conventional power structure, perhaps in a realm entirely beyond his reach. Just how many cards does this young man hold? 3 days. He suddenly grasped the significance of this 3-day ultimatum. It was not merely a declaration of allegiance from Su Bai, but rather a warning. It was akin to a knife placed at his throat, with a smile asking if he would comply. Quite intriguing. Li Jiangguo rose and approached the window. The night was thickening. It appeared that, indeed, he had placed his bet wisely this time. Although this treasure was perilously hot, potentially capable of incinerating the entire Linjiang. He drained the glass in one swift motion, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Since he had boarded this ship, he could only sink all others. Outside the window, the east began to show a pallid light. Dawn was breaking over Linjiang, but for certain individuals, the nightmare was only just commencing. Chapter 81. The ghost knocks on the door. The king of hell demands a life at 4 a.m. Su Bai returned to his safe haven, a luxurious apartment situated in the heart of the city. This was acquired with the rewards bestowed by the system, spanning an impressive 180 square meters. The decor was minimalist, featuring only essential furnishings, leaving the space remarkably vacant. He discarded his shirt, stained with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, into the trash, and walked bare-chested into the bathroom. Warm water cascaded from above, washing away his fatigue. His muscles relaxed slightly under the flow, yet his nerves remained taut. Tonight's endeavor was a gamble of fortune. Had it not been for Li Jiangguo's contingency plan, a reckless assault on Qinxing would have led to certain demise. Gao Mingyuan, that cunning old fox, was far more ruthless than anticipated. Su Bai turned off the water, dried his body, and donned a fresh set of loungewear. He retrieved a bottle of chilled water from the refrigerator and seated himself before the computer in the living room. He refrained from turning on the lights. The glow from the screen illuminated his chiseled features. The black notebook, which he had taken from the safe, lay beside the keyboard. The King of Hell's book, he named it in his mind. He flipped open the first page, revealing the name Lu Jijun. The god-level hacking technique activated in his mind, and the world morphed into a different visage. He scrutinized the names and dates inscribed in the notebook, his fingertips dancing across the keyboard. There were no superfluous movements. Each keystroke precisely summoned vast amounts of information. The public registry system, internal banking databases, traffic surveillance networks, and even some gray market trading platforms hidden within the dark web. Countless streams of data flooded his vision. This antiquated king of hell's book came alive before his eyes. Behind each name lay an extensive and sordid web of connections. Within 3 days, a grand gift awaited. Subai leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself. This gift must satisfy Li Jianguo, demonstrating his worth, while remaining inconspicuous enough to avoid provoking Gao Mingyuan into a desperate frenzy. It needed to be calculated, ruthless, leaving Gao Mingyuan in a state of helplessness. His gaze moved slowly across the notebook, each name flickering across his retina. Wang Jinhua, the deputy director of the municipal bureau, a staunch ally of Gao Mingyuan. Targeting him would be tantamount to declaring war. The timing was not yet ripe. The director of the construction committee, responsible for the planning of the new urban area. There were ample benefits, but the connections ran too deep. Uprooting one carrot would inevitably disturb the mud, leading to chaos. Suddenly, a name caused Su Bai's fingers to halt. Qian Kuan, deputy director of the Municipal Bureau of Land and Resources. March 2021, Shiqing Old District Redevelopment, 20 share. Qian Kuan. Su Bai scoffed. This individual was a significant financial figure within Gao Mingyuan's organization, responsible for legitimizing those unsavory land transactions. He was cautious, never dealing in cash. All benefits were transformed through complex financial products and third-party holdings, making it exceedingly difficult to seize any incriminating evidence. Yet, before Su Bai's capital I and God-level hacking technique, these facades crumbled effortlessly. Within seconds, all of Qian Kuan's secret assets were laid bare. One transaction particularly caught Su Bai's attention. 3 months prior, Qian Kuan, through 7 layers of shell companies, legally auctioned a commercial plot valued at nearly 100 million to a company under his mistress's name. The entire process was seamless. Quite intriguing. Su Bai's finger lightly tapped the touchpad, bringing forth the interface of a Weibo account. The ID read Lily's happy life. The profile picture featured a meticulously made-up young woman, set against a backdrop of opulent villas and sports cars. The latest Weibo post was from yesterday, showcasing a close-up of a property deed. Although key information was obscured, the vivid red seal and the characters of Linjiang City's housing authority were strikingly conspicuous. The caption read, "A reward for hard work, my first little house, must love myself more." Su Bai examined the woman's face in the photograph and compared it to the ID photo of Qian Kuan's mistress obtained from the back end. It was the same individual. A smile crept upon Su Bai's lips. Truly, the heavens were aiding me. Meanwhile, at an exclusive private club in Linjiang, the top-floor tea room of Jingxin's High, a woman clad in a red qipao elegantly brewed a pot of pu'er tea. Her figure was enchanting, her eyes exuding a hint of allure, yet her demeanor conveyed an inexplicable tranquility. She was the leader of Zhuke Hall, Hong Yang. A man stood behind her, reporting in hushed tones. According to our sources, the scene has been sealed off by the military, publicly claimed to be an anti-terror drill. Members of the Baihu Hall were unharmed, while the internal security of Qinxing capital and Gao Mingyuan's cadre of assassins were all apprehended. The military? The hand of Hong Yang, pouring tea, faltered slightly, hot tea spilling over the edge of the cup, yet she appeared oblivious. Indeed, 2 armed helicopters broke through the walls, led by a major. Hong Yang pushed the spilled tea aside, picking up another cup to brew with diligence. It seemed that the waters of Linjiang were about to become tumultuous. Gazing at the deepening night outside the window, her red lips parted slightly. Send a note to Su Bai, inviting the new master of Qinxing to taste this year's new tea. What she sought was not the wealth of Qinxing capital, but rather the individual capable of moving that mountain of gold. Within the safe house, Su Bai registered a new Weibo account, under the ID Linjiang Whistleblower. He wasted no words, merely uploading a screenshot of the Weibo post from Qian Kuan's mistress, encircling the reflection of a man's profile in the corner of the photo, none other than Qian Kuan himself. Simultaneously, he replaced the censored property deed with an unaltered, high-definition original obtained from the Housing Authority's backend. The owner's name, ID number, and property address were all crystal clear. Lastly, he added a line of text. A hidden beauty in the Golden House. Deputy Director Qian is quite the enthusiast. I wonder whose money was used to purchase this $100 million little house. Linjiang Disciplinary Commission Linjiang release. With a click, he sent the post. Completing this task, Subai shut down the computer and carefully stored the King of Hell's book. The first bullet had already been fired. He approached the window and drew back the curtains. In the eastern sky, dawn broke, heralding the start of a new day. For Qian Kuan, however, his end was nigh. Chapter 82, A Weibo Post. A tremor at 7 o'clock sharp. The morning rush hour had yet to bring the elevated bridge in Linjiang to a standstill, yet the internet had already succumbed to paralysis. The whistleblower's Weibo post ignited fervent discussions throughout the city. The comments section resembled a grand comedic performance. Goodness, that property certificate is blazingly red. Jiangshanipin. That's the affluent district of Linjiang, where the security guards are fiercer than SWAT officers. If that was indeed purchased with a legitimate salary, I would livestream myself eating excrement while standing on my head. Count your blessings upstairs. I've seen that woman too. She posts daily about the significance of hard work, as if her goal is merely to tighten the waistband of director Qian's trousers. This gossip is ripe. I thought that internet celebrity's face looked familiar. Turns out she is director Qian's adopted daughter. Linjiang Commission for Discipline Inspection, stop playing dead. If you fail to investigate this, I suspect the air conditioning in your office has frozen you solid. Once public opinion spreads, it becomes exceedingly difficult to contain. Outside the city's Bureau of Land and Resources, cameras and microphones were set up more densely than during an anti-terrorism drill. Even the flutter of a fly could be captured in a 360-degree close-up. In the director's office on the top floor, Qian Kuan had locked himself inside. The air conditioning set to a chilling 16 degrees, yet sweat continued to pour down his face. His hands trembled violently as he struggled to unlock his phone, which was slick with perspiration. He needed to contact Gao Yi. As long as Gao Yi was willing to protect him, this incident could be suppressed. Such occurrences were not unprecedented. A casual temporary worker could be hired to take the fall, followed by a clarifying announcement, and in a few days, who would remember? Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable, a mechanical female voice echoed, extinguishing his last glimmer of hope. Undeterred, Qian Kuan reached out to several of his usual acquaintances, who called him Brother Qian with feigned warmth. Hello? Old Qian? Oh, I'm in a meeting right now. The signal is bad. As the call ended, Qian Kuan stared at the blackened screen, suddenly feeling as if the office had grown cavernous and eerily silent. With a sudden crash, he hurled his phone to the ground, shattering the screen into a spiderweb of cracks. These bastards. They feasted off him in good times, yet in moments of turmoil, they fled like rabbits. Qian Kuan slumped in his leather swivel chair, his tie constricting his throat. In the suburbs, at the Gao family mansion, the morning air was laden with the dew's humidity. Gao Mingyuan, dressed in a pristine white practice uniform, wielded a pair of scissors crafted from pure gold, glinting under the sunlight. He meticulously pruned a pot of rohan pine, which he had nurtured for a decade, every branch's trajectory under his control. The butler, Lao Jiao, hurried over, clutching a tablet, his pace noticeably more urgent than usual. Sir, there's an explosion over at Qian Kuan's side. Gao Mingyuan did not cease his meticulous work. With a decisive snip, a wayward branch fell. Is there quite a commotion? He inquired in a tone as indifferent as if he were asking whether breakfast was salty or bland. It's all curses being hurled, and reporters have blocked all exits. Lao Jiao lowered his voice. Qian Kuan has been trying to reach you. With a dismissive puff of sawdust from the scissors, Gao Mingyuan didn't even lift his eyes. When a tree grows crooked, it must be pruned. If left unchecked, it steals nutrients and becomes an eyesore. Lao Jiao bent down, acknowledging his orders. Tell him to keep his mouth shut. As long as he refrains from speaking recklessly, his family in Vancouver can continue residing in their grand villa and driving luxury cars. If he cannot keep his lips sealed finally, Gao Mingyuan raised his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his face. Then let his wife and children come down to accompany him, a family reunion. Lao Jiao felt a chill run down his spine. Understood. Gao Mingyuan set down the scissors and took a hot towel to wipe his hands, his gaze drifting afar. Subai? He toyed with the name on his tongue. This young man was unlike Lin Qingxue, a naive fool who only adhered to rules. He understood public opinion, wielded it as a weapon, and played the game artfully. Though he possessed the ledger, he refrained from revealing everything at once. Instead, he seemed to toy with his adversary, taking a finger today, a foot tomorrow. This was a psychological game, intended to instill fear in Gao Mingyuan as he watched his empire crumble bit by bit. Since he wished to play, Gao Mingyuan decided to indulge him. He tossed the towel back onto the tray, his tone suddenly cold as he instructed. Call the provincial office. Is this young man not Li Jiangguo's blade? Then I shall break this blade first. Investigate his background. I refuse to believe there exists a cat that does not steal fish. At the municipal police station, Lin Qingxue felt like a mere jest. After an entire night of sleeplessness and consuming 3 cans of Red Bull, the evidence chain she had compiled was sufficient to convict Li Wei 10 times over. Yet the result? The division chief tossed the report onto the table, stating that the impact was too significant and urged for unity before dismissing her. Merely apprehend Li Wei, categorizing it as poor corporate management. As for the influential figures involved in the cash flow, insufficient evidence, to be addressed later. This was not a later issue, but rather a do-not-mention-it later scenario. Lin Qingxue stood at the end of the corridor, gazing at the bustling traffic outside. Her fists clenched. She even considered tearing off her police uniform and throwing it in the division chief's face. But she could not. Just then, her phone vibrated. That irritating number. Su Bai, have you known this would happen all along? Lin Qingxue bit her teeth and demanded. Had a hunch. If it were that easy to take them all down, Gao Mingyuan would have long been behind a sewing machine instead of pruning his wretched pine trees. Lin Qingxue retorted, then why provide me with this information? Apply some pressure. Otherwise, these people are far too idle. Su Bai chuckled softly, don't lose heart. This is merely an appetizer. By the way, keep an eye on Qian Kuan. I fear he may not survive until the day of judgment. What do you mean? Literally. Gao Mingyuan is most adept at preserving appearances for others. The call ended. Lin Qingxue glared at her phone, muttering a curse before turning and sprinting towards the detention room. Regardless of how much she loathed Su Bai, his intelligence had never missed the mark. In a secure house, Su Bai toyed with a black button in his hand. A product of the system, it was undoubtedly exquisite. Gao Mingyuan's listening device, single use. This device had been discreetly affixed to Gao Mingyuan's phone during the chaos of the previous night. Unless he changed his phone. Even if he were in Antarctica, Su Bai would be able to hear him pass gas. He pressed the activation button. A faint crackling sound came through the earpiece, followed by Gao Mingyuan's aged and somber voice. Indeed, this fellow is excessively audacious. Li Jiangguo intends to use him against me, but I shall first extract his fangs. After a brief silence, it seemed he was listening to the other party. Suddenly, an entirely unfamiliar voice interjected. The voice was not loud, yet it carried an air of arrogance and authority cultivated through years of holding power, overpowering even the quality of the receiver. Old Gao, do you need to trouble me over such trivial matters? The provincial directive is to seek stability and avoid creating significant disturbances. Director Zhou, this is far from trivial. This young man may possess something of value. Enough. The individual addressed as Director Zhou interrupted Gao Mingyuan. Tomorrow, I will lead a team to Linjiang under the guise of supervising operations. In truth, I shall have the personnel from the supervisory office detain that Su Bai. Once he enters the dark confines of the Discipline Inspection Commission, I have myriad methods to extract information from him, or perhaps, ensure his silence forever. Su Bai tightened his grip on the edge of the table. Director Zhou, the director of the Second Supervisory Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, Zhou Yi, the legendary Zhou Yinwang. Gao Mingyuan's maneuver was indeed ruthless. Rather than engaging in subterfuge, he opted for overt use of official power, a decisive strike. This was akin to cutting off the firewood from under the pot. Su Bai removed his headphones and chuckled, finding himself intrigued. He had been contemplating how to reel in this big fish, only to find it presenting itself at his doorstep. Since you are coming, I shall prepare a grand gift for you. Su Bai reopened the volume of Yen Wang Bu, turning to a new page, and inscribed 2 characters, Zhou Yi. In this game, the roles of hunter and prey are not so easily defined. After all, if the king of hell desires your demise at the 3rd watch, who dares let you linger until the 5th? You wish to investigate me? Then let us see who meets their end first. At that moment, a system notification abruptly sounded. Significant crisis detected for the host, triggering mission. Counterattack against Zhou Yinwang. Mission reward, Divine Disguise Technique, permanent, critical leverage, X1. Mission failure penalty, citywide manhunt. Su Bai smiled. This round, fortune favors the bold. He retrieved a new USB drive from his drawer, his expression cold and resolute. Since you have come, do not expect to leave. The true spectacle is only just beginning. Chapter 83. The mantis, the yellow weasel, and the hunter. The night was pitch black. Su Bai sat in the executive chair, toying with the black USB drive in his hand. The cold light from the screen cast shadows on his face, revealing no trace of emotion. Gao Mingyuan's maneuver was indeed ruthless. On the surface, he sought out Zhou Yi from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, aiming to utilize official power to eliminate a burgeoning thorn. Behind the scenes, he likely had already paid for a contract killing. Unfortunately for him, he remained unaware that this thorn was electrified. Su Bai picked up the encrypted satellite phone, his fingertips dancing across the keys. The line connected with a single ring. So late. Li Jiangwo's voice was low, the faint sound of paper rustling in the background indicating that the mayor was still working late. Secretary, I heard the province is sending someone to oversee the work. Su Bai lit a cigarette, but did not smoke, watching the smoke rise in wisps. The other end paused in surprise. Li Jiangwo had just received this insider information, and the documents hadn't even left the provincial government compound. How did this young man know? It was Gao Mingyuan who informed me, Li Jiangwo stated without hesitation, his tone heavy. This is directed at you, as well as at me. If Zhou Yi, that rabid dog, sinks his teeth in, I too will face consequences. If the rabid dog comes, we will fight back. Su Bai's tone remained calm as he mentioned discarding the garbage bags at the entrance. In recent years, Gao Mingyuan had staked everything on Hongfa construction in his attempt to cleanse his image, particularly the city's key livelihood project, the Youth Talent Apartment. What if that building collapsed before it was completed? Tell me, when the provincial supervisory team arrives, will they first investigate me? A nameless figure, or the shoddy construction project? Li Jiangwo fell silent for a moment before his voice sharpened. Do you have evidence? In order to meet the deadline, Hongfa Construction replaced the steel bars in the load-bearing columns with bamboo slats and downgraded the cement quality by 2 levels. As for evidence, Su Bai smiled, flicking the ash from his cigarette. It's all embedded within the columns. If your people go to the site tonight and knock a few times, they will find everything. Once the plaster falls, no matter how many mouths Gao Mingyuan has, he won't be able to explain himself. By then, Director Zhou will likely be too busy cleaning up after his old friend to even consider interrogating me. The sound of a lighter igniting came from the other end, followed by a long exhale. Li Jiangwo was a clever man. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, Su Bai, this move of yours is rather insidious. All's fair in war, Su Bai replied, hanging up the phone and extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The next morning, the city of Linjiang was in an uproar. Several shocking photographs circulated wildly on local forums. At the construction site for the Youth Talent Apartment, a sudden safety inspection revealed gaping holes in multiple load-bearing walls. The filling material cascaded down, exposing not steel bars, but darkened bamboo strips, even mixed with unopened instant noodle packets. Public sentiment erupted instantaneously. A joint investigative team personally ordered by Li Jiangwo had already entered Hongfa Construction before the media could catch wind of the situation. They examined accounts, sealed the site, and detained those responsible, executing a seamless operation that left Gao Mingyuan no time to react. Originally sitting in his office, waiting to see Su Bai's misfortune, Gao Mingyuan was struck dumb by this unexpected blow. Hongfa Construction was not only his financial lifeline, but also a critical channel for siphoning benefits to the province. Now that this lifeline had been severed, Zhou Yi's convoy had just entered Linjiang, forcing him to pause and avoid suspicion, leaving him with no energy to deal with Su Bai. At the top floor of Morningstar Building, the once stale air of a bandit's den had dissipated, replaced by the fragrance of cedar incense. Chun Hao wore an ill-fitting black suit, the tie pulled tight around his neck, turning his complexion red. He sat awkwardly on the leather sofa, unable to find comfort, his legs neither properly crossed nor together. Grandfather, this foreign attire is truly uncomfortable. The pants are constricting. Chun Hao tugged at his collar, a look of discomfort on his face. I just went to the restroom, and the zipper nearly snagged on my... Well, you know, from now on, you are a respectable businessman. You must be mindful of your image. Su Bai leaned back in his chair, his gaze scanning the computer screen. Countless data streams danced frantically across the display. The AI managing the system was diligently cleaning up the severely compromised accounts of Morningstar Capital. Every trace of illicit funds was precisely tracked, subsequently laundered through intricate offshore maneuvers, and reintegrated into legitimate channels. Chun Hao, unable to comprehend the codes, merely felt that the hacker Su Bai had recruited was extraordinarily skilled, managing to tame the notoriously slippery finance department. By the way, grandfather, a woman came down from downstairs just now. She claimed to be from Jingxin Zhai and insisted on delivering a message to you. Jingxin Zhai, the matchmaker. A thorny rose in the underground world of Linjiang. She started by selling information and plays both sides. Even Gao Mingyuan gives her some respect. What did she bring? Chen Hao quickly handed over his Zetonwood box. Su Bai opened it to reveal a gold-embossed black invitation, bearing only 8 words. Tonight at midnight, let us have a quiet conversation. The elegant script exuded an air of undeniable authority. Detected key figure, Queen of Intelligence, Hong Yang. Triggered sign-in task, night visit to Jingxin Zhai. Su Bai closed the lid, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The waters of Linjiang were becoming increasingly murky, with all manner of demons and spirits eager to make their mark. Was this a banquet of the Hongmen, or an initiation? At that moment, the red landline on the desk vibrated abruptly. This number was highly confidential. Su Bai pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Su Bai? The voice was cold, carrying an air of arrogance cultivated by years of issuing commands. The rustling of papers could be heard through the receiver, each word sounding as if it were being huffed from the nostrils. This is Zhou Yi from the 2nd Supervision Room of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Chen Hao, who had been fidgeting with his tie, nearly choked himself upon hearing the words Discipline Inspection Commission. His eyes widened, his face turning pale, and he held his breath. The King of Hell, the infamous ruler of those who enter only to face dire consequences. Yet Su Bai merely laughed, reclining in his chair, feet propped on the desk, his tone lighthearted. Director Zhou, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hear you encountered a bit of a mess with Hongfa Construction shortly after arriving in Linjiang. How diligent of you to call me. On the other end of the line, there was a momentary gasp, clearly taken aback by Su Bai's nonchalant demeanor. Young man, a sharp tongue may not always be a virtue. Zhou Yi's tone darkened, imbued with an icy undertone. We must investigate the disciplinary issues that arose during your tenure at the Linjiang Municipal Public Security Bureau. You are hereby summoned to room 302 of the Linjiang Municipal Committee's reception center at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning for questioning. This is not a matter for negotiation. It is an order. Should you fail to cooperate, we reserve the right to take coercive measures. Zhou Yi added, the threat hanging palpably in the air. Chen Hao frantically gestured to Su Bai, signaling him not to confront directly, for that was the provincial commissioner. Ignoring Chen Hao's frantic, almost cramping eyes, Su Bai lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. Cooperation? Of course, I shall cooperate. He picked up the USB drive contai. Chapter 84. The Crimson Skull and the Throne of Bones at the Hour of the Rat. Outside the Jingxin studio, a discreet black Audi A8 came to a steady halt. Behind the wheel, Chen Hao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms clammy with sweat. Stealing a glance at the serene Su Bai in the back seat through the rearview mirror, he swallowed hard and could not restrain himself from speaking. Master, this Jingxin studio is no ordinary place. That Hong Yang, her heart is darker than coal, and the blood on her hands is no less than ours. Do we truly have to go in? Chen Hao's voice trembled with tension. In the underworld of Linjiang, Hong Yang was a legend. No one had witnessed her in action, yet those who offended her vanished without a trace. Su Bai opened his eyes, his gaze calm. How much chaos could a mere tea vendor stir? His eyes fell upon Chen Hao's neck, constricted by his tie, and he spoke with a nonchalant tone. It is not Hong Yang that you fear. It is yourself still trapped in the role of a street thug. This single remark jolted Chen Hao back to reality, his face flushing. Indeed, having followed his master, witnessing armed helicopters and toppling Morningstar Capital, how could he still fear a mere woman? It was his own vision that was limited. Master, I understand now. Chen Hao steadied himself, his eyes regaining their fierce intensity. The car door swung open. At the entrance of the Jingxin studio stood no fierce security guards, only 2 elegantly dressed maids in black kipayos, their figures graceful, smiles affable. Apologies, sir. Jingxin studio is not open to the public. They blocked Chen Hao with a gentle yet firm tone. Chen Hao's brows furrowed, ready to protest. But Su Bai had already extended a gold-embossed black invitation from the window. Upon seeing the invitation, the maid's professional smiles transformed into respectful expressions. They accepted the invitation with both hands and bowed, saying, "A distinguished guest has arrived. Please come in." Another maid intercepted Chen Hao, smiling. "Sir, your place is prepared in the tea room over there." Without looking back, Su Bai left a simple command. "Wait for me here." Su Bai was led to a tea room on the top floor, named Ting Yuxian. As he pushed open the door, a wave of tranquil sandalwood enveloped him, accompanied by the faint sound of Guqin music, instantly isolating him from the clamor of the outside world. A woman in a red qipao stood with her back to the door, meticulously arranging an exquisite set of purple clay tea utensils. Under the light, her silhouette formed a breathtaking curve, reminiscent of a poppy blooming in the night. She was Hong Yang. "Mr. Su, you possess remarkable audacity." Without turning, Hong Yang's voice dripped with seduction, each word stirring the waters of Linjiang. "And yet you dare to come to my humble abode for tea." She pushed a freshly brewed cup of tea toward the vacant seat across from her. "Taste it. This year's pre-rain Longjing is perfect for dispelling the gunpowder scent clinging to you." The words were soft, yet the blade was sharp. The opening gambit was a show of authority. Subai calmly took a seat and drained the cup in one gulp. Immediately, he frowned slightly. The tea was indeed of high quality. He set down the cup and raised his gaze to meet Hong Yang's slowly turning captivating visage. Regrettably, the water was not suitable. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Hong Yang's beautiful eyes. "Oh, what is wrong? Using last night's rainwater to brew tea may seem elegant, yet it is tainted by the dust of too many mortals, muddling the true flavor of the tea." Subai leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Much like Linjiang, an old set of tea utensils attempting to pass off as fresh-picked tea leaves. It simply lacks the right taste. His words held a double entendre. For the first time, the charming smile on Hong Yang's face faltered. This young man was more formidable than she had anticipated. The knives she had thrown were effortlessly caught, only for him to counter with an even sharper blade. "Ha!" Hong Yang's laughter was a blend of charm and chaos, her bosom rising and falling. "Mr. Su, not only are you bold, but your tongue is sharp as well. What do you believe should be used for tea? Or rather, who possesses the authority to replace the utensils?" She leaned forward slightly, revealing a tantalizing glimpse, her breath fragrant as orchids. This was both a test and a temptation. Yet, Subai ignored her allure, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. "I am not here to replace the tea utensils." His tone was unassuming, yet carried significant weight. "I am here to establish the rules." His eyes swept over the priceless decor in the tea room before settling on Hong Yang. Gao Mingyuan has fallen, and Morningstar Capital has changed hands. It is time for the intelligence of this Jingxin studio to be updated. Bold, dominant. Hong Yang's smile vanished entirely, her expression transforming as she regarded this young man with newfound seriousness. He lacked the sinister demeanor of Gao Mingyuan, yet exuded a more primal sense of pressure. It was the aura of a predator. "Youthful one, your brilliance is too pronounced. Too rigid will lead to a break." Hong Yang's voice turned cold. "Gao Mingyuan has operated in Linjiang for 20 years, deeply entrenched. Do you think removing a few of his teeth means victory? Tomorrow, Director Zhou from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission will be inviting me for tea." Suddenly, Subai dropped a bombshell, observing Hong Yang's reaction with keen interest. Her pupils constricted. "Zhou Yinwang, this news is yet to reach even my intelligence network." In an instant, she comprehended Subai's intent. This young man aimed to inform her of his impending peril, urging her to recognize the situation and not to choose the wrong side. After a brief silence, Hong Yang refilled Subai's cup, a flirtatious smile returning to her face. "It seems your troubles are indeed considerable. I could facilitate a connection for you, ensuring Director Zhou is lenient. However, what benefit might I derive from this?" She finally revealed her true nature as a merchant. She sought to invest, hoping to transform this uncontrollable wild horse, Subai, into a pawn she could manipulate amid the storm. "Benefits?" Subai chuckled, his laughter laced with disdain. He rose, slowly approaching Hong Yang, leaning down. In the sudden tension of her gaze, he whispered in a voice only they could hear. "Your greatest benefit is that you can still sit here peacefully, brewing your tea. Unlike Gao Mingyuan, who is contemplating how to survive the rest of his life behind bars." Boom. Hong Yang's body froze, a chill racing from her spine to the crown of her head. This was not a negotiation, it was an unabashed threat. Subai straightened up, adjusting his attire as if nothing had transpired. He extracted a small, sleek black USB drive from his pocket and casually placed it on the tea tray, sliding it toward the matchmaker. "You are in the intelligence business. I present you with a lucrative opportunity." The matchmaker gazed at the USB drive, her eyes brimming with both trepidation and curiosity, her voice somewhat hoarse. "What is this?" "A token of introduction for Lord Zhou Yan." Subai turned and strode toward the door. "You shall deliver it for me. Alternatively, I could have someone take both you and it together." As his words echoed, he had already pulled open the door to the tea room. "Ah, one more thing." Subai paused, glancing back at her. "After tomorrow, the surname Su will reign in Linjiang. It would be prudent for your Jingxin studio to seek a patron of the surname Su. The door was gently closed. Within the tea room, only the matchmaker remained, sitting in a daze. She stared at the diminutive USB drive, as if it were a nuclear bomb capable of obliterating all of Linjiang. This man is a devil. Chapter 85: A Grand Gift. Sending Zhong on his journey after Su Bai departed, the tea room fell into a silence so profound that only the hurried breaths of the matchmaker could be heard. She yearned for a cigarette, fidgeting with a pure silver lighter that she usually manipulated effortlessly. Yet at this moment, it felt as cumbersome as a scalding coal, refusing to ignite. After several attempts, a flicker of flame finally emerged, nearly singeing her false eyelashes. As she inhaled, the nicotine filled her lungs, slightly alleviating the sense of dread akin to being stalked by a fierce beast. Her gaze fell upon the black USB drive on the table, her expression inscrutable. Su Bai had offered her no choice. It was a dagger thrust into her hands, compelling her to pledge allegiance. Clenching her teeth, the matchmaker retrieved a non-network notebook from a hidden compartment and inserted the USB drive. The moment the folder appeared, her eyelids fluttered violently. A grand gift for Director Zhou. She clicked to open it. There were no incriminating details about Jingxin Zhai, only the vulnerabilities of the man privately dubbed as Zhou Yanwang within the bureaucratic circles of Linjiang. First came the documents, an intricate maze of bank transactions, ranging from substantial transfers to cash deposits of tens of thousands, each linked to specific projects and patrons. Zhou Yi, April 2019, received 2 million in cash from Hongfa Construction. Location: Bihai Yintian Room, 888. Zhou Yi, utilizing his mistress Wang Li's account to hold overseas trusts. The more she read, the more her heart raced, her fingers uncontrollably gliding across the touchpad. These records were alarmingly detailed, as if Zhou Yi had meticulously maintained his own ledger. How had Su Bai acquired such information? If Gao Mingyuan possessed this, he would have long since ensnared Zhou Yi. Why then continue to lavishly support this figure? Next came the video. The footage was shaky, clearly captured by a pinhole camera. The background noise was chaotic, resembling a television broadcast. In the frame, Zhou Yi, typically stern and preaching party discipline, was now tying a tie around his forehead, embracing 2 scantily clad hostesses, a half bottle of Louis XIII in hand. In Handong, I am the law. Zhou Yi's face was flushed, spittle flying as he exclaimed, Gao Mingyuan is nothing. That is my cash cow. And that newly appointed municipal secretary, if he doesn't want to work, he can get lost. I have 100 ways to ruin him. The video lasted a mere 30 seconds, yet that brief duration was sufficient for Zhou Yi to face 100 deaths. With a snap, the matchmaker closed the laptop, her heart racing. This was brutal. This was no mere scandal. It was a nuclear bomb. Su Bai intended to tear open the heavens. Should she release this information, Gao Mingyuan would undoubtedly go mad, and the factional strife in the entire Handong province would escalate to a fever pitch. But if she refrained, recalling Su Bai's demeanor as he left, a shiver ran down her spine. Compared to the cunning old fox that was Gao Mingyuan, this young lone wolf instilled greater fear. Gao Mingyuan still played the game of interest exchange, while Su Bai was one to flip the table without regard for the consequences. Hey Lao Lu. The matchmaker seized the encrypted satellite phone, her voice dry. Initiate the preset push channel. By 8 tomorrow morning, I want every deputy department head and above in the province to receive a special morning news update in their private inboxes. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Boss, isn't this commotion too great? It could lead to trouble. Proceed. She growled, then slumped back against her chair. If I don't, I will be the one in trouble. A black Audi sped through the night. Chun Hao gripped the steering wheel, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror. Since getting into the car, the boss had closed his eyes, a disquieting smile lingering on his lips. Earlier at Jingxin Zhai, although he hadn't overheard the conversation, he had witnessed the matchmaker, usually so aloof, personally escorting the boss out, her face pale as if recovering from a severe illness. The aura of their boss was unparalleled. Drive carefully. Keep your eyes on the road, Su Bai said without opening his eyes. Chen Hao, startled, jolted the car slightly. Yes, Su Gu. In Su Bai's mind, the system's mechanical voice continued to resonate. Ding. Key character sign-in task. Night visit to Jingxin Zhai, completed. Evaluation, S rank. The host subdued the intelligence chief with decisive measures, crafting an intricate layout. Reward issued, God-level disguise technique, permanent, item, truth mask, single use. God-level disguise technique. No mask needed. Through precise control of facial muscles and skeletal adjustments, perfectly replicate anyone's appearance. Even one's own mother would not recognize them. Truth mask. Designed for direct questioning. The target is unable to lie. Subai raised an eyebrow. This disguise technique was intriguing. It could prove convenient for infiltration or assassination in the future. As for the truth mask, it might come in handy during the interrogation of Gao Mingyuan. His phone vibrated. It was Li Jiangguo. Subai, there's significant movement from Gao Mingyuan's side. Li Jiangguo's voice sounded weary, tinged with anger. Someone in the province is pressuring me, claiming we're recklessly detaining entrepreneurs, disrupting the business environment. Zhou Yi is set to interrogate you first thing tomorrow morning. They aim to legally pin you down. Let him interrogate. Subai adjusted to a comfortable posture. His tone is nonchalant, as if discussing breakfast plans for the next day. Secretary, you should turn off your phone now, disconnect the lines, and get a good night's sleep. Sleep? Li Jiangguo laughed in frustration. The situation is critical, and you tell me to sleep? Trust me. Subai gazed out at the passing streetlights. Tomorrow morning, you will be awakened by a phone call. Not a pressure call, but a joyous one. You little rascal. Li Jiangguo sighed. Fine, I'll indulge you this once. If we lose, I'll apply for early retirement, and we can go fishing together. You won't have that chance. With that, Subai ended the call, toying with his phone. Tomorrow was destined to be a grand spectacle. The following day, at 9 in the morning, Municipal Committee Reception Center, room 302. This room had been temporarily converted into an interrogation chamber. The curtains were drawn tightly, leaving only a stark white desk lamp illuminating the space. Zhou Yi sat behind the table, cradling a thermos cup, gently blowing on the goji berries floating on the surface of the water. Today, he had deliberately donned a Zhongshan suit, his hair slicked back to a glossy shine. To focus on the case, he had left his phone in a storage locker outside, not even glancing at the secretary delivering documents, who wore an expression of hesitation. He was eager to observe whether the young man named Subai could still maintain his arrogance in the face of the iron fist of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. General Gao had instructed to act swiftly and ruthlessly to crush this young man's bones to dust. The door swung open, and 2 staff members from the commission ushered Subai into the room. There were no handcuffs, no escorts. Clad in a simple white shirt, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Subai appeared as relaxed as a guest checking into a hotel. He surveyed the room, his gaze brushing over the corner where a red-lit camera was positioned, ultimately landing on Zhou Yi's face. Zhou Yi, setting down his thermos, adopted a stern expression, preparing to slam his hand on the table to assert his authority. Yet, Subai acted first. He approached the interrogation chair directly, not to sit down, but to disdainfully glance at the dust on the seat. With a flick of his finger, he brushed it off before leisurely taking his seat. Then, crossing his legs, he even smiled at Zhou Yi. Director Zhou, the tea in this establishment is quite subpar. Perhaps it should be de Hong Pao instead? It's rather astringent after steeping for too long. Zhou Yi was taken aback. In his many years of handling cases, he had encountered individuals who wept and pleaded, as well as those who resisted stubbornly. Yet, he had never encountered someone who turned the tables to critique the tea. Subai? Zhou Yi slammed his palm on the table, causing tea to splatter everywhere. Do you think this is a place for frivolity? Straighten your demeanor. Demeanor? Subai leaned back in his chair, a sly smile playing on his lips. My demeanor is quite fine. However, Director Zhou, your temper seems rather explosive. Did you not sleep well last night? Or perhaps, he lowered his voice and pointed to the ceiling. Are you concerned that the sword above might fall? Zhou Yi let out a cold laugh. I see you are one who will not shed tears until faced with the grave. Someone has reported your abuse of power, violent enforcement, and alleged collusion with criminal forces to undermine your competitors. Subai, your time is up. Oh, Subai raised an eyebrow. Who made the report? Gao Mingyuan. That's classified. Zhou Yi snapped, opening a folder and extracting a sheet of paper. Let us commence the questioning. Name? Subai remained silent, merely fixing Zhou Yi with a steady gaze. That look sent an inexplicable chill down Zhou Yi's spine. At that moment, a sudden flurry of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a cacophony of noise. Director Zhou is currently in an interrogation. You cannot enter. Get out. This is an order from the Provincial Party Committee. Bang. The door to the interrogation room was violently thrust open. Zhou Yi, furious, was about to turn and reprimand the intruder for their lack of awareness, only to be confronted by a group of individuals clad in dark blue uniforms. Leading them was a man whose badge gleamed under the lights. Zhao Gang, the director of the First Supervision Office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. He was Zhou Yi's arch-rival, notorious for his unyielding demeanor. Following Zhao Gang were several stern-faced special police officers. "Old Zhou, I see you are well," Zhao Gang remarked, holding a document bag that had yet to be sealed, his expression indifferent. Zhou Yi felt a sudden foreboding sensation wash over him. "Old Zhao, what is the meaning of this? I am in the midst of an investigation." "An investigation?" Zhao Gang scoffed, tossing a tablet computer onto the table before Zhou Yi. "You should take a look for yourself. The entire province is abuzz. Director Zhou, you have become a sensational internet celebrity in Handong province." Shaking, Zhou Yi picked up the tablet. On the screen was a video of his grandiose statements, which had gone viral. In that instant, he felt as though the blood in his veins had frozen. The thermos he held clattered to the floor, spilling hot tea all over his trousers, yet he felt no awareness of it. Across from him, Subai let out a soft sigh. "Director Zhou, I did mention that the tea was too hot after brewing for so long." He stood, adjusted his collar, and approached the pale-faced Zhou Yi, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "See. Dawn has arrived." Chapter 86. Who is the king of hell? Who is being judged? In room 302 of the guest house, the curtains were tightly drawn, and the air felt stifling. Zhou Yi set down his teacup, the bottom clinking against the table, producing a soft sound. Leaning back in his chair, he regarded Su Bai with an authoritative gaze. "Su Bai, you are quite punctual," he remarked, his tone brimming with the arrogance of one accustomed to power. "Young man, you possess a modicum of cleverness, but do not stray down the wrong path. Some rules are not for you to challenge." The two disciplinary inspection officials beside him wore expressionless faces, exuding an oppressive aura. This was a typical display of intimidation aimed at shattering the opponent's psychological defenses from the outset. However, Su Bai appeared oblivious to the implied threat, casually pulling out the chair opposite him and sitting down, even pouring himself a glass of water. "Director Zhou has traveled from the province. Let us not waste time and get straight to the point." This nonchalant demeanor caused Zhou Yi to furrow his brow. He disliked the sensation of losing control. "Well, since you are so eager," Zhou Yi sneered, extracting a document from his briefcase and tossing it onto the table. "We have received a report alleging that during your tenure at the Linjiang City Public Security Bureau, you colluded with criminal organizations, leaked police secrets, and accepted substantial bribes. Do you acknowledge these charges?" "I do not," Su Bai replied succinctly. "Stubborn, are we?" Zhou Yi's expression darkened. "We have witnesses. Your former deputy director, Wang Jinhua, has already confessed to your misconduct." "Su Bai, confess and you may be treated leniently. Resist, and the consequences will be severe. It is not too late to turn back now." Su Bai smiled, looking at Zhou Yi's face, which radiated an aura of control, as if gazing at a mere clown. "Director Zhou, has your performance concluded?" "What?" Zhou Yi was taken aback. "I said." Su Bai leaned forward, hands clasped on the table. "Your act is over. It is now my turn." He gently placed a black USB drive on the table, sliding it towards Zhou Yi. "I possess a report as well, and I would like the leaders of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission to examine it thoroughly." Zhou Yi regarded the USB drive with a sneer of disdain. "What? Do you think to threaten me with such underhanded tactics? Su Bai, you are far too naive." Suddenly, Zhou Yi's personal phone, which lay on the table, began to vibrate violently. The caller ID displayed a high-ranking official from the provincial committee whom he could not afford to offend. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Before he could answer, the phones of the two disciplinary officials beside him began to ring in succession. They answered their calls, listening intently, their faces draining of color as they turned to Zhou Yi with expressions filled with fear and disbelief. "Director Zhou," one stammered, "there's been an incident." Zhou Yi finally sensed something was amiss. Trembling, he answered the call. "Zhou, what have you done?" bellowed the voice on the other end, fierce as thunder. "Your misdeeds are now known throughout the entire provincial compound. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you." The call was abruptly terminated. Zhou Yi, clutching his phone, felt his mind go blank, his limbs cold. How could this be? He had executed his plans flawlessly. How could they possibly be exposed? He abruptly lifted his gaze to Su Bai, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. "It was you. You did this." "I merely restored some facts to their original form." Su Bai leaned back in his chair, his tone unperturbed. "Director Zhou, do you not enjoy interrogating others? Now, it is your turn to answer questions. Where did the over 30 million in overseas assets under your name come from? What role did you play in your brother Zhou Kai's shoddy construction projects? And as for Gao Mingyuan, how many benefits have you extracted from him over the years? With each question, Zhou Yi's complexion paled further. These inquiries struck at the very core of his facade, shattering his pretense. He slumped in his chair, drenched in sweat, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. It appears that Director Zhou is rather unwilling to cooperate. Su Bai stood up, leisurely walking to his side and picking up the blank interrogation record from the table. No matter, he placed the notebook and pen before Zhou Yi. His voice soft as a whisper. I have ample time to accompany you in this endeavor. After all, this little black room of the Discipline Inspection Commission is easy to enter but difficult to leave. With a thunderous crash, Zhou Yi's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He gazed at Su Bai, this young man who smiled yet appeared more fearsome than the true king of hell. Just then, the door to the room was kicked open from the outside. Entering were not Su Bai's associates, but a group of stern-faced men with a commanding presence. The middle-aged leader displayed his credentials, not even glancing at the incapacitated Zhou Yi. His gaze fixed on the two terrified disciplinary officials beside Su Bai. First Supervision Room of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. All unauthorized personnel, withdraw. The First Supervision Room. The department responsible solely for internal disciplinary officials. The middle-aged man approached Zhou Yi, his voice devoid of emotion. Zhou Yi, you are suspected of severe violations of discipline and law. Please accompany us. Two staff members stepped forward, one to either side, lifting the utterly disoriented Zhou Yi. Throughout the ordeal, Su Bai remained an observer, quietly watching. As they passed by him, Zhou Yi suddenly summoned all his strength to struggle and scream. It's you. You are the one who ruined me. Who are you really? Su Bai halted, turned his head, and smiled at his contorted face. Me? Just a passerby, a concerned citizen. With that, he disregarded Zhou Yi's cries and walked out of the room. At the end of the corridor, sunlight streamed through the windows, somewhat blinding. Su Bai squinted, retrieving his phone. The screen displayed a message just received from Li Jianguo, containing a single word. Awesome. Su Bai deleted the message and dialed Chun Hao's number. Prepare the vehicle, we are going to the Gao family mansion. On the other end, Chun Hao's voice trembled with excitement. Sir, what is the plan? Su Bai gazed out the window, taking in the bustling traffic of Linjiang City, his tone calm and resolute. The king of hell has been dispatched. Now, it is time to collect the soul of the old ghost. Chapter 87. The umbrella has collapsed. The Audi A8 glided smoothly through the night. Su Bai reclined in the back seat with his eyes closed, his fingertips unconsciously tapping on his knee, savoring the lingering echoes of a profound melody. The name of that melody was Zhou Yi's collapse. Sir, I take back my previous words. In the driver's seat, Chun Hao's face flushed crimson, his hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. What you did was not a stroke of genius. It was as if you directly transported the underworld to Linjiang, striking Zhou Yinwang's name from the ledger of life and death in his very presence. Zhou Yinwang, I dare say, after today, he'll have to bow to you and call you ancestor. As Chun Hao spoke, he stole glances at Su Bai through the rearview mirror, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Even now, he remained dazed, grappling with the fact that the once mighty Zhou Yinwang, who had wielded power in the Discipline Inspection Commission for nearly a decade, was gone. Drive your car properly. Su Bai did not lift his eyelids, his tone indifferent. If he wished to engage in discourse about life, he could do so without the distraction of driving. Chun Hao quickly retracted his neck, falling silent as the cabin was enveloped in the faint sound of tires rolling over the pavement. In that brief moment of tranquility, an icy, inorganic voice abruptly resonated within Su Bai's mind. Ding. S-level mission. Counterattack Zhou Yinwang completed. Mission evaluation. Perfect. With thunderous force, leveraging strength against strength, you toyed with a provincial high-ranking official, revealing the initial semblance of a formidable hero. Reward settlement in progress. Acquired. 3 Death Soldier recruitment orders. Note. Can summon 3 individuals at the pinnacle of human physical capability, fearless of death, and absolutely loyal to the host. Acquired. Passive skill crisis intuition. Note. When the host encounters a fatal threat or significant upheaval in a personal interest chain, a strong warning will be triggered. Acquired. Cash of 50 million, automatically deposited into your offshore confidential account. 3 life-saving trump cards, and a divine passive ability. A slight smile began to form at the corner of Su Bai's lips when a sudden, piercing chill exploded from his heart. It was the sensation of being stripped of all warmth and security in an instant. His heart felt as though it were being clenched in a vice, yanked downward with force. He opened his eyes wide, breath caught in his throat, muscles tensed as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The alarm of crisis intuition screamed in his mind with a heart-wrenching wail. "Shit!" Chen Hao exclaimed, slamming on the brakes. The screech of tires against the pavement shattered the night air, causing the Audi A8 to lurch violently forward. "Sir, quickly look at this news," Chen Hao urged, but Su Bai ignored him, his gaze fixed on the suddenly illuminated screen of the vehicle. The soothing music was abruptly interrupted, replaced by an urgent news broadcast. The female anchor's expression was unusually grave as she articulated clearly, "We interrupt this program for an urgent news bulletin. According to our reporter from the First People's Hospital of the city, the former mayor of Linjiang, Zhao Dahan, suffered a massive cardiac arrest tonight at 8:45 p.m. during treatment and was declared dead after unsuccessful resuscitation." On the screen, Zhao Dahan's black and white identification photo resembled a cold gravestone. Cardiac arrest? The last vestige of warmth in Su Bai's eyes vanished completely, leaving only a chilling void. He understood better than anyone that Zhao Dahan was as robust as an ox. Just days ago, he had been proclaiming his intent to live another 20 years to imprison the gang of rogues from the Gao family. This was a cover-up. Buzzing. His phone in his pocket vibrated urgently. Caller ID, Li Jiangguo. Su Bai pressed the answer button. "Su Bai." The voice on the other end was no longer the calm and forceful provincial secretary he once knew, but rather infused with a profound weariness, as if the very backbone had been stripped away. The background noise was chaotic, the sounds of cardboard boxes scraping against the floor and documents and books colliding as they were hastily stuffed into boxes. "Zhao Dahan is dead." Su Bai's voice was eerily calm, chillingly so. "I know." Li Jiangguo's bitter chuckle resonated through the line, laced with a sense of resignation. The provincial standing committee meeting just concluded. Zhao Dahan perished in the monitoring ward, and given the commotion you stirred up at the Discipline Inspection Commission, some foreign media caught wind of it and spread the news. The province now needs someone to come forward and take responsibility, to shoulder this blame firmly. Li Jiangguo paused, articulating each word carefully. "I failed to maintain stability. I was negligent in oversight." Su Bai's heart sank like lead. The outcome of the situation was met with Li Jiangguo's self-mocking tone. "You are relieved of your position as the secretary of the Handong Provincial Committee and demoted to the Provincial Historical Research Office as deputy director." The deputy director of the Provincial Historical Research Office, a position dedicated to studying local history, one so quiet that even retired officials found it too leisurely. For a political figure of Li Jiangguo's caliber, this was a greater humiliation than outright retirement. It was a political execution without bloodshed. Su Bai gripped the phone, speechless, the device bending under his grip. The hidden hand behind Gao Mingyuan was indeed formidable. Li Jiangguo's tone turned icy. "Abandon the vehicle to save the commander." Using Zhou Yi's scandal and Zhao Dahan's life. Not only have they severed all the leads, but they have also conveniently removed this troublesome stone from my path. "Secretary, I." Su Bai's voice was hoarse. He wanted to say something, but found his throat constricted. "Silence." Li Jiangguo interrupted him with the last of his strength. "From now on, lie low. All actions against Gao Mingyuan must cease and go underground. Do you understand?" The moment I was dismissed, you became utterly blind in the public eye. There will be no one to shield you from the storm, and any minor misstep could lead to your utter ruin. On the other end, Li Jiangguo sighed deeply, his voice heavy with the melancholy of a once great hero's decline. "Su Bai, do not let my sacrifice be in vain." The sky over Linjiang had turned completely dark. They believed they had won. Yet they were unaware that the board still held the most lethal piece. Yourself. Conceal yourself well. Do not incinerate yourself prematurely. Beep, beep, beep. The busy tone struck Su Bai's heart like a hammer. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Chen Hao held his breath, his palms slick with sweat, rendering the steering wheel slippery. He had never seen Su Bai like this. It was as if a storm was brewing, laden with impending doom. He discreetly glanced at Su Bai through the rearview mirror, his voice barely audible. "Master, shall we still proceed to the Gao family ancestral home?" Su Bai slowly closed his eyes. After a few seconds, he reopened them. Gone was any trace of warmth. Only an intense murderous intent remained. "We shall go." His voice was soft, yet it plunged Chen Hao into a frigid abyss, as if he had fallen into a frozen pit in the depths of winter. Subai turned his gaze toward the shimmering neon cityscape outside the window, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The umbrella had collapsed. Just as well. It spared me the trouble of worrying about splattering blood when I draw my blade, thus soiling someone else's ground. Chapter 88. Paper airplanes and funeral songs in the ancient residence of the Gao family, nestled at the foot of Zijin Mountain. A vast courtyard sprawling nearly 10 acres lay tranquil under the cloak of night. The imposing pair of stone lions, once scavenged from a royal palace of a bygone dynasty, was enough to deter even the wealthiest elite of Lingjiang City. Inside the study, behind a desk crafted from the finest golden silk nanmu, Gao Mingyuan donned a white silk practice outfit. He had just completed the final stroke on a piece of exquisite rice paper. The characters Nanda Hu too exuded an air of dominance, devoid of any confusion, the paper saturated with a sense of control and arrogance. Butler Lao Zhou stood by with his hands clasped, his voice barely above a whisper as he relayed the latest news, tinged with a hint of relief. Boss, Zhao Dahan has been dealt with. The forensic report attributes his death to cardiac arrest, with no signs of foul play. He departed peacefully. As for Li Jianguo, the provincial dismissal notice has been issued, and he will report to the Historical Records Office tomorrow. His life, it seems, has reached its end. Regarding Zhou Yi's case, the First Supervision Office has taken over, but all evidence points to his personal corruption, leaving us unscathed. Lao Zhou slightly bowed and concluded, Boss, while we have lost Zhou Yi, we have simultaneously resolved two major threats in Zhao Dahan and Li Jianguo, so this can be deemed a Pyrrhic victory. A Pyrrhic victory? Gao Mingyuan set down the wolf hair brush and accepted the warm towel offered by Lao Zhou, meticulously wiping each finger. Lao Zhou, your vision remains limited. He tossed the towel back into the tray and lifted a roux kiln teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves. This is not a Pyrrhic victory. This is a show of strength, a severing of wings. Gao Mingyuan paced to the window, observing the uniquely shaped rohan pine, imported from Japan, with a cold expression. That young man named Su Bai was still too naive. He believed that by capturing Zhou Yi and employing a bit of cleverness, he could challenge me? What a delusion. He sipped the warm tea, his words dripping with malice. In this territory of Handong, I am the law. His greatest support has crumbled, and now he is but a toothless, clawless tiger, unable to even roar. The glint of murderous intent flickered in Gao Mingyuan's eyes. Inform the Hailong Hui and our feral dogs stationed in the south of the city to remain vigilant. Let us commence with Morningstar Capital. Tonight, I shall ensure he witnesses the dismantling of the very platform he painstakingly built, piece by piece. I want him to understand that stripped of his official veneer, he is nothing. Understood, boss. Lao Zhou bowed, preparing to withdraw. Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the main gate, shaking the entire residence, the glass vibrating with a painful hum. Dust cascaded from the beams, landing on Gao Mingyuan's invaluable desk. The fine porcelain teacup in his grasp trembled violently, scalding tea splashing onto his hand, leaving a red mark, yet he remained oblivious, his face darkening like the bottom of a pot. What is happening? Before he could finish, a bodyguard tumbled into the study, his expensive trousers soiled with mud and grass, his face pale. Boss, it's bad. Someone drove into the gate and collapsed it. The Grand Wangwali wood door of the Gao family residence, worth a villa, had been utterly mangled. Two heavy door panels twisted inward, a black Audi A8 wedged tightly within, its front still emitting white smoke. The car door swung open, and Su Bai emerged clad in black. As for Chen Hao, he was slumped in the back seat, his eyes vacant, mumbling in a state of near collapse. It's over. The boss has gone mad. Why must I endure this as a driver? I never want to drive again in my next life. Earlier, when Su Bai had ordered him to exit the vehicle, he had foolishly asked, Boss, are we really crashing? To which Su Bai had replied not a word, flooring the accelerator. Chen Hao swore it was more thrilling than watching a horror film. In the courtyard, dozens of black-clad bodyguards, alerted by the commotion, gathered, wielding clubs and electric batons, surrounding Su Bai with a tense atmosphere. Su Bai remained relaxed, not sparing a glance at the menacing guards. He calmly adjusted his collar and proceeded towards the main building. Two contrasting energies radiated from him, the authoritative presence of a ruler and the ferocity of a desperate outlaw, perfectly intertwined. The bodyguards blocking his path felt an invisible force strike them, locking them in a fierce gaze. Their hearts raced, their legs weakened uncontrollably, and they instinctively stepped back. With one retreating, the others followed suit, creating a path for him to the main building. Stop right there. Anyone who dares to take another step back will face the consequences. A furious shout echoed from the second floor. Gao Mingyuan, clad in his white practice attire, appeared on the terrace, his expression grim as he surveyed Su Bai in the courtyard, his eyes seething with hostility. Their gazes clashed midair, the tension palpable. Officer Su. Oh no. I should refer to you as Boss Su now that Secretary Li has gone to pen history, Gao Mingyuan taunted, his words dripping with scorn. What? Without your master's protection, you dare to come here barking for death? The venomous words struck at Su Bai's most vulnerable spot, eliciting grim expressions from the bodyguards, who tightened their grips on their weapons, waiting for their boss's command. Yet, Su Bai exhibited no anger. He didn't even flinch. He paused, lifted his gaze to Gao Mingyuan on the second floor, and suddenly smiled. The smile was calm, as serene as that of one gazing upon the dead. General Gao, do you believe that now Secretary Li's umbrella has fallen? I am but a fish on the chopping block, ripe for your slaughter? Gao Mingyuan's brow twitched, an inexplicable unease stirring within him. Su Bai's reaction was far too peculiar. Su Bai retrieved a piece of A4 paper bearing the death notice of Zhao Dahan from his pocket. Without so much as a glance, he deliberately folded it into the shape of a paper airplane amidst the collective gaze of everyone present. What was he up to? Confusion reigned among the onlookers, including Gao Mingyuan on the second floor. In the midst of their bewilderment, Su Bai casually flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The white paper airplane shot forth like a dart, accompanied by a piercing whistle that echoed through the air. It soared across the night sky, unerringly aimed at Gao Mingyuan. Gao Mingyuan was suddenly taken aback, every hair on his body standing on end as an instinctive fear compelled him to instinctively dodge. It was too swift, too fast for his reflexes to comprehend. Thud! The paper airplane, though harmless, struck with an astonishing force, embedding itself into the thick rosewood railing before him. The nose of the plane penetrated deep into the wood. The tail of the airplane quivered slightly, resonating with a low hum due to the immense kinetic energy it had carried. Silence enveloped the scene. Dozens of seasoned bodyguards, accustomed to violence, stood frozen in disbelief. Their mouths agape, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the quiet courtyard. A paper airplane, embedded in solid wood? Could this possibly be the feat of a mere human? Gao Mingyuan cast his gaze downward at the trembling paper airplane. A bead of cold sweat the size of a pea slid down his brow, plopping onto the railing below. Su Bai lifted his head, directing a radiant smile towards him. Mr. Gao, I have come to deliver your eulogy. Chapter 89. I and the rule. Gao Mingyuan's complexion turned a shade of ashen gray. He fixated on the trembling paper airplane, his heart ensnared by an invisible hand, crushed and then reformed, only to be crushed again. This was no mere paper. It was the death notice of Zhao Dahan, the challenge thrown at him by Su Bai, and a harbinger of the impending doom that would pierce his heart. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, which he forcefully swallowed, leaving a taste of rust in his mouth. Arrogance! Gao Mingyuan bellowed with a voice strained from unbridled rage and terror. Are they all dead? Attack! Dismember him! Leave him breathing! A death command was akin to a blood oath. Closest to Su Bai was a hulking bald man, a notorious figure who had claimed the underground boxing championship 3 times, known as Hammer. He wore a smug smile, a scar cutting across his beefy face. Believing he had seized the initiative, he swung a steel baton, thick as a baby's arm, with all his might, aiming directly for Su Bai's head. The force behind this strike was enough to crack a concrete telephone pole. Inside the car, Chun Hao flinched, instinctively closing his eyes, muttering, "It's over, it's over." On the second floor, Gao Mingyuan grinned with a savage delight, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Yet, Su Bai did not even bother to glance up. At the very moment the baton was about to graze his hair, he moved. He neither blocked nor dodged. He simply raised his hand, extending 2 fingers, his index and middle finger. In a moment that felt almost surreal, that steel rod, imbued with immense power, was effortlessly pinched between his slender fingers. Buzz! The metallic wail ceased abruptly. Time seemed to freeze. The grin on Hammer's face froze as he widened his eyes, his arm muscles bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength, his face turning a sickly shade, yet the steel rod remained utterly immovable. Was this a human being? Finally, Su Bai lifted his gaze to meet Hammer's, shaking his head with a look of disdain. The power is too feeble. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he casually twisted his fingers. Crack! A sharp, jarring sound echoed through the silent courtyard. The specially crafted steel baton was snapped in two by merely his fingers. Hammer's eyes widened in astonishment, shock welling up within him, his throat ready to emit a scream of terror. But he would never have the chance. With a flick of his wrist, faster than a shadow, Subai thrust the half-broken baton into Hammer's own throat. A torrent of hot blood splattered across his face. Gasp! Gasp! Hammer clutched at his gushing neck, his eyes bulging in terror, a mix of confusion and absurdity in his gaze as he fell back heavily, convulsing twice before silence enveloped him. One strike, and he was dead. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the heavy breathing and thunderous heartbeats of the onlookers. The remaining bodyguards, staring at Hammer's lifeless body, turned pale, their hands trembling uncontrollably around their weapons. Clang! A timid one dropped his watermelon knife, oblivious to the act. Subsequently, a foul odor filled the air, for he had soiled himself in fear. What they faced was not a man, but a demon clad in human skin. Who else wishes to test their fate? Subai shook off the non-existent dust from his hands, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a calm demeanor. Those who met his eyes felt a chilling dread surge from their feet to the crown of their heads, instinctively recoiling and creating a wide berth around him. The once boisterous thugs, eager to charge, now wished to evaporate into thin air, none daring to meet his gaze. On the second-floor balcony, Gao Mingyuan trembled, his lips quivering, the color drained from his face. He knew Subai was formidable, yet he could never have imagined a single person could possess such inhuman prowess. This shattered his decades-long understanding of violence. What exactly are you? Gao Mingyuan's voice trembled, betraying his fear. Subai ascended the steps to the second floor, each footfall resonating in the hearts of the onlookers. He approached Gao Mingyuan, relishing the look of sheer terror on the face of this underground emperor of Handong, and suddenly posed an unrelated question. Mr. Gao, the feng shui of this residence is quite commendable. What a pity. Gao Mingyuan's mind spiraled, unable to process anything but instinctively stammered. What do you want? Subai's smile faded, replaced by an air of indifference. Do you remember the fire at the archives in Linjiang 15 years ago? Boom. This question detonated within Gao Mingyuan's mind, igniting memories of a secret he thought long buried under the weight of time and dust. The flames that he had ignited as a means to further his own ambitions. How could Subai know? Memories surged forth, the image of the police couple who never released each other even in death merging with the youthful face before him. It was you. Gao Mingyuan screamed, his voice cracking. You were the son of that couple. Finally, the realization dawned. The last vestige of emotion faded from Subai's expression, leaving only apathy. That fire consumed the truth of my parents' deaths. And you climbed to your position over their corpses. Now, I have come to collect what is due. Before the words had fully left his lips, Subai lunged forward, seizing Gao Mingyuan by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground with one hand. Gao Mingyuan flailed his legs in the air, his face turning a deep shade of purple, grasping at Subai's wrist in vain. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't survive either, he struggled to plead. Survive? Subai laughed, his laughter dripping with mockery. When Li Jiangguo was around, I might have considered the repercussions, adhered to the so-called rules. He leaned in close to Gao Mingyuan's ear, speaking in a tone only the two could hear, each word deliberate. Now he is gone. I am the rule. Upon concluding his words, he exerted a slight force with his arm. A crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air. Gao Mingyuan's neck hung at an unnatural angle, the brilliance and vitality in his eyes swiftly dissipating. This man, who had dominated the underworld of Handong for 2 decades, manipulating fortunes with ease, met his demise quietly within the grand mansion he so proudly owned. Subai casually discarded his lifeless body onto the ground, producing a dull thud akin to that of cast-off refuse. He retrieved a pristine white handkerchief and methodically wiped the hand that had just gripped the throat. Subsequently, he turned to face the group of bodyguards, now rendered speechless by terror, and the incapacitated butler, Lao Zhou. From this day forth, Linjiang shall bear the surname Su. His gaze, devoid of emotion, swept across each individual. Do any of you harbor objections? No one dared to respond. The crowd bowed their heads in silence, trembling uncontrollably. Even their breaths deliberately softened, fearful of attracting the attention of this formidable figure. Satisfied, Subai nodded and took out his phone, dialing a number. The call was swiftly connected. Matchmaker, I have a project for you, he stated. The voice on the other end, filled with reverence and anxiety, replied, Mr. Su, Please proceed. Gao Mingyuan is dead, Su Bai remarked, his tone flat, as though discussing the pleasantness of the day's weather. I claim all his assets, including this mansion. By sunrise tomorrow, I expect to see all property transfer documents cleanly placed on my desk. He paused, his tone firm, delivering his final inquiry. Is there a problem?